Chapter 1. The Sea Round Calendar, Year 1516, North Sea, Grasstown. Grasstown, a quaint harbor settlement, has witnessed a relentless influx of dreamers since the dawn of the great pirate era, their aspirations driving them forth into the vast ocean. While this tumult has brought chaos, it has simultaneously ushered in prosperity for the town. Look over there. There's someone to see. A sailor, engaged in unloading cargo, inadvertently cast his gaze toward the ocean, where he glimpsed a figure intermittently surfacing amidst the waves. Is a shipwrecked sailor? Hurry, we must save him. He's swimming so swiftly. Wait, perhaps he doesn't need rescuing after all. As they spoke, a man with fiery red hair had already reached the shore, leaping from the water with a wave and landing with grace, droplets cascading down his robust physique. That was quite a distance. My friend, could you kindly direct me to the Old Gun Tavern? With a towel that had been tied around his arm, now discarded and wrung out, not Rod turned to the awestruck sailor beside him. The sailor stared blankly at Rod, the red-haired youth possessing piercing, keen eyes, and standing over 2 meters tall, exuding an imposing presence. Upon hearing Rod's inquiry, the sailor instinctively raised his hand, pointing in a particular direction. Thanks a lot. Casually draping the towel over the somewhat dazed sailor's arm, Rod proceeded in the direction indicated, loosening the shirt tied around his waist and donning it. His skin flushed slightly as vapor gently rose from his body, rapidly drying the damp fabric. That fellow must be a monster. Only after Rod's figure vanished from sight did the sailor regain his senses, seizing the towel that Rod had draped over him, twisting it into a ball, preparing to discard it. From the moment he spotted the stranger to the latter's swift arrival on shore, only a few breaths had elapsed. I've never seen anyone swim so fast in the sea. One of his companions nodded, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Who knows, this guy might become an extraordinary figure in the future, just like Admiral Akainu. Upon hearing this, the sailor paused, shaking the towel he had intended to throw away, folding it neatly, and stowing it in his satchel. Indeed, he might one day rival Admiral Kizaru. A flicker of cold light crossed the eyes of his companion as he turned to face the sailor. I must say, Admiral Akainu is the greatest figure to emerge from the North Sea. He enforces absolute justice, obliterating those vile pirates upon the waves. Admiral Kizaru is the true pride of the North Sea. His lightspeed will always be the first to rescue the suffering populace. Akainu is stronger. Kizaru is faster. If you ask me, we should eliminate those wretched Navy scoundrels. Inside the Old Gun Tavern, a man as robust as a bear drained a tankard of beer in one gulp, the liquid trickling down his bushy beard, pooling at his feet. The once raucous tavern fell into an abrupt silence. Though the Old Gun Tavern was known for its eclectic mix of clientele, including fearsome pirates and nefarious underworld figures, few dared to brazenly call for the extermination of a navy in such a setting. After all, this was the stronghold of the Navy, and no one could ascertain whether a Navy spy lurked among them. That's Blackbear, Victor. The patrons exchanged furtive glances, maintaining a tense silence, even pausing their chewing, lest they inadvertently draw Victor's attention. Blackbear Victor had recently become a celebrated figure in the nearby waters, having swiftly dispatched the Cliff pirate crew. Boasting a bounty of 135 million berries just 5 days ago, he had repelled an onslaught from the Navy's 128th Division, though no bounty had yet been issued. No one dared underestimate him. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the boss is invincible. If it weren't for the Navy's ships being so swift, we would have wiped them all out last time. As long as we follow Boss Victor, we will eventually become the most formidable pirate crew in the North Sea, eliminating those despicable Navy officers. Absolutely. Let's eradicate not just the Navy, but anyone who crosses our path. Not so fast. We must spare the women. Indeed, the women and treasures must be preserved. As the pirates surrounding Victor clamored boisterously, the tavern gradually regained its lively atmosphere, though everyone remained cautious, wary of inadvertently provoking this unruly band of marauders. Hey, you over there. Haven't you seen the great Captain Blackbear, Victor? Come over here and pour him a drink. Suddenly, a pirate slammed his cutlass onto the table, calling out to a figure in the corner. At this outburst, The attention of the others shifted, and several of Victor's crew began to whistle and create a ruckus. The individual being addressed, quietly engrossed in a book, had strikingly red hair, framing a handsome visage, with emerald green eyes that added an air of mystery in the midst of the tavern's clamor. He exuded an aura of tranquility. "Excuse me, but I am a male." Though absorbed in his reading, the youth promptly responded, as if accustomed to such misunderstandings, his face betraying no hint of anger. "A male?" The pirate paused momentarily, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Being a male is of no consequence." As he spoke, the pirate stepped closer to the youth, slamming his large blade onto the table, the threat unmistakable, and his grin growing increasingly lecherous. "I don't mind." The pirate reached out toward the youth's face. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the pirate's body fell backward, still wearing that unsettling grin, a smoking hole now adorning his forehead. The patrons at nearby tables hastily retreated, their faces etched with terror as they glanced toward Victor and his crew in the center of the tavern. Though quarrels and conflicts were commonplace in the tavern, instances of such swift and decisive violence, where one might be shot for a mere disagreement, were rare. Moreover, the one who had just been dealt with was a member of the recently ascendant Blackbear Victor's crew. "You've splattered blood on my book." The red-haired youth frowned slightly at the stain on his pages. "You bastard." Blackbear Victor surged to his feet, smashing the table to splinters, radiating an aura of menace as his crew rose in unison, glaring at the youth in the corner. "What have you done to my subordinate?" With a thunderous roar, Victor lunged forward. "I despise being interrupted while I'm reading." The red-haired youth gently set his book down, a cold expression crossing his handsome face. Bang! The gunfire echoed once more. "This is indeed the old gun tavern, is it not?" Rod pushed the door open, stepping into the tavern, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he exited to scrutinize the sign hanging outside, before re-entering with a look of skepticism. "I could have sworn I walked into a library. Why is it so quiet in here?" Setting aside his bewilderment, Rod approached the bar barkeep. "Two of your finest Alesh, please." "Please hold on." As Rod conversed with the bartender, various sounds gradually filled the tavern, restoring a semblance of normalcy. Yet, every patron's gaze subtly drifted toward the corner, their drinking motions becoming markedly more refined, their conversations laced with restraint. The infamous Blackbear Victor and his crew, who had recently been basking in the limelight, had just transformed into a cautionary tale. They harbored no desire to provoke the red-haired beauty and risk facing a bullet to the head. "Let's settle the bill together later." Accepting the beers from the bartender, Rod waved his hand casually, striding directly toward the corner. In that corner, around the red-haired beauty, a circle of empty tables formed. Even as the tavern bustled with patrons, none dared to occupy the vacant seats nearby. As Rod drew nearer, the noise within the tavern diminished, and nearly all eyes followed him, the ambience growing tense, as if every footstep echoed in their hearts. Upon reaching the red-haired youth, Rod unceremoniously pulled out a chair and sat down, causing everyone's hearts to leap into their throats. Thud! The sound of the beer mug meeting the table resonated, mirroring the rapid beating of countless hearts. As the red-haired youth lifted his gaze slightly, the patrons felt as though an invisible hand had clamped over their mouths. Even breathing seemed a daunting task. "It has been a long time, Alu." Rod, with a hint of joy gracing his features, slid a glass of beer across the table to the youth with long red hair. "Neiru." "Indeed." Neiru set aside the book he had been engrossed in and raised the beer Rod offered him, their glasses clinking softly in a toast. It seemed they were acquainted. Now that they had commenced their drinking, it was unlikely he would return to his reading. The patrons of the tavern collectively exhaled, the atmosphere gradually returning to a lively scene. "It appears you are well prepared. Am I right?" "Merely a trifling case of seasickness. I have spent the past few months adrift at sea and have completely overcome it. Once we return to Fian Island and reunite with them, we shall raise our banner upon the vast ocean." Rod downed his beer in one go, brimming with ambition. Not Rod, a traveler and an orphan at the tender age of 19, had grown up alongside his fellow orphan, Neiru, whose blood relations remained uncertain. This was an exceedingly perilous world, rife with pirates who would raze villages and annihilate entire clans at a whim. The original soul may well have been a victim of the era of great pirates upon his arrival. Rod did not inherit the memories of his predecessor, but rather instinctively acquired some rudimentary language skills. The only remnant of his former self was his name, not Rod, which bore little alteration from his past life, along with the name of the child he cradled in his arms. Neiru. However, being merely a 3 or 4-year-old child, the memories he held were likely scant, perhaps even less significant than the information Rod had gleaned from his previous life. In his former existence, Rod could only be deemed a mere speck in the vast ocean, acquiring knowledge of the world following the War of the Best through short videos. Yet, this did not diminish his awareness of the dangers that permeated this realm. It was a world where the might of a single individual could obliterate nations. Those formidable beings reigning atop the ocean possessed the capacity to effortlessly destroy a country, even reshape the very fabric of nature with their singular strength. Fortunately, his reincarnation endowed him with 2 unique advantages, one being the ability of Knight to remain unscathed in unarmed combat, granting him complete mastery over his weapons and their techniques. The other, a principle he preferred to call sit-ups, which ensured that those who could not kill him would only render him stronger regardless of extreme physical duress or near-fatal injuries. His body would emerge from recovery even more powerful. With the aid of these 2 remarkable advantages, he and Neiru navigated the early trials of his reincarnation. Throughout the ensuing years, Rod bore witness to the chaos and darkness that pervaded this world. Even the seemingly prosperous and tranquil towns concealed profound shadows. Pirates would descend upon unsuspecting communities, plundering the fruits of the people's labor. The wealthy and powerful would silently amass vast fortunes, indulging in lives of luxury, while the common folk struggled under the weight of existence. The Navy, cloaked in the guise of justice, frequently engaged in acts of extortion. Not to mention the so-called celestial dragons, the so-called descendants of gods, perched atop the food chain. They reveled in the bounty of the world, wielding all privileges and seizing the wealth of nations. This was a world where the strong devoured the weak, and Rod had no desire to be among the consumed. He firmly rejected the notion that anyone was born noble, entitled to enjoy various privileges by mere virtue of birth. He believed solely that nobility was a matter of merit. However, he had no intention of altering this world, nor did he wish to devote his rare opportunity for a second life to the monumental endeavor of liberating all. He simply aspired to savor his existence in this enchanting world. In this world, where power resides within oneself and the mighty can wreak havoc upon the earth, he firmly believes that the fist is the ultimate authority. He aspires to turn this world upside down, shattering all the constraints that bind him, striving to become the strongest of all. Alas, just 50 meters into his voyage, he discovers that his stomach has been thrown into turmoil, for he suffers from seasickness. It is ironic that years prior, he could have traversed the islands by swimming. Yet here he is, grappling with the affliction of seasickness. However, after drifting alone at sea for several months, Rod has entirely overcome this predicament. Recently, a ship bound for Fian Island is set to depart in 3 days. Neiru takes a sip of her drink and hands Rod a notebook she has prepared. These are some noteworthy individuals I've compiled, which might pique your interest. Rod accepts the notebook from Neiru and opens it, revealing neatly penned lines, some accompanied by thoughtful images. Has this person already set sail? Rod's browsing pauses slightly as he contemplates. The tyrant Bartholomew Bear. He feels as though he has already heard the waves of an era crashing. After regaining his composure, Rod continues to peruse the information Neiru has gathered. This individual. Rod halts for a moment, and Neiru glances over to see what he is examining. It seems she has also been active in this vicinity recently. The tavern door swings open once more, and a tall woman with a high purple ponytail strides in, clad in an orange-fitted sports outfit that accentuates her alluring curves. Her tan skin exudes a sense of athletic beauty, and her yellow slit pupils add an air of wildness to her presence. Miss Nia, a shot of vodka. Tossing a few bills onto the bar, Nia rests her chin on her hand, lazily leaning against the counter. How about sharing a couple of drinks, my lovely lady? A man, captivated by Nia's beauty, settles beside her, striking a self-assured pose and speaking in a deliberately lowered voice. As Nia turns her gaze toward him, he casually pulls out several large bills from his wallet and hands them to the bartender. Please bring me a bottle of Stein's red wine, but it must be from the Miggio winery. Their wines possess a subtle sweetness intertwined with a rich spiciness, much like this beautiful lady before me. I am sorry, sir, that we don't have that wine. What about Stoffin's white wine? While it may taste somewhat immature, it could still suffice. Apologies, but we don't have that either. Just vodka will do then. The essence of drinking has never been about the liquor, but rather the company. Nia observes the man before her with keen interest. His palms and knuckles bear evident calluses, suggesting extensive training in both marksmanship and swordsmanship. Moreover, his gait indicates he has undergone systematic physical training than a naval officer, or perhaps an intelligence operative from the government. That seems unlikely. Government agents should possess a higher caliber. Yet, such distinctions matter little. You seem to have sampled quite an array of wines. I've never heard of those you mentioned. It's merely that I'm a major from the naval headquarters, so I've had the opportunity to experience a bit more. The man replies nonchalantly, placing emphasis on headquarters. That a major from the naval headquarters? How impressive. I've heard it's located along the Grand Line, so you must have encountered countless extraordinary adventures. Indeed, the tales I could share are beyond the imagination of someone like you, especially on the Grand Line, where innumerable things unfold that you wouldn't dare to dream of. Noticing the woman's growing interest, a flicker of satisfaction crosses the naval officer's eyes. Surely, once he reveals his status as a major from the naval headquarters, few women could resist his allure, especially women from the North Sea. A mere mention of common knowledge about the Grand Line would elicit gasps of amazement, leading them to idolize him as one who navigates its treacherous waters. As he sips from his glass, he begins to recount the tales he has told countless times before, seemingly nothing out of the ordinary. Observing Nia engaged in jovial conversation with the unknown naval officer, Rod feels a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped for an intriguing encounter. Yet, if she merely employs her charms to extract information, it would be rather mundane. You might be mistaken, Rod, Neiru remarks, coolly observing the commotion at the bar, her expression remaining tranquil. He is merely a somewhat noteworthy figure from the North Sea. Thus, Neiru refrains from elaborating excessively in her notes. However, based on her prior knowledge, it is clear that Nia is no ordinary individual. The reason she is referred to as a lady is primarily due to her elusive temperament. Honestly, the same few lines repeated ad nauseum. I am about to develop calluses in my ears. Tell me, is your head filled with seawater, or is it merely brimming with those so-called fine wines you speak of? Just then, the atmosphere at the bar shifts as Nia downs her drink, waving her hand dismissively. Interrupting the naval officer's narrative, I expected to hear something intriguing from you, but it seems I've been met with nothing but drivel. I may not have traversed the Grand Line, but you, of all people, claim to have slain sea kings capable of devouring warships. How utterly uninteresting. I have no desire for a man who spouts such nonsense. Kindly vacate my space lest I risk regurgitating what I've already consumed. You insolent wretch. The naval officer's face flushes crimson, though he had embellished his tales, weaving many experiences into his narrative. Yet this woman has gone too far, unflinchingly uttering such words. Perhaps I should take my leave. As the officer stands frozen, Nia accepts another drink from the bartender, slapping a few bills on the counter before striding toward the corner. Compared to this naval buffoon, the two red-haired fellows over there seem far more intriguing. You scoundrel! Enraged, the naval officer seizes Nia by the wrist, fury blazing in his eyes. What a pathetic man you are, resorting to violence when charm fails. Can you truly call yourself a champion of justice? Infuriating, the naval officer's anger boils over, as the gazes of patrons in the tavern seem to mock him. He grips Nia's hand tightly, trying to pull her closer, while raising his other hand to slap her stunning face. Thud! Nia swiftly counters, executing a flawless shoulder throw, sending the naval officer crashing to the ground, disoriented. What a pitiful man. Nia looks down at the fallen officer with a smirk, then disregards him entirely, continuing toward Rod's table. Just as she turns, the officer springs up, a glint of malice in his eyes. Channeling all his strength, he aims a punch at Nia's head. Having been assaulted by someone of his rank, he feels justified in treating her as a pirate. The officer envisions Nia crumpling beneath his blow, begging for mercy. In the next moment, all he sees is a long, powerful leg. Boom! Nia pivots sharply, her legs soaring high before crashing down, delivering a tremendous blow to the naval officer's head, the force of which sends him sprawling, his head colliding with the ground in a brutal embrace. TSK, I've already expressed my disinterest. Men who cling stubbornly are truly insufferable. Casting a fleeting glance at the unconscious naval officer, Nia gave him a light kick with her shoe before bending down to retrieve the fallen wallet. She extracted several banknotes from within and stuffed them into her pocket, subsequently tossing the wallet to the proprietor. The payment for repairs will come from this, and then serve me a few more drinks. How about we share a couple of toasts, gentlemen? Pulling out a chair, Nia scrutinized the two individuals before her. Rod and Neiru. Compared to the earlier naval fool, these two men could easily be regarded as notable figures even in the entire North Sea, particularly the short-haired one, who exuded an aura of strength akin to that of a monstrous beast. Her instincts were unmistakably signaling her, as if she were facing a humanoid predator. However, with their involvement, she felt reassured that there was no need for further concern regarding their undertaking. Accepting the drinks the bartender brought, Nia pushed the glasses toward Rod and Neiru, gesturing for them to speak freely. Rod took a slight sip from his glass, his brow furrowing slightly. Indeed, beer suited him better. I have accepted a commission to transport an individual to Minion Island, where there are contacts awaiting as long as I deliver the person safely. The reward is 5 million berries that, if you choose to join, we can divide the reward among ourselves. Minion Island, that is an island adjacent to Flying Swallow Island, requiring merely half a day to reach from there. Rod pondered for a moment, then raised his glass to clink with Nia's. Let me make it clear, I won't engage in kidnapping or human trafficking. Rest assured, I have my principles, Nia replied. Then, may our collaboration be fruitful. Is the client residing in such a place? Rod inquired, eyeing the disheveled, seemingly abandoned warehouse before him. Can someone living in such a location truly afford 5 million berries? Just then, a scruffy young man, around 30 years of age, emerged from the warehouse, clad in a white jumpsuit that appeared to be long overdue for a wash. Stained and tattered, he wore a similarly shabby fisherman's hat, bore dark circles under his eyes, and sported an unkempt beard, giving him the appearance of a disheveled scientist. Yet, was this fellow genuinely wealthy? Perceiving the skepticism in their expressions, the young man introduced himself. I am Gray, a scientist. Other individuals will cover the payment. All you need to do is transport me to Minion Island, where they have someone to meet me and will pay you. Was this man possibly a victim of fraud? Rod couldn't suppress the thought as he regarded the self-proclaimed scientist. You are familiar with the Filke family, I presume. They are a rising criminal organization in recent years, and their high-ranking members have heard of my name and specifically invited me to join them. Before Rod and the others could inquire further, Gray continued to ramble. I've heard that the Navy has developed technology allowing warships to safely traverse windless zones. I have been contemplating how to achieve this. But regardless of my ideas, true breakthroughs require practical application. However, as you can see, I am utterly broke and lack funds for shipbuilding experiments. The Filke family has promised that if I design new weapons for them, they will support my shipbuilding endeavors. That I have always aspired to create an extraordinarily formidable battleship, a scientific eccentric, indeed, and a veritable chatterbox. Have you heard of the legendary ancient weapon, Pluton? It is said to be an invincible warship. However, that was centuries ago, and even if it still exists, it is likely obsolete. Mark my words, I aim to construct a battleship even more powerful than that so-called Pluton, that I have an exceptionally brilliant concept that, when realized, will leave everyone astounded. Yet without the right materials, no matter how great my idea, it remains unachievable. Of course, it could also be that I am unaware, considering this is merely the North Sea. How I wish I had been born in the South Sea. I hear their technology is significantly more advanced. Do you use a gun? Gray's eyes lit up momentarily as he noticed the firearm strapped to Neiru's waist. Allow me to gift you this. I recently crafted it. Thanks to the support of the Filke family, I used only the finest materials in its forging, and I personally crafted IT. IT surpasses your current weapon by a considerable margin. Consider it an additional compensation. Gray rummaged through the warehouse and emerged with a sleek, black long rifle, presenting it to Neiru. Upon receiving the black gun, Neiru's eyes brightened. A skilled marksman. He recognized immediately that this weapon was indeed a masterpiece. I am beginning to believe your words. The Filke family may truly have invited you to join them. After handling the weapon, Neiru felt increasingly satisfied, realizing that this gray fellow had incorporated new technology into the gun, allowing it to load 10 rounds at once, and its stability and precision were remarkably fine-tuned. He was indeed a talent. Rod nodded in silent agreement and turned to Gray. If there is nothing else to prepare, let us set off now. Very well. I have nothing to pack. The remaining items here are merely the remnants of my previous research. All the truly important things are stored in my mind. Yet, I must admit, it is a bit hard to leave after spending so many years here. Had it not been for reaching an impasse in my research, I would have long, Gray continued to prattle on, and Rod felt a slight headache coming on as he tried to tune out his incessant chatter. Fortunately, Neiru soon intervened, engaging Gray with perfunctory inquiries about firearms. Lead the way, Nia. Where's your ship docked? To the west, the provisions and fresh water aboard are sufficient. We can set sail immediately. Nia guided them towards the western coast, yet an odd sensation lingered in her mind. Why had this Rod fellow, seemingly without her noticing, assumed the role of the leader? It was as if she were following him involuntarily, despite having invited them in the first place. Amidst this peculiar atmosphere, the group arrived at the port on the western coast. Let me see, Rod remarked, inspecting the classic two-masted sailing vessel. It lacks any distinctive features. I would consider it a mediocre design. Were I to design it, I would add a ram to the front, install a main cannon, and increase the number of gun ports along the sides for enhanced firepower. Silence, Nia exclaimed, smacking Gray on the head to interrupt his incessant babbling, her expression darkening. This is merely an ordinary vessel. Your suggestions can wait until you have the funds to pursue them. Now, aboard, the audacity of this woman to strike her employer. Gray rubbed his head, mumbling softly as he obediently followed them onto the ship. Set sail, what a calm day it is. Leaning against the ship's railing, Rod gazed at the seagulls soaring in the distant sky, releasing a slow breath. Sailing upon the sea is indeed a monotonous affair. The horizon stretches endlessly, with the occasional passing seagull being a rare source of amusement. Thus, it is no wonder that pirates in this world revel in feasting and merriment, in order to avoid unnecessary complications. I have kept my distance from other vessels along the way. Neiru glanced down at the navigational chart, noting their proximity to Minion Island. However, I am eagerly anticipating the Grand Line, where it is said that extreme weather conditions can arise at any moment. One moment it may be sunny and serene, and the next, tumultuous waves might crash, accompanied by hail as large as stones. You shall experience it soon. Rod clapped Neiru on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Not only Neiru, but Rod too was filled with anticipation for that maritime realm. Ever-changing weather, extraordinary vistas yet to be seen, and a plethora of culinary delights, each aspect fueling his excitement. Are you all preparing to venture into the Grand Line? Nia, holding a fishing rod, twitched her ears and slightly turned her body, seemingly indifferent as she inquired, is it true that anyone who dares to navigate these vast seas cannot yearn for that fabled route? Indeed, the allure of that path lies in its breathtaking vistas, delectable delicacies, and castles forged of gold, not to mention the islands soaring through the skies and those concealed beneath the depths of the ocean. Are you considering the life of a pirate? How curious! Do you now regret inviting us two soon-to-be pirates? Such matters are trivial. I have long since outgrown the age of rigid dichotomies, even among pirates. There exist those of integrity who adhere to a sense of honor, while the Navy is not devoid of scoundrels who wreak havoc in their wake. Therefore, as long as they do not impede my way, it matters little whether they are pirates or Navy. In other words, should they obstruct you, it would be of no consequence to you, regardless of whether they belong to the Navy or the pirate ranks. Correct? Nia let out a soft hum, refraining from response, merely retracting her fishing rod. After 10 minutes of fruitless angling, it had lost its charm. She decided to abandon the endeavor. Shall you come aboard my ship? Rod suddenly extended an invitation to Nia. Fool, are you not already on my vessel? Nia retorted, waving her hand as she turned towards the kitchen. Fishing had lost its appeal. Perhaps there was something delectable awaiting her in the kitchen. Perhaps the small dried fish she had purchased earlier still remained. Yet, was this fellow truly contemplating setting sail? Mechanical chews of the dried fish occupied her mouth as Nia fell into a reverie. A person of insatiable curiosity and a love for adventure, she had traversed the North Sea over the years, encountering a myriad of sights: the brutality of pirates, the avarice of the navy, the ignorance of the populace. She had grown weary of the monotonous occurrences and scenery that plagued the North Sea. How she longed to witness a different kind of landscape. Suddenly, two pointed black ears sprouted atop Nia's head, quivering slightly, while her yellow-slit pupils unconsciously contracted, a smile gradually blooming upon her face. The Grand Line. How she yearned to explore it, where she imagined a plethora of fish awaited on the deck. Are you preparing to become pirates? I fail to understand the allure of such a life. Adrift on the vast ocean, facing the endless expanse of water. How dreadfully dull. Moreover, without a stable environment, one cannot focus on research. Gray had unknowingly approached them, tucking a notebook brimming with notes into his embrace. This mere 2 days of sailing has already wearied me. However, I have documented a wealth of crucial data and intriguing ideas. I wish to reach our destination swiftly, so I may commence my research. By the way, I had not realized until now how significantly ocean currents and winds affect a ship's navigation. Yet I have recorded all the essential information. My design will undoubtedly be foolproof. Have you ever considered that without practical testing, no matter how brilliant your theories, various issues will arise in practice? Rod interjected, halting Gray's incessant chatter. Yes, you mentioned, you have limited experience at sea. Your warship designs are merely conjectures based on literature, mere theoretical discussions. Should a ship be built according to your designs, it may very well be swallowed by the waves upon its maiden voyage. Gray paused, contemplating Rod's words, then retrieved his notebook, swiftly flipping through pages. A frown settled on his brow as he retreated to his cabin. The data he had recorded over the past 2 days aboard the ship starkly contradicted the information he had derived from literature. Do you believe you will join our ship? Rod observed Gray sequestering himself within his quarters. Through the window, it was evident that Gray, unusually, had ceased his research, leaning against the table, lost in thought. I sincerely hope both of them choose to join us. Neiru mused, fingers brushing the firearm at his waist. After having personally tested the gun Gray had gifted him once the ship was at sea, he found it impeccable in every regard. We are bound for the Grand Line. Having such a remarkable companion aboard would undoubtedly bring peace of mind. Rest assured, both will surely join us. I am utterly convinced of it, Rod replied confidently. Neiru offered a slight smile, sensing the two's burgeoning intentions. His instincts warned him that Gray's anticipated research endeavors would not unfold as smoothly as he hoped. Rod gazed towards the bow of the ship, where a small island gradually emerged on the horizon. Minion Island. Their intended destination. Soon, they would uncover the truth behind the so-called machinations of the Filke family. As the small boat gently approached the shore, Nia emerged from the kitchen, piloting the vessel to a halt. While Gray also exited the cabin, unusually silent. You must be Mr. Gray. I am Filke Jason. A row of men clad in black suits awaited them at the shoreline, bowing slightly as the group disembarked. The leader, smiling, introduced himself and gestured towards a carriage not far behind. We are grateful for your safe escort. Please, step into the carriage. A grand banquet awaits at our estate to welcome Mr. Gray into our fold. Naturally, the promised remuneration will be provided once the feast concludes. Nia furrowed her brow slightly. Typically, such escort missions concluded upon delivering the individual. Since the Filke family had arranged for their reception, it stood to reason that they need only receive their payment and depart. Yet, judging by the Filke family's demeanor, it seemed they were not inclined to let them leave so easily. However, things appear to be growing increasingly intriguing. Simultaneously, on the opposite side of Minion Island, a vessel slowly approached the shore. Within the estate's grounds, the carriage rolled leisurely into the courtyard, and from the small windows, one could observe the presence of men in black suits scattered throughout the estate. Not merely within the estate. In fact, from a distance of 1,000 meters, figures in black suits were already stationed as sentinels. Due to certain special circumstances, the Filke family had bolstered their defenses in anticipation of potential trouble. Inside the carriage, aside from Rod and his companions, there were two other members of the Filke family, including Jason. Sensing Gray's confusion, Jason began to explain, "As you can see, Mr. Gray, we utilize flintlock firearms, which require reloading after each shot. I eagerly await the type of rapid-fire weapon you have designed. Should it be mass-produced, our family's influence would undoubtedly soar." Gray merely nodded in response, not elaborating further. For him, firearms were merely a means to secure research funding. His true aspiration lay in crafting a vessel capable of navigating the seas and surpassing the legendary Poseidon. Yet, could he truly create his dream battleship solely through research, without experiencing the ocean firsthand? Even if others could conduct experiments on his behalf and provide detailed data, could the data supplied by those lacking talent truly be accurate? Gray felt the shipbuilding plans he had envisioned becoming increasingly challenging. Lost in thought, the carriage came to a stop, and the group disembarked, guided by Jason through the grand entrance. Inside the opulent hall, gangsters in black suits lined the sides, while a massive long table dominated the center. At the far end of the table sat Filke, a burly man with slick-back hair, enveloped in a thick haze of smoke. This hardly appeared to be the setting for a banquet. Aside from a glass of red wine before Kyle, the table held nothing else. The rear door slowly closed, and Jason placed a wine glass on a table near them, subsequently uncorking a bottle of wine and pouring a glass. "Dr. Gray, I am quite fond of the weapon you designed previously. Drink this wine, join the Filke family, and you shall be responsible for the design of various weapons henceforth, whether it be exquisite wine or enchanting beauty. I shall provide whatever you desire." Kyle exhaled a plume of thick smoke, one hand clutching a cigar while the other gestured towards the wine glass before him. "How splendid. I too have an affinity for fine wine and captivating women. Regarding the earlier discussion about designing warships, I have made it clear that your sole responsibility is the design of the weaponry." Kyle furrowed his brow slightly, and a group of thugs standing in the hall swiftly brandished their firearms, aiming at Gray and his companions. Are those engaged in research truly so dim-witted as to require such explicitness? We are a mafia, not pirates. What business do we have with warships? Simply heed my directives and focus on weapon design. As for other matters, they need not trouble you. Should you excel in your tasks, I shall arrange for you to venture out to sea periodically for leisure. Consider this a privilege for scientists. As for the three of you, Kyle's gaze shifted to Rod and his companions that my apologies, but this matter is a top secret of the Filke family, and I must regrettably insist that you perish. What? You scoundrel! Upon hearing Kyle's words, Gray's face paled. From now on, you shall address me as Boss Kyle. Kyle's expression darkened as he fixed a steely gaze on Gray. Drink up quickly. Gray stared at the glass of wine before him, his eyes filled with turmoil. That if I comply with your demands, will you spare the lives of the three of them? They merely stumbled into this situation by chance. I believe they would not indiscriminately disclose what transpires here. Do you truly intend to align with them, designing weapons for them, while forsaking your own aspirations of shipbuilding? Rod looked at Gray. When he had previously spoken of his dreams, his eyes had sparkled with hope. But now that light had dimmed. Yet if I refuse, they will lose their lives. You have already been deceived once. How can you still be so naive? Do you truly believe you will spare us? You possess a sharp mind. Kyle glanced at Rod for the first time. He had encountered many mercenaries at sea, but they were merely insignificant figures. His true concern lay with a young scientist named Gray. The latter was a genius in weapon design, having grown up alongside firearms. Kyle was utterly convinced that with the new type of weapon Gray could conceive, the Filke family would undoubtedly ascend to become the largest arms dealer in the North Sea. Kyle's gaze fell back on Gray, his tone tinged with impatience. Should you drink this wine, you will become a part of the Filke family and serve me faithfully. You shall reap the rewards. Otherwise, your fate will be to perish alongside them. That I simply cannot do it. Gray slowly stepped forward, reaching for the glass. This. A faint smile crept across Kyle's face. Creating a warship that surpasses the underworld has been my lifelong dream. To ask me to relinquish my aspirations and descend into the role of a puppet solely designing weapons for scum like you, how could I ever agree to that? With a forceful motion, Gray smashed the glass onto the ground, swiftly seizing the wine bottle and hurling it towards Kyle across the long table. The bottle did not strike Kyle, instead shattering against the table in front of him, splattering crimson liquid across his face, rendering his visage more menacing. "Seize this brat. Eliminate the other three." With Kyle's furious roar, the thugs in the hall cocked their weapons, drawing knives and charging forward with wild cries. Though his words were resolute, the sight of dozens of gang members rushing towards him sent Gray retreating in fear. "This is absurd. After being toyed with, now I am subjected to such a farcical display. I'm exceedingly displeased." As she held Gray back, Nia's yellow slit pupils narrowed slightly. "At the very least, you must pay me first." With a thunderous shout, Nia raised her long leg high, unleashing a flurry of kicks that sent several assailants hurtling backward. Simultaneously, as Nia dispatched a group of foes, a cluster of gang members in the distance opened fire on the trio. In the midst of their gunfire, Neiru flicked his wrist, unleashing his black gun with precision, emptying 10 rounds that struck the incoming bullets, continuing unimpeded to hit the shooters. Nearly all 10 men erupted in bursts of blood, collapsing to the ground. "May I borrow your knife?" Rod slightly turned his body, seizing the enemy's hand, gripping the knife, twisting the blade to slice across their throat. After gauging the weight of the knife in his hand, Rod gathered his strength and swung, sending the tables and chairs before him flying. A flying slash. A great swordsman? Upon witnessing Rod's slash, Kyle's jaw dropped in astonishment, his entire being momentarily petrified. As the somewhat renowned mafia boss in the North Sea, he had seen a few things. Even in the latter half of the Grand Line, a great swordsman could thrive. Why would one appear in the North Sea and engage in such trivial matters? Is this the quirk of the powerful? This cannot be considered a flying slash. I cannot claim to be a great swordsman. It is merely the manifestation of my considerable strength and the pressure of my slash. In the meantime, Rod had surged into the fray, raising his sword high. I survived the flying slash of the great swordsman. Those previously toppled by Rod's sword pressure, still bewildered, were overjoyed to rise, believing their lives had come to an end upon witnessing the flying slash, only to discover they were unscathed. Could it be that I am actually quite strong? Just as this thought flickered in his mind, the flash of a blade appeared, and the next moment he found himself staring at his own demise. "No, you merely exchanged for a different method of death." Rod's blade danced through the air, each arc claiming another victim. The foes before him were simply too weak. A flash of crimson light surged in his eyes as he deftly evaded a few incoming bullets. Then, with a swift motion, he appeared before the gunman, dispatching him with a single stroke. The knight's invulnerability to unarmed combat seems to no longer offer me any assistance. Rod mused. This ability has allowed him to master a myriad of weapons, rapidly acquiring various combat techniques, whether in swordsmanship or marksmanship. Yet, this enhancement appears limited, akin to swordsmanship. Under its influence, his sword skills may only approach the level of a swordsman, with mastery being the maximum it can offer. Even now, despite not having grasped iron cutting, the knight's unarmed advantage can no longer provide him further enhancement. After all, his own proficiency in swordsmanship is already commendable, and he is merely a hair's breadth away from the so-called iron cutting. As for sit-ups, these foes are simply far too weak, providing me no pressure whatsoever. Are these individuals truly monsters? Why must such creatures involve themselves in our mafia family's affairs? Observing Rod and his companions wreaking havoc in the hall, Kyle felt a headache coming on. He beckoned Jason, who had retreated to his side without his notice, and instructed in a low voice, "Go stall those 3. I will mobilize the family members outside." Without waiting for Jason's response, Kyle swiftly exited through a side door, leaving Jason in the hall. Despair etched across his face as he gazed at the advancing Rod. Does Boss Kyle hold him in too high regard? Against foes of this caliber, he is merely fodder. Quickly bring out all our cannons. I want this building demolished. Once outside the main building, Kyle waved over a few thugs, issuing commands. "But Boss Kyle, we still have brothers inside." Bang! As one thug began to speak, a bullet pierced through his skull. "You must remember, this is the Filke family, and I am Filke." Surveying the surroundings, the remaining thugs swiftly sprang into action, quickly wheeling out cannon after cannon. Everything is for the family. To dedicate one's life to the family, Surely those individuals must feel a sense of honor. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, countless shells whistled towards the central building of the estate. At such a close range, neither the heavy gates nor the sturdy walls could withstand the onslaught. They were shattered in an instant, flames swiftly engulfing the entire room. It seems this time, everything is doomed. Lighting a new cigar and gazing at the ruins before him, Kyle exhaled, regaining the calmness befitting a crime lord. It is a pity. However, for the designer named Grade, a fleeting image crossed Kyle's mind. The long-haired youth across from him wielded what must have been the new weapon designed by Gray. Capable of firing 10 rounds in the blink of an eye, if such technology could be mastered, dominating the North Sea would not be an impossible feat. You, my friend, have truly provoked my ire. Those inside, they must be your subordinates. Speak. Amidst the terrified expressions of the Filke family, a figure clad in black leaped from the ruins, perching atop the garden fountain, casting a cold gaze toward Kyle, who stood amidst the crowd. A devil fruit user, perhaps? Kyle paused briefly, then quickly regained his composure. Yet it was merely a solitary figure in black. With a wave of his hand, his subordinates raised their weapons, unleashing a barrage of bullets toward the black figure. Gone. A flicker of disdain crossed the black figure's eyes as the bullets approached. In the next second, a flash of darkness darted through the crowd. Just as the Filke family members glanced around in confusion, the black figure's form expanded, revealing a tall silhouette amidst the throng. And then, in an instant, the figure was airborne, using his own subordinates as bait. How pathetic! Nia glared at Kyle, her eyes glinting with coldness, black ears sprouting from her head, while a black tail flicked behind her without conscious thought, her muscles tensing. Damn it! Why won't you leave me alone? With a slight huff of irritation, Kyle exhaled, discarding his cigar onto the ground and tugging at his tie, his muscles quivering. The foundation of such a vast criminal organization relied solely on his 2 fists. I ask you, have you truly misunderstood? The one who wishes to renege on payments and eliminate us is none other than you. With a thunderous shout, the ground beneath Nia's feet sank slightly, propelling her forward, fury radiating as her long legs swept out in a powerful kick. Bang! Kyle intercepted Nia's strike, his arm shaking slightly from the impact, the force creating a gust that sent the nearby subordinates feigning death, scrambling away in panic. How about this? I shall pay you the owed amount, plus an additional 5 million, if you agree to depart peacefully. Sensing the strength in his arm, Kyle proposed. The gang was merely business to him. Matters of pride held no significance. Only profit mattered. In the current situation, it was clear that continuing the fight would be unwise. If money could resolve this issue, that would be ideal, as long as I eliminate you. Everything you spoke of will belong to me. A glint of malice flashed in Nia's eyes as strands of black fur appeared on her body, revealing her sharp tiger-like fangs as she grinned. I'm a user of the cat fruit, black form, in this state. I may find it somewhat difficult to control myself. If my methods become excessively brutal, I apologize in advance. In the next instant, a cold light flashed and blood splattered across Kyle's chest. Just like that, meow. Observing the droplets of blood sliding from her claws, Nia licked her lips, her yellow-slit pupils brimming with ferocity. Cough, cough, am I really about to die? What a pity. I have yet to fulfill my dreams. I haven't even succeeded in creating a mere ship, let alone a dream battleship. Reflecting on it, what have I been doing for the past 20 years? Within the ruins of the main building, in a corner shielded by several columns, Gray lay on the ground, coughing up blood before continuing his muttering. This kid all right? Rod watched Gray, who continued his rambling. Feeling a headache coming on, momentarily hesitating, should we truly allow this fellow to become our ally? Though his skills have indeed been certified by Neiru, they are quite impressive. However, his incessant chatter makes me wish to silence him. It's nothing, merely 4 broken bones. After a quick assessment of Gray's injuries, Nyla nodded at Rod. The enemy's artillery had been far too sudden. They had not anticipated such reckless disregard for the lives of their own family members, opening fire without concern for those still inside. Boss Kyle, the few black gang members who had survived looked pale, completely oblivious to the fact that their leader had recklessly disregarded their lives, obliterating the entire building. What do their sacrifices mean? Weapons slipped from their hands, and the gang members lost all will to fight, even though they had bravely battled against Rod and his formidable allies. Their fervor was extinguished by their leader's ruthless actions. These individuals no longer possessed the desire to continue the fight. Glancing at the remaining few, Rod pondered silently. He was not a sadistic killer. Faced with those who had completely lost their fighting spirit, he could not raise his weapon again. Kicking aside the debris before him, Rod looked toward the courtyard in the center of the estate, where the battle had concluded. It is a demon. Observing the scattered remains of the Filke family, and then glancing at the purple-haired woman standing nearby, the gang members' faces turned pale, nearly unable to maintain their footing. Just moments ago, their formidable leader, who had established the powerful Filke family, was dispatched by this woman with a brutality that left no room for resistance. How troublesome, making such a mess everywhere. This is precisely why I dislike using this battle form. Nia glanced around with a hint of disgust in her eyes. She was a Zoan-type devil fruit user, capable of transforming into the cat fruit, black form, for reasons unknown, aside from the physical enhancements bestowed by the fruit itself. She found herself unable to control her actions upon transforming. While her combat power surged upon entering her hybrid form, it often resulted in her engaging in behaviors she would typically refrain from. Not only toying with her enemies, but also employing cruel methods to eliminate them. Thus, she seldom utilized her devil fruit abilities. You may all leave. I have no interest in the weak. After surveying the scene, Rod spoke, and the surrounding gang members breathed a sigh of relief. Their leader had been defeated. They now had no desire to continue fighting. Moreover, neither the woman who had brutally dispatched their leader nor the red-haired man who remained unscathed amidst the barrage of artillery were opponents they could contend with. Wait! Just as the gang members prepared to flee, Nia suddenly called out to them. First, settle my payment. You bastards! The tension that had gripped their hearts dissipated, and the surviving subordinates turned to the fortunate Jason. Please wait. I will retrieve the agreed-upon reward without any deductions. Jason's expression was complex as he led a few others deeper into the estate. If given the choice, he would have preferred to have settled that portion of the payment back when they were by the coast. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of gunfire and several screams, a dozen figures emerged from the shadows behind the estate, appearing to be a group of rather young teenagers, each wearing a wild grin. A mere gang family dares to encroach upon that esteemed individual's business. Do they not realize that the arms trade in the North Sea is entirely under the dominion of the Don Quixote family? The first figure, adorned with a mane of golden short hair and a menacing grin, grasped a nearly lifeless individual, none other than Jason, who had departed earlier, after casting a cursory glance around the scene. The newcomer carelessly tossed Jason aside. Such a ragtag bunch. It falls upon me, Bellamy, to eliminate these nuisances for our esteemed master. Hey, Bellamy, you can't steal all the thunder for yourself. The arrival paid no heed to the remaining individuals, each one instead eager to showcase their prowess, brandishing an array of weapons and launching an assault against everyone present. Despite their youthful appearances, they displayed no hesitation in their ferocity. Are you the leader of this so-called Filke family? It seems you've just emerged from a skirmish. However, I shall make you aware that the true battles among pirates are not to be compared with the likes of your inconsequential gang. After surveying the surroundings, Bellamy's gaze settled upon Rod. Recognizing him as the most formidable presence among this group of miscreants, with a bold grin plastered across his face, Bellamy's legs underwent a sudden transformation, morphing into spring-like appendages accompanied by the sound of compressing springs. A devil fruit user? Nia thought, momentarily taken aback by the alteration in his legs. In the next instant, the compressed springs unleashed their pent-up energy, propelling Bellamy forward with astonishing speed, a cruel smirk gracing his lips as he raised his fist to strike. Our deed so swift. Nia felt a jolt of surprise at the sheer velocity with which Bellamy charged, realizing that even she would need to invoke her devil fruit powers to keep pace. With a sharp focus, Rod sidestepped Bellamy's punch, his palm deftly grasping Bellamy's face, halting his momentum. Before Bellamy could react, Rod twisted his body and slammed Bellamy's head into the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The ground quaked under the sheer power of the impact, creating a deep crater, while Bellamy lay sprawled on the floor. Having lost all consciousness, Bellamy, Big Brother, witnessing the swift defeat of their companion, those who had accompanied him were struck with shock. Bellamy, a devil fruit user known as the Spring Man, possessed the ability to transform any part of his body into a spring, unleashing a force greater than that of a cannonball when compressed. The red-haired youth before them had managed to defeat Bellamy in an instant. Who exactly was he? How formidable indeed! A glimmer of admiration flashed in Nia's eyes as she observed Rod, who had concluded the battle so swiftly. Now, can anyone among you elucidate the situation, with the fight over in a heartbeat? Rod turned his attention to the group that had just arrived, speaking in a calm tone. In the original timeline, they were supposed to encounter Luffy at Gaia Island, where some conflict would ensue, and they had a role in the subsequent Dressrosa arc, seemingly peripheral members of the Don Quixote family. However, they bore no insignia of the Don Quixote family, and had they already become subservient to Doflamingo. After listening to Bellamy and his cohorts, Rod finally grasped the situation. This group hailed from Town, a rather affluent locale. Yet, having grown weary of their luxurious upbringing, they sought something extraordinary. Thus, under Bellamy's lead, they formed a small clique, idolizing the notorious pirate Don Quixote Doflamingo from the North Sea, aspiring to emulate him as a great pirate. Their dream was to join the Don Quixote family. Recently, through local gang networks, they had caught wind of intelligence regarding the Filke family, who seemed intent on encroaching upon the arms trade in the North Sea, preparing something significant. Until now, the arms trade in the North Sea had been dominated by the Don Quixote family, who had expanded their operations throughout the entire region, eliminating all rival competitors. Following Doflamingo's ascension to the warlords of the sea, he had leveraged the power of the world government to maintain strict control over all underground dealings. The emergence of another faction wishing to stake a claim in this business, even for a trivial share, was a provocation to their esteemed master. Eager to prove themselves, Bellamy and his companions decided to take action against those attempting to encroach upon the Don Quixote family's arms trade, that if they succeeded, they hoped to be granted entry into the Don Quixote family, who knew they would encounter such formidable opposition. I have no interest in you lowly thugs. Begone. Under Rod's piercing gaze, the youths turned pale, silenced, and hastily prepared to depart. A blue-haired lad, mustering his courage, approached Rod, intending to lift the unconscious Bellamy. I never said you could take him. Casting a glance at the boy, Rod spoke coolly, but to the sound of Rod's voice. The boy froze momentarily, trembling slightly, but managed to lift his head, his eyes filled with conflict. Leave Bellamy, a companion urged, prompting a flicker of complexity in Satch's gaze. He opened his mouth as if to voice something, but ultimately remained silent. Slowly relinquishing Bellamy and turning to follow his companions as they hurried away. I thought he might plead for you, Nia remarked with a hint of disdain, observing the disheveled retreat of the group. To abandon even a companion so easily, they truly were just a band of ruffians. However, what do you intend to do with this Spring Man? I wish to experiment with something, Rod replied, contemplating the unconscious Bellamy. His thoughts drifting to the figure of a companion, he wondered about the development of that individual's abilities and whether his hypothesis could be realized. In the midst of Rod's contemplation, Jason approached, carrying a box and bowing respectfully as he presented it to Rod. Rod raised an eyebrow at the sight of this gang member. Despite having been battered by Bellamy's group, he had recovered remarkably quickly. Indeed, to rise within the ranks of a gang, one must possess a certain resilience. Taking the box handed to him, Rod noticed its weight, surely more than 500,000, if not more. Our lives were spared thanks to your benevolence. Such meager wealth is insufficient to express our gratitude. Moreover, had you not intervened, we would have perished at the hands of that vile group. As Jason spoke, his gaze inadvertently flicked to Bellamy, who lay at Rod's feet. In just one encounter, they had been utterly defeated. Their disparity in strength was staggering. By the way, we now owe you 2 lives. Let us not dwell on such matters. I simply have no interest in those who are too weak. Rod interjected, wishing to avoid any further entanglements. That I shall accept the money and take my leave. Weighing the box of cash in his hands, Rod nudged the unconscious Bellamy toward Nia with his foot, calling to Neiru, who hoisted Gray onto his back. and then the group made their way toward the coast. "We are too weak." Jason mused silently as he watched the departing figures. They had been so engrossed in the underworld, satisfied with their immediate gains. Reflecting upon it now, their previous aspirations had indeed been narrow-minded. "Boss Jason, what shall we do next?" After the silhouettes of Rod and his companions vanished from sight, several underlings from the underworld encircled Jason, inquiring eagerly. The patriarch of their clan had been eliminated, leaving chaos in his wake, and the remaining key members had also perished in the preceding skirmishes at the hands of Rod and his comrades. Consequently, Jason now stood as the highest-ranking individual among the survivors. Moreover, given that he had always been the intellectual backbone of the Filke family, there were no objections to him assuming the role of the new leader. Jason surveyed the remaining individuals. Confusion was etched on each of their faces, and some of the wounded brothers from the earlier conflict lay on the ground, groaning in pain. First, tend to the injured comrades and relay the message outward to consolidate the family's power. Jason commanded in a grave tone. Upon hearing his orders, the underlings sprang into action, their sense of direction restored by the presence of a decisive leader. The gang's business had lost its significance. As Jason observed his bustling subordinates, his thoughts drifted back to the two groups they had encountered earlier. Whether it was Rod's crew or the subsequent arrival of Bellamy's group, both possessed a formidable strength that rendered them virtually defenseless. The sea, perhaps, is the true frontier to explore. Should we really wait until dawn to set sail? I have heard whispers that the route between Fian Island and Minion Island is often filled with strange sounds at midnight. It is said that someone once witnessed a small boat furiously rowing at sea, with white waves closely pursuing from behind. Strangely, upon reaching the shore, the boat could not dock and had to turn back, continuing to row until daybreak, nearly exhausting the rower. Rumor has it that sea monsters are causing the turmoil. Listening to Nia's words, Rod and Neiru exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar. Sea monsters? Then perhaps we should wait until dawn to proceed. Gray exclaimed, seemingly agitated, his complexion paling further as it seemed to aggravate his injuries. "Such are merely absurd rumors," Rod said, stowing the anchor and gazing towards Fian Island. "Set sail? Why do I feel as though you are quite familiar with this route?" Nia remarked, observing Neiru's adept handling. "Because this is our homeland," he replied. I see. Then you must be aware of the tales regarding the sea monsters I mentioned. They are merely frivolous tales." "Wait." Nia suddenly glanced towards the distant sea, where a small boat could be seen swiftly cutting through the waves, pursued by several white crests. The person rowing the boat, along with the white waves chasing behind, truly indicates the presence of sea monsters. Sea monsters. Upon hearing Nia's voice, Gray, who had been lying down, jumped up, only to cry out in pain as his injuries were jostled. "There really are sea monsters. Quickly, turn the boat," Gray howled again, witnessing the white waves approaching them directly, while the other three on the boat remained unresponsive, leaving him utterly drained on the deck. "It's over. We shall be devoured by sea monsters. I was wrong. I should never have come to Minion Island. Had I not come, I would not have been deceived by Filke, nor would I have been injured, and I certainly wouldn't be out at sea in the dead of night, facing imminent doom." In the midst of Gray's lamentations, the small boat had already approached their vessel, and Nia caught sight of those aboard. A man wearing a fuzzy spotted hat stood at the helm, his face appearing slightly cold. With a beard that lent him a cunning air, dark circles under his eyes akin to Gray's, and colorful tattoos adorning his arms, as Nia locked eyes with the man, he also looked up, revealing an inscrutable smile. Just as Nia pondered the man's demeanor, he suddenly snapped his fingers, sending something flying towards them that an enemy. A fleeting thought crossed Nia's mind as she took a small step back. Adopting a combat stance in that instant, she discerned what had been thrown. A pebble. Who uses stones as weapons? Just as this thought crossed her mind, a low voice echoed in her ears in the next moment. A figure appeared beside her. With no time to contemplate how he had achieved such a feat, Nia instinctively reacted, delivering a powerful kick. Bam! The impact of their collision left her astonished. It felt as though she had kicked a solid iron block. This sudden intruder was remarkably strong. "Stand down, Nia. He is our ally," Rod interjected, a smile of reunion gracing his face. What an unconventional way to extend a welcome, Rod. The newcomer's cold visage softened into a smile, and in the following moment, the three exchanged knowing smiles. This individual was indeed the companion Rod had mentioned waiting at Fian Island. Undeniably a formidable presence. Nia contemplated the group before her. Suddenly, a massive figure leapt from the sea, twisting midair as it charged towards the ship. A sea monster. Gray shouted in alarm upon witnessing the white apparition descending from above. Wait, it's a polar bear. As Nia gazed in astonishment, the polar bear spun through the air before landing gracefully on the deck. Long time no see. I missed you all, Rod. Neiru, without a moment's pause, the bear dashed forward, embracing Rod enthusiastically. The bear can talk. Both Nia and Gray exclaimed simultaneously in shock. My apologies, the bear said, momentarily halting its joyful reunion with Rod and Neiru. Be brave, Beepo. My apologies. The two figures that had also leapt from the sea landed on the deck. What a lively night, Nia thought, now unfazed by the continuous appearances of new arrivals. At last, you've returned. Rod. And you too, Neiru. The two newcomers gazed at Rod, their eyes brimming with excitement. We can now set out. A round trip between Fian Island and Minion Island in one night means, as promised, we can join you on the sea. Right? Of course, Rod smiled, nodding in response to their eager expressions. Wonderful. The two immediately burst into jubilant leaps. Wait, can someone introduce me? And you too. Hurry up and put some clothes on. Nia glared at the two newcomers, who were clad only in shorts, bouncing around on the deck, before she could no longer restrain herself, and lightly punched them on the head. My apologies, they said, crouching down while covering their heads. Offering meek apologies. Now allow me to formally introduce everyone. This is Trafalgar Law, our ship's doctor, Beepo, our cherished mascot, and these two are Pekin and Shachi, our comrades. This is Nia, the lady in gray, the scientist. After the introductions, Pekin and Shachi donned their clothing, and the already cramped small boat felt even more crowded as everyone gathered on the deck. So, the so-called sea monster tales were conjured by you all? Nia remarked, bemused upon learning the facts. It turned out that, in order to cultivate robust physiques and become exceptional warriors of the sea, they had been undertaking nightly swims from Fian Island to Minion Island and back. Like a devil fruit user. Law had been rowing the boat back and forth. When observed, this scenario had morphed into the infamous sea monster legend. What a ludicrous method of training, Nia thought incredulously, though the two islands are in close proximity. The actual distance between them is no less than 100 miles. Coupled with the resistance of ocean currents, swimming back and forth is undoubtedly no trivial feat. This is the training regimen imparted to us by Brother Rod. Yet we still have a long way to go. A smile flickered across Rod's face as he reminisced about his training days on the island, upon his arrival in this world of One Piece. Rod had embarked on a plan to enhance his physical capabilities. Lacking a master to guide him, he could only rely on the exercises he remembered from the Turtle School, fortuitously combining work with training. As he forged bonds with his companions, their small training group gradually expanded. There would be more to discuss once we return. We still have injured members aboard. Rod tucked away his memories, gesturing towards Gray, who lay on the deck, urging the others to hasten the departure. Indeed, without the proper tools at hand, there was little more that could be done. It was best to return and attend to his injuries. Law spoke up, taking the helm from Rod, accompanied by Beepo. Then, let us return home. This will suffice. With a couple of days of rest, Gray would be able to move normally again. Upon returning home, Rod promptly attended to Gray's wounds, allowing him to lie in bed and recuperate peacefully. He then turned to Rod, unable to restrain himself from commenting, I must say, I'm quite surprised you've escaped this time without grievous injuries. Ever since he gradually mastered the abilities of the surgery fruit, Rod had a tendency to push himself to the brink, often appearing at Law's doorstep, barely clinging to life, exploiting the presence of a doctor to recklessly strain his body, a behavior that Law found utterly detestable. Nevertheless, thanks to Rod, his development of the surgery fruit had progressed rapidly. You should know by now, Law. Rod chuckled heartily, patting his chest. I am quite formidable now. It would not be an easy task to bring me to that state again. In his youth, Rod, despite having the advantage of performing sit-ups, only exercised moderately, Adhering to the training methods of the turtle school, he toiled alongside his companions, engaging in farming, delivering goods, climbing mountains, and swimming with rod rowing. Simultaneously working and honing his skills, that he remained steadfast in the turtle school's principle of exercising well, studying diligently, playing joyfully, eating heartily, and resting adequately, ensuring at least half an hour of midday rest each day. However, as his training progressed, the effects of the sit-ups began to yield rapid improvements in his physical condition, soon reaching a plateau where conventional exercises no longer provided a sense of challenge, even with maximum weight. The training effects were minimal at that juncture. Having undergone significant training, Law had also delved deeply into his fruit abilities. Consequently, Rod embarked on perilous training regimens, repeatedly pushing his body to its limits, only to be rescued by Law at the brink of collapse. With Law's medical skills and the dual assurance of the sit-ups, his physical prowess surged. Until now, at least for himself, he found little means to push himself to the limits. Unless, Rod said, pulling Law close. A glimmer of anticipation flashing across his face. You use your abilities to do the impossible. Law shook off Rod's hold, firmly stating, I will never lay a hand on you all, no matter the circumstances. How touching, Law. Rod erupted in laughter, but upon seeing Law's serious expression, his smile dimmed, and his demeanor turned grave. We have all undergone considerable training now. Even Pecan and Shachi have improved significantly. It is time to raise our flag upon the seas. Is merely improved enough, Captain Rod? Pecan and Shachi exclaimed, tears welling in their eyes. I've been waiting for this day. Law's expression turned equally serious, a glint of cold determination flickering in his gaze. Before we proceed, there is something I must discuss with you all. Consider it carefully before making your decision. Law lowered his head slightly, his eyes shadowed by his hat, exuding an aura of darkness, as if he were on the verge of descending into despair. I have a goal. Once we set sail, I must confront him, and he will undoubtedly take notice of me soon. Memories flooded Law's mind. Images of his childhood experiences resurfacing, he recalled the outbreak of lead poisoning in the White Town. Witnessing the deaths of friends and family, he remembered his narrow escape and joining the Don Quixote family, determined to change the world. The times he was cast aside by Corazone's fury at the indifference of doctors and nurses. Corazon shoving the hard-earned surgery fruit into his mouth while he lay in a pool of blood. The final smile Corazon bestowed upon him, declaring his love, and ultimately, the tragic day Corazon was gunned down by Don Quixote, Doflamingo. That man is now one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Law lowered his head, his gaze averted from Rod and Beepo, his hands clasped tightly, unconsciously gripping with force. If you choose to sail with me, it means you will inevitably encounter one of those monstrous beings who reign over the seas. He pursed his lips, the weight of unspoken words lodged in his throat, unwilling to continue. Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Upon hearing the name uttered by Law, Nia was momentarily taken aback. Having ventured the seas for several years, she was certainly familiar with the notorious title of the Warlords of the Sea. Particularly this infamous pirate from the North-East. She pondered this. Nia glanced at Bellamy, who she had unceremoniously discarded. The blonde fool had awakened momentarily during the journey, only to be swiftly knocked unconscious by Rod. What a fool! Rod suddenly burst into laughter, nudging Beepo with his elbow. You read quite a bit. Isn't this guy's personality what they call tsundere? Indeed, though typically in stories, it's a character trope associated with femininity. Beepo replied, suppressing a chuckle, maintaining a serious demeanor. I will slay both of you fools. Law's composure faltered for a moment, a faint blush creeping onto his face. Now that's more like it. After a brief bout of banter, Rod placed a firm hand on Law's shoulder, his expression serious. You think Beepo and I are unaware of everything. You underestimate us far too much. News has circulated in the underground world regarding the exorbitantly priced surgery fruit and the infamous Don Quixote family, who once ruled the North Sea with impunity and still hold considerable influence. We were merely waiting for you to choose to speak up, and we've already decided, if you dare to leave without explanation, we will certainly give you a thorough beating. As your captain, I must bear the weight of your dreams and expectations. In return, you must assist me in conquering these seas. You certainly know how to speak. Rod. Law's expression softened, a hint of relief washing over him, as the shadows in his eyes seemed to dissipate. Now that we've decided to set sail, how can we cower in fear? They are merely the 7 warlords of the sea. After all, they're the targets we must defeat. Well then, I look forward to your guidance, Captain Rod. Captain Rod. Rod turned to Nia, extending another invitation to so, having heard the name of the warlords. Do you still dare to board my ship? What an amateurish provocation, she replied, rolling her eyes at Rod, yet she brushed her hair aside and took his hand. Then I shall stake my life and fortune upon you. Captain Rod. Before embarking, it was essential to plan and take inventory. Having made their decision, the group gathered once more. First, Rod, what is your intention in bringing this fellow back? Nia pointed towards Bellamy, who lay unconscious in the corner, and inquired. Although they had previously claimed to be undertaking tasks for Don Quixote Doflamingo, that was likely just their own wishful thinking. Surely, with the power of the 7 warlords, they would not deign to associate with such petty thugs. Doflamingo. Law's gaze fell upon Bellamy. It was unexpected that after having openly shared his own circumstances and the grievances between himself and Doflamingo, he would now hear news concerning him. By the way, what exactly is this shipwrecked that you were just talking about? Pekin suddenly raised his hand, and Shachi nodded in agreement. Ever since Law had mentioned these matters, they had been curious about what the so-called shipwrecked truly entailed. However, the atmosphere had been too delightful, and they had been immersed in the joy of setting sail alongside them until now, when they finally had the opportunity to pose this question. Honestly, don't you ever read the newspapers? And you decided to venture out to sea without even grasping the situation. Apologies, but all our time has been devoted to training. Otherwise, we would never meet Law's standards, besides, as long as we follow Law. There's nothing to worry about. Never mind. Nia sighed lightly after glancing at the two, then began to enlighten them. The so-called shipwrecked refers to those formidable pirates who have obtained the world government's permission to plunder. Standing at the pinnacle of the sea, each possesses terrifying power and influence. So, our goal is to eliminate one of them and take their place. Sounds rather appealing. Observing the two discussing earnestly. Nia sighed again, but let's return to the matter at hand. You are all aware of the devil fruits, correct? Instead of directly answering Nia's question, Law suddenly broached the subject of the devil fruits. It is rumored that upon the death of a devil fruit user, the devil within them will be reborn in the sea, giving rise to a new fruit of the same type. This is why a compendium of devil fruits exists, as most fruits have previously appeared in the world. Nia looked at Law in confusion, unsure of the relevance of his sudden interjection. However, given the vastness of the world, locating the corresponding devil fruit after a user's demise would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Ignoring Nia's gaze, Law continued, what if we were to shrink this world? If the world were not so expansive, would it not become easier to find that devil fruit? That makes sense. A smaller range would indeed facilitate the search. But how do we shrink the world? It is impossible to compress our world, but we might attempt to condense the realm of the user, perhaps even to the size of a single room. Law's eyes gleamed with fervor as he looked at Law. I see. Law suddenly grasped the concept. You had this idea all along, which is why you wanted me to develop such an ability. Exactly. Let's give it a try. Pekin, quickly gather all the fruits. We should have plenty in reserve. Coming right up. Soon, everyone formed a circle around the still unconscious Bellamy, surrounded by a plethora of assorted fruits. Room. Isolation room. A burst of blue light radiated from Law's palm, and a hemispherical blue space enveloped the area, encasing Bellamy and the surrounding fruits within. It appeared to be somewhat different from the usual room. This is a technique developed on the foundation of my ability, the isolation room, which can completely sever the space within from the outside world, even preventing air circulation that if one were to remain within this technique for an extended period, they might suffocate due to lack of oxygen. Room. Command stick. Law's fingers curled slightly, and a knife that lay aside soared into the air, piercing directly through Bellamy's heart. Bellamy succumbed. Everyone fixated intently on the cluster of fruits within the space. If all went well, the spring fruit devil within Bellamy would be reborn upon one of those fruits. Time slipped by slowly. It seems we have failed. After a moment, Law exhaled, not overly disappointed. Although he believed this to be a viable method, he never expected to easily master the acquisition of devil fruits. After all, even in the original narrative, only Blackbeard had seemingly grasped the method of obtaining devil fruits after consuming the Yami Yami no Mi. I believe I sensed something. After releasing his ability, Law took a moment to catch his breath. Utilizing his surgical fruit consumed a significant amount of stamina. Generally, he would conserve energy by continuously expanding and retracting the space. Maintaining the space for such a length of time, especially with the newly developed isolation room, posed a substantial challenge to his physical endurance. Just now, I felt something pass through my isolation room. It appears this line of thought is correct. However, this ability still requires further development. At least the concept is sound, but your stamina needs training. Maintaining the ability for merely a few minutes has already left you exhausted. Law, I've mentioned that my ability requires considerable energy. Enough with the excuses. Utilizing fruit abilities invariably demand stamina, and you simply lack endurance. Damn it. Devil fruit can fetch at least 100 million berries on the black market. We have discovered a lucrative avenue. Nia regarded Law with the eyes of a treasure seeker. Although this attempt had not succeeded, she believed that with further enhancement of his ability, success would surely follow. Enabling them to acquire devil fruits consistently point 100 million berries. That could buy a great deal of dried fish. By the way, what about the money Jason gave you? We haven't seen how much it is. And if we plan to set sail, there are many supplies we need to procure. Seizing the money box from Law, Nia held her breath in excitement as she opened it. 50 million berries. After counting, Nia cheered joyfully. With this seed money, they could prepare a substantial amount of supplies. However, you aren't planning to use my little second-hand boat for this voyage, are you? Suddenly recalling something, Nia turned to Law. I must remind you, that boat is merely a second-hand vessel and is entirely unfit to withstand rough seas. Let's rest for now. We can discuss the ship tomorrow. Unless something unexpected occurs, we should acquire a splendid vessel. The following morning, while several of them were still fast asleep, an elderly man entered their room. After a flurry of commotion, everyone dressed and settled in the living room. Upon hearing some noise last night, I suspected you had returned. The old man looked at Law and Neiru with a warm glint in his eyes, then shifted his gaze to Nia and the resting gray. Is this the companion you found? It seems you have indeed decided to venture out to It has been a long time, Dr. Wolf. Law greeted the old man with a broad smile. During their childhood, they had received considerable care from him. When they had just crossed over, Law had still been a mere child, and Neiru even younger. Had it not been for Dr. Wolf's shelter, it would have been exceedingly difficult for two children to survive in such a world. Even with Law's special abilities, they might not have lived long enough to flourish. Dr. Wolf gazed at the group before him, filled with nostalgia. These youngsters had grown up under his watchful eye. Whether it was Law and Neiru, or later on, Law, Pekan, and Shachi, in his heart, they were akin to his own children. He had always known they were not the type to settle for mediocrity. Moreover, he had observed their fervent preparations for setting sail since their youth. And all of it had not escaped his notice. A friend, this is all I can do to support you. Follow me. With a hint of mystery in his smile, Wolf beckoned to the group and led them toward the woods of the back mountain. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Rod's eyes as he took the lead, following closely behind Wolf. Meanwhile, Neiru disregarded Gray's protests, hoisting him off the bed and tossing him on a Bepo's back, joining the others as they ventured deeper into the forest. This is it, my laboratory, Wolf declared as they traversed the woods. Approximately 4 kilometers in, Dr. Wolf halted before a stone wall. He tapped a specific spot on the wall, revealing a hidden switch. Upon pressing it, a large door suddenly opened in the stone wall. The group exchanged astonished glances as they followed Dr. Wolf into the secret chamber concealed behind the wall. Descending the lengthy staircase, they noted the walls on either side had been subtly modified, emitting a gentle glow. Peking could not contain his excitement. I can't believe you actually have a secret lab. How infuriating that you've kept this from us for so long. This is a secret base that no one could refuse. You little rascal. Did you ever truly believe what I said? You are the real rascal here, hiding such an impressive secret base. Peeking's eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement, filled with the thrill of adventure. As scientist, Gray, who had been slumped on Bepo, suddenly perked up, craning his neck to survey the concealed laboratory. Let me tell you, I am a genius inventor, tirelessly working on a flying vehicle technology. Once my invention is completed, traveling to other islands will be much more convenient. Everyone will be able to take the flying machine directly, without drifting aimlessly on the sea that I see. That is indeed a remarkable concept that I am Gray, a scientist, and my dream is to construct a battleship even more formidable than the legendary Hades. However, regarding your flying vehicle, what will be its power source, and how will it sustain flight in the sky? Furthermore, if it encounters severe turbulence, how will you ensure the safety of the craft, and how will you manage a smooth landing? Following Dr. Wolf's lead, Gray bombarded him with questions, his mind racing with ideas. Wow, what a magnificent ship, gasped several voices, interrupting Gray's tirade. The group had arrived at the bottom of the laboratory, where a stunning ship rested upon an underground river. However, it was clear that the vessel was still incomplete. Merely a hull with the framework established, while the mast and deck designs remained unfinished. Indeed, I intended to gift you my submarine, but it seems you weren't particularly fond of it. Under Wolf's slightly melancholic gaze, Rod awkwardly turned his head. Although the yellow submarine that accompanied Rod throughout his journey in the original work was quite impressive, he preferred a more conventional sailing ship with a vast deck for sunbathing. You lads can assist me. I believe you are eager to complete your own vessel. Let me handle it, Gray exclaimed, excitedly leaping off Bepo's back, his eyes gleaming at the half-constructed ship. He finally had the opportunity to bring his ideas to fruition. But I must warn you, there are no materials here to support the construction of a super battleship that I know. I know, Gray replied dismissively, rushing toward the unfinished hull, his fingers tracing its surface as countless thoughts swirled in his mind. Just a reminder, don't install too many cannons. We don't have enough crew to operate them. Watching Gray become lost in his own world, Rod could only shout a loud reminder in his ear. Given Gray's ambition to create an invincible battleship surpassing Hades, it was clear he was a fervent enthusiast of heavy artillery. After receiving a confirming nod, Rod turned to Dr. It seems our shipwright wishes to work alone. This lad should still be nursing his injuries. Dr. Wolf hesitated, observing the bandages wrapped around Gray's body. Weren't you the one who immediately improved your device after falling from the sky? Humph, at the mention of his embarrassing incident. Wolf snorted, then waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Well then, let's procure some supplies. There are numerous items we need for our voyage. In the following days, Gray immersed himself in the construction of the pirate ship. Engaging in heated discussions with Dr. Wolf about various plans, Bepo and Rod busied themselves assisting them. Having helped Dr. Wolf with mechanical tasks since childhood, they possessed some experience in this area. Moreover, with their impending separation, Rod wanted to spend more time with the old man, who had shown him considerable care. As for Peking and Shachi, they led Rod and the others to the nearby Joy Town to gather supplies. Unlike Rod and his companions, who had wandered here later, these two had grown up in the area and were well acquainted with every shop's offerings. Time flew, and soon half a month had passed. Under Gray's enthusiastic drive, their pirate ship was gradually perfected, ultimately completed one glorious morning. As the dawn light illuminated the scene, the group gazed at their pirate ship with immense joy. How splendid! This is our pirate ship. It was a dark red, double-masted sailing vessel, approximately 50 meters long, classifying it as a medium-sized pirate ship. Just days prior, they had begun moving their belongings aboard, and that morning, they had finally brought the ship from the cave to the shore. Of course, this is my meticulously crafted dream battleship. It has been enhanced from its original design, boosting its power, ensuring high-speed travel even in the absence of wind. The bow is equipped with 3 cannons, with the main cannon able to adjust its firing angle, covering a full 180-degree field of fire. Similarly, the stern also boasts a main cannon with a 180-degree range. I believe we could add more gun ports along the sides, allowing us to fire from various angles. Even when facing multiple warships, I've already stated we lack sufficient crew members. A few cannons will suffice. Rod interrupted Gray, who could ramble on indefinitely. Hurry and board the ship. Yay! We're setting sail. Peking and Shachi cheered, dashing onto the vessel. Nia leapt into the air, landing atop the mast. This is far better than my little dinghy. A blue light flashed as Rod and his companions appeared on the ship. Releasing the small stone in his hand, that he activated his power again, teleporting Peking, who had been sent to the shore, back onto the ship. Well then, I wish you all a safe journey. Cherish the dream battleship I crafted with such care. Gray earnestly told our OD.B. By the way, you still haven't named the ship, have you? Let's call it the Polar Star. This Polar Star will be our home at sea. The Polar Star? What a splendid name. Rod exclaimed, wishing you fair winds ahead. You've been rambling on since earlier. Are you sure your brain isn't fried from all this busyness? Peking teased, ruffling Gray's hair. Speaking of which, your injuries haven't fully healed. Have they? You really shouldn't push yourself. Oh no. The genius scientist's brain is fried. Rod, you need to check on him, Beepo shouted from the deck. Gray finally seemed to snap back to reality, glancing around in surprise. Wait, when did I end up on the ship? Did you only just notice? You must be a fool. Nia jumped down from the mast, ignoring the commotion caused by the fool, turning her attention to Rod. Captain, where's our pirate flag? Every pirate needs to raise their flag. Only just setting sail from our humble town, quietly raising our pirate flag. This is not the grand opening I had envisioned. Rod cast his gaze toward the horizon, yearning for a spectacular beginning, one that would see our pirate flag hoisted amid a sea of spectators. That would be the proper inaugural ceremony we deserve. My comrades, hoist the sails and set forth. Aye. Pekan and Shaki swiftly unfurled the sails, while Beppo huffed and puffed as he retrieved the anchor. As the vessel gradually began its journey, the group approached the ship's railing, gazing at Dr. Wolf standing by the shore. Farewell, Wolf. Thank you for your care over the years. You will soon see our exploits in the newspapers. Be sure to keep our bounty posters. You will forever be our dear friend. Watching the figures on the shore waving goodbye. Wolf's eyes grew misty. These young men, who had lived with him for over a decade, were finally embarking on their own life journeys. Live happily. In the end, Wolf merely waved gently at the group, whispering those words. Parting always fills me with reluctance, a swell of emotions rising within me, nearly bringing me to tears. Gray wiped his eyes, speaking sentimentally. The ship had sailed far into the sea. Fin Island had vanished from view. And the group emerged from their thoughts of farewell, with Pekin and Shaki already seated at the ship's edge, beginning to fish. Wait, how did I end up leaving with you all? Gray suddenly exclaimed, realizing belatedly. Clearly, my mind has gone awry. Someone, please check on him, Rod. My mind is perfectly fine, you bumbling white bear. What nonsense are you spouting? Aren't you one of us? Me. Gray pointed his own nose, incredulous compared to these individuals before him. He felt like a helpless weakling. Could he truly join them at sea and become a pirate? Of course, we have long been comrades. Moreover, the polar bear must be cared for by you personally. That is what brings us peace of mind. After all, this vessel is not only your dream ship, but also our home, although I am not entirely prepared to embrace the life of a pirate. If that is the case, the safety of the polar bear is entrusted to me, Captain. Excellent, that's the spirit. Indeed. This way, I can discover the shortcomings of the polar bear during our voyage. Many of my previous notions existed solely in theory. Throughout the construction of the polar bear, I recognized numerous flaws in my idealized designs that if I can personally steer the polar bear across the seas, I will identify the weaknesses in the ship's design. With continuous improvements, I will undoubtedly create a dream ship that surpasses even the legendary Pluton. The more Gray thought about it, the more exhilarated he became, as if he had already completed the construction of the dream ship. Wait, suddenly struck by a thought, Gray froze in place. I forgot to bring my belongings. The crucial data I recorded while constructing the polar bear, along with those brilliant ideas, are all in my work notebook. Rest assured, you were so exhausted last night that while you slept, we moved your things into your room. Pekin strutted back and forth in front of Gray, holding a large fish he had just caught, nearly shoving the fish's head into Gray's face. What? Are you asking how big this fish is? It's not too bad, just over a meter long. Nothing extraordinary. Shaki on Gray's other side also held a fish, gesturing with his fingers. Oh, it's just a tad larger than Pekin's catch. Bear wants roasted fish. Roasted fish, roasted fish. Yoshi, to celebrate our departure and my catch of this 3-meter-long fish, let's hold a feast, Rod exclaimed joyfully, raising the large fish overhead. Fool, that fish is merely days from your bonking it. Rod, who had witnessed the whole affair, replied dryly. Don't sweat the details. We need a chef. Are you implying you find me lacking? Pecan, temporarily playing the role of chef, looked indignant. Don't you want to enjoy delicious meals every day? That is true. Let's find a chef, Captain. Pecan quickly changed his tune. A chef is certainly a necessity. Rod wiped his mouth. Pecan's cooking could only be deemed mediocre. However, he was reluctant to take on the task himself, so they would have to make do for a time. Yet, as they roamed the seas, they indeed required an exceptional chef. A skilled chef could whip up exquisite dishes to satisfy their appetites. And some even possessed unique recipes that could subtly enhance their health through daily meals, much like the recipes learned by Yamato from the land of the half-beasts in the original work. However, finding a chef of that caliber would not be an easy task. Before that, let us cause a ruckus to announce our name. Upon hearing this, the group turned their eager gazes toward Rod. Those who chose to set sail together were clearly not content with mediocrity. Our first target is Spada Miles, where the Don Quixote family has a stronghold. Let the 7 warlords serve as our stepping stone. 7 warlords? Gray suddenly exclaimed in shock. Why you look so bewildered? We discussed this previously, did we not? When did we ever discuss this? Oh, I nearly forgot. You were injured and passed out at the time. So you never consulted me. Never mind, it's not important. That IT is very important. You fool. Everyone prepare yourselves. Can I still disembark? I am merely a scientist wanting to build ships. Why must I confront the ruthless Don Quixote family? As a denizen of the North Sea, Gray could not be unaware of the notorious Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Being the birthplace of the family, the North Sea still echoed with many legends about them. At our speed, it will only take 2 days to reach Spada Miles from here. Ignoring Gray's fretting, Neiru unfurled the nautical chart, pointing at a marked spot on the map, based on previously gathered intelligence. Spada Miles was the initial stronghold of the Don Quixote family in the North Sea. Although it was briefly abandoned, after Doflamingo became a warlord, they sent reinforcements back from the New World, reclaiming this town where they had once risen to power. Furthermore, the Don Quixote family controls many related industries there, from auctions to weapon shops to casinos, all operating under the banner of the 7 warlords, even spurring the development of other local industries. It has now become a renowned trading city. In fact, that town is also the largest underground trading hub in the entire North Sea, where beneath the surface of prosperity lies a myriad of unsavory dealings, given the unique status of the 7 warlords. Without substantial evidence, the Navy would not dare to take action. In fact, the Navy itself may very well have secret dealings with the Don Quixote family, at least according to the intelligence I have gathered. Many nations in the North Sea engage in clandestine trade with the Don Quixote family, including several nations that are part of the world government. Truly, the 7 warlords have a complex web of influence, encompassing various interest groups into a massive community of shared interests. Just hearing this evokes a sense of tremendous pressure. Nia sighed, noting that even a mere stronghold in the North Sea could evoke such abyssal darkness. Compared to the Don Quixote family, the previous Filke family seemed like mere child's play. It sounds quite formidable, but with our captain at the helm, we shall surely prevail. That time, we should also receive bounties. I wonder how much they will be. Peijin and Shachi, however, remain filled with unwavering confidence, even indulging in fantasies of their own bounties. I was mistaken. I should never have engaged with the Filke family from the outset. Upon hearing this, Gray felt a wave of despair wash over him. Previously, he had only been aware of the illustrious reputation of the Don Quixote family and the notorious infamy of Doflamingo. However, after listening to Neiru's account, he realized that boarding Rod's ship had been an impulsive decision. According to intelligence, the current highest authority there should be the explosive fruit user, Gladius, who has been a loyal subordinate of Doflamingo since the beginning. You should be more familiar with information regarding this individual. Ro cast a penetrating glance at Rod and Neiru, surprised at how thoroughly they had gathered information about the Don Quixote family, indicating that they had long been prepared to confront them. The fact that he had been concealing this from them, even planning to face them alone, now struck him as a display of weakness. He lacked the resolve to directly challenge Doflamingo. Indeed, this individual's power was not to be underestimated. He could detonate his own body or anything he touched, unleashing a destructive force far exceeding that of ordinary explosives. Years ago, he had a bounty of 31 million, marking him as a dangerous adversary. Shaking off these distracting thoughts and recalling his youthful experiences, Rose spoke in a solemn tone. Although much time had passed, he still vividly remembered learning gunnery from Gladius. He was an individual deeply loyal to Doflamingo, placing immense value on familial honor. Simultaneously, he was quick to anger, much like his fruit ability. That fellow would surely be astonished to see me. No, he would likely be infuriated. The image of Corazon's smiling face inevitably resurfaced in Ro's mind. I shall fulfill your wishes, Mr. Corazon. After becoming one of the 7 warlords, the bounties for the warlords and their crew members would no longer increase. Thus, that fellow's strength must surpass 31 million berries. Neiru surveyed their companions, adding, furthermore, there is another noteworthy individual on Spotamiles's side, the Nomi user, Edorado Menudo, who is a preparatory cadre for the Don Quixote family in the North Sea and has previously defeated a pirate with a bounty of 43 million. I believe everyone is now well aware of the situation. We must secure a resounding victory in our debut battle. Rod clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention and spoke, his tone laced with temptation. The Don Quixote family has been operating for so long. They must have accumulated vast wealth. The glimmer of excitement flashed in Nia's eyes. Having mastered the entire arms trade in the North Sea, they likely possess certain specialized technologies as well. Gray paused his incessant chatter. Defeating a warlord in our first battle would undoubtedly burden us all with substantial bounties. Peijin and Xiachi leapt up in excitement. Exchanging high fives, perhaps they have some delightful mother bears there. Beepo's face flushed red, his mind drifting to unknown thoughts, eliciting a chuckle. That seems rather far-fetched. Casting a glance at the daydreaming Beepo, Ro could only shake his head in silence. Amidst everyone's anticipation, 2 days swiftly passed, and Spottamiles had arrived. It was a bustling small town, filled with various vessels at the port. As they walked along the dock, they were surrounded by industrious sailors and merchants. How ironic it is that, despite relying on the power of pirates, this town flourishes beyond most others. Upon entering the town, Nia couldn't help but exclaimed, in her travels over the years, she had encountered countless similar port towns. But few could rival Spottamiles, even among the great nations. Only the most significant port cities could surpass this one that we are not on a pirate ship. We can dock here directly. No one dares to cause trouble in the territory of the Don Quixote family. Neiru instructed Peijin and Xiachi to secure the ship, and, after paying a fee to the dock management, he joined Rod and the others, wearing an enigmatic smile. Despite coming to stir trouble with the Don Quixote family, they had saved on hiring someone to watch the ship, which was rather amusing than for the management fee, just paid. It would be reclaimed from the Don Quixote family. In truth, even pirate ships could go unnoticed as long as they didn't fly their flags too ostentatiously. The presence of the Don Quixote family was indeed pervasive in this town. The dock management office wall boldly displayed the emblem of the Don Quixote family. Furthermore, upon entering the town, Rod and his companions noticed that nearly every few blocks featured a shop adorned with the Don Quixote family's insignia, touching upon all aspects of town life. What shall our next course of action be? The group looked to Rod, awaiting their captain's command. What shall we do? Why, we shall engage in direct combat. Rod's gaze settled on a grand estate at the town's center, in this age of burgeoning commerce. It was likely only the Don Quixote family that could maintain such an expansive estate in the heart of Spottamiles. Moreover, atop the main building of that estate, the flag of the Don Quixote family fluttered in the wind. Let us greet them, Neiru. Understood. Under the terrified gazes of the surrounding crowd, Neiru raised his black gun, aiming at the fluttering flag of the Don Quixote family. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the bullet was fired. And in the next moment, the flagpole in the center of the estate shattered, sending the Don Quixote family's flag crashing down about a quarter of an hour prior, within the main hall of the side building of the central estate. A tall, lanky figure, approximately 2 meters in height, was slumped over the table, making snorting sounds. Lord Ederato Menudo, there is an individual claiming to be the most devoted admirer of Lord Doflamingo, requesting an audience. Stating he possesses crucial intelligence to report that the cautious lackey entered, head bowed, eyes fixed on the floor. Many aspire to serve that esteemed lord. If I were to meet every Tom, Dick, and Harry, how could I effectively serve him? Ah, wait, I am indeed a dog. Menudo lifted his head, revealing a long, dog-like face. As he spoke, he extended his long tongue to lick the ice cream off his face. Very well, I shall have him leave promptly. The lackey dared not speak further, nodding in acknowledgement before preparing to exit. You just called me a dog, didn't you? A towering figure suddenly overshadowed the departing lackey, an icy chill enveloping the room. I didn't. I wouldn't. The lackey fervently shook his head in denial, still not daring to raise his gaze. Clean my bowl. Throwing the bowl at the lackey's feet, Menudo shot him a cold glare before turning to another lackey. Go fetch that fellow. If he lacks important intelligence, I shall make him lick my dishes for a month. Understood. After a loud response, the named lackey hurriedly exited the room, his face filled with relief from surviving the encounter. Lord Menudo, who constantly donned a dog-esque face and even referred to himself as a dog, never let a single instance of being called a dog slip by. Anyone who dared to mention dog in his presence will be punished by having to clean his dog bowl. Lord Menudo, I am Sachis. I wish to report to you about a group of arrogant individuals attempting to seize the business of the Don Quixote family. Finally, having met a member of the Don Quixote family, Sachis was brimming with excitement. Over half a month ago, their group had been swiftly defeated by Rod, fleeing like frightened dogs, unable to even bring their leader Bellamy back. Yet upon returning to their stronghold, Sachis found it impossible to quell the turmoil within him. Disregarding the admonitions of others, he hastened to Spada Miles, hoping to enlist the aid of the Don Quixote family to rescue Bellamy. After a period of diligent effort, he finally established a connection with the grassroots members of the Don Quixote family. After a substantial payment of 500,000 berries, they reluctantly agreed to introduce him to Lord Menudo. His gaze drifted to his friend sprawled on the ground nearby, a flicker of doubt flashing in Sachis' eyes. It was this very friend he had sought out to report to Lord Menudo. Yet, why was he licking a basin? With no time to ponder these thoughts, Sachis swiftly relayed his report to Menudo. From the moment they learned that the Filke family sought to encroach upon the arms trade, to their resolute decision to thwart the Filke family, and ultimately to their defeat at the hands of Rod and his companions, leading to Bellamy's capture. After recounting the events, he produced several sketches. Fortunately, among his companions was a skilled artist who had created portraits of Rod and his associates upon their return. In essence, you wish for me to intervene and rescue your captain, the one named Bellamy. Am I correct? Upon hearing Sachis' description and examining the sketches in his hand, Menudo summarized, My primary intention is to inform you that there exist audacious individuals in the North Sea who dare to infringe upon the interests of the Don Quixote family. However, our strength is woefully inadequate. Thus, we require the intervention of a formidable figure such as yourself to safeguard the Don Quixote family's interests. Naturally, if we can rescue our captain in the process, it would be even more fortuitous. We shall pledge our lives to uphold the Don Quixote family's interests, hiding beneath the family's banner, accepting its protection, yet wielding its power to fulfill one's own ambitions. I have encountered many individuals like you. Can you guess what ultimately became of them? At some point, Menudo had appeared before Sachis, towering above him with an imposing presence. You do not suppose I cannot discern the likes of you, do you? Do you think I became the family spokesperson in the North Sea by mere chance? Sachis involuntarily fell to his knees, sweat soaking his garments unbeknownst to him. His thoughts had been fully laid bare. He did indeed wish to leverage the power of the Don Quixote family to rescue Bellamy. While there might be some semblance of camaraderie, it was primarily driven by self-interest. Well aware of his limitations, Sachis understood that he was but an ordinary individual with a modicum of strength. Even if he were to miraculously join the Don Quixote family, he would merely be a low-ranking member. Bellamy, on the other hand, had exhibited extraordinary strength from a young age and possessed the powers of a devil fruit user. Once he successfully joined the Don Quixote family, he would undoubtedly rise to prominence rapidly. At that time, as Bellamy's childhood companion, he would have the privilege of seeking his aid, leveraging Bellamy's strength to swiftly carve out a prosperous existence. However, the sound of Menudo's voice pierced his ears, causing Sachi's to tremble involuntarily. Was this the oppressive aura of the Don Quixote family? He had heard that Menudo was merely a preparatory cadre of the family. The shadow of Menudo loomed over Sachi's, a vast darkness enveloping him, and through that shadow, he could see Menudo's fingers elongating ominously. Die. With Menudo's cold voice, Sachi's caught a glimpse of a glimmering blade from the corner of his eye. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the air as the room's door was violently flung open, and several underlings rushed in, their faces etched with panic. What is it? Menudo's frigid gaze swept over them. Overcome with fear of Menudo, the underlings, pale-faced, pointed outside that a more dreadful event had transpired. The family's banner had been desecrated. Bang! The ground beneath them suddenly buckled, creating a deep pit. Menudo, disregarding the prostrate Sachi's, dashed into the courtyard, his eyes fixed on the family's banner at the center of the estate. Yet he beheld only a flagpole severed in two, the emblem of the family lying in the dirt. Who dares to commit such an affront? Seizing a nearby underling, Menudo's body transformed uncontrollably into a beastly form, his sharp canines almost grazing the underling's face. You don't know? A bullet had suddenly flown in from afar. Menudo unleashed his full strength, the underling feeling as though his shoulder might be crushed. You don't know? A glint of malice flickered in Menudo's eyes as he tightened his grip, his claws piercing into the underling's flesh, eliciting a grimace of agony. Where did these mutts come from? Show yourselves. Casting aside the underling, Menudo inhaled deeply before releasing a thunderous roar. With a gunshot, a bullet materialized before Menudo's eyes in an instant. His arms swung, claws glinting as they intercepted the incoming bullet. Menudo's fierce gaze fell upon several figures emerging from the main entrance. Did you just call me a mutt? Nia teased, her voice dripping with mockery as she regarded the beastly figure of Menudo, who had transformed due to the destruction of the family banner. His elongated form exuded an air of predatory grace. I am indeed a dog, an ability user of the Inu no Mi, in the form of a sausage dog. You lot are the ones who destroyed our banner, and I shall shred you all to pieces. With a sudden burst of force, Menudo propelled himself forward, his claws slashing towards Rod, who stood at the center, glinting coldly. Rod instinctively recoiled as Menudo's claws struck the ground, shattering the stone floor beneath him. Bang! A long leg swept in from the side, striking Menudo fiercely in the abdomen, the terrifying force bending his body almost in half as he was sent flying. Impressive! Pikun and Shachi exchanged astonished glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had not anticipated that the captivating Mia possessed such formidable strength. When that slender dogman had charged, they had barely had time to react. Had they been in his place, they might well have met their demise, truly a foe who had bested a bounty of over 40 million berries. Could it be that they were the weakest members aboard the ship? As this thought crossed their minds, they exchanged knowing glances with Gray, who had been silently trailing them. That I will handle this mutt. Nia retracted her leg, a spark of excitement igniting in her eyes. This one is quite resilient. The earlier kick had not inflicted any substantial harm upon him. Are you all right? Just a mere canine. How could it possibly be a match for me? As they spoke, Menudo rose from the ground, brushing off his abdomen. Truly capable. However, such a level of attack is utterly ineffective. Attacks must be executed like this. While uttering such words, Menudo surged forth, almost instantaneously appearing before Nia. His speed heightened, claws flashing with lethal intent as they rained down upon her in a frenzy. You know nothing of speed. Nia deftly dodged all of his assaults with ease. Though she feigned disdain for Menudo, she was acutely aware that this adversary was not to be compared with those she had faced before. Thus, the moment the battle commenced, she had already entered her half-beast form. With two black ears gently twitching atop her head, she moved with an effortless grace. With another swift evasion of his attack, Nia appeared behind him in a flash, her claws plunging downwards. Blood sprayed forth as her talons pierced through his flesh with little resistance. Got you! I've captured you! As two voices resonated almost simultaneously, Nia's pupils constricted in an instant that a cruel smile played upon Menudo's lips as the muscles in the part of his body that had been struck contracted violently, ensnaring Nia's claw tightly. Just at that moment, when Nia found herself momentarily immobilized due to Menudo's muscle clench, he executed a swift maneuver, leveraging his elongated physique to rotate nearly 180 degrees, his menacing visage now directly facing Nia, his sharp claws poised to strike. Concurrently, other members of the Don Quixote family reacted, launching various assaults towards Roderick and his companions. A blue sphere of light enveloped everyone in an instant, just as Roderick was preparing to unleash his abilities. Suddenly, a snow-white figure shot upwards, followed closely by two others, swiftly incapacitating the oncoming minions. Leave these individuals to us. Pekan and Shachi positioned themselves on either side of Beppo, offering Roderick and his group a cheerful smile, while Gray remained silently in their wake, his presence almost forgettable. That fellow is Trafalgar Law. On the balcony of the second floor, a figure fixed a keen gaze upon Roderick and his companions, scanning over the others before finally resting on Law. That patterned hat looks exactly the same as before. As if sensing the scrutiny upon him, Law abruptly looked up towards the second floor. The deep blue trench coat, the eternally unchanged mask, and that familiar aura. You truly possess remarkable composure, Gladius. Upon recognizing the familiar face before him, Law's expression tightened into a somewhat stiff smile. The individual was indeed someone who had once instructed him, yet also one of the accomplices responsible for the demise of Corazon. The resurgence of anger towards the Don Quixote family, intertwined with the fervor for avenging Corazon, mingled with other emotions, leaving Law uncertain of how to display his feelings. You traitor who has forsaken the family, rather than lurking in the shadows, you dare to confront me and desecrate the family banner. Veins bulged on Gladius's forehead, his voice laced with suppressed fury. Rest assured, I shall not kill you. I will merely shatter every bone in your body and deliver you to the young master for proper disposal. With that, Gladius leaped from the second floor, his eyes ablaze with palpable rage. Despite the tumult of emotions within, the battle-hardened Gladius maintained his composure. As he leapt, he rotated the gears on his arm, firing several specially designed projectiles that appeared before Law in the blink of an eye. Explosive projectiles. The black projectiles expanded suddenly, reaching their maximum capacity in an instant, followed by a violent explosion that engulfed Roderick and his companions. Bang, bang, bang! With successive gunfire, a few bullets pierced through the smoke, striking Gladius directly in the chest. Pathetic flashed through Gladius's mind. Bullets devoid of hockey posed no threat to him. They were merely the reckless actions of a naive child. With a slight sidestep, Gladius evaded the incoming bullets and readied the gears on his arm once more. With a whispered incantation, a blue sphere of light instantly enveloped the scene, and Roderick's body swapped places with the bullets evaded by Gladius, appearing behind him with a clenched fist ready to strike. Boom! A violent explosion consumed both figures. In the next moment, Roderick's silhouette materialized beside Law. This fellow's reflexes are impressive. Law observed the smoke-shrouded area, his expression tinged with concern. Just a mere Don Quixote family officer possesses such exceptional combat prowess. Clearly, there exists a substantial gap in battle experience that I retract my previous statement. You do possess some strength. That Gladius's voice emerged from the smoke. However, that will not alter the outcome of your demise. As the smoke dissipated, Gladius reappeared before Roderick and his companions, his helmet now swollen to its limit, fissures appearing across its surface. Exploding helmet. The terrifying sound of an explosion echoed once more, accompanied by a myriad of sharp fragments shooting forth at high velocity. The scattered shrapnel, propelled by terrifying kinetic energy, pierced through walls as though they were paper, taking down several of the lesser members of the Don Quixote family who had been poised to assist. Roderick swiftly seized a sword, wielding it with agility, the dense flurry of swordplay deflecting the incoming shards. This power is akin to a high-explosive grenade, but on another level that a shiver coursed through Roderick as he surveyed the devastation around him. Amidst Gladius's assault, the courtyard was rendered almost unrecognizable. Hey, Roderick, just a few exchanges will suffice. Weren't we supposed to handle this fellow? Law murmured, his tone imbued with mild dissatisfaction. The inaugural battle against the Don Quixote family was to be initiated by him. My apologies, it has been quite some time since I encountered an opponent who exerted such pressure. Roderick sheathed his long sword, stepping aside to allow Law a direct confrontation with Gladius. You little brats truly underestimate me. Gladius. Following the detonation of his helmet, Gladius's formidable hairstyle emerged, each spike asserting its presence. None of you will escape. His voice seethed with uncontrollable wrath. Landmine bombs. As Gladius's deep voice resonated, the ground beneath Roderick and his companions suddenly swelled. Inflating to its limit in the blink of an eye, a blue sphere of light appeared instantaneously, transporting Roderick and his companions to a distance, while a few fortunate minions of the Don Quixote family bore the brunt of the explosion. Like mice scurrying about, Gladius observed impassively as his family members were obliterated into fragments, his gaze shifting towards the location where Roderick and his companions reappeared. But all of this is futile. For this is my domain. The ground expanded as if inflated, and just as Roderick and his companions materialized, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, completely engulfing them. From the moment you stepped into this courtyard, your fate was already sealed. Adjusting his protective goggles, Gladius remarked nonchalantly, he had marked every corner of the courtyard with his abilities, meaning any spot could potentially become an explosive device. There was no escape for his foes. This was initiated by me. Don't accuse me of stealing your opponent. Law. Roderick's robust voice emerged from the smoke, and as a gust of air swept through, the haze cleared to reveal Roderick and his companions. Aside from their slightly disheveled clothing, the trio exhibited no signs of injury. Having undergone rigorous training since childhood, they were not easily shaken by such explosive devices. Roderick seized a long sword from an unknown source. Swiftly familiarizing himself with the weapon's capabilities, a glint of battle intent flashing in his eyes. Truly, an adversary hailing from the New World. A foe like this should provide ample excitement. The inaugural battle against the Don Quixote family would indeed be initiated by him. Roderick took a few steps forward, locking his gaze firmly on Gladius. After the earlier probing, he had gauged the situation. The opponent's strength was formidable, far exceeding what one might expect from the North Sea. Yet, he was ready to engage. From the capabilities exhibited by the opponent, it is evident that their primary reliance lies upon explosions and the projectiles generated by them to inflict damage. Therefore, by meticulously controlling the distance between us and seizing the opportune moments amidst their attack rhythm, one could decisively alter the course of the battle. The room enveloped the battlefield once more in a pale blue light. It is truly disheartening that, as the captain, I find myself deprived of a worthy adversary. Rod surveyed the battlefield with a sense of disinterest. It is rare for Luo to be brimming with fighting spirit, especially against an opponent like the Don Quixote family, and Rod felt a twinge of reluctance to compete for enemies with him. Most importantly, after the recent skirmishes, Rod sensed that while Gladius was formidable, he likely held the upper hand. Meanwhile, Neo was fiercely engaged with that dachshund. A Zoan-type devil fruit user is notoriously resilient, although that individual posed no real threat to Nia. Astonishingly, he had managed to endure for so long without being completely vanquished. However, judging by his current state, he seemed close to defeat as for the other members of the Don Quixote family. Thanks to the efforts of Pikun, Shachi, and Bipo, they had largely been subdued. Of course, Gladius's assistance played a significant role, as his series of explosions had taken out quite a few of his own kin. Hey Gray, why are you lying on the ground? Rod inquired, puzzled as he glanced at Gray sprawled on the side. You don't appear to be injured. Gray chuckled awkwardly. I'm merely pretending to be eliminated. This way, no one will pay me any mind. You are indeed a cowardly soul, to be so candid. What can I do? I am merely a scientist devoid of any combat prowess. Gray's mood suddenly escalated as he leapt up, pointing towards the two battlefronts still fiercely contested. I was mistaken. I should never have ventured to Minion Island. Had I not gone to Minion Island, I would not have boarded your ship. And if I had not boarded the ship, then I would not. Since my presence is no longer required on this battlefield, I shall seek out the treasury of the Don Quixote family. Casting a glance at Rod's battlefield, Neiru sheathed his weapon and called to Gray. Let us go together. According to the intelligence we've gathered, the Don Quixote family is likely the largest weapon supplier in the North Sea. There may be many intriguing weapons to discover. Sounds good, Gray, who had been murmuring moments before, was instantly revitalized and eagerly followed Neiru as they ventured towards the back of the manor. Damn it, you lot truly disregard me entirely. Despite being amidst the fray, Gladius noticed Neiru and Gray's actions. Observing how they completely ignored him and headed straight towards the back of the manor, veins bulged on Gladius's forehead, and an overwhelming rage threatened to engulf him in an instant, full-body detonation. Gladius's physique swelled like a balloon. Upon executing this move, his entire body would continue to expand, and the explosive force unleashed would far exceed that of ordinary techniques. More critically, during the explosion, 1,000,000 strands of explosive hair would simultaneously be launched, instantly piercing through any object in their path, and the hair itself contained enough potent toxins to induce instant paralysis. Let this move decisively end them. Such a thought flashed through Gladius's mind, and in the next moment his body was primed for total detonation. Room. Sensing the peril of this technique, Rod's ability activated instantaneously, first relocating Gladius's body to the farthest point within his range, then swinging his sword. The onigiri, which cleaved through the entire main building and propelled it towards Gladius, positioning it as a barrier between him and the others. You cannot stop it. With Gladius's thunderous roar, his body inflated to its limit. And with a tremendous explosion, a terrifying blast engulfed the entire town. The shockwave from the explosion obliterated over 90% of the town's structures in an instant, while the imperceptible, toxic air was propelled in all directions, causing countless individuals to collapse, helplessly emitting cries of despair, unable even to rise. What a close call. I almost got hit. Are those things really hair? Nia patted her chest, a flicker of relief crossing her face. Surviving such an explosion at close range was fortunate, but it was those errant strands that posed the real danger, as her sixth sense had warned her. Thank goodness for you, little dog. She affectionately patted Menudo's head. Feeling quite satisfied, in the instant of the explosion, she had subdued Menudo, using him as a shield in front of her. Thankfully, although he was but a small dog, he effectively shielded her from all the incoming strands. Glancing at the multitude of strands entangled on him and the wounds they left behind, Nia felt a mix of gratitude and regret. The battle was far from over. Apologies, I missed a few, Rod remarked sheepishly, looking at Gray, who lay on the ground, his body rigid. Ultimately, his swordsmanship fell short, failing to block all the incoming strands. Gray's lips twitched slightly. How was it that, despite hiding in the rear, the individuals standing in front of him remained unscathed while he alone fell victim? What do you wish to say? Rod inched closer that I was wrong. I should never have. Enough, be silent, ignoring the murderous glare from Gray. Rod forcibly closed his mouth. Under the effects of the paralyzing toxin, Gray was unable to control his facial muscles, rendering him incapable of uttering another word. Rest assured, this toxin is not lethal, Neiru clarified. It will merely incapacitate him for a time, of course, if he remains without assistance. That may be a different story. Can you handle this, Rod? If not, we should switch, Rod shouted at Luo. Are you joking? I can conclude this battle in a minute. A flicker of annoyance crossed Rod's eyes that it seemed he would need to exert himself fully. Otherwise, he would be relentlessly critiqued by those around him. However, Gladius's technique was indeed troublesome. Fortunately, Beepo and the others had managed to avoid the brunt of it. Casting a cautious glance at Beepo and the others, Rod's expression turned serious. Not far ahead, Gladius's body was already recovering and rapidly advancing towards him. If this individual continued to unleash such techniques, it would spell disaster. The shockwave from that previous explosion was not something Beepo and the others could withstand, that if by chance they were caught in close proximity to such an attack. With their physical constitution, they would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries, not to mention Gray, who was nearly an ordinary person. Then, room. The blue orb once again enveloped the entire scene, feeling the encompassing field of power. A glint of ferocity flashed in Gladius's eyes. He had not anticipated that this traitor, Trafalgar Law, would grow to such formidable heights, particularly with how troublesome Law's abilities had become. However, regardless of how much Law could evade using his abilities, Prolonged engagement would only favor Gladius. After all, it was evident from Law's performance that his devil fruit abilities demanded a greater toll on his stamina. Furthermore, compared to his advantages in evasion and agility, Law displayed no remarkable prowess in offense. The moment Law attempted to engage in close combat, that would mark the end of the battle. A flicker of crimson light glimmered in Gladius's eyes. Now is the moment. As a shard of rock vanished before Gladius, Law's figure materialized in front of him to possess such abilities and still opt for a frontal assault. How naive! A glimmer of menace crossed Gladius's gaze as he swung his arms, causing his limbs to swell instantly. Black feather arm cannon. Inflating his arms to their utmost capacity, at the moment of explosion, he launched the solid fragments of armor encasing his arms, a technique from which no one had yet emerged unscathed. Heart pulse shock. Casting aside the katana, demon cry. In his hands, Luo extended his arms, disregarding the flailing limbs of Gladius. Before the latter's arm could explode, Luo pressed his thumbs firmly against his chest. A terrifying jolt of electricity surged forth, causing Gladius's eyes to widen in shock, and in an instant he lost consciousness, his previously swollen arms returning to normal. With a thud, Gladius's body collapsed to the ground, just as Luo had proclaimed. The battle concluded within a minute. Meanwhile, not far away on the ocean's surface, a naval vessel was gliding through the waves and on the deck. Amidst the diligent sailors, a group of Navy officers cloaked in justice were gathered around a table, indulging in afternoon tea. After returning to headquarters for your debrief, what are your plans? One burly Navy officer inquired, setting his cup down and glancing at a fellow officer seated beside him. This officer was a striking young woman with short, pale pink hair, a cigarette perched between her lips, exuding an air of aloofness. Her hands, adorned with deep purple gloves, rested on the table. Although she was addressed as you, the officer's gaze remained fixated on her. Brimming with fervor, "I will remain in the Grand Line," she replied, though she did not speak. Instead, a serious-looking youth across from her interjected, his demeanor calm, a distinct X-shaped scar gracing his chin, despite the casual setting of afternoon tea. He sat upright, his expression solemn. "All right, I see, Colonel Drake. And you, Major Hanai. Surely, you too wish to stay in the Grand Line. Have you decided which naval branch to join? If you have any thoughts, I might be able to assist." The burly officer responded casually, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Major Hanai, feigning nonchalance while hinting at some insider information. After all, Vice Admiral Jonathan of G8 has been a close friend of my father for decades. Removing her cigarette and pressing it into the ashtray, Major Hanai sighed that I'm quite vexed. Rising from her seat, she adjusted her brown sunglasses perched atop her head and, after tugging at her gloves, distanced herself from her colleagues. Walking to the ship's edge to gaze out at the sea, that I should have taken my own ship to headquarters. A thought flickered through her mind. In recent years, the situation in the North Sea had gradually calmed. Don Quixote Doflamingo had led the Don Quixote family to the New World and had become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The Vinsmoke family, under the leadership of Germa, had seemingly struck a deal with the world government, rejoining as a member state. After several years of service in the North Sea branch, accumulating sufficient merit, she received orders from headquarters to report to Marine headquarters in Marineford alongside personnel from other branches. Unexpectedly, Colonel Montbaro had clung to her since boarding the ship. She had heard of his reputation as a classic example of someone whose rank exceeded their capability, and out of respect for Vice Admiral Montbaro Gillis, she endured without reacting. However, suppressing her disdain proved to be a formidable challenge. At the prolonged voyage that has become tedious, the ocean can be rather dull. Just then, a loud explosion echoed from afar, capturing the attention of everyone aboard. Colonel Drake approached from the table, casting a glance at the distant island. That must be Spadam Maelstrom. Such a loud commotion from such a distance. What on earth is transpiring there? As a native of the North Sea, he was well acquainted with most significant towns from his youth spent wandering the seas with his father. Should we take a look? He pondered. Such a ruckus cannot be the doing of mere small fry. Yet, I haven't heard of any formidable pirate crews in the vicinity that, of course. We must go. We are the righteous navy. How can we turn a blind eye to such malevolence unfolding before us? Montbaro's voice resonated with conviction, though it would have been preferable had his eyes not been covertly glancing at Major Hinai as he spoke. "Major Bastille, what say you?" Drake directed his gaze toward the last officer present, a tall figure adorned with a horn mask, wielding a massive, long-handled saw. This was Major Bastille from Marine Headquarters, who had arrived in the North Sea months prior to handle a significant incident in the Dawson Kingdom, subsequently conveying orders from headquarters to the trio. Unquestionably, only he held the authority to determine the ship's course. The territory of the warlords, Bastille murmured softly, as a Marine major. He naturally had the right to access intelligence regarding the 7 warlords of the sea. The town of Spada Maelstrom was indeed the birthplace of Doflamingo, a key stronghold of the Don Quixote family in the North Sea. Though reluctant to become entangled with the warlords, especially with the troublesome Doflamingo, he recognized, as Montbaro had mentioned, that the weight of the Justice Cloak compelled him to address the events unfolding before him. Alter course towards Spada Maelstrom. All personnel, prepare yourselves. Major Kohler, organize the crew and prepare for evacuation. Lieutenant Baster, you will lead 2 teams to provide aid and shelter to the injured on the island. The rest will follow me and prepare for battle. Major Bastille gazed toward the distant island, his observation hockey not particularly keen, rendering him unable to ascertain the current situation there. Nevertheless, a sense within him hinted that troublesome foes awaited on that island. Indeed, locating Seastone handcuffs proved to be no easy task. After rummaging through the Don Quixote family's warehouse, Rod sighed. Such treasures could only be encountered after venturing into the Grand Line. Nearby, Neiru chuckled, handing the last crate of salvaged food to Rod. "You could lend me a hand instead of just lingering about. It seems you wish to slack off. How dare you sully my reputation?" Rod retorted, taking the crate as the two made their way toward the port, with Gladius and Iterato Menudo dealt with. The remaining members of the Don Quixote family had swiftly scattered. Rod and his companions reveled in the spoils of victory, thoroughly enjoying the treasure-hunting phase, true to the reputation of the Don Quixote family. Though they failed to uncover the various armaments Gray had desired, the array of other treasures collected from the mansion left Rod and his companions astounded. Nia, in particular, was exuberant, darting back and forth between the Polar Star and the mansion, nearly monopolizing the transportation duties. However, once all the valuables had been salvaged, Nia stubbornly refused to leave the ship. One moment, she claimed she wanted to stay aboard to tend to the injured Gray, and the next she insisted on guarding the Polar Star to prevent any thief from boarding and stealing their loot. In any case, she was resolute in her determination to remain close to those treasures. Consequently, Rod and Neiru were left to manage the food supplies. Due to the earlier battle, the town was devoid of any inhabitants, starkly contrasting the bustling scene when Rod and his crew had first landed on the island. "Rod, should we deal with these 2 now?" Luo approached, carrying the unconscious Gladius, while beside him, Beppo bore the similarly unconscious Menudo. Gazing at the panting Luo, Rod shook his head. "You really need to continue working on your stamina. LUOIT was merely a skirmish. Yet the formidable creatures within the Grand Line can engage in combat for 10 days straight. Damn it, I continued to utilize my abilities multiple times even after the battle had concluded. Immediately following the fight, Law employed his powers to heal Gray, and then, with a deft motion, he tended to several bystanders injured by the earlier explosion of Gladius. I could see this moment. He appeared exceedingly feeble. All right, you have a point," Law said dismissively, shouldering a box as he moved forward. Before the agitated Law could break down further, he managed to free one hand to pat him on the shoulder. "Let's take these 2 along. I suspect our previous experiment may have been influenced by luck. I need to calculate and choose an auspicious day for another attempt." "You can actually do that?" Law and Beppo trailed behind Rod, making their way toward the shore. "Perhaps you just randomly picked," Neiru interjected, undermining the notion. "Just admit it. Any day I choose is bound to be fortuitous," he countered. "You are fortunate. Yet you've never won a prize, have you? I reckon it would be better to let Neiru draw," Law added with a jab. "Neiru is unfit. He would inadvertently cheat," came the retort. Neiru remained silent, a smile lingering on his face. Suddenly, the smile faded from Neiru's visage as he sensed something amiss. Both Rod and Law cast questioning glances his way that a ship is approaching. "It's a navy, quite powerful." A glimmer of light flickered in Rod's eyes. fully aware of Neiru's character. If it were merely an ordinary naval force, Neiru would not have reacted so. Among them, there is one particularly formidable individual, accompanied by 3 others, whose strength cannot be underestimated. How long until they arrive? 10 minutes. We must prepare everything aboard the ship. We need to ensure that we can set sail at a moment's notice. A carefree grin spread across Rod's face. He felt a tinge of regret for not having had a proper duel with Gladius earlier. It seemed a somewhat inadequate prelude to their endeavors. However, having several naval officers witness their departure was, nonetheless, a pleasant prospect. As they spoke, the group quickened their pace, hurrying toward the polar star on the other side. Aboard the approaching warship, the situation on the island became increasingly apparent. The crew aboard the vessel gaped in shock at the town center, which had been reduced to ruins. From their vantage point, they observed the town center, a desolate wasteland, starkly contrasting with the intact streets surrounding it. Major Bastiu felt a surge of wariness, based on prior intel. A member of the Don Quixote family, known for his explosive fruit abilities, Gladius had been wreaking havoc in the North Sea for years, boasting a bounty of 31 million after honing his skills in the New World. His prowess would undoubtedly have escalated, making him far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary North Sea pirate. Could it be Germa 66? That thought flitted through Major Bastiu's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. If Germa 66 had been involved, the entire town would have been obliterated. The warship gradually docked, and Lieutenant Colonel Corlau, along with Lieutenant Baster, led their soldiers ashore, hastening toward the town center. During the ship's approach, they had confirmed numerous individuals lying on the ground in the center, their chests rising and falling, indicating that they were still alive. Undoubtedly, those individuals were in dire need of their assistance. "Those lads are incredibly bold," Colonel Barrow remarked, his gaze sweeping over the vessels moored in the harbor, catching sight of several youths staring intently at them, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. As a colonel of the Navy headquarters, he had commanded an entire naval base in the North Sea for the past 2 years. Even the nobles of the kingdoms would lower their heads before him, let alone behave so rudely. Upon hearing Colonel Barrow's mutterings, Colonel Drake turned his attention as well. "What is that?" he inquired, momentarily taken aback upon spotting a dark red sailboat nearby. His pupils constricted sharply. "Gladius! Where is that member of the Don Quixote family?" Hearing the name escape from Drake's lips, Hinai tilted her head slightly, directing her gaze toward the same direction. Surely, it cannot be those youths responsible. Upon the deck of the dark red sailboat sat a large fish tank. Yet within it were not fish, but 2 headless torsos. The corpses, submerged in water, appeared utterly limp, likely due to prolonged soaking. Nearby, 2 smooth heads rested beside the tank. One of the heads, while slightly different from the previously seen image, could still be recognized by its facial mask and glasses as that of Don Quixote family's operative, the explosive man Gladius. Hinai, curious, wondered if they had indeed dispatched that individual. Recognizing the heads of Gladius, Colonel Hinai stepped forward, addressing Rod and his companions. What a peculiar manner of speaking. Casting a glance at the warship, a flicker of surprise crossed Rod's eyes. Though his astonishment, several acquaintances had arrived. Black and I, a user of the Kankank fruit, capable of ensnaring those who pass through her black barriers, a popular and beautiful naval officer. Red Flag Drake, a user of the dragon fruit, ancient type, with an exceptional dragon form. Later one of the supernovas, but in truth a naval undercover agent, and the one wearing a horned mask, who appeared to be a future vice admiral, though Rod could not recall his name. Yet sensed he was the strongest among the group. The last individual was unfamiliar, but presumably competent. "You are pirates, aren't you?" Hinai leaped onto the railing of the warship, adjusting her gloves and gazing down at Rod and his companions with an air of superiority. Although she was irked by those youths, she assumed they were merely ignorant youngsters. At tea that moment, Colonel Barrow took it upon himself to clarify their situation. "They are not flying any flag. They were about to," Hinai replied, slightly lifting her chin. Colonel Barrow glanced over, noticing 2 hat-clad youths stationed atop the crow's nest, poised to hoist a black flag. While the symbol remained obscured, all seafarers knew that only pirates would brandish a black flag. "They are indeed pirates," Colonel Barrow exclaimed, awakening to the realization that, oh dear, we'd been discovered. Pecan and Shaki exchanged awkward glances. "You should stay here," as if to vent the pent-up frustration of the past. Upon uncovering their pirate identity, Lieutenant Colonel Hanai launched an immediate assault without waiting for Major Bastia's orders. Suru, with a swift sound, her form appeared above the polar star, reaching out to grasp Pecan and Shaki. With her fruit abilities, if she caught them, they would be instantly ensnared by her black barriers. "What do you intend to do to my comrades?" Simultaneously, as Hanai made her move, Rod leaped high into the air. Positioning himself in front of Pecan and Shaki. As she appeared, he swiftly aimed a kick at her. Sensing the wind of the incoming kick, Hanai's expression shifted slightly. She pivoted in midair, twisting her waist to evade Rod's strike. Then, with her hands braced against the mast, she retaliated with a kick just as Rod's body passed by hers. What an astonishingly quick response! Rod was slightly taken aback by Hanai's response, in his recollection. Hanai was not particularly renowned for her physical prowess, nor did she possess exceptional combat skills. Thus he was surprised by her performance in battle. This thought flashed through his mind, feeling Hanai's kick aimed at his lower back. Rod swiftly twisted his body and swung his arm to meet her attack. With a swift motion, their bodies crossed paths, and Rod took a slight step back, landing on the observation deck, while Hanai plummeted downward. Rod exclaimed, gazing at the shoe of Hanai, which he had inadvertently seized. His expression was a mix of embarrassment and confusion. In the next moment, his countenance shifted as he fixated on the shoe in his grasp. A myriad of emotions flickering in his eyes. First surprise, then excitement, followed by a hint of helpless amusement. Hanai, barefoot on the deck of the polar ship, felt a twinge of embarrassment and anger upon noticing the shoe still held by Rod. And her fury intensified that Hanai's hands radiated a faint black glow, exuding an ominous aura. With a sudden, forceful motion of her arms, two dark tendrils surged forth, threatening to obliterate the polar ship entirely. Rod, who had been positioned atop the mast, experienced a moment of surprise, but swiftly vanished, reappearing before Hanai and delivering a powerful kick. Before Hanai could fully unleash her counterattack, she felt an overwhelming force strike her abdomen, sending her hurtling backward to crash onto the port. Hanai, Lieutenant. The sequence of events unfolded rapidly. From Hanai's charge onto the polar ship to her being sent flying by Rod, scarcely 10 seconds had elapsed. Colonel Barrow, witnessing the shoe in Rod's possession, was already seething with rage. Seeing his idol being unceremoniously kicked by the red-haired youth only fueled his fury further. Grabbing his long gun, he fired 3 shots at Rod, discarding the now-empty flintlock before charging at him. This fellow possesses remarkable marksmanship and wields the Navy's latest rapid-fire flintlock. Rod was momentarily taken aback by the unknown Navy officer's bullets. However, his allies proved to be even more formidable. Simultaneously, Neiru drew his black gun, firing 3 shots as well. Colonel Barrow's astonishment, Neiru's bullets struck the ones he had fired with pinpoint accuracy. Such precision! Barrow had once felt confident in his own shooting skills, but now he was left in shock, unable to comprehend how someone could intercept bullets mid-flight. This feat required not only terrifying accuracy, but also instantaneous calculations of both parties' bullet speeds and angles, not to mention external factors such as wind speed and humidity. How could anyone accomplish such a feat? Observation hockey. In contrast to Colonel Barrow, Major Bastile's experience was far more extensive, and he quickly deduced the reason behind this extraordinary ability. However, the elementary level of observation hockey could not achieve such a feat. Even within the Navy headquarters, few could master it to this degree. Think that someone from the North Sea could cultivate their observation hockey to this extent. Truly, they were a dangerous bunch. It was imperative to keep them in the North Sea. One could only imagine the chaos they would unleash upon entering the Grand Line. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Bastile disregarded any further observation of the remaining individuals and seized his shark-slicing blade. Leaping from the warship, Bastile descended from above. Rod's expression shifted slightly. He swiftly drew the long sword hanging at his waist, his form flickering into position before Bastile, and swung his blade, clashing violently with the Major's weapon. At first, Rod had thought he must have been mistaken, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed true. This fellow was utilizing shave. The 2 blades met, and sensing the equal force opposing him. Bastille was once again astonished. More importantly, the young lad before him, who had previously only showcased speed during his initial encounter with Lieutenant Hinai, had now demonstrated mastery of shave when he had kicked her away. When had he learned this? Though he inquired aloud, Bastille already had an answer forming in his mind. So, this technique of movement, you just learned it, didn't you? Rod exerted force, flinging the Navy officer toward the port while landing back on the deck. One hand gripping his sword, and the other still holding Hinai's shoe. "Return Hinai's shoe to me, you red-haired brat," Colonel Barrow bellowed, muscles taut as he delivered a fierce punch. Bang! Rod braced himself, his arm colliding with Barrow's fist, unleashing a violent gust of air. The force of Barrow's charge failed to budge him in the slightest. Gazing into the close-up visage of Rod, Barrow's eyes were filled with astonishment. Without giving Barrow a moment to react, Rod swiftly countered the officer's attack, his long sword slicing mercilessly downward. A spray of blood erupted as Barrow staggered back, leaning against the railing of the polar ship, cradling his wound with both hands. Blood dripping from his arms. "I got it." Barrow lifted his head slightly, a victorious grin illuminating his pained expression despite his injuries. "What?" As Barrow straightened, Rod's gaze fell upon the shoe he had been clinging to with both hands. Shouldn't he be tending to his wound at a time like this? As the one wielding the blade, Rod was acutely aware that the wound he had inflicted on Barrow's abdomen was far from superficial, and the amount of blood he was losing confirmed this. Was it truly for the sake of retrieving a shoe? How bizarre! Rod couldn't help but voice his thoughts, eyeing the Navy officer who wore a lovesick grin while clutching a lady's shoe. "You're the one who's truly strange. It was you who took Hinai's shoe." At Rod's jibe, Barrow's emotions surged. It was merely an accident. To uphold his dignity, Rod felt compelled to offer an explanation. "Then why didn't you discard it during the fight and switch to your other hand?" Barrow pressed. "Admit it. You're a pervert." Rod found himself at a loss for words. After inadvertently removing Hinai's shoe, his golden finger had activated, allowing him to grasp the technique of shave in an instant. Shave refers to a technique that enables rapid movement by executing dozens of explosive footfalls against the ground in a mere 0.36 seconds, creating an effect that makes the user seem to vanish from sight. Rod had once envisioned replicating this skill during his training. However, lacking first-hand experience, he had encountered numerous challenges, whether it was controlling the direction of movement, managing distance, or maintaining rhythm. Even if he could barely execute the technique, it was impractical for actual combat. Rod had believed that witnessing someone utilize the technique and experiencing it himself would suffice for him to master it quickly. After all, his physical capabilities were more than adequate. To his astonishment, his golden finger possessed such a function. Grasping the shoe of someone who could use shave enabled him to master the technique. What about the other techniques? Moonwalk and Gale Palm should also be attainable in a similar manner. But perhaps Hinai had yet to learn them, which was why she hadn't utilized them earlier. Would he need to strip the user of their clothing for iron block and paper drawing? What kind of person would that make him? And what about finger pistol? Would he need to sever his own fingers? Rod gazed at his palm, feeling somewhat speechless. How did it feel like anything but a legitimate golden finger? Still not admitting you're a pervert? You're reminiscing, aren't you? Colonel Barrow roared suddenly, his eyes. Rod's demeanor appeared to be one of nostalgia for the recent encounter. That was his idol. Hey, no way, Rod, a voice interjected, casting an unusual glance at him. After all, he was already an 18-year-old youth. Having such desires was somewhat normal. Neiru seized the opportunity to mock Rod, responding with utmost seriousness. In truth, that seems about right. It's determined by physiological development." A faint smile graced Rod's face. "However, even though we have resolved to become pirates, such behavior is utterly tasteless. Honestly, if you truly have this peculiar penchant, I could offer you my shoes, provided you buy me a new pair in return." Nia chimed in, joining the fray. "I must say, you all have gone too far." Rod felt utterly speechless. The crux of the matter was that he intended to explore other methods to see if he could provoke the knight into a state of vulnerability, which would only solidify the rumors of him being a pervert. Just then, a series of booming cannon fire erupted, with several cannonballs hurtling towards Rod and his companions, as the others leapt onto the ship to engage in close combat. Drake, still aboard the vessel, had already directed the soldiers on the warship to prepare for bombardment. Seizing the moment while Rod and his crew were at a standoff, he decisively ordered the attack. Although Colonel Barrow remained on the enemy's ship, with his strength, he could undoubtedly survive the bombardment. Moreover, given the combat prowess displayed by the previous group, merely relying on the firepower of this warship would not suffice to defeat them. However, as long as they could destroy the enemy's vessel, escape would be impossible, and victory would ultimately belong to the Navy. Slaughterhouse. A pale blue aura enveloped the scene as Rod activated his ability once more. Cut! With a gentle sweep of his blade, the approaching cannonballs were severed in twain. What manner of ability is this? Drake, standing on the ship, was momentarily dumbfounded. There was no contact, nor did he witness any visible slashing motion. Rod simply swung his sword, cleaving all the cannonballs apart. While Drake was still reeling from the shock, Neiru raised his black gun, aiming it at the opposing side. First, he unleashed 16 cannons. With rapid-fire precision, Neiru emptied the remaining 7 bullets in an instant, swiftly reloading with a new magazine, followed by another 9 shots in quick succession. The 16 cannons aboard the warship erupted almost simultaneously, sending the soldiers who were in the midst of reloading flying. Then came the last bullet for the ship's final officer. In a fleeting moment of distraction caused by the explosions on the warship, Neiru's last bullet shot forth towards Drake's forehead, but a sudden surge of crisis gripped Drake. Without a moment to contemplate, he instinctively activated his devil fruit ability, his form swelling as his head transformed into a fearsome dragon's head. The bullet, originally aimed for his brow, struck his chest instead, merely penetrating the surface of his skin. An ancient-type devil fruit user. Upon witnessing the transformation, Neiru's expression shifted slightly. Rod, take us all to shore. I have no intention of damaging my precious polar star. You and Neiru can handle this. The pale blue aura enveloped the area once more, even extending to the warship at a distance. Leave that female navy to me. I fear our captain might hesitate to strike, delaying our departure, and he is not one to show mercy. Reflecting on Rod's earlier ruthless kick that sent the female navy flying, Rod replied nonchalantly. Yet considering Rod's earlier peculiar behavior, he also selected Nia, activating his ability instantaneously, transporting both her and the 2 Navy personnel who had rushed over from the shore to the port. This is my first battle against the Navy. I hope I can fare better than that previous mutt. Nia clenched her fists, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at Lieutenant Hinai before her. I feel compelled to remind you, you did lay a beating on a Navy major back in Glasstown. Neiru observed the transformed Drake with a more serious demeanor, yet still offered a warning to N.I.S. there, such a person. I had forgotten. Hinai fumed at the presumption of assigning her an opponent. Her gaze shifted past the woman before her to Rod in the distance, her eyes brimming with in that case, I'll arrest you first. No sooner had she spoken than her body appeared at Nia's side, her arm swinging down, nearly striking Nia's face. Nia arched backward to evade Hinai's attack, her hands pressing against the ground as she launched herself into the air, her long leg swinging down forcefully onto Hinai's shoulder. Underestimate me, and you'll regret it. I won't show mercy just because the captain has taken a liking to you. Wiping the blood from her lips, Hinai suppressed her anger and steadied her racing heart, ready to face the woman before her. Hinai would no longer be careless. It seems your relationship is rather strained. Maintaining his beast-human form, Drake unsheathed the long sword and hand axe from his waist. One sword in hand, the other holding the axe, he gazed at Neiru, who also sported red hair, and spoke slowly. You, who excel in marksmanship, have moved within such close proximity to me. Before his words could fully dissipate, Drake launched himself forward. Despite his beast-human form, making him appear considerably larger, his speed remained undiminished, and he appeared before Neiru in an instant, both his sword and axe swinging simultaneously. Clang, Neiru parried with his black gun, using the hardstock to block Drake's assault, and a smile crept onto his face at the evident surprise etched on Drake's features that I am quite adept with firearms, yet that does not mean I lack skill in close-quarters combat. No sooner had he spoken than Neiru delivered a swift kick to Drake's solid frame, pushing him back slightly while he himself retreated, seamlessly reloading his magazine mid-air. Before Drake could react, Neiru's gun began to tremble as he fired. Bang, bang, bang. Observing Neiru's raised gun, Drake's pupils constricted as he prepared to dodge, but a bullet struck his chest, tearing through his beastly skin. In another instant, another bullet found its way to the wound left by the first. Piercing through his muscle, once more, a third bullet followed the path of the previous, entering his body and exploding within him. With a grunt, Drake fell to one knee, reverting to his human form, blood spilling from his mouth. Armor-piercing rounds, penetrating bullets, and explosive rounds. You should now be incapable of further movement. Neiru exhaled, gazing at the incapacitated Drake, and spoke slowly to IS that observation hockey. Drake's eyes brimmed with resentment as he looked at Neiru, feeling the sting of having his every effort thwarted in an instant. The sensation of gathering all his strength only to be shattered was unbearable. Furthermore, throughout the battle, every one of his actions had been anticipated by his opponent. Even his evasive maneuvers were within Neiru's judgment, with 3 bullets striking the same spot, each possessing a different function. This meant that before firing, Neiru had already foreseen everything. Such a feat could only be achieved by someone who had mastered observation hockey to an extraordinary degree. I do possess a bit of talent in observation hockey. With the opponent dealt with, Neiru had no qualms about exchanging a few words. Though the battle had lasted mere seconds, his exhaustion was considerable. This combat style, which utilizes observation hockey to its utmost, had nearly drained him of all his vitality. Even he could not recover fully in a short span. Why is it that individuals like you have never made a name for yourselves on the seas before? Perhaps it's because we have only recently come of age. We have yet to stir the winds and waves. Just come of age. Upon hearing Neiru's words, Drake felt the weight of his injuries intensify. Having regained a modicum of strength, Neiru sat cross-legged, maintaining a distance of several meters from Drake, black gun in hand, poised to fire at any moment. Now, you may rest easy and join me as an observer. Clang! Rod's long blade clashed with Bastille's saw blade. Then his body flickered, appearing 10 meters to the side of his opponent. Before Bastille could adjust his stance, Rod swiftly materialized before him once more, his long blade swinging fiercely. Too fast! Colonel Barrow gripped a long rifle in his hands, his eyes scanning the battlefield. Yet he remained unable to find an opportune moment to strike. Since the onset of the conflict, that red-haired rascal had been like a bolt of lightning, incessantly delivering slashes around Major Bastille. Although no tangible results had been achieved, it appeared that Major Bastille was also incapable of inflicting any harm on him. As for Barrow himself, he could barely catch a glimpse of his opponent's figure, only managing to see it in fleeting moments during their exchanges. However, such brief intervals rendered it impossible for him to aim and fire. That accursed brat. Unlike Colonel Barrow, Bastille was able to keep pace with Rod's speed, and after several encounters, he had discerned Rod's intent. Each slash he executed was from a different position, yet the distance he moved was remarkably precise, almost identical each time. Undoubtedly, this young scamp was exploiting his adeptness with the sword. As he once more parried Rod's strike, a flicker of crimson light danced in Bastille's eyes, and an invisible force coiled around the chainsaw blade in his grasp, with a clash of weapons. Bastille's chainsaw swiftly severed Rod's weapon, and seizing the opportunity before Rod could regain his footing, he unleashed a relentless downward strike. The massive chainsaw howled as it descended, its blade broader than Rod himself. Just as the edge was about to cleave Rod, he deftly pivoted, evading Bastille's lethal blow. What a pity! Colonel Barrow could not suppress his exclamation. However, the weaponless red-haired scoundrel was destined for defeat. Bastille shared this sentiment. He had just perceived the trajectory of Rod's attack through a somewhat unpracticed use of observation hockey, and with his nascent mastery of armament hockey, had severed Rod's weapon. A swordsman who loses his weapon is already vanquished. With a sudden, forceful step, Bastille launched his first attack after defending against dozens of strikes, a strike that would conclude the battle. What a shame! As if sensing Bastille's thoughts, Rod responded with a faint smile, a glimmer of pale red light flashing in his eyes. He retreated a couple of steps, allowing Bastille's enormous chainsaw to swing past him and crash down onto the ground. Rod's left hand pressed firmly against Bastille's chainsaw, pinning it down, preventing him from wielding his weapon again, and then he fixed a sharp gaze upon Bastille. I am no mere swordsman. With a sudden burst of strength, the ground beneath Rod cracked as he propelled himself forward. almost instantaneously appearing before Bastille, his right hand clenched into a fist, imbued with an overwhelming force. He struck Bastille's horn mask with tremendous force. Boom! The mask shattered upon impact, and Bastille's body was sent hurtling backward, crashing through several buildings before finally landing amidst the ruins of the Don Quixote family stronghold at the town center. However, I shall claim your chainsaw as a trophy. Major Bastille, observing the major sent flying by a single punch. Colonel Barrow's expression turned to one of terror. If even a major could be sent flying by a single strike, what would become of him? I've won, just as Rod concluded the battle, accompanied by Nia's jubilant cheer. Her skirmish also reached its conclusion. Although the pink-haired female Navy officer had proven quite tenacious, even managing to ensnare one of Nia's legs, it was precisely that entanglement that had amplified her offensive power, enabling her to deliver a decisive blow. Rod, other warships are approaching as the dust settled on both fronts. Neiru interjected. Within his perception, several ships were rapidly making their way toward them. Then let us retreat. Holding the towering chainsaw, Rod cast a glance at Barrow, who had yet to find an opportunity to strike. After a relatively exhilarating battle, he found himself lacking interest in such an opponent. These two Navy officers? Neiru gestured to Rod. Both Drake, whom he had defeated, and Henai, who had fallen to Nia, were wielders of devil fruit powers. With a stroke of luck, they might secure 2 devil fruits. Let it be. They are, after all, individuals of genuine righteousness within the Navy, and I harbor no disdain for them. Moreover, they are also distinguished commanders of the younger generation within the Navy. Should we eliminate them, we would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit from formidable figures within the Navy. You are the captain. You make the call. Nera nodded, surveying the surrounding Navy soldiers as their battle raged on. The soldiers on the warships had already assembled at the port, and even those who had entered the town had returned to the harbor, anxiously encircling their comrades, yet refraining from making any rash moves. Casting a glance at the anxious faces of the Navy soldiers, Rod smiled, and the 3 of them turned toward the polar bear. Ha! I was just pondering how to implore you to spare that beautiful female Navy officer. Although she is an enemy, I hold her in high regard. Nia laughed heartily as she followed Rod. After all, I am not a devil. I hold a deep admiration for those who genuinely possess a righteous heart. Observing the trio swaggering back to their pirate ship, Barrow tightly gripped his weapon, his face a mask of struggle. Lieutenant Henai lay defeated and unconscious. Colonel Drake was severely injured and incapacitated. Major Bastille had been knocked away by a single punch, and his condition remained uncertain. Only he, with minor injuries, stood as the sole commander capable of directing the remaining Navy soldiers. Yet, what could he accomplish alone now? All soldiers, gripping his weapon tightly, Colonel Barrow suddenly rose to his feet and bellowed. The surrounding soldiers turned to face him, while Rod and his companions continued their approach toward the multitude of Navy officers, with Rod's shoulder still bearing Bastille's specialized weapon, observing the complex expressions on the faces of the surrounding Navy soldiers. Barrow released his weapon, allowing it to clatter to the ground. Focus all efforts on treating the wounded. Upon hearing their commander's directive, the nearby soldiers initially let out a sigh of relief, only to be overwhelmed by an unspoken sense of shame. Regardless of the circumstances, they had retreated in the face of pirates. With a leap onto the ship, Rod gazed at the pirate flag that had been raised by Pecan and Shachi, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Unlike the typical pirate flags, Rod's bore no familiar skull or bones. Instead, it featured Neiru's gun crossed with Rod's sword, substituting the conventional bones. Above the crossed weapons loomed a massive fist, symbolizing Rod's ambition to dominate the world through sheer strength. Partners, set sail, ho! With the exuberant cheers of Bipo, Pecan, and Shachi, the ship's sails were raised, adorned with the emblem of Rod's pirate crew. I say, you lot should join the cheer. The atmosphere is rather lackluster. TCH, don't impose so many demands. We have work to do. Rod casually leaned against the deck, having just checked on Gray's condition and administered an antidote, ensuring his swift recovery. Where shall our next destination be? Esteemed Captain, Neiru, somewhat dismissively, replied with an O while grasping the helm with one hand and a nautical chart with the other. Let us hasten to the Grand Line. Nia raised her arms high. joyfully exclaiming, culinary delights, breathtaking vistas, and a myriad of cultures beckoned her toward wondrous adventures. Now, that is more like it. Rod reached out to high-five Nia as Pekan and Shachi joined them, their faces alight with excitement. I've heard Fishman Island exists in the Grand Line. I want to see the Mermaid Princess. I wish to visit the women's country. I want to behold the world's most beautiful female pirate empress. There must be a mother bear as well. Beepo chimed in, a faint blush adorning his cheeks, his eyes brimming with longing. That you're blushing far too early, what a shallow man. Nia scoffed, turning her gaze toward Rod. What about you, Captain? The little mermaid is indeed quite adorable. However, she's still too young. One might consider her a child. The personality of the pirate empress tends to be rather harsh, which does not sit well with me. Have you seen her with your own eyes, Captain Rod? No, I have not. Then, your words sound as if they were true. It seems all men are alike. I misjudged you, Rod. Your titles change rather swiftly, don't they? Indeed. While you were engaged in battle, I took some items from the Navy's warship and stacked them in the hall on the first floor alongside those I previously retrieved from the Don Quixote family. You might find them particularly intriguing. Rod, who was leaning against the deck, suddenly spoke up. Yes, our spoils, the group exclaimed in unison, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they exchanged glances. Yes, that all. This is the 7 warlords we're talking about. After counting the treasures seized from the Don Quixote family, Nia was filled with disappointment. Excluding the food and drink supplies, we only have around 70 million berries in cash, even when adding the valuable jewelry. It totals merely about 110 million berries. This is merely a stronghold in the North Sea. The treasures collected will be regularly sent back to the headquarters located in the New World. Having adjusted the ship's course, Neiru joined in the delightful unpacking session and explained after hearing Nia's complaints. Rod, have you completely betrayed your family? Gladius, who had unknowingly regained consciousness, suddenly interjected. His entire body was submerged in seawater, rendering him powerless, with only his head severed and placed atop a nearby wooden crate by Rod's abilities. The others were so engrossed in the joy of unpacking that they had not even noticed his awakening. What nonsense are you spouting? Isn't it obvious? Rod glanced at Gladius, his earlier cheer slightly dampened, but the next moment, a smile returned to his face, albeit one that appeared somewhat terrifying in Gladius's eyes. We still have the biggest prize to unveil. Upon hearing Rod's words, everyone shifted their gaze from the treasures to Gladius's face, their expressions turning eerily joyful. Meanwhile, Beepo dutifully placed a box of fruits beside Gladius. This fellow should possess a life paper. If we do not address him promptly, it is likely Doflamingo will pursue us. Neiru interjected as a reminder. Earlier, Rod had mentioned wanting to choose an auspicious day to attempt acquiring a devil fruit. But considering the risk of being tracked by the warlords via the life paper, it would be wiser to eliminate him now. Upon hearing Neiru's warning, Rod instantly became alert, nearly forgetting this crucial detail. Especially since Doflamingo's territory, Dressrosa, is situated in the latter half of the Grand Line, nestled between the North Sea and the West Sea. A mere crossing of the Calm Belt would allow one to travel directly from the New World to the North Sea. Doflamingo's string fruit ability allows him to traverse the skies by wrapping his strings around clouds, giving him the capacity to cross the Calm Belt in pursuit. Facing Doflamingo now, Rod lacked absolute confidence in victory. Thank goodness for you, Neiru. Patting Neiru's shoulder, Rod expressed his relief. However, let us first dispose of that mutt and use him as a stepping stone. Stepping stone? Upon hearing Rod's words, several faces displayed confusion. Well, while there is no way to select an auspicious day now, at the very least, we should first deal with the relatively less significant matter. It's a matter of ritual, although I am unsure of your meaning. It suits my purpose perfectly. After a brief rest, having regained most of his strength, Rod extended his palm, a soft blue light shimmering in his palm. Room. Isolation room. A pale blue circle appeared, enveloping the captured individuals along with the surrounding fruits. It seems more reliable now. Based on his previous experiences with Rod's healing, Rod deduced, compared his previous performance when defeating Bellamy, this time the ability felt more solid. Indeed, that area appears to be entirely in a different dimension from us. Neiru nodded in affirmation. His observation hockey was particularly acute, allowing him to perceive this more profoundly. What you are attempting is, after all, following the family of Doflamingo, Gladius, who is somewhat knowledgeable. When a devil fruit user dies, the ability randomly reincarnates somewhere in the sea, though the specific principle remains a mystery. However, there have been accounts of ordinary fruits suddenly transforming into devil fruits. It seems you are aware of certain matters. With no time to engage Gladius further, Rod directed all his focus on the room's domain. He wiggled his fingers. A dagger previously placed in the water slowly moved, piercing through Menudo's heart. Time flowed gradually, and 3 minutes later, it appears to have failed again. After maintaining the domain with all his might for 3 minutes, Rod dispelled his ability, looking somewhat fatigued, compared to the usual use of abilities. This move consumed significantly more stamina. Even though he had trained vigorously alongside Rod since childhood, Rod, now much stronger than before, found that sustaining the isolation room for 3 minutes nearly pushed him to his physical limits. I have heard that devil fruits possess their own will and choose suitable hosts. Evidently, none among us are suitable for the mutt, huh? After another failed experiment, Rod was not overly disheartened that IT was merely a concept he had. And success would be splendid, but the lack thereof bore no significant loss. Let us hasten and continue. The stepping stone has already been laid down, so let us strike while the iron is hot. Fixating his gaze on Gladius, Rod urged Rod to proceed. The ability can only last a maximum of half a minute now. Encountering Rod's gaze, Rod displayed a reluctant expression. Though Rod appeared indifferent, he still wished to execute this task to the best of his ability. As a user of the ability and a researcher, Rod understood that Rod's concept was feasible. The current issue lay in his insufficient development of the fruit's powers, and oh wonder the mutt fruit could not be retained earlier. Perhaps the demon inside was aware that you were already a user. Otherwise, you would have been a perfect match for the mutt fruit. Rod mercilessly ridiculed Rod, then waved his hand to interrupt Rod before he could retort. Never mind, half a minute should suffice. Such matters depend on luck. If it works, perhaps 10 seconds will be enough. If it fails, even half an hour would be futile. I believe fortune favors me. Upon hearing Rod's words, Rod no longer hesitated, activating his fruit ability once more, enveloping Gladius and the fruits within its range. The young master will not spare you. Foreseeing his demise, Gladius instead calmed down, merely casting a cold gaze at Rod as he softly spoke. I will not spare him either. Casting a placid gaze at Gladius, Rod felt a sense of tranquility within. Rod gestured with his fingers. The long knife pierced through Gladius's heart, his head resting on the wooden crate, quivering slightly. As the light in his eyes faded completely, the moment of Gladius's death, an apple placed nearby suddenly transformed, morphing into a devil fruit adorned with peculiar patterns before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. The paramecia-type devil fruit, bomb fruit. We succeeded. Witnessing the resurrection of the devil fruit, the crowd erupted into joyous cheers, as if they had accomplished something truly remarkable. At least until then, no one had ever heard of anyone being able to seize the abilities of a devil fruit. Finally successful. Seeing the form devil fruit, Rod felt a sense of relief wash over him. Just as Rod had claimed, it merely took a second for the new fruit to reincarnate, with a successful case at hand. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief, as the burden of expectations from others without an ability to reciprocate felt unbearably heavy, bearing the dreams of many. Rod, who sails alongside his comrades, must endure an immense weight of pressure. As the crowd erupts in cheers for the successful acquisition of the devil fruit ability, Rod is acutely aware of the responsibilities and burdens that accompany his role as captain. Why do you still look so exhausted? That was barely 10 seconds. Rod claps a hand on his shoulder, interrupting his train of thought. What should we do with this devil fruit? Thoughts scattered, Rod poses a question. Peijin Shachi, does anyone wish to consume it? Peijin and Shachi exchange astonished glances. This is a devil fruit worth at least 100 million berries. Captain Rod, are you really offering it to us? Their earlier cheers stemmed from witnessing the rebirth of the devil fruit and their joy for the crew as a whole. They had not previously contemplated the option of consuming it. Of course. You are my comrades. Captain Rod, they exclaim in unison, embracing him with fervor. Stop fooling around. There is only one fruit. Who will eat it first? But, Captain, you haven't consumed a devil fruit yet. They exchanged glances, and after a moment's hesitation, Pagine spoke up. I have no intention of consuming a devil fruit for now, and neither does Neiru. We have yet to fully explore our own strengths. Let us reserve this opportunity for later. Shachi chimed in, nodding affirmatively at Rod after glancing at Pagine. Then, with a sycophantic grin, they clung to Rod's leg. Since you asked who will eat first, you will provide us with more fruits in the future. Right? Next time, we'll both become users together. You mean it, Captain Rod? Rest assured, you will have your choices. Now let go of me. You two big men are quite nauseating. Major Bastiu, I apologize for not being able to subdue the opponent. A group of defeated members from Rod's pirate crew gathered in a circle, with only Colonel Barrow sustaining minor injuries, while the others sat carelessly on rubble and wooden crates. What nonsense are you spouting? I too was defeated by the enemy, who even stole my cherished shark cutter. Bastiu's head was wrapped in several layers of bandages. Shortly after Rod's crew departed, he was located by Navy soldiers amidst the ruins and received timely medical assistance. The denizens of the pirate world are notoriously resilient, and Bastiu, having reached the rank of Navy Major, is certainly no weakling. Though felled by Rod's punch, he has regained basic mobility thanks to prompt treatment. These individuals are certainly no ordinary pirates. I sense they will soon stir up a tempest. Throughout his extensive career in the Navy, Bastiu had never encountered such pirates, fresh-faced, yet audacious enough to challenge the 7 warlords of the sea. Wielding formidable strength. Have we compiled their basic information? Through survivors of the Don Quixote family and other witnesses from the town, they have roughly gathered pertinent details. Barrow sifted through the information in his hands. This red-haired youth is their captain, named Rod. He likely does not possess a devil fruit ability. Glancing at the photograph of Rod presented by Barrow, Bastiu felt a dull ache in his head. The angle of the photo was perfectly captured, depicting the moment he was struck and sent flying by Rod, even revealing part of the back of his head. This is a formidable young man. He merely glanced at me, yet learned the shave technique, subsequently employing it dozens of times in our battle. From both his learning capacity and physical prowess, he is undoubtedly a monster. Not to mention, this monster possesses the strength to defeat a Navy Major with a single punch. This long-haired individual is named Neiru. He may be related to Rod, as they both have red hair and green eyes. His marksmanship is incredibly fearsome. Barrow considered himself proficient in marksmanship, yet he felt utterly outmatched. Observing the photo of Neiru aiming with a black gun, Drake felt a familiar pain in his chest. The recovery powers of Zoan-type devil fruit users, particularly ancient varieties, are remarkable. However, Neiru inflicted internal damage, resulting in a notably slow recovery. Even now, he could feel the lingering pain with each breath. His observation haki is exceptionally strong. Bastiu added a T to the very least. My own observation haki pales in comparison. Based on Colonel Drake's account, it appears his observation haki has reached an extraordinary level, which is quite unreasonable. Haki is inherently a force tied to willpower, typically observed in the North Sea. How could a novice at sea cultivate such potent haki? Not continuing to discuss Neiru, Barrow resumed perusing the information. This individual wearing a spotted hat is named Trafalgar Law. According to witness reports, he seems to have some connection to the Don Quixote family. Notably, he single-handedly dispatched a Don Quixote family officer, the bomb fruit user, Gladius. Furthermore, he is also a devil fruit user, from the intelligence we have gathered. He possesses the ability to transfer any object within his range. He managed to resolve it all on his own. Bastiu mused, momentarily taken aback, feeling an intensifying headache. Why do I get the impression that none of them are simple? How did so many peculiar individuals suddenly emerge from the North Sea? As for this one, I've heard rumors about her before. Nia. The photograph is clearly candid, but fortunately, the backdrop is not Jinai, but rather the Don Quixote family's reserve officer, Menudo. She is a Zoan-type devil fruit user, specifically the cat fruit, black form. She has been active at sea for some time, previously serving as a pirate hunter and freelance mercenary. It is unclear when she joined their crew. Jinai rubbed her shoulder, a look of resentment on her face. The opponent appeared to be around her age, if not younger, and to her dismay, she had lost in a one-on-one confrontation. Additionally, their ship harbors a polar bear and 2 sailors, though they were not captured in the photograph. Closing the materials in his hands, Barrow turned to Bastiu. This is already quite a headache. Let's promptly relay this information to headquarters. Please inform them to take this crew seriously and swiftly draft a bounty notice. Understood. In the New World, atop Dressrosa's royal plateau, a tall man clad in a pink shirt reclined on a beach chair. Listening to the sounds of laughter emanating from a nearby pool, a sinister smile gracing his face, he's the king of Dressrosa, a warlord of the sea, and an intermediary in the underworld. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Hey, Doflamingo, guess what news I just received? A scruffy, disheveled man approached, leaning close to Doflamingo's ear. You're getting too close, Tory pole. Doflamingo sat up, regarding the highest-ranking member of his family. If you came to personally deliver this news, it must be significant. He, Tory pole, with snot dangling precariously, unconsciously leaned closer to Doflamingo. It's news from Gladius. He.S. in the North Sea. Gladius? He should be in the North Sea right now. Indeed, it's precisely in the North Sea where such circumstances arise. Tory pole wore a grin. He discovered Rod, and mentioned he would bring him back half-dead. Rod. Upon hearing the name from Torpal's lips, Doflamingo's expression shifted, and then a wild grin spread across his face. It's been so long since I've heard that name, Rod. Tory pole joined in Doflamingo's laughter. Young master, trouble is brewing. At that moment, a young girl clad in a maid outfit rushed over, crying out, clutching a tattered piece of paper in her hand. Behind her trailed a tall figure in a yellow coat, their faces etched with terror, with Baby Five's eyes glistening with tears. Baby Five Bahaflu. What has transpired? Upon witnessing the terrified expressions of the two, Doflamingo's smile abruptly vanished. Could it be that another foolhardy individual had deceived Baby Five again? The life paper was thrust close to Doflamingo's eyes, as Baby Five's voice trembled with a hint of sobbing. Gladius's life paper is burning. As he gazed at the life paper ablaze before him, Doflamingo's expression grew icy. The life paper symbolizes the vitality of its owner. It diminishes in size when the owner weakens and returns to its original form when health is restored. The fact that the life paper was on fire could only signify that its owner was rapidly deteriorating. And once the life paper was entirely consumed, it would indicate the end of its owner's life. At that moment, the life paper in Baby Five's hand was slowly burning, and its owner was none other than Gladius, the very individual Doflamingo and Tory pole had just discussed. As they spoke, the life paper in Baby Five's grasp was entirely reduced to ashes. Dissipating before their eyes, the laughter that had filled the pool area vanished entirely, and the entire King S Heights was shrouded in a terrifying atmosphere, a dreadful aura radiating from Doflamingo, leaving everyone in a state of unease. Doflamingo's laughter erupted once more, veins bulging on his forehead, betraying his fury. Was it Eulaw? Hearing the name of her childhood companion slip from her master's lips, Baby Five felt a flicker of curiosity. Yet this was hardly the moment for her to dwell on such thoughts. The wrath emanating from her master instilled a deep trepidation within her. It had been long since she had witnessed her master in such a rage. Prepare yourselves, we shall head to the North Sea. Doflamingo commanded Baby Five and Bahaflu before settling down once more. The family's business in the New World relied heavily upon its cadre, and he alone would lead Baby Five and Bahaflu into the fray. Meanwhile, aboard the Polar Bear, ding ding, today, Chef Pekin shall once again delight everyone with a sumptuous lunch. In the first-floor dining hall, Pekin presented dish after dish upon the dining table. First, there was braised fish belly, followed by steamed sea bass, pan-seared fish fillets, rich fish head soup, specially prepared grilled fish, and exquisite smoked fish. Bring me 3 bowls of rice, and a serving of pickled vegetables from the Navy ship. Are there rice balls? I just want a rice ball. There should be food, right? Kuma wants something different to eat. How far are we from the next island? We should find a chef soon. Stop being so picky. Just make whatever you want, Pecan shouted in frustration. Ever since leaving Spada Miles, they had been sailing for 2 days. Lacking a professional chef, he had been taking on the role himself. Yet he only knew how to prepare fish. Although his skills were commendable, even the fish-loving Beepo was on the verge of rebellion. Rod felt as though he was turning into a fish. Forget it. I'll whip up something different. With a resigned sigh, Rod stepped into the kitchen, taking up the utensils. Unfortunately, a knight does not perish by mere hands without the tools of the trade. Otherwise, he could have moonlighted as a chef. Half an hour later, golden fried rice and a large pot of stew were ready for the table. He placed a hefty bowl of fried rice on the table, followed by a large pot of stew. Pouring in a can of secret seasoning pilfered from the Don Quixote family, and gave it a vigorous stir. Thus, a dish was deemed complete. The flavor was surprisingly delightful. After tasting, Nezumi nodded in approval. Finally, a change of palate. Rod filled himself a large bowl of rice, devouring it with haste. I say, you all must have grown up together. Have you truly only eaten fish all these years? Nezumi, finally able to change her taste, could no longer hold back her curiosity. We eat at Wolf's. The workplace provides meals that I'm truly astounded by you all. Nezumi sighed, exasperated. You have no right to speak. Rod shot her a sidelong glance. For at least he could manage fried rice and stew, while she could barely boil an eggs. Oh, the reason you've eaten fish daily is that you can only cook fish. Gray suddenly clapped his hands. After Rod's treatment, Gray had finally recovered that morning, all toxins purged from his body. This was his first meal at the dining table with them, as previously it had been delivered to his room. Otherwise, who would want to eat fish 3 times a day? Unfortunately, we have seized quite a bit of food, but no one knows how to cook. Then I shall create an automatic cooking machine. Gray declared while rummaging through the stew. P-O-T-A-N automatic cooking machine. Everyone halted their actions, staring at Gray, who was still sifting through the P-O-T-I-S their problem, glancing up at the crowd's gaze. Gray momentarily lost his train of thought. Oh, I see. You all prefer to do things manually. Indeed, some individuals relish the hands-on experience, believing that food made by machines lacks soul. However, I don't see it that way. After all, I am a scientist, and my time is predominantly dedicated to research. Being alone, I have no choice but to rely on machines for my cooking. Speaking of which, the machine I previously created could only prepare 80 different dishes. After a few years, I truly grew weary of it and never had the chance to improve an automatic cooking machine. 80 different dishes. Rod filtered out Gray's ramblings with precision. Stop eating. Go make it now. Rod seized Gray, dragging him toward the laboratory below. Wait, I haven't finished eating. An hour later, is this the automatic cooking machine? Rod gazed skeptically at the rudimentary device, akin to a microwave, his expression filled with doubt. Mirrored by the others. This is the ordering terminal. I made slight modifications to the polar bear. This connects directly to the warehouse, while the more substantial production section is housed within the warehouse. Simply select the food you desire on this terminal. Ignoring the group's skepticism, Gray stepped forward to demonstrate, selecting a thick-cut steak. Then, with a wait of no more than a minute, a dish appeared before everyone. Rod's eyes widened at this unscientific spectacle, his mind slightly bewildered. What kind of black technology is this? The taste is quite remarkable, Nezumi exclaimed after taking a bite, the steak perfectly cooked, its rich flavor flooding her palate. Impressive. I view you in a new light, Gray. Pekin rushed over, selecting a pork chop rice, and within mere seconds, a steaming plate appeared before him. Delicious. I want a rice ball. Surely you have rice balls. Kuma wants to eat grilled meat. Grilled chicken wings, fried chicken and fries, and a cola. All right, I'm not a scientist. Who cares if it's scientific or not? Rod bit into the fried chicken, the crisp exterior hiding tender meat, and with a single bite, the burst of juices and spices created a delightful symphony. Truly delightful. I'm satisfied. They ordered all 80 dishes, savoring each one, as the group who had been dominated by fish for days felt rejuvenated. By the way, where exactly are we now? Having tidied up the items on the table, the well-fed group gathered around to discuss the current navigation progress. This is the map of the North Sea. Here lies the spider miles from which we previously departed. And here is our approximate current location, the navigator. Neiru unfurled the map on the table, guiding everyone with his finger. Still adrift at sea, lacking specific reference points, Neiru could only delineate a rough position for the crew. Our ultimate goal is to enter the Grand Line, which requires traversing the upside-down mountain, located here, that if we maintain our current speed, it will take us approximately 10 more days to reach the mountain. However, despite having replenished our supplies significantly at spider miles, based on the consumption aboard the ship, we can only sustain ourselves for a maximum of 20 days. Has consumption been that rapid? Originally, We could have lasted for about 30 days. This is my latest calculation. Neiru glanced at the automatic cooking machine by the kitchen wall and added, considering the extraordinary machine recently crafted by Gray, our consumption over the next few days might escalate even further, implying that our provisions may not last even 20 days. There's nothing we can do. The food is simply too delicious. Upon hearing Neiru's words, the group erupted into hearty laughter, filling the room with a jovial atmosphere. Thus, our initial plan to surge straight into the Grand Line has been thwarted. Before entering the Grand Line, we must adequately stock up on supplies. After all, it is the most perilous shipping route in the world, and no one knows what circumstances we might encounter. Essential provisions must be prepared in abundance. Should we head to Holger's Town for resupply, it is the nearest town to the Grand Line, capable of maximizing our supplies once we enter. No, we must consider that the Navy and the Seven Warlords have likely anticipated this as well. Therefore, it is highly probable they will lay an ambush there, waiting for us to walk into their trap. Rod stood up, tracing his finger across the map. Our destination is here, Tiger Shark Island. Nia murmured softly, her gaze fixed on the spot where Rod's finger landed. That place is notorious for being a haven of lawlessness. Tiger Shark Island is renowned throughout the North Sea as a quintessential den of iniquity, and IT lies beyond the jurisdiction of any naval branch or nation. Its fragile order upheld solely by the unspoken rules of the underworld. Precisely because of this, neither the Navy nor the Seven Warlords would anticipate our arrival at such a place. After all, compared to Holger's Town, it requires nearly an additional day's journey to reach the upside-down mountain from there. Once we arrive, we must not linger for too long. We should swiftly complete our resupply and make a beeline for the Grand Line. In that case, I will further modify the storage room to ensure our food can be preserved for a longer duration. Captain Rod. Pekin suddenly burst in, his face alight with excitement, after finishing his meal. He had volunteered to take on the role of lookout, responsible for observing the sea's conditions. That ITSA bounty notice. We have been marked for a bounty. Wow. The moment the crew beheld a newspaper and bounty notice in Pekin's hands, their spirits lifted. That I end this world. Even ordinary individuals find bounties to be of great interest, and for those who have chosen the path of piracy, it is even more captivating. Without prolonging the suspense, Pekin slapped several bounty notices onto the table, and everyone leaned in to catch a glimpse, even the usually aloof Rod leaning forward slightly. First is Captain Rod, the Mad Blade Rod, with a bounty of 71 million berries. Truly worthy of the title, his initial bounty is already such a staggering amount. Even in the entire North Sea, he undoubtedly ranks among the foremost pirates. The notice displayed a photograph of Rod wielding Bastiu's shark-slaying blade, towering over 2 meters with a massive sword exceeding 4 meters, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. As for the photo previously presented by Colonel Barrow, it was wisely omitted to spare the dignity of Major Bastiu. But who gave me this nickname? It's absolutely ridiculous. Rod's face flushed with anger. Mad Blade Rod sounded so trivial, akin to those generic big sword wielders. Black Gun Neiru, bounty of 44 million berries. Now that sounds somewhat acceptable. And who took this photo? It captures me looking quite handsome. The bounty notice depicted Neiru in a poised stance with his black gun, his green eyes sharp and piercing, contrasting beautifully with his handsome and gentle features, making him appear exceptionally striking. Death Surgeon Rowe, bounty of 42 million berries. Our OS bounty photo was rather conventional, merely a close-up shot. Lady Nia, bounty of 28 million berries. The photo is quite stunning. Nia nodded in satisfaction as she admired her own image on the bounty notice, looking elegant and poised. That's all. After presenting the bounty notices of the others, Pekin's mood suddenly soured. I wasn't given a bounty. I wasn't even mentioned in the report. Woe is me. Am I not even qualified to be bountied? Shachi hugged Pekin, and the two lamented together. Kuma wasn't included either. Just as Babel was about to join them in their sorrow, he suddenly noticed another bounty notice beneath the newspaper, which prominently featured his own photograph. Kuma has been bountied. Elated, Babel picked up his bounty notice and spun around in joy, deliberately squatting in front of Pekin and Shachi to showcase his bounty. Look! Kuma's bounty notice. Shachi glanced up, only to see Babwa striking a pose reminiscent of a white crane spreads its wings, and he fell back into despondency. Why does even Babwa have a bounty, while I do not? Wait a moment. After a brief moment of gloom, Xiaoqi suddenly realized and looked again at Babwa's bounty notice. The bounty is 200 berries. What did you say? Babwa exclaimed in shock, flipping over his bounty notice to scrutinize it. And he immediately felt crushed. Why does Kuma only have a bounty of 200 berries? Ha ha ha. Babwa, it seems your bounty might not even cover the cost of printing. My apologies. Babwa instinctively offered an apology, then began to sob once more. Woe is me. Kuma fought valiantly too. Although we managed to avoid the potential Navy ambush at Holgerstown, it does not guarantee that we can evade their pursuit altogether. The Navy rarely assigns such high bounties on a first notice. Receiving such a substantial bounty signifies their complete acknowledgement of our strength. While this is something to take pride in, it also means that the Navy will pursue us with greater intensity. And next time, it may be a fleet led by a rear admiral. Moreover, it is not just the Navy that has set its sights on us. Bounty hunters lurking in the shadows and pirates with ulterior motives are also on the prowl. After all, our entire crew's bounty has approached 200 million berries, a sum that is quite rare in the North Sea. Whether for the bounty or the fame to be gained, it will undoubtedly attract countless individuals eager to seize the opportunity. Rod gazed earnestly at his companions. We are not fools. We understand this reality quite well. Ro, clutching his katana, rose to his feet. Once he became serious, he truly embodied the essence of captain. With that thought in mind, Ro strode straight toward his quarters. His room is adjacent to the dining area, a spacious chamber connected to the medical room, as he sometimes needs to research certain matters to save time. Thus, when Luo made his request during the construction of the Polar Star, he sought to connect his quarters with the medical room. He harbored certain ideas he wished to explore. The battle against Gladius was manageable and did not impose excessive pressure upon him. However, the method proposed by Rod to harness the powers of the devil fruit, creating a completely isolated space through the fruit's abilities, led to some new insights after 3 practical attempts, particularly following one successful experience. If this ability could be further developed, it would not only enhance the success rate of acquiring devil fruits and augment the team's future potential, but also serve as an effective combat strategy. As for combat, I fear I may not be of much assistance. Perhaps I shall focus on renovating the warehouse instead. Grace silently rose and proceeded to the research room below. Let us engage in physical training. Pecan and Shocky were still brimming with enthusiasm. They perceived themselves as relatively weaker on the ship, lacking the specialized skills of Gray. Consequently, they had maintained a rigorous regimen, exercising daily and occasionally plunging into the sea to swim. Particularly after acquiring the bomb fruit, they seized every opportunity to dive into the ocean, cherishing the last moments before they became users of abilities. Observing the spirited demeanor of the crew, Rod displayed a satisfied smile. Subsequently, rising to head to his own quarters as the captain, his room occupied the center of the second floor, with a small balcony at the entrance, adjacent to the ship's helm. Upon entering his chamber, the first sight to greet him was the massive shark-slicing saw hung on the wall, a trophy from his victory over Bastiu. Grasping the saw, Rod's ability as a knight activated automatically, allowing him to instantly master the weapon's techniques. Unlike ordinary sabers or cutlasses, this weapon demanded a greater emphasis on cleaving and required significant strength from its wielder. Most importantly, Bastiu was a swordsman skilled in the art of cutting iron. With a gentle closure of his eyes, Rod experienced the essence of a swordsman's power, emanating a sharp aura. After a considerable time, he released the shark-slicing saw and instead grasped the long sword he had casually taken from the spoils. A realization surged within him. He could sense that he was now capable of severing steel with this ordinary weapon. He had become a swordsman, although still at the nascent stage of swordsmanship. Rod's formidable physique allowed him to unleash strikes far surpassing those of an ordinary swordsman. Moreover, he felt an invisible force surging from within, wrapping around the long sword in his hand. Armament hockey. This form of hockey, akin to observation hockey, is also a manifestation of willpower, possessing the abilities to enhance defense and amplify offensive strength. Bastiu, aside from being a swordsman, also commanded both types of haki. Though his mastery was not profound, it served as a key for Rod to unlock armament haki. Having been in the North Sea without encountering sufficiently strong opponents, Rod had only grasped observation haki through Neiru and had yet to learn the application of armament haki. Major Baschu, truly a commendable individual. Releasing the longsword, Rod allowed haki to flow around him. Supported by his robust physique, haki surged forth, enveloping him in no time. Wrapping and hardening, flowing outward, internal destruction. These were various techniques of armament haki that Rod had come to understand. Drawing insights from the shark-slicing saw, Rod not only awakened armament haki, but also swiftly mastered the technique of wrapping and hardening, benefiting from his powerful physique, although only in the preliminary stages. The intensity of his haki far exceeded that of Bustiu. At this moment, I should be able to confront the 7 warlords head-on. Rod silently assessed his strength. In the world of pirates, individuals are often endowed with extraordinary physical capabilities. Yet he felt confident that his dedication to training from a young age would allow him to rival, if not surpass, many. Regarding both types of haki, he had now fully mastered them. Observation haki, thanks to Neiru, was particularly refined, while armament haki remained in its early stages. However, based on his physique, he believed he was not lacking in either quality or quantity. His swordsmanship had reached the realm of a swordsman, and he had recently learned the technique of Soru. Reflecting on this, Rod quietly added to himself, Lieutenant Hinai is also a good person. His only remaining shortfall was combat experience. As haki swirled around him, he gradually familiarized himself with this newfound power, a surge of ambition igniting within him. The solid foundation built from years of training, coupled with the ability of sit-ups, would undoubtedly ensure his growth in physique, soon propelling him to the pinnacle of this world. Furthermore, the knight's ability to master various combat techniques at an accelerated pace was assured, especially with his latest discovery, as long as he acquired weapons previously wielded by strong individuals. He could learn their techniques through those weapons. Henceforth, by continually engaging in battles against formidable adversaries, thoroughly unearthing his physical potential, and assimilating the techniques he mastered, he would soon stand atop this vast ocean. Knock, knock. Just as Rod was becoming acquainted with armament haki, a series of knocks on the door jolted him from his fervent thoughts. Replacing the shark-slicing saw back on the wall, Rod contemplated dedicating a room exclusively for the collection of various weapons he had acquired, as they were all treasures that had aided him. Naturally, the assorted shoes and miscellaneous items could be excluded. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Rod opened his door. Nia, what brings you here? He inquired. Observing Nia standing at his threshold, a look of curiosity on his face. There is something I wish to discuss with you, if that's all right, Nia replied, holding out her bounty poster and peering into Rod's room, signaling her desire to enter and converse. Certainly, it is quite convenient. Opening the door wider, Rod walked over to the table, opening his mini-fridge to retrieve a canicola for Nia. Would you mind if I joined the conversation? Neiru's voice unexpectedly drifted in from the doorway, and before they could respond, he entered uninvited, pulling up a chair and fixing his turquoise gaze upon Nia. I can probably guess what you wish to discuss, he said. Let me get straight to the point. It's not particularly secretive, just that everyone was present earlier, and I didn't know how to broach it, Nia stated, taking a sip of her cola before slapping her bounty poster onto the table. Quite striking. What seems to be the matter? Rod inquired, glancing down at the poster. Look at the annotation below, Rod. Upon hearing Neiru's words, Rod's gaze shifted downward, and he quickly noted the distinction in Nia's bounty poster compared to others. Onlylive, Rod looked up at Nia, surprise evident on his face. How unexpected, he mused, his expression filled with intrigue as he sensed the hint of a secret. In the original timeline he knew, the only other individual treated in such a manner was Sanji, whose bounty had been altered to Onlylive through the influence of the Vinsmoke family. Could it be that the woman aboard his ship also harbored a unique backstory? I have not mentioned this before, but my full name is Onus Nia, she declared, fixing her gaze on Rod as she revealed her complete name. That I am not Rod. That's not what I meant. Nia felt her fist clench tightly. Onest is a noble of the Dawson Kingdom, wielding influence comparable to that of the king within its borders. Neiru interjected from the side. Dawson Kingdom? Rod's brows furrowed slightly. Although he did not possess the extensive knowledge of information like Neiru, He was still familiar with the fundamental details. The Dawson Kingdom was a powerful nation in the North Sea and one of the world government's allied countries. Even within the realm of the global government, it wields immense influence, consistently ranking among the 50 nations that partake in world conferences. This nation is renowned worldwide for its formidable intelligence capabilities, with its military intelligence agency being infamous throughout the underground world. Purportedly intertwined with intelligence brokers across the globe, at the helm of Dawson Kingdom's military intelligence is none other than the Onist family, a rebellious branch genius, or a lost, illegitimate daughter. A myriad of thoughts flashed through Rod's mind in an instant. The shifting expressions in Rod's eyes did not escape Nia's keen observation. Noticing the glimmer of gossip in his gaze, she felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Though I am unaware of your musings. My story is rather straightforward, Nia retorted with a hint of irritation to her surprise. After revealing her identity, the first response she received was her companion's curiosity. I am the eldest daughter of the Onist family. However, I abhor the shadowy life of my lineage. Hence I departed from the family 2 years ago, so she is a rebellious noble woman, with the intelligence capabilities of the Onist family, if they sought to retrieve you. It would take at most 2 months, Nell quietly added to Rod's right-hand man. It was imperative for him to assist Rod with matters he was less adept at, whether regarding external intelligence or internal unity. Perhaps it is because Neo has been shielding me all along. With the air cleared, Nia decided to share her story candidly. The Onist family, as a lineage that has governed the kingdom's military intelligence for generations, is destined to engage with various dark affairs. Yet, Nia has been disinterested in such matters since childhood. Espionage, concealment, infiltration, betrayal, assassination. These were the very elements that sustained the Onist family, all of which Nia found utterly distasteful. Thus, on the eve of her 17th birthday, as she was to officially assume a role within the military intelligence, she fled. Utilizing the unintentional power of the devil fruit she consumed, she transformed into a shadow, leaving her family unnoticed. This was followed by over 2 years of wandering the seas. By the way, how old is your brother? He is 2 years my junior and should be nearing 18 now. If what you say is true, then your brother is indeed an unadulterated genius, Rod mused, stroking his chin. After your departure, he took your place and assumed control of family matters. He was barely 16. Yet he managed the intelligence apparatus of your family and has continued to shield you until now. That he is unlike me. He has been an undeniable genius since childhood. The family often claims he was born for this purpose. Nia's tone grew complex as she spoke of her brother. If that is the case, why not allow your brother to take over the family legacy without your involvement? Because of the king. Nia's voice carried a trace of indignation. The current king, Dawson Bourbon, is indulgent, neglecting state affairs while harboring a voracious desire for power. He perceives the Onist family's authority as a threat to his reign. Consequently, he has demanded a union between the Onist family and the royal family to fracture their power and fortify his rule. Thus, you became the unfortunate pawn of this union, who would want to marry that old man. Even after 2 years, Nia's anger flared at the mere mention of it. That I am free. Whether or not to marry, and whom to marry, should be my decision alone. Neither the king nor those antiquated figures in my family can compel me to do what I do not wish. Well said. Rod rose, applauding enthusiastically for Nia. Our crew, the Rod Pirates, must embody such spirit. We fear not even the 7 warlords, let alone the Dawson Kingdom. You are my comrade, and I shall protect you. Seizing the moment while Nia was distracted, Rod playfully patted her head. He had longed to do so, especially when she transformed into her half-beast form. Of course. I know. I merely thought it necessary to inform you. Shaking off Rod's hand and casting aside previous topics, Nia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fixed her gaze on him. Could you teach me that technique you learned from the pink-haired Navy officer? Naturally inclined towards speed and agility, Nia had noticed the rapid movement technique employed by the Navy during their previous battle and recognized that Rod had mastered the same skill. Initially, she intended to figure it out on her own, but after 2 days of fruitless effort, resulting in a comical tumble into the sea, she found herself in need of assistance. You mean Jeppo? Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I was already planning to teach you. Not just Jeppo, but also hockey, which I wish to impart to you. Haki? Nia blinked, recalling having heard of it before. Let us head to the deck. I prefer not to repeat myself. Everyone, come along. Rod led the way out of the room, calling to P-kun, who was stationed at the lookout, and then to Shaki, who was swimming behind the ship. Beppo and Ro also emerged from their quarters. And even Gray was summoned by Nell. During our recent skirmish with the Navy, I gleaned some techniques from them. Unable to share the inconvenient truth of his exceptional talent for hand-to-hand combat with his comrades, Rod opted to embellish his persona as a super genius instead. Innate talent. It should be easy to learn, right? If Luffy can grasp it in an instant, why can't I? First, Jeppo. With a swift motion, Rod propelled himself from the deck to the bow of the ship. And in the next instant, he was back in his original position. This technique is executed in a mere 0.36 seconds, involving rapid footfalls upon the ground, utilizing explosive recoil for swift movement, just as you witnessed. Mastery of this technique demands an extraordinary physical condition. Among my companions, aside from Gray, whose physical prowess leaves much to be desired, the rest should have no issue to row. You must also master this technique. Do not let your fruit ability lead you to neglect it. There are forces in the Grand Line that can nullify devil fruit powers. Understood. Rod frowned slightly, feeling pressed for time. His schedule was already packed, requiring him to continue his medical studies, further develop his fruit abilities, and train his physical fitness. Now he had to add martial arts training to the mix. He was rapidly running out of time, even for reading manga. However, whenever I attempt it myself, I struggle to control the direction of my movement. Nia inquired. The principle was similar to her own efforts. She had previously sought to enhance her explosive power through similar means. Yet in practice, she often found herself careening off course, unable to manage her direction. Try it. Let me observe. Under Rod's watchful gaze, Nia took off, only to find herself careening toward the back kitchen. Nell appeared behind her in an instant, steadying her body to prevent Gray from having to repair the door again. When Nia turned to look at him, he offered her a gentle smile. You can perform Jeppo? Yes. I just learned it. Your foot placement is slightly off. When using Jeppo, the greatest challenge is actually controlling the precise location of each footfall, that if you cannot accurately step in the same spot, it will result in a dispersion of force, leading to a lack of directional control. As you experienced, how could you learn so quickly? Nia could hardly believe it. Although she had previously claimed her brother was a genius, she too was groomed as a potential heir to the family and was no less talented. Yet in comparison to Rod and Nell, she felt utterly outmatched, because I have seen and heard far more than you. Neiru smiled faintly. Upon hearing his response, Nia's eyes sparkled with insight, recalling some of Neiru's previous actions. The ability to foresee the Navy's arrival, his remarkably precise marksmanship, and his capacity to hit targets without even needing to see them, let alone those almost supernatural premonitions of gunfire, were all extraordinary. It is Haki. As if aware of Nia's lingering doubts, Rod elaborated on the principle of Haki after explaining its mechanics. Haki is a latent power inherent in all humanity, an instinctual ability that exists from birth. However, the vast majority of individuals remain oblivious to this power, unable to harness it throughout their lives, in the treacherous waters of the Grand Line. Mastering this power is essential to becoming a true powerhouse. Before I delve deeper into the intricacies of Haki, let me impart a vital truth. Unwavering resolve is strength. Repeating Rod's words in their minds, the crowd exhibited a range of expressions. Haki primarily manifests in two forms. The first is Kenbunshiku Haki, which allows one to keenly sense the presence of others. By enhancing this ability, one can discern the positions, numbers, and impending actions of enemies beyond their line of sight. With profound mastery, one might even gain the ability to foresee the future. Foreseeing the future, initially taken aback by Rod's revelation, a flicker of understanding ignited within Nia. This was likely the reason Neiru could detect the Navy's approach from considerable distance, as well as the source of his seemingly prophetic gunfire. The second form, Busashoka Haki, bolsters personal defense, akin to an invisible armor. It can also be transformed into offensive power, allowing one to contend with those possessing devil fruit abilities, even enabling contact with the tangible forms of Logia-type users. There are no shortcuts in the cultivation of Haki. It must be felt through the body, awakening the latent power within during combat. Rod extended his palm, an invisible force coiling around his arm. Compared to Kinbunchika Haki, mastering Busashoka Haki is somewhat simpler, in my estimation. As long as one's physical capabilities meet certain standards, a sufficient degree of engagement with Busashoka Haki will naturally elicit the latent power within, leading to a successful awakening. Rod cast a wicked smile at Ro. You go first, Ro. With your intellect, you should grasp it quickly. Pecan and Shachi instinctively took a half-step back, shielding Beepo. They were all too familiar with that smile of Rod's. It marked the inception of their devilish training regimen. Although they had grown accustomed to such training and even found joy in it, the initial fear still lingered in their minds. Nearly a decade had passed since then. Now that they had returned, that sensation of being dominated by devilish training resurfaced. Tiger Shark Island was a lawless territory, perpetually governed by anarchy, rife with violence and conflict. However, the island also adhered to an unspoken rule. No one was allowed to rob shops. Even the most notorious pirates, upon setting foot on this island, must pay for their purchases. Battles and skirmishes were confined to the pirates themselves, leaving the merchants unharmed on one hand. This was a long-established convention within the underground world. If pirates were to pillage freely, they would be scorned by all, leaving them without a safe haven for resupply in the future. On the other hand, those who ran shops on such an island were no ordinary characters. Excellent, full of vigor, the Polar Star gradually docked at the shore, absorbing the tumult of battle and conflict that enveloped the island. Rod licked his lips, yearning for combat. Yet he lamented, but they are too weak. I'll stay behind to watch the ship. Ro volunteered, his body marred with bruises. Heaven knows how much punishment he had endured in the past few days. However, Rod was never one to exaggerate in such matters. After several days of tempering, he seemed to faintly sense a burgeoning power. Let Kuma stay, too, to watch the ship. After glancing at the battered Ro, Beepo hesitated before voicing his agreement. Although Ro insisted he was fine, it was only right to accompany him. Kuma is truly reliable. Now, Pecan, Shachi, Gray, and Nia, you four go procure supplies quickly. Time is of the essence that I will accompany Neiru to gather some intelligence, and perhaps find a cook. Do I have to go? I want to stay on the ship. Even standing on the deck, Gray could hear the cacophony of gunfire and the agonizing cries emanating from the island, not to mention the acrid scent of gunpowder wafting through the air, mingling with the metallic tang of blood. What are you saying? We don't understand mechanical matters. You need to buy your own materials. Nia waved her hand, ushering the group onto the island. Pekin and Shachi exchanged glances, flanking Gray as they disembarked. In truth, they were somewhat versed in mechanics, having assisted Dr. Wolf with various tasks. However, since Rod had spoken, they naturally had to take Gray along. Moreover, Gray needed a bit of training. Although not a combatant, being overly frail was unacceptable. The seas were perilous, and their goal was to conquer them. We'll take our leave. The Polar Star is in your hands, Ro. Watching Nia's group depart, Rod waved to Ro and then led Neiru in another direction. In his perception, there were several individuals in that direction whose presences were comparatively stronger, likely possessing more information than at the pirate flag. Not far away, on a hillside, a man and a woman crouched, binoculars in hand, observing the pirate ship anchored at the shore, crossed blades and fists. Indeed, it was the Rod pirates. The man compared the scene before him with a small booklet, his voice tinged with excitement. This is a big catch. The total bounty for the crew reaches 185 million berries. No, it's 185,200,000 berries. Don't forget the cents. Work requires precision. Shooky, with your attitude. When will you ever get promoted? The reason I chose to partner with you is that I saw your potential and believed you had a chance to rise through the ranks. However, if you can't correct your attitude and maintain a rigorous work ethic, I may have to find a new partner. The beautiful woman with a sultry figure cast a serious look at her companion. Yes, I understand, Marguerite. Shooky nodded repeatedly, glancing at his partner. They were members of the Baroque Works, albeit at the most junior level. The organization they belonged to was a formidable force from the Grand Line. Its internal hierarchy was distinctly defined. President, Chief Commander, Executive Commander, Billion Agents, and Million Agents. They were currently classified as Million Agents, the lowest tier of employees. Promotion to Chief Commander would grant them access to the company's substantial benefits. and they would only be called upon for difficult tasks, with the authority to command both billion and million agents. However, advancement within the company was notoriously challenging. Clear accomplishments were necessary for potential promotion, and vacancies among chief and executive commanders were rare. Yet, an exceptional opportunity lay before them. By reporting the intelligence regarding the rod pirates they had discovered, the company could dispatch higher-ranking personnel to apprehend them, and as the first to spot the prey, they would receive corresponding rewards and recognition as for whether such a high bounty could lead to a successful capture. They were from a powerful faction in the Grand Line. The pirates of the North Sea must have committed heinous crimes to warrant such a substantial bounty from the Navy. In terms of genuine strength, they likely had little to boast about. Coincidentally, due to certain circumstances, the company's executive commander, Mr. 11, was currently on the island. Shooky, hurry and contact Mr. 11 using the Den Mushy. I'll keep an eye on them. Due to her remarkable beauty, Marguerite caught the attention of the commanding officer, who subsequently provided them with a direct contact via a telephone bug, conveniently facilitating their reporting of intelligence. All right, Shooky exclaimed as he retrieved the telephone bug from his pocket and dialed Mr. 11. The connection buzzed, but where was he? Meanwhile, Marguerite, peering through her telescope, appeared momentarily dazed. In the brief span of their conversation, the individuals originally aboard the ship had vanished, leaving only the polar bear, with a bounty of 200 berries, gesticulating nonsensically on deck, seemingly unaware of its own actions. As for the individuals taken away by Nia, judging by their direction, it was highly probable they were heading to resupply and procure goods, which could easily be found in the commercial district later. However, what of their captain, the infamous Mad Blade Rod, with a bounty of 71 million berries, and the black gun Neiru, boasting a bounty of 44 million? They had just seen them moments ago. Shooky, scanning with his telescope, was unable to locate either of them. A look of urgency etched across Marguerite's face. Could they have escaped? Kacha, this is Mr. 11. What is it? We are the Million Messengers, Shooky and Marguerite. We have discovered traces of the rod pirates on the west coast. Ha! That is quite the crew you've stumbled upon, with a total bounty of 185,200,000 berries. Keep a close watch on them. You'll be duly credited for your efforts once this is completed. Mr. 11's laughter resonated, and after a few more instructions, he ended the call. Our promotion is within reach. Shooky exclaimed, barely concealing his excitement, only to notice his partner gazing at him, her face glistening with sweat. What's wrong, Marguerite? You were looking for me, weren't you? Without a word, a rather somber voice emerged from behind Shooky. Is someone behind me? When did that happen? Shooky's smile instantly froze. Despite being a mere million messenger due to his recent induction into the organization, his strength was comparable to that of a billion messenger. He merely lacked the accolades. The fact that someone could appear behind him without his notice suggested that, should they harbor ill intentions, he might already be eliminated. Turning stiffly, he beheld two red-haired youths standing behind him. Those familiar faces were precisely the accolades he intended to report: Mad Blade Rod and Black Gun Neiru. A shiver coursed through him as he managed to muster a semblance of a smile. Speak, what are your identities? Rod inquired, picking up the dossier that had been discarded on the ground, casually flipping through its contents. We are members of the Baroque Works, stationed on Shark Island, gathering intelligence while seeking suitable prey to earn bounties. Realizing he was in the presence of formidable adversaries, Shooky candidly divulged their identities. Baroque Works? Upon hearing the familiar name, Rod paused, scrutinizing the duo before him once more. The classic pairing of a man and a woman, along with the inconspicuous Baroque Works emblem on their attire, confirmed his suspicions. Our headquarters are located on the Grand Line. Assuming Rod was unaware of their organization's details, Shooky began to elaborate, hoping to instill caution in them to avoid immediate elimination. I am aware. The headquarters is in Alabasta, established by Crocodile, the crime lord. What? Crocodile? The revelation from Rod left Shooky and Marguerite's eyes wide with shock, their jaws dropping as they displayed exaggerated expressions of disbelief. Oh, I recall now. Your organization seems to refer to its members by code names, and their identities are concealed. Rod appeared to suddenly remember something, patting his head before looking at the two with an unapologetic gaze. My apologies. It seems I may have inadvertently put you in danger. It is said that Crocodile wishes to keep his identity as the leader of Baroque Works a secret. Hence, anyone aware of this truth is likely to be eliminated. It's over. Shuki and Marguerite felt their lives plunge into despair. Having uncovered such a secret, they were certain they would be hunted down. They certainly did not believe they could survive under the pursuit of a warlord of the sea. Who were you just on the phone with? Mr. 11. He is recruiting a formidable individual and happens to be on the island, Mr. 11. Rod pondered for a moment, struggling to recall any details about the individual. The designation was too far down the list for him to remember anything. Do you believe Mr. 11 possesses the strength to defeat us? Rod's expression was one of confusion. After all, he was a pirate with a bounty of 71 million. Even on the Grand Line, he was no insignificant character. What could lead them to believe that merely a low-ranking member of Baroque Works could vanquish him? We initially assumed you had achieved such a high bounty due to some extraordinary feat. Shuki, still reeling from the potential threat of being hunted by a warlord, found himself divulging nearly everything in his fear. Because Mr. 11 has been unable to handle that monster, I've heard the headquarters has dispatched a chief executive to take over the mission. Chief executive? That referred to Mr. 5, along with several higher-ranking officials. The first figure that sprang to Rod's mind was a gentleman elegantly holding a teacup, adorned with the number 3 atop his head. If it were indeed him, Rod would be keen to gauge the prowess of the so-called strongest vice. I don't know exactly who it is. Noticing the contemplative look on Rod's face, Shuki quickly added, given that I'm being so agreeable, could you both keep today's event confidential? In the midst of his fear of being pursued by a warlord and envisioning countless dreadful futures, Shuki suddenly had an epiphany. These two were merely inconsequential figures within Baroque Works, although they had inadvertently discovered their leader's true identity. As long as they remained silent, no one would be aware of the secret they held. After all, even the chief executive did not know the actual identity of the president. As long as these two did not disclose it, all would be well. However, given their strength, he could only hope they would keep it to themselves. Quite quick-witted, aren't you? Rod regarded the seemingly unremarkable man before him with surprise. He had not expected to encounter one of the few agile minds in a world filled with brute force. Rest assured, I am not the type to engage in trivial matters. Rod nodded approvingly, then waved the dossier he had taken from Shuki before his eyes. I have 3 final questions. Answer them honestly, and I shall let you go. First, are there any exceptional chefs on this island? Chefs? Shuki and Marguerite exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before responding. Go the north of this island lies the commercial district, where a few decent restaurants may have chefs worthy of the title. Very well, but it seems that wasn't quite satisfactory. While Rod was not particularly disappointed, he had merely inquired casually without much expectation, deciding to explore that area later. Second question, where is Mr. 11 currently? Since Rod had resolved to seek them out, he might as well go directly to the source, sparing the need for an extensive search. He is also in the northern district, where he enjoys fine wine and beautiful women. Since arriving on the island, he has been at the North Sea Charm Bar. What a coincidence. Everyone we seek is in the northern district. Third question, who is the monster you mentioned your organization is trying to recruit? Upon hearing the query regarding Rod, a fleeting shadow of trepidation crossed Zuki's visage, while Marguerite's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes sparkling with a hint of yearning. That was a true monstrosity, an indestructible beast. Noticing the skepticism etched upon Rod and his companions' faces, Zuki hastily added, "It is indeed true. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Neither fists nor blades could vanquish him. Even with his chest pierced and his arms broken, he would continue to fight, annihilating all his foes. The more he spoke, the more exaggerated it seemed." Rod glanced at Neiru, who subtly shook his head, indicating that the other was not lying, that we all refer to him as Zombie Man. Geno's, in the bustling commercial district of Tiger Shark Island. Nia stomped her foot upon a crate, looking down upon the shopkeeper before her in a bid to psychologically pressure him into lowering his exorbitant prices. Such a modest establishment cannot entertain haggling. Unfazed by Nia's intimidation, the shopkeeper's expression remained stoic, his gaze unwavering, even offering a slight warning. You must consider that this is Tiger Shark Town, regardless of who you are. Once you step foot on the island, you must adhere to the rules. Tisk, considering the potential repercussions of causing a scene, Nia pouted in dissatisfaction. Were it not for the fear of attracting undue trouble, she would never yield to such unscrupulous merchants. Very well. I shall take just this. Nia gritted her teeth, made the payment, declined the shopkeeper's overpriced card, and alongside Pei Jean and Shaki, hefted the crate as they made their way towards the coast. As for Gray, perhaps it would be best for him to abstain from such exertions. Shortly after Nia and her companions departed, the shopkeeper retrieved a snail phone from his drawer, gazing contentedly at the captured photograph before dialing another snail phone. I have intelligence regarding Lady Nia, complete with a photograph. Following our usual arrangement, no problem, as long as the information is accurate. Naturally, I make my living on credibility that I feel the same. That a smile flickered across the shopkeeper's face as he swiftly relayed the general situation and transmitted the illicit photograph to the recipient. On the distant sea surface, 2 warships were sailing. Lord Gula, intelligence has arrived from Tiger Shark Island. Lady Nia has been spotted there. Is the information accurate? It should be. We have a photograph that a man with short purple hair accepted the image passed to him by a subordinate. And the person in the photograph was unmistakably Nia. She appears to have matured somewhat. Lost in thought as he gazed at the familiar face in the photograph, the man named Gula's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible warmth. Suddenly, he raised his foot and kicked a subordinate before him, swiftly appearing in front of him and coldly instructing, "Remember, you must address her as Lady Nia? Yes, go contact the forward warship. Plans have changed. The target is no longer in Holgerstown. Alter the course, we are heading to Tiger Shark Island." Watching the subordinate hurry away to contact another warship, Gula turned to another subordinate standing by the door and commanded, "Bring Neo to see me." Once the subordinates had departed, Gula looked down at the photograph in his hand and murmured, "Your little pirate game must come to an end. Nia." The 2 warships traced a circle on the sea, redirecting towards Tiger Shark Town, the northern port of Holgerstown. A pink sailboat adorned with flamingo motifs came to a halt, and several figures disembarked. The foremost individual, clad in a pink feathered coat and donning red sunglasses, strode confidently toward the heart of the town. "Hey, am I seeing things? Why is such a prominent figure here? Is something significant about to transpire?" Observing the individuals descending from the ship, the port's patrons halted their activities, faces reflecting a mix of fear, confusion, and fervent admiration. The 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote, Doflamingo. "Why are you here?" Upon receiving the news, Colonel Griss of the Station Navy in Holgerstown rushed to the scene. His forehead slick with sweat as he beheld Doflamingo at a distance. Doflamingo did not spare a glance at the Navy officer, bypassing him entirely as he made his way to the town center, where the Don Quixote family's enterprises awaited. "Our operations do not require notification to the Navy, right?" Baby 5, following closely behind Doflamingo, inquired, while she and Buffalo trailed after him toward the town center, seeing that they paid him no mind. Colonel Griss's face shifted through a spectrum of colors before he finally lowered his arms, instructing his aide, "Keep a close watch on their movements and report any anomalies immediately." Yes, the aide, accompanied by several sailors, departed swiftly, leaving Colonel Griss to ponder the reason behind Doflamingo's appearance. Individuals of the caliber of the 7 warlords typically remain active in the Grand Line, rarely venturing into the 4 seas. Could it be related to the incident from some time ago? As the commander stationed in the North Sea, Colonel Griss was well aware of the recent events. A cadre from the Don Quixote family had been eliminated by a fledgling pirate crew in the North Sea. In truth, as the base commander of Holgerstown, the nearest island to the Grand Line, he had received orders from the Navy headquarters to ensure that this pirate crew was eradicated in the North Sea. However, relying solely on himself, even if the Rod pirate crew were to arrive, he would find it impossible to defeat them. Colonel Griss was acutely aware of this, especially after Admiral Bastille had also suffered defeat at their hands. "I wonder when the Navy headquarters will send reinforcements," Griss silently mused. Neither the newly emerged pirate crew nor the 7 warlords Doflamingo were foes he could contend with. "Young master, we have just received news." Just as Doflamingo settled into his family's establishment and reached for a bottle of wine, a member hurried over to report the situation. "What is it?" Doflamingo leisurely opened a bottle of red wine. pouring it into a glass at a relaxed pace. From here on, he merely needed to wait. Then when Rod appeared, he would crush him and bring him back to the new world. The Rod pirate crew has been sighted at Tiger Shark Island. Tiger Shark Island? Doflamingo's wine-pouring motion abruptly ceased. If memory serves, that island is located west of Holgerstown, quite close to the Calm Belt. They seem to have passed that small island while traversing the Calm Belt back to the North Sea from the New World. Moreover, that island is not along the route from Spider-Miles Town to Holgerstown. Could it be that they have no intention of entering the Grand Line via Holgerstown? In an instant, Doflamingo grasped the Rod pirate crew's intentions, and a surge of anger welled up within him. Quite the audacious little brats. Traveling from here to Tiger Shark Island would take even the fastest vessels a day. It was evident they wouldn't linger on the island for such an extended period. Buffalo. Doflamingo called to Buffalo, who had just settled on the sofa, preparing to indulge himself with a large tub of ice cream. Take me to Tiger Shark Island. Huh? Buffalo, clutching the ice cream tub and poised to enjoy his treat, froze momentarily. Did we not just pass that island yesterday, at the center commercial district of Tiger Shark Island? The North Sea Style Bar. What luck to have discovered the Rod pirate crew, currently in the limelight. After hanging up the phone, Mr. 11 raised his glass and savored a sip, a mixture of relief and satisfaction gracing his features. A month ago, he had received a mission to invite a certain individual to join the Baroque Works. Given Baroque Works' reputation, he had initially deemed the task a certainty. However, the individual had outright refused him. Despite employing various tactics, he had been unable to sway the individual in truth. Baroque Works standard invitations typically fell into two categories: coercion or enticement. However, regardless of the promises he made, the other party remained utterly indifferent, showing not even the slightest reaction, solely focused on leading a tranquil life. Unable to entice them, he contemplated resorting to intimidation. Unfortunately, he was outmatched. It must be said that he was indeed a formidable individual. Specially invited by the company headquarters, his swordsmanship, which he held in high esteem, was no match for his adversary. Moreover, his partner, Ms. Thursday, had been injured and was still confined to her bed. Thus, 2 days ago, he received another call from headquarters, instructing him to continue monitoring the movements of the other party on Tiger Shark Island. The company dispatched the chief executive to take over this task. According to company policy, those who failed their assignments would face severe repercussions. Given his understanding of the company's strength, he knew escape was not an option. Consequently, he could only indulge daily in the pleasures of beauty and fine wine to numb his senses, as it appears. Lady Luck still favored him. With the bounty of 185 million and 200 berries placed on the Rod pirate crew, it should suffice to offset the penalties for his failure, and perhaps even earn him a reward from the boss. With this thought, a relaxed smile spread across Mr. 11's face. You seem quite at ease, Mr. 11. Despite the failure of your mission and the necessity for us to handle the aftermath, you dare to enjoy fine wine without a care. A chilling voice echoed, followed by the door of the compartment being kicked open, revealing a man with an explosive hairstyle and sunglasses entering the room. You have utterly disgraced the company, Mr. 5, upon seeing the man who had entered. Mr. Point 11's expression shifted slightly. Ahaha. Perhaps I should eliminate him as well. This embarrassing fool that a woman's voice followed, as a tall woman with golden short hair entered, holding an umbrella despite being indoors. Miss Valentine. At the sight of the two newcomers, Mr. 11's expression first changed dramatically, but then he recalled something, regaining his composure. Although the demeanor of these two was not particularly friendly, and they appeared intent on his demise, he now possessed critical information that could greatly benefit them all. Why don't you both take a seat and enjoy a drink? Although I have not succeeded with the matter regarding that monster, I now possess reliable intelligence. With your assistance, we can surely achieve greater merits for the company. Inviting the two chief officers to sit down, Mr. 11 personally poured them drinks, gesturing for the accompanying beauties to leave and fixing the door that had been broken. Hearing Mr. 11's words, Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine complied and took their seats. Their earlier remarks were merely tactics to assert their dominance. Although the chief officer held a higher rank than the execution officer, the latter was still considered a minor official within the company. Even if punishment were to be meted out, it would be arranged by the boss, not by the two of them. Moreover, successfully completing this mission required cooperation from Mr. 11. Additionally, prior to their arrival, they had gathered information about the mission target. According to the latest reports, it indeed exceeded the execution officer's capacity. As per the boss's directive, the failure of the mission could not be attributed to Mr. 11. With that in mind, they might as well listen to the merits he claimed. What? The Rod pirate crew, with a total bounty of 185,200,000 berries. Upon hearing Mr. 11's revelation, Mr. 5's expression changed drastically, and he raised his glass to take a sip to steady his nerves. Have you made a mistake, Mr. 11? While the bounty is indeed enticing, our strength is insufficient to contend with such formidable foes. A pirate crew with such a high bounty is rare even in the Grand Line. Even we, when facing the most formidable pirates before, dealt with a bounty of only 41 million berries. Yet this Rod pirate crew's captain boasts a bounty of 71 million berries. And beyond the captain, there are still two ruthless individuals with bounties exceeding 40 million berries. Rest assured, I have thoroughly researched their situation. Mr. 11 refilled Mr. 5's glass, his face brimming with confidence. They are merely a fledgling pirate crew, lacking any extraordinary achievements. Such a crew, still wandering the four seas, might possess some strength, yet it is limited. They must have committed heinous crimes to warrant such a high bounty from the Navy. Mr. 5 nodded slowly. He had initially been startled by the bounty, but upon reflection, he did not believe this fledgling pirate crew posed a significant threat. With your capabilities, dealing with them will be akin to taking candy from a child. This is a gift from the heavens. Raising the drink poured by Mr. 11, Mr. 5 took a gentle sip, a smile gracing his lips that, "It is indeed our merit." "Aha! Indeed, it is solely our merit," that Ms. Valentine chimed in, her face adorned with a mischievous grin. "Fear not. I shall clarify the situation in the mission report. I'm sure the company will not hold you accountable for the unsuccessful mission." These two. Watching the pair before him, Mr. 11's heart burned with anger. They intended to monopolize the credit for this bounty. Yet, circumstances favored them. He had faltered in his duties, and even if he wished to resist, he was no match for the two. Unfortunately, with Miss Thursday injured and currently unable to assist, thoughts of his fallen partner only fueled Mr. 11's resentment towards Genos. "Thank you indeed, Mr. 5. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Mr. Point 11 concealed his emotions and refilled Mr. 5's glass. "I, too, can submit a mission report. As long as I contribute during the battle, no one can erase my merits." Firmly resolved, Mr. 11 planned to wait for the opportune moment to ambush Genos and the Rod pirate crew. He would also arrange for photographic evidence to ensure his contributions would not be overlooked. Matters concerning the Rod pirate crew could wait. First, he needed to deal with that zombie man, Genos. "Where is he now?" Setting down his glass, Mr. 5 inquired. "Tiger Shark Island, North District, commonly known as the Leisure and Entertainment Zone." Rod and Neiru had just entered, immediately sensing the vibrant atmosphere. The entire district was alive with laughter and raucous noise, occasionally punctuated by gunfire and screams, creating a uniquely lively scene. "This is what they call the will of freedom," Rod murmured, gazing at the spectacle before him. "Free from the control of the world government and the oppression of aristocrats. The people here undoubtedly enjoyed their liberty. Absolute freedom. Yet, absolute freedom also meant the unbridled greed and savagery within human hearts, unshackled from restraint. The outcome of this was clear. The strong controlled everything, while the weak were subjugated. However, this was the nature of the sea. Thus, he must become the strongest, the one who controls everything. Neiru's expression remained unchanged. He possessed a profound understanding of the world's essence. Yet, he harbored no desire to change it. His only wish was to serve as Rod's right hand, assisting him in whatever endeavors he pursued, whether to dominate or to destroy this world. "Over there." Neiru pointed toward the tavern at the end of the street, their destination. Inside the tavern, he could indeed sense several relatively strong presences. "Wait." Just as he was about to proceed in that direction, Rod suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on a man approaching from another direction, also heading towards the North Sea-style tavern. The man exuded an aura of competence, standing approximately 6 feet tall, clad in a long black trench coat, with short, tousled black hair and unremarkable yet symmetrical features. However, the determination in his eyes was unmistakable. Even from a distance, Rod could sense an overwhelming will emanating from him. This was a man who, once he set his sights on a goal, would pursue it with unwavering resolve, sparing no effort to achieve it. Although Rod had never encountered this individual before, a thought burgeoned in his mind. He must be the zombie man, Genos, whom the Baroque Works intended to invite. With a powerful kick, Genos flung open the door of the North Sea-style tavern, disregarding the myriad of curious glances directed at him from within, and quickly scanned the patrons. Not spotting the small bearded member of Baroque Works, Genos furrowed his brow slightly and bellowed into the tavern. "Where is Rem? Get him out here," Mr. 11, who had been engaged in pleasant conversation with Mr. 5, suddenly changed his expression before regaining composure and smiling at Mr. 5. "It seems we need not search for him. The zombie man has arrived." As he spoke, the partition door that had been forcibly installed by him came crashing down, revealing the three individuals inside to Genos' view. "How curious that he has sought us out. Does this imply he has reconsidered and wishes to join us?" mused Rem, also known as Mr. 11, with a sly tone. Should the newcomer agree to align with Baroque Works, it would grant Mr. 5 and himself an undeserved accolade. "There is no need for further prattle, since you dare to employ such underhanded tactics. Prepare to face my wrath." Underhanded tactics? Upon hearing Genos' words, Rem was momentarily taken aback, yet he had no time to ponder the implications as Genos lunged towards him, suddenly producing a hand axe and bringing it down upon him with lethal intent. Clang! With a swift motion, Rem drew his sword to block Genos' strike, his expression darkening. While their previous recruitment efforts had ended without animosity, this attack was clearly aimed at taking his life. Alarmingly, he realized that Genos was indeed capable of doing so. Struggling to push Genos away, Rem retreated 2 steps, positioning Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine behind him. "Zombie man, do you wish to make an enemy of Baroque Works?" There was no time to contemplate why Genos had resorted to such lethal measures, nor to consider the possibility of still recruiting him. The foremost priority was to preserve his own life. Mr. 5 rose as well. Though his sunglasses obscured his eyes, his posture betrayed that all his focus was now directed at Genos. "An enemy? That is your own choice. We are now sworn adversaries. Either you slay me, or I shall obliterate your entire organization." With resolute calmness, Genos brandished his axes. Scrutinizing the trio before him, he recognized the small bearded swordsman. Having previously attempted to recruit him into Baroque Works, his abilities were mediocre and thus not to be feared. The other 2 remained an enigma, yet they mirrored Rem's pairing of a man and a woman. Were they also members of Baroque Works? "You 2 are members of Baroque Works, are you not?" I cannot simply overlook that. Mr. 5, clad in a trench coat, offered no direct response to Genos' inquiry, his demeanor icy. Before the chief commander, one dared to utter such audacious threats, vowing to annihilate their organization. "I have encountered many like you, individuals who have never gazed upon the vastness of the sea, nor comprehended the world beyond. How could you possibly grasp the essence of true strength?" As he spoke, Mr. 5 rolled up his sleeves, revealing robust arms honed from rigorous training. "Allow me to impart a lesson. Boy, one must approach the sea with reverence." With that, Mr. 5 surged forward, striking Genos with a powerful blow. In a moment of urgency, Genos raised his arm to shield himself from the impact. The force was not overwhelming, indicating that his opponent was not particularly formidable. However, as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed the corner of the sunglasses-clad man's mouth curve upwards. In the next instant, a deafening explosion erupted, accompanied by a surge of heat, as a violent shock wave emanated from the point of contact between their arms, propelling Genos through the in explosion. As he soared through the air, Genos glanced at his arm, now riddled with wounds from the blast. Yet his expression remained unchanged. There was no indication that his adversary had concealed explosives, and given their strength, it was implausible for them to detonate a bomb at such close range. Their bodies could not withstand the blast. Thus, it must be the work of a devil fruit user. Mid-air, Genos adjusted his posture and landed deftly, once again positioning his axes before him. And to his surprise, the wounds on his arms were already healed. I have always held the sea in reverence, desiring merely a tranquil existence in the North Sea. Gripping the axe handles tightly, Genos's veins bulged as a fierce expression settled upon his face. The true disrespect towards this sea emanates from you. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath him shattered as Genos propelled himself forward, swinging his axe fiercely at Mr. Five. Observing Genos's remarkable recovery, Mr. Five's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Although he had been aware of this capability from intelligence reports, witnessing it firsthand was still profoundly shocking. Ah ha ha. Prepare to experience my might, the 10,000-kilogram guillotine. With a sharp, derisive voice, a figure descended from the sky, a long leg poised to strike. Though the attack was halted just before impact, the force still connected with Genos. Crack! Genos distinctly heard the sound of his bones fracturing. Boom! The heavy strike landed, creating a massive crater in the ground. And after delivering the blow, Ms. Valentine floated back up, twirling her umbrella with her ever-mischievous grin. This fellow has declared war on our organization. Eliminating him here would be perfectly acceptable. Indeed, Mr. Five remarked, casually picking his nose, forming a booger into a small ball, and then launching it at Genos. Booger cannon. As Genos beheld the projectile hurtling towards him, a look of genuine panic crossed his face for the first time. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his shoulder, he swung his axe to block the incoming assault. Such a vile attack must not make contact. Boom! The moment the axe met the booger, a cataclysmic explosion enveloped Genos's form entirely, regardless of his formidable regenerative abilities. There was scant time to recover from such a detonation. Observing the aftermath of the explosion, Mr. Five wore a faint smile, confident in his superiority over this mere four-seas pawn of Mr. 11 amidst the chaos. A figure adorned with the Baroque Works insignia stealthily approached Mr. 11, handing him a box in a conspiratorial manner. "What is this?" Mr. 11 inquired, casting a curious glance at the unseemly individual before him. Though not particularly handsome, this person was sharp-witted and adept at handling affairs in the North Sea. However, amidst such a critical confrontation, what could possibly warrant his attention? It's that zombie man's dog. The shifty-eyed Minion hunched over, rubbing his hands together with a devious grin. That fellow has no family, no friends. He is utterly reliant on that dog as long as we use this dog to threaten him. We need not fear his refusal to acquiesce to our demands. You truly are a master of cunning. With a glance of appreciation at his subordinate before him, Mr. 11 shook his head with a hint of regret. However, it is too late. Our objective now is to eliminate him. Ah? Mr. 11 reached out and patted the bewildered subordinate's head, assuring him, "I have taken note of your abilities. Henceforth, you shall work alongside me. It is my honor." The subordinate's face lit up with surprise. His efforts over this period had finally borne fruit. As for the dog, dispose of it. Mr. 11 waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing his command, the subordinate nodded and departed with the box. Preparing to sell the stolen puppy to the nearby restaurant, the very least, it might fetch a bottle of liquor, for Mr. 11 is particularly fond of drinking. Just as the subordinate turned to enter a narrow alley, a hand suddenly emerged from the shadows, covering his mouth, followed by a swift chop to the back of his head, rendering him instantly unconscious. "He won't be killed, will he?" Inquiring about the unconscious passerby, Neiru voiced his concern. "Impossible. I controlled the force perfectly," Rod replied as he took the box from the subordinate's grasp, gently placing it down and glancing at the incapacitated passerby, his fist clenching slightly. The control over the force was still somewhat lacking. The dog must have been merely knocked unconscious. Rod opened the box to reveal a pure white puppy, seemingly in a deep slumber. After all, their original intention was to use the puppy to coerce its owner. If they simply killed it, the threat would be nullified. Neiru tilted his head to observe the three individuals re-engaging in battle on the street, then redirected his gaze to Rod. "What shall we do next?" Rod stood up, watching the man who, despite being besieged by two adversaries, continued to fight valiantly, recovering swiftly from any inflicted injuries, a glimmer of excitement igniting in his eyes. "Naturally, we shall recruit him as our ally." "I knew it." Neiru nodded slightly. Whether challenging the seven warlords or dominating the seas, such endeavors cannot be accomplished by a mere handful of individuals. They require companions. And that zombie man, not far away and engaged in combat, was clearly the partner Rod had set his sights on. Boom! A violent explosion erupted once more, and as the smoke cleared, Mr. 5 once again beheld the fierce glint in Genos's eyes. Unconsciously retreating a step, Mr. 5 was engulfed by an indescribable feeling. What kind of fruit ability is this? Whether it be severed arms, shattered bones, or ruptured organs, spewing blood, this individual could recover in a remarkably short span of time and relentlessly launch another assault. Tireless and undeterred, the Miss Valentine's Day floated in mid-air, silent and with a grim expression. In the past few minutes, she had struck the opponent multiple times, breaking bones repeatedly, yet she remained astounded by the unwavering determination of her foe. Let us all attack together. This fellow is but one, and though he recovers quickly, his combat prowess is not exceptional. Let us overwhelm him, observing the apparent inability of the two chief commanders to subdue their enemy. Mr. Point 11 shouted loudly, "The T is command." Dozens of individuals brandishing a variety of weapons emerged from the surrounding taverns, each bearing the emblem of the Baroque Works. Die, monster, charge! Accompanied by various battle cries, the members of the Baroque Works surged toward Genos. You will follow closely beside me. Once that zombie man has exhausted some of his stamina, we shall strike. And no matter how resilient his recovery ability, a swift thrust to his heart or decapitation should suffice to end him. Mr. Point 11 instructed, believing the clever little subordinate who had left earlier had returned with a solution for Genos's dog. That a commendable thought. Were you to successfully ambush him, it might indeed inflict a fatal wound. Not the same person as before. Upon hearing a voice from behind, Mr. 11's expression instantly shifted, and he swiftly moved forward, drawing his long knife and swinging it toward the source of the sound. Too slow, Mr. 11 merely saw a figure darting past, and in the next moment, pain shot through his wrist, causing him to involuntarily release his grip on the knife. However, the knife is quite impressive. Rod seized the weapon that had slipped from Mr. 11's grasp, feeling its weight and revealing a hint of surprise in his eyes. A fine quality blade. The Flower Prefecture. Rod waved the long knife in his hand and lifted it, admiring the elegant patterns etched upon the blade. A satisfied smile gracing his face, although not a pure swordsman. Acquiring such a fine weapon was indeed an unforeseen delight. It was unexpected that this fellow, despite his lack of strength, possessed such a fine blade. Casting a glance at the incapacitated Mr. 11, Rod bent down to retrieve the scabbard from his waist, sheathing the newly acquired fine blade. That is my weapon. Watching Rod effortlessly claim his long knife as his own, Mr. Point 11 could not help but exclaim that it is mine now. Rod replied coolly, casting a fleeting glance at him. Who are you? Realizing that he had been subdued in an instant, Mr. 11 understood that he was likely no match for Rod. Nonetheless, he needed to ascertain the identity of his adversary. Are you not after my bounty? What? Do you not recognize me? Upon hearing Rod's response, Mr. 11 scrutinized Rod and Neiru, his expression shifting dramatically. The red hair, the emerald green eyes, they were members of Rod's pirate crew. Rod and Neiru, rest easy and await the conclusion of the battle. Neiru retrieved 2 glasses from the bar counter of the tavern, pouring a drink for himself and Rod as they quietly awaited the battle's resolution on the street. With a sigh, Genos extracted the broken blade embedded in his chest and cast it aside, then removed the 2 bullets lodged in his neck, discarding them before slowly approaching Mr. 5. Mr. 5 lay on the ground, his body riddled with wounds of various sizes, a testament to the injuries sustained in their previous encounters, where Genos had traded his life for damage. The battle had endured for nearly an hour, resulting in the Baroque Works ordinary members, 67 in total, either severely injured or dead. The 2 chief commanders suffered moderate injuries, utterly exhausted, unable to rise. As for the enemy, the zombie man, Genos, had been pierced countless times by blades, shot through the chest by bullets, and had bones shattered by heavy blows. Mr. 5 gazed at Genos, who bore no visible wounds, and a flicker of fear ignited within him. This is a true monster that cannot be slain. Could you explain why? Why go to such lengths? Even if the opponent could recover swiftly due to the abilities of the devil fruit, the injuries sustained in battle were real, and the pain of those injuries was palpable. Even the most brutal of pirates would not fight in such a manner. What could possibly compel one to such extremes? Why? Gripping a nearly shattered one-handed axe, Genos looked down at the man sprawled on the ground, anger flickering in his eyes. You sent someone to steal my Cece, and you dare question me why? Cece, she is a dog I raised, my only companion. I shall never forgive anyone who dares to harm my companion. For the sake of dog? Mr. Five's eyes widened in disbelief. The reason for such fierce combat was merely for a dog. That white dog. Mr. Levin's eyes also widened as he recalled the earlier subordinate who had stolen Genos's dog and had been instructed to dispose of it. Was it you? Genos abruptly lifted his gaze, surveying Rod and Neiru before settling his eyes on Mr. Levin. During the earlier skirmish, he had sensed the presence of these two red-haired youths. However, given their lack of hostility, he chose not to dwell further on them. No, it's not me. I don't know anything. He protested. It's a joke. Even Mr. Five and Ms. Valentine have been taken down, and Mr. Levin has no intention of engaging in battle with Genos. Besides, he wasn't the one responsible for the chaos. Your meat sai is over there, Rod indicated, pointing toward a box against the wall. Upon hearing Rod's remarks, Genos discarded the axe he was holding and hurried over to the box. Carefully opening it, upon discovering meat sai lying inside, unharmed and peacefully slumbering, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Gently lifting her out of the box, Genos turned to Rod and Neiru. You saved meat sai, didn't you? I am profoundly grateful. I will repay you well. Whatever your requests may be, I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. Upon hearing Genos's words, a smile of delight crept across Rod's face. Then, come aboard my ship and set sail with me. Ha! Genos blinked in surprise that he was indeed thankful to the two red-haired youths for rescuing meat sai and genuinely wished to repay them. However, his initial desire for a tranquil life had led him to decline the Baroque Works invitation, which had precipitated the current predicament. What do you mean by that? He tentatively inquired. We are pirates. I apologize, Genos replied, a look of regret crossing his face that I merely wish to live a peaceful life. I truly do not wish to become a pirate. Constantly pursued by the Navy across the seas, unable to find solace, Rod, undeterred by Genos's refusal, poured him another glass of wine, gesturing for him to sit and converse for a while. If given a choice, no one desires to be hunted. However, the sea operates under its own rules. Peace is not guaranteed simply by wishing for it. Has the situation not made that clear to you? Raising his glass to clink with Genos's, Rod took a sip and gestured toward the defeated members of Baroque Works lying nearby. You just bested Mr. Five, the chief commander of Baroque Works. You are an astute individual. Understanding his code name should enlighten you. Being Mr. Five implies that there are 4 stronger individuals above him, and above those 4 lies their enigmatic leader, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Crocodile. Noticing Genos's changing expression, Rod shook his head slightly. You are already embroiled in this affair. To maintain the tranquil life you desire, you must eliminate anyone who threatens that peace. How troublesome. Genos downed the beer in his glass and sighed deeply. All he desired was a serene existence with meat sai. Rod refilled his glass, then laughed heartily, patting Genos on the shoulder. Do not worry. Being a pirate is not as arduous as you might imagine. In truth, as long as one possesses sufficient strength, one can lead a carefree life, regardless of the path chosen. Nevertheless, your concerns are not unfounded. Often, pirates indeed face pursuit from the Navy. Rod rose to his feet, casting his gaze into the distance, a flicker of crimson light dancing in his eyes. Just like now, on the northern seas of Tiger Shark Island, 2 warships sliced through the waves. At the forefront of one ship stood a tall Navy officer, a cigar clenched between his teeth, thick smoke obscuring his visage, leaving only his fierce eyes visible through the haze. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, we are nearing Tiger Shark Island. Please advise, a Navy officer reported loudly to the imposing figure. I have heard that this island is a haven for pirates, Ghost Spider remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the distant that he was a staunch hawk within the Navy, unwavering in his conviction that it was better to wrongly execute than to let a pirate escape. His ruthlessness was evident even towards his subordinates if they hindered his mission. Although he was compelled to assist the One's family due to external pressures, this did not imply that he would heed their commands. Since I have arrived, not a single pirate on this island shall escape. While it might be an exaggeration to label it a pirate paradise, the absence of a defined governing power had indeed made it a refuge for many pirates. Qasim Finney, Ghost Spider's longtime deputy and a fervent hawk himself, instantly grasped his superior's intentions. Once we dock, lead a squad of elite soldiers with me onto the island. Allow no pirate to escape. As the island loomed closer, Ghost Spider rested his hand on the hilt of his blade, a bloodthirsty smile curling his lips. Even if we have to kill them all, so be it. Understood. As the words were exchanged, the warship gradually approached the shore, and the soldiers swiftly formed ranks at their commanding officer's behest. Simultaneously, not far from Ghost Spider's vessel, on the ship belonging to the Onist family, Guro Onist instructed his son, Neo Onist, once we land, we shall split up. Though we have secured the Navy's assistance through CP's influence, I did not anticipate that it would be Vice Admiral Ghost Spider leading the charge. Gura's expression hardened as he regarded the approaching island. This man was an absolute hawk within the Navy. His methods would undoubtedly involve a ruthless crackdown on the pirates present, showing no mercy whatsoever. I will join them to prevent him from taking lethal action upon encountering Nia. Should he encounter other pirates, I shall seek out Nia. You take a few subordinates and find Nia swiftly. Resort to any means necessary if needed. A cold glint flickered in Gura's eyes. Even if I must break her legs, I will bring her back. I understand, Neo replied quietly, his expression stoic, bearing a striking resemblance to Nia. Prepare to act. As the two conversed, the warship docked at the shore. Major Mela Levi, lead your men to enter Tiger Shark Island from the west. Major Regina Kant, you and your team will enter from the east. Lieutenant Lewin Yakub, you will lead your soldiers with us from the front. Major Kensakiel, you will command the ship to patrol the waters. Should any suspicious vessels attempt to depart, issue the order to fire. Once the warship docked, Ghost Spider leaped off the vessel and strode purposefully forward, while Qasim Finney immediately set about assigning tasks to the remaining personnel. The moment they landed, Ghost Spider unleashed his perception. His Kinbunchka Haki revealed a multitude of pirates ahead. Moments later, Ghost Spider, accompanied by dozens of armed Navy soldiers, entered the northern district, instantly drawing the attention of all present. Why are the Navy here? Some pirates questioned, isn't this territory not under the jurisdiction of the world government, meaning the Navy wouldn't come? Perhaps they have other missions. We don't even have bounties. The Navy wouldn't trouble us. That is true. I in the next instant. Several bullets pierced through the boisterous group of pirates, as Ghost Spider's fierce gaze swept over them, that I could smell the stench of pirates from a distance. He declared, gesturing for his soldiers to charge forward. The once lively streets fell silent, replaced by chaos and the sounds of fighting and curses. And the most important, Rod's pirate crew, you shall remain here. As the onlookers dispersed, Ghost Spider focused on 3 individuals in the distance. Crazy Blade Rod, Black Gun Neiru, and an unfamiliar black-haired man. Are they the new members? However, it no longer matters. Let us eliminate them all. The woman that the Onist family seeks to capture is not present here. Hey, I have not officially agreed to join yet. Upon hearing the word from the opposing Navy, Genos could not help but speak up. In response, a barrage of bullets came rushing towards him, one-sword style. Red flower 1,000 cuts. Rod drew the newly acquired Swiftblade, Huazhou, and the dazzling flashes of sword light danced before them, deflecting all incoming bullets. As one of the renowned Swift Blades, Huazhou had a previous master who was a sword master of some repute. After grasping Huazhou, Rod's knightly instincts activated, allowing him to master the original owner's signature sword techniques. With his solid foundation in swordsmanship, he was able to instantly comprehend the techniques previously wielded by Huazhou's former master. Just as Rod deflected those bullets, the imposing figure of the Ghost Spider appeared before him, swinging down his long sword with ferocity. When Rod raised his blade to block the Ghost Spider's strike, he felt an overwhelming force descend from above, causing the ground beneath him to shatter. Simultaneously, Qasim Finney appeared before Neiru, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his head. Shave. With a swift motion, Neiru evaded, creating distance while aiming his black gun at his opponent. You won't hit me with that bullet. A glint of red flashed in Qasim Finney's eyes as he pivoted on his left foot, his body slightly turning to evade the bullet shot by Neiru, while simultaneously launching a fierce kick. Storm kick. As Qasim Finney's right leg swung out, A crescent-shaped slash was unleashed, hurtling towards Neiru. Neiru's gaze flickered. Instead of dodging the attack, he responded with a kick of his own, meeting the assault head dash on the as he kicked. A surge of power emanated from within him, coating his foot with a faint layer of darkness. Boom! The forceful kick sent Kasim Finney's storm kick flying, cleaving through the nearby tavern, and a subtle smile crept onto Neiru's face. Success! Armament hockey! Though still unfamiliar, it exhibited at least a slight effect. However, he had successfully channeled that power. Armament hockey, indeed. Noticing the power Neiru had utilized in the recent attack, Kasim Finney's expression shifted slightly. The intelligence previously received only hinted that this black gunner, Neiru, was suspected of mastering observation hockey, but there was no mention of his grasp of armament hockey. A mere novice pirate, yet he directly challenged the 7 warlords of the sea and triumphed over elite naval officers. Now he even mastered both forms of hockey. More importantly, did the armament hockey he just displayed originate from his inherent abilities? Or was it acquired after battling with Major Bastiu? Regardless of the scenario, they could certainly be classified as monsters. Kasim Finney's gaze sharpened further, in contrast to seriousness. Neiru appeared considerably more relaxed. This was merely a simple skirmish, and he had already formed his judgment. His opponent was no match for him. Rod was likewise managing well. A glance at the battle between Rod and the Ghost Spider brought a slight relaxation to Neiru. Thus, it might be worth exploring how to envelop bullets with hockey. With this thought in mind, Neiru again employed shave to create distance, then raised his black gun, attempting to wrap his still awkward hockey around the bullet. Kicking away a Navy soldier charging towards him, Genos wore a look of helplessness. That I've already stated that I haven't officially joined their ranks. To be why saying such things, it implies you intend to join them and become a pirate. Correct? The scarred face of Navy Lieutenant Juan Jacob, appearing quite menacing, gripped a large blade tightly, cautiously observing the black-haired man before him. They had exchanged blows a few times, yet this man was quite peculiar. Even when struck by their blades, he would recover in a remarkably short time. Were it not for his consideration for the white puppy cradled in his arms, he might have unleashed his full power, and they could have been defeated by his terrifying recuperation ability. What a strange ability user. Such thoughts flickered in his mind as Juan Jacob subtly moved his fingers, signaling the Navy soldiers behind him. As elite members from the naval headquarters, they were equipped with specialized sea stone weapons designed to counter ability users. Any pirate shall perish, with a furious shout. Juan Jacob swung his weapon and charged forward once more, while the Navy soldiers behind him echoed his battle cry, rushing towards Genos with their weapons raised. Honestly, observing the Navy charging indiscriminately at him, Genos could not help but feel a surge of anger. Rod's prior advice echoed in his mind. There was no truly safe place upon these seas. Regardless of location, living a peaceful life was no easy feat. He had seriously contemplated whether to set sail alongside Rod and the others. Yet, even if he were to become a pirate, this was not the way he envisioned beginning his journey. Genos tightened his windbreaker, tying it into a small bundle before placing the still-asleep Cece inside. He then seized 2 scattered weapons from the ground, his gaze sharpening. Let the slaughter commence. As Rod's Huajo intercepted the Ghost Spider's strike, the force transmitted through his hands caused Rod's expression to shift slightly. Such immense power. After completing his foundational training and halting his physical growth, this was the first time someone made him feel pressured. Quite formidable. No wonder Bastiu was defeated by you. Still holding a cigar between his lips, the Ghost Spider spoke, the smoke wafting towards Rod, causing him to frown slightly. However, I am not a one-sword style swordsman. And no sooner had he finished speaking than the Ghost Spider drew another long blade from his waist, swinging it fiercely at Rod. Shave. Rod's body retreated instantaneously, evading the Ghost Spider's attack. Upon glancing at his torn clothing, a smile spread across his face. There is pressure, but I will not lose. This is precisely the battle he requires. One that allows him to rapidly absorb nutrients and transform his long-accumulated experience into strength. With a powerful push against the ground, as he landed, Rod propelled himself forward, charging at the Ghost Spider with unyielding momentum, swinging Huajo down towards his opponent's head. When the Ghost Spider raised his hand to block Rod's strike, his expression shifted slightly. He too raised his longsword, using both hands to parry Rod's attack. This little brat possesses immense strength. It requires both hands to withstand his strike. Undeterred by the failed attempt, Rod swiftly wielded Huazhou, unleashing a flurry of powerful slashes at the ghost spider. Boom! The ghost spider evaded, and Rod's strike landed forcefully on the ground, creating a massive crater. This is no mere slash. The intelligence dealer, unable to retreat in time, watched Rod's onslaught with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. A swordsman does not fight in such a manner. Rod was oblivious to the thoughts of the onlooker, relishing the opportunity to face a worthy opponent as he gradually put his various ideas into practice during the fight. Clang! As Rod's slash was again blocked, the ghost spider's lips curled into a faint smile. Allow me to send you on your way, little brat. I've mentioned before, I am not a one-sword style swordsman, nor am I a two-sword style swordsman. As he spoke, the ghost spider's flowing black hair seemed to come alive, revealing several long blades drawn from behind him. I am an 8-sword style swordsman. The dancing hair resembled 6 hands, each grasping a long blade, and as Rod and the ghost spider clashed swords, the blades struck from various angles, slashing and stabbing at Rod. Rod raised his head, a carefree smile adorning his face. In battle, it is not merely the quantity of weapons that matters. As the words flowed, a surge of power erupted from Rod's being, instantly enveloping him in a dark aura. When 6 blades, attacking from various directions, struck him, they emitted a sound akin to clashing swords. Why do you not shroud your weapon in hockey? Rod's entire form was cloaked in a pitch-black aura, rendering the ghost spider's slashes ineffective, causing no harm whatsoever. Is it because you dislike it? Little brat. The ghost spider chuckled in exasperation, his own dark hockey coiling around him. While it was commendable that he had grasped hockey at such a young age, he was gravely mistaken if he believed that mastering hockey would allow him to escape my grasp. The hair atop the ghost spider's head thickened and writhed, resembling 6 additional arms. In the name of justice, I shall eliminate you all here at Tiger Shark Island on the western coast, aboard the polar bear. Damn it, how dare they sell it for such an exorbitant price? Nia, recalling her experiences in the small town, wore an annoyed expression as she and Pekin loaded their purchases into the warehouse. At tea times like this, don't sweat the small stuff. After all, we still have enough money. Leaning against the deck, Rod was engrossed in a comic book. Unperturbed by Nia's complaints, this was a rare moment of leisure for him. Wow, the Sea Warrior Sora. When did you buy this, Rod? Pekin leaned in, catching sight of the comic's contents, his excitement palpable. Summer, upon hearing Pekin's comment, rushed to Rod's side. Peering over his shoulder at the comic.it was a serialized story in the World Economic Journal, chronicling the brave Sea Warrior Sora, who led a combined robot alongside seagulls to battle the nefarious Germa 66. This comic served as a vital propaganda tool for the world government, wielding immense influence across the globe. Given its setting in the North Sea, its impact was even more pronounced there, with nearly all children having read it. Growing up alongside its tales, they were no exception, being ardent fans themselves, with Rod being an unwavering supporter of the official publication that I'll let you see it once I've finished reading. Without answering Pekin's question, Rod continued to focus intently on the comic. Humph, boys are so childish, Nia scoffed, glancing disdainfully at the group. She had no intention of borrowing Rod's comic, as she diligently followed the daily updates in the newspaper. Speaking of which, Rod and Nell are taking an awfully long time. After waiting on the ship for 10 minutes, Nia began to feel bored. Despite their agreement to complete the supplies swiftly and enter the Grand Line without haggling, these two had delayed. Hearing Nia's remark, Rod abruptly lifted his head, snapping back to reality from the comic storyline, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Rod and Nell had merely gone to gather intelligence. Logically, they should have returned promptly, especially Nell, whose observation hockey had a vast range. Even while collecting information on the island, he would surely be aware of the situation aboard the polar bear, and upon noticing that Nia and the others had finished their shopping, they should have come back immediately, unless they encountered some unforeseen circumstances. With a decisive clap, Rod shut the comic book. Before Pekin and Summer, who were engrossed in the story, could speak, he issued commands. They must have encountered something unusual. Pekin, Summer, raise the anchor and prepare to set sail. Nia, You and Beepo head to the Northern District to assess the situation. Regardless of what you find, do not act impulsively. Trust Rod and the others. Your task is to bring back information, I understand. Sensing Rod's urgency, Nia's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she replied in a low voice. Just then, as Nia and Beepo prepared to depart, a voice suddenly resonated in her ear. When did you arrive? Rod, too, had heard the voice from nearby, his expression darkening. He had been completely unaware of anyone approaching Neo. Upon hearing the familiar voice, a flicker of daze crossed Nia's eyes. Although nearly 2 years had passed since they last met, she still recognized her brother's voice. Yet the next moment, a powerful kick struck her abdomen, sending her flying off the polar bear. Damn it! The training intensity has left me in a state of utter fatigue. I didn't even notice someone approaching. Seeing Nia sent flying, Rod gritted his teeth. One hand gripped his sword, while the other radiated a flickering blue light. Room. A blue circle instantly enveloped the area, and a smile returned to Rod's face. His ability was activated. This was his domain. Cut. From a distance, Rod swung his sword towards the boy who had appeared out of nowhere. As long as one was within his ability's range, he could slice through anything or anyone without direct contact. However, Rod's pupils constricted sharply. The invisible cutting force struck Neo, but unlike before, it did not slice through him. A faint black aura enveloped Neo's form, a seemingly fragile layer of power that nevertheless thwarted Rod's ability. Armed hockey. Rod spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on the boy before him, a peculiar ability. But without hockey, you cannot sever that which is cloaked in hockey. Wait, is that hockey he possesses? Why is it that color? Only then did Beepo react, staring at the boy in shock. And he looks so much like Sister Nia. Idiot, that's just his skin color. Pekin tapped Beepo's head. I'm sorry, he must be Nia's brother, ignoring the antics of the others. Rod's gaze remained locked on the boy across from him. The young man shared Nia's wheat-colored skin and purple hair, their faces strikingly similar, save for their eyes. His were a reddish-brown, unlike Nia's yellow ones. Just as Rod had previously stated, this young talent had mastered armed hockey at such a tender age. No, it wasn't just armed hockey. A memory flashed in Rod's mind. When the boy had used armed hockey to defend against his ability, he hadn't fully covered himself. Rather, he had shielded just the area Rod had aimed to strike. He likely possessed observation hockey as well. As Rod marveled at Neo's dual-colored hockey, the boy sprang forward toward Neo once more. So fast, Rod barely caught a glimpse of the figure flashing past him, and the next moment, Neo stood before Nia, his right leg raised high, ready to deliver a powerful kick. Room. Rod activated his ability again. Since his power couldn't currently affect Neo, who was enveloped in hockey, he would simply relocate Nia. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Rod, delivering a kick to his arm that disrupted his ability. I am Onistgura. You must be Nia's companion. My apologies for the trouble our child has caused you. However, as a friendly warning, I must inform you that a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral is also on this island. While your recent accomplishment is commendable, for you, the Vice Admiral represents an insurmountable peak. Gula refrained from taking further action, merely casting a tranquil gaze towards Luo. Hurry and flee. I shall pretend I have not seen you, he remarked. A light chuckle escaped from Luo's lips as he regarded the middle-aged man before him. Yet he spoke of matters entirely unrelated. Your family's genetic lineage is indeed formidable. However, the course of our journey is solely determined by the captain. How troublesome, Gula said, tugging at his shirt collar and loosening his tie slightly. I am somewhat of your elder. Allow me to impart a lesson. The most crucial thing for a person is to recognize reality. With that, he swiftly appeared before Luo, his finger thrusting towards him with remarkable speed. Finger gun, spot. The rapid movements of his fingers seemed to create afterimages, enveloping Luo's body entirely. Room. A blue circle materialized once more. And Luo's form instantaneously shifted to Gula's rear, his weapon, Oni Kuri, lunging forward with fervor. Shave! As if possessing eyes in the back of his head, Gula stepped forward, vanishing from sight, only to reappear some distance away, delivering a powerful kick that launched a tremendous slash towards Luo. Storm kick. This is indeed a formidable opponent. Luo, dragging his weary body, continued to combat Gula, whose vast combat experience and formidable martial prowess proved to be a daunting challenge. Moreover, it seemed he had mastered observation hockey, consistently evading Luo's myriad attacks. Meanwhile, Nia quickly emerged from her emotional reunion with her brother, her yellow-slit pupils narrowing as she intensely scrutinized his movements. "You haven't team merely been playing around these past few years, have you?" Suddenly, Neo's figure vanished from Nia's line of sight, only to reappear directly behind her, delivering a swift kick aimed at her shoulder. Barely managing to evade Neo's assault, Nia found herself rolling awkwardly across the ground. "Your abilities have stagnated." Neo chose not to pursue her relentlessly, but calmly addressed her once she had regained her footing. "Given your course, it appears you wish to traverse the Grand Line. With your current strength, survival in those waters is utterly implausible. Moreover, you have incurred the wrath of Don Quixote Doflamingo. I cannot fathom your thought process. Surely even ignorance has its limits." "Humph. It seems you have made significant progress over the years, Neo." Nia glared vehemently at her brother, a flicker of irritation brewing within her. Her annoyance was directed at herself. Although she had described him as an undeniable genius to Rod while discussing family matters, she had always held the upper hand in their strength prior to her departure. Yet, after their recent exchanges, she woefully acknowledged that she no longer appeared to be his equal. "What have I been doing all these years? I spoke of breaking free from familial constraints, but forgot that only sufficient power guarantees such liberation. You should return home with us, that if you're concerned about the king, there is no need. Dawson Bourbon is dead, and the current king is Dawson Flynn." "Dead?" Nia was momentarily taken aback by Neo's statement. The king who had once imposed tremendous pressure upon her, compelling her to flee, had passed away. Though she had always derided him as an old fool, he was merely 40 years old, and there had been no prior indication of any ailment. How could he have died so suddenly? "Who knows?" Neo's expression remained unchanged. "So, please, come back with us." Accompanying us is Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral Ghost Spider, who is a hawkish leader within the Navy. All the pirates on this island will likely not escape. Although you previously defeated a Marine Lieutenant Commander in Sparta Miles, Rear Admiral Ghost Spider is an entirely different entity. His strength ranks among the top within the Marine Headquarters cadre of Rear Admirals. "I must say, you stand little chance of escape. It seems I must resolve this matter swiftly." Upon hearing Neo's words, Nia's countenance shifted, and she leaned forward slightly, a subtle smile curling at her lips, revealing her sharp teeth as two black ears sprouted from her head. "If Luo were to eliminate that Rear Admiral Ghost Spider first, and I remained embroiled in battle, I would surely become a target for ridicule." "Devil fruit?" Neo noted the changes occurring within Nia, coming to a realization that "Is this your crutch?" However, relying solely on a fruit cannot erase the disparity in our strengths. After years apart, you have certainly become quite eloquent. In an instant, Nia appeared before Neo, her right hand clawed and poised to strike with ferocity. "Shave, it seems you have acquired some skills as well." Neo discerned the ability Nia was employing, yet it is far too immature. Leaning back to evade Nia's assault, Neo retaliated with a swift kick that struck her squarely in the chest, propelling her into the air. "Shave!" In the blink of an eye, Neo appeared suspended in midair, effortlessly dodging Nia's attack. The Marine Six Styles, a closely guarded technique of the Navy, transcends human limitations in martial arts. Among these, shave might be considered a fundamental technique. To master it, one must possess extraordinary physical attributes and a precise grasp of their own strength. Once proficient in shave, moonwalk becomes a natural progression. As Neo floated in midair, he stepped forward, producing a series of thud sounds as if treading upon invisible air, remaining suspended aloft. Nia, having been propelled into the air, attempted to twist her body while extending her claws in an attack against Neo, but he effortlessly retreated a step with moonwalk, evading her strike and allowing her to fall helplessly to the ground. Gazing up at Neo, who appeared to tread upon the very air itself, Nia furrowed her brow. Once one has mastered both shave and moonwalk, the storm kick follows seamlessly. While Neo remained suspended, he spoke, his voice clearly reaching Nia's ears. The so-called storm kick utilizes high-speed and powerful kicking techniques to generate vacuum slashes that strike opponents. This technique demands even greater strength, requiring an immense burst of power within a remarkably brief time frame. Those who master shave and moonwalk essentially meet these criteria, and when refined to a high level, this technique can easily cleave a target in twain. Just like this. As he spoke, Neo descended to the ground, delivering a fierce kick that sent a crescent-shaped slash hurtling toward Nias. She narrowly avoided the attack. A massive fissure was etched into the ground, a flaw, seizing the opportunity amidst Neo's offensive. Nia surged forward, lunging at him with a clawed fist aimed at Neo. Iron block. In the face of Nia's assault, Neo made no attempt to evade. With a low growl, he absorbed the full force of her punch. How solid! Feeling the impact reverberate through her fist, Nia was taken aback, then quickly stepped back, her body propelled away. Neo, unfazed by Nia's strike, spoke calmly. The iron block is a defensive technique that accelerates blood flow, enhancing muscle movement and infusing strength into a well-trained body, granting it the hardness of iron, impervious even to bullets and blades that, in contrast, the technique known as finger gun condenses all of one's power into the fingertips, releasing a strike with a force comparable to that of a bullet, in the blink of an eye. Neo closed the distance to Nia, and before she could react, his finger pierced her shoulder. Just like this. Damn it. The puncture in her shoulder inevitably impeded Nia's movements. Nevertheless, she seized the moment as Neo drew near, launching a frenzied assault against him. Lastly, there was paper drawing, which also served as a defensive technique. Unlike the iron block that galvanizes the entirety of one's strength, this technique necessitates the relinquishment of all power, allowing the fluctuations in the air produced by the opponent's movements to render the body as light as paper, enabling effortless control. With this mastery, one can deftly evade any attack directed toward oneself. Neo relinquished all offensive maneuvers, his body becoming as insubstantial as a feather, effortlessly dodging all of Nia's attempts while casually articulating his thoughts. This little rascal. Nia furrowed her brow as she regarded Neo. The disparity in strength between them was stark. Her assaults had no impact on Neo, yet he could inflict harm upon her with ease. Is this little imp attempting to toy with me in such a manner? I certainly do not require his hand-holding guidance. Sister Nia, allow me to assist you. Observing Nia exerting her utmost, yet unable to land a single blow on her opponent, Beppo sprang forth, ready to provide support. No, that is entirely unnecessary. Pekin grasped Beppo firmly. Why not? Sister Nia is clearly outmatched. The two of you should join forces, Beppo exclaimed, pulling Pekin and Shachi along, intent on aiding Nia. Fool! Can't you see? Shaking off Beppo's bear-like paw, Pekin couldn't help but scold. He is conducting a live demonstration. Ah, is that so? Beppo scratched his head, glancing once more at the two battling in the distance. Although Nia was evidently at a disadvantage, incapable of harming her opponent, the latter had not shown any intent to strike with full force. Of course, they're siblings. Siblings? Beppo had not noticed this detail. Have you not realized how remarkably alike they appear? It is evident to any discerning eye that they are family. My apologies, Beppo muttered, lowering his gaze. At this juncture, there is no need for apologies. Pekin patted Beppo's back forcefully. Let them handle things here. Shachi and I will check on the situation with Captain Rod. Beppo, keep an eye on Luo. Luo seems to be in a precarious situation. Beppo gasped, alarmed at the sight of Luo teetering under the onslaught. I'll assist you. Luo. What on earth is Luo? After delivering a final quip and surveying the two battlefields, Pekin and Shachi dashed toward the northern district of Tiger Shark Island. It seems a bit excessive. Not focusing on the departing Pekin and Shachi, Neo cast a glance at his father engaged in combat with Luo not far away. Muttering quietly, I hope he has not noticed this skirmish. While effortlessly dodging Nia's attacks, Neo reminisced about his childhood. He had always looked up to his sister. In his memories, she was an endlessly curious individual, fearless and adventurous, frequently leading him on explorations to discover various delights and treats. Equally, she was rebellious, never conforming to their father's directives, often stirring up trouble. However, those childhood days were filled with joy. Yet, as they matured and began to embrace the family's teachings, the smiles on his sister's face diminished. They quarreled with their father on numerous occasions until she ultimately left home without a word. Subsequently, he took on the mantle of her responsibilities within the family, coming to understand the reasons behind her conflicts with their father. However, he lacked the courage to forsake the family as she had, resigning himself to follow his father's plans and delve into the unfathomable darkness. Yet, it was precisely through this that he gained the strength to protect his sister. If she truly wished to avoid returning to the family, she must at least bolster her power, for the sea is fraught with peril. But how much could she learn? As he once again evaded Nia's strike, Neo silently pondered. Your abilities are rather extraordinary. Gura clenches fists, observing Luo before him. Death Surgeon Trafalgar Luo, a user of the Ope know me, as a former head of intelligence for the Dawson Kingdom. I have acquired intelligence on the crew of the Rod Pirates to which Nia belongs. The Ope know me had once stirred a tremendous tempest in the North Sea, drawing in multiple factions. However, after their recent encounter and careful observation, he was now certain that this little brat had yet to master the power of hockey. Thus, he was not to be feared, regardless of how unique his abilities may be. Without the enhancement of hockey, he posed no threat. It appears you have spurned my goodwill, young pirate. However, the outcome shall remain unchanged. Nia will return home with me, and you shall have no opportunity to continue your voyage. If fortune favors you, perhaps you shall regret your choices and impel down. It seems you harbor a considerable bias against pirates. Luo interjected, seizing the opportunity to exert his strength, striving to unleash his abilities as often as possible. However, he knew he could not maintain such intense training indefinitely. Should an unexpected situation arise, he would be unable to enter combat immediately. This is not bias, but rather a fact. Gura appeared unperturbed, believing that as long as Vice Admiral Ghost Spider eliminated the remaining members of the Rod Pirates on the island, these few would pose no threat. In fact, it would be preferable to stall until Ghost Spider arrived. This little brat, if he were to rely solely on his abilities to evade, could prove troublesome. He could not defeat him in a short span of time. The so-called pirates are merely the dregs of the sea. Whether driven by ambition or necessity to set sail, they are all inconsequential scum. Even the so-called warlords of the sea are merely sheltered under the aegis of the world government. Our Onist family has served the world government for generations, enjoying a reputation far superior to that of the royal family of the Dawson Kingdom. Is it the source of your arrogance? Luo's lips curled into a faint smirk at Gura's haughty expression. However, you so-called power brokers maintain your lofty demeanor, perceiving yourselves as deities surveying humanity. Luo recalled his homeland, the white town of Fervans, where it was precisely the so-called nobility and royalty, consumed by greed and indifferent to the plight of the common folk, that had led to tragedy. The world government and the Navy turn a blind eye to such circumstances. Countless towns like Fervans exist in the corners of this world, and countless individuals like him endure. One day, the multitude of souls like him shall converge, unleashing a force potent enough to upend this world, and there are others like Rod among them. Little do they know that even the gods soaring in the sky can be dragged down by those who walk the earth. Hearing Luo's words, Gura's expression shifted ever so slightly before he regained his composure, emitting a cold chuckle. Just you lot. You shall find out for yourself. A blue aura enveloped the area in an instant. Room. Command stick. The enormous barbell used for training on the deck soared under Luo's influence, hurtling towards Gura with great force. Such a sluggish maneuver cannot possibly strike me. With a sudden tremor beneath his feet, Gura appeared before Luo in an instant, his right leg raised high, poised to kick, while the descending barbell landed harmlessly behind him. Just as Gura prepared to launch his attack, Luo vanished from sight, the barbell replacing him, while Luo reappeared behind him, the blade of his sword, Oni Kuri, aimed at Gura's back. Too slow, with a thunderous shout, Gura did not relent in his assault. Instead, he accelerated his attack, delivering a powerful kick to the barbell before him. At the moment of contact, he hooked his foot around the barbell, then pivoted on his left foot, propelling the barbell forcefully toward Luo. What an odd technique. Confronted with Gula's response, Luo felt a twinge of frustration. His originally intended moves had to be altered on the spot. He swung his katana horizontally, cleaving through the oncoming barbell. However, this action inadvertently provided Gula with an opportunity to launch a renewed assault. The opponent closed in once more, delivering a heavy elbow strike towards Luo, which was even enveloped in a layer of domineering energy. With a peculiar cry, Beepo descended from the heavens, executing a flying kick that sent Gula sprawling. Where did that bear come from? Gula brushed off the large footprint on his body, casting a glance at the unexpectedly intervening Beepo. I am a polar bear, Beepo retorted in fury, assuming a fighting stance once again. On Tiger Shark Island, in the Northern District, with a thunderous impact from the ghost spider, Rod's body was propelled like a cannonball, careening through several shops. Wooden planks and stones sliced through the air with sharp sounds before he landed heavily in a pile of rubble. Stirring up a cloud of dust, in a mere instant, Rod re-emerged, weapon firmly in hand, charging towards the ghost spider with an unstoppable momentum. This little brat. The ghost spider crossed his swords to block Rod's attack. Feeling an overwhelming force transmit through the weapons into his own body that it's even stronger than before. Though his combat skills appeared somewhat juvenile and his experience lacking, his adaptability in the heat of battle was notably weak. Yet this monstrous physique was no mere fade. Utilizing the ability granted by life restoration, the ghost spider manipulated his hair as if it were 6 additional arms, each wielding a sword, creating his unique 8-sword style. Ordinary foes would struggle against even the 2 swords in his hands, let alone the remaining 6. However, this little brat before him, the ghost spider, split 2 of his swords, employing all 4 to withstand the terrifying force emanating from Rod. Merely using his hands was no longer sufficient to counter the onslaught. Observing the ghost spider's actions, a wild smile crept across Rod's face. Indeed, combat is the finest way to enhance one's strength, especially when facing such a formidable opponent. Within moments of engagement, Rod distinctly felt a notable improvement in his control over his power. His physique remained unchanged, but the strength he could unleash during combat had markedly increased. This was clearly evident in the ghost spider's responses. Before the ghost spider could command a remaining 4 arms to launch an attack, Rod took a slight step back, enjoying the advantage in their struggle of strength, allowing him to retreat with greater ease. Then, with another powerful push from his legs, he charged once more towards the ghost spider, dark energy swirling around his weapon. The flow of this domineering energy still feels a bit clumsy, Rod thought, sensing the energy coursing through his body and weapon, before suddenly slashing down with fervor. Although he had successfully awakened the armed-colored domineering energy in practice for several days, applying it fluidly in actual combat would still require time, especially when it came to enveloping his weapon with this energy, which posed an entirely different challenge than encasing his body. Little brat, your domineering energy is far too immature. The ghost spider sword was similarly enveloped with domineering energy. Yet, unlike Rod, who was relatively new to it, the ghost spider had immersed himself in this power for years. In an instant, he covered all 8 swords in a layer of domineering energy. Unlike Rod, who merely wrapped the energy around his weapon, the ghost spider seemed to have infused it into the very essence of the swords, even darkening their blades. Behold the Ashura, with 3 faces and 6 arms. And here stands the 8-armed one, the 8-armed Ashura. The ghost spider spread his arms wide, the dark energy surging around him, with 6 sword-wielding arms formed from his hair, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. Seriously, you can also recite poetry? Though the timing was inappropriate, Rod couldn't help but entertain this thought that 8-sword style. Ashura demon slash. With a fierce shout, the ghost spider wielded all 8 swords, dancing them through the air like a hellish 8-armed demon. Charging towards Rod. This was different. As Rod observed the advancing figure of the ghost spider, alarm bells rang in his mind. Though the ghost spider had consistently displayed the 8-sword style, this attack was evidently distinct from the previous ones. Not only was the weapon enveloped with domineering energy, but the hair controlled by life restoration was also markedly different. It bore a significant amount of domineering energy and was manipulated with far greater finesse than before. Perfect! A glint of determination flashed in Rod's eyes as he tightened his grip on his weapon, channeling even more domineering energy from within. 1-sword style. Slash. Without any poetic recitations or flamboyant maneuvers. Rod infused all his strength into this single strike. Boom! The two attacks collided with a thunderous roar, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. With a crack, the ghost spider's hair, unable to withstand the battle's aftermath, suddenly snapped, causing the swords it had grasped to tumble down. Something is amiss. Witnessing this scene, Rod felt no joy. Instead, an ominous sensation crept over him. Indeed, just as the ghost spider's hair broke, more strands surged forth, swiftly entangling Rod's weapon. You've lost. The ghost spider raised his head, a sinister smile spreading across his face, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell. Immovable, uncuttable, Rod sensed the force binding his weapon, his expression shifting. Through the full exertion of the ghost spider's life-restoring hair, it possessed an overwhelming power, entwined with a substantial amount of domineering energy, tightly ensnaring Rod's weapon. Rod's weapon, enveloped in his own domineering energy, was utterly incapable of severing the ghost spider's hair. Even among those who wielded domineering energy, the disparity in strength depended greatly on the user. The ghost spider exerted tremendous force, pressing the blade against the top of Rod's weapon, driving it down with ferocity. Simultaneously, the hair he manipulated erupted, violently yanking Rod's weapon upwards. With multiple forces at play, the weapon slipped from Rod's grasp, spinning through the ITS over. The ghost spider clenched his weapons tightly, delivering a vicious slash as Rod lost his weapon. A swordsman without his blade was like a tiger stripped of its fangs. Bang! A pair of pitch-black fists, carrying an overwhelming force, suddenly struck the ghost spider's weapon. Rod flashed a grin at the ghost spider. Did that previous Navy officer fail to report our information accurately? I am not merely a swordsman. As Rod's fists collided with the ghost spider's weapon, an even greater surge of domineering energy erupted from within him. The dark energy surged like a tidal wave, relentlessly crashing against the ghost spider. Boom! The terrifying force erupted, sending the ghost spider reeling. Rod cracked his neck, watching as the domineering energy on his arms dissipated. The battle had only just begun. Gazing down at his arm, Rod furrowed his brow slightly. Though he had sent the ghost spider flying, he was not unscathed. At the moment of impact on the ghost spider's weapon, Rod felt an unseen force pierce his fist. Moreover, this force did not merely strike the surface, but inflicted a deeper form of attack. External domineering energy, or perhaps internal destruction. Truly, the seasoned Navy is formidable. Watching the ghost spider rise, seemingly unscathed, a surge of fervent battle spirit ignited within Rod. Round 2. Commence. So it seems, in comparison to swordsmanship, physical prowess may indeed hold greater strength. The ghost spider regarded the red-haired youth before him, now displaying a hint of seriousness. This pirate brat was far stronger than he had anticipated, particularly that last punch. It was indeed powerful. In truth, after their defeat at the hands of Rod, Bashu and his group had submitted a comprehensive report about themselves to the Navy headquarters, especially highlighting Rod. After all, he had made the same error in his battle against Rod. Assuming that Rod was merely a swordsman, he believed that disarming him would significantly diminish his combat prowess. His astonishment. However, Rod's strength only amplified after losing his weapon. It was worth noting that the ghost spider was merely acting upon the request of the Onist family, taking the opportunity to capture Rod and his companions. Most importantly, he did not perceive any noteworthy threats within the North Sea's pirate crew. Nevertheless, swordsmanship and martial arts are merely means of combat. With blades held firmly in both hands, the ghost spider advanced step by step towards Rod, his presence growing increasingly formidable with each step. Only the conqueror's haki could be the decisive factor. And my haki far surpasses yours. With that declaration, the ghost spider's longsword descended with ferocity. As his sword swung, the haki enveloped it, transforming the weapon into a shadowy black. It is essential to let haki flow. As Rod observed the ghost spider's weapon descending upon him, thoughts raced through his mind. Undoubtedly, the ghost spider had mastered the technique of projecting haki outward, and in terms of sheer volume, Rod, having only recently grasped the basics, was not inferior to someone with years of renown. Therefore, to secure victory in this battle, he must proficiently master the technique of projecting haki outward. The swirling haki coiled around Rod's fist, colliding with the descending longsword of the ghost spider. Boom! After relinquishing his weapon, Rod's attack posed a greater threat. After shattering the ghost spider's assault with a single punch, Rod quickly retracted his fist, lowered his body, and pressed close to the ghost spider. The hockey on his fist dissipated in an instant, only to converge anew at his feet. Bang! With a sudden stomp, Rod unleashed a far more potent force under the influence of hockey, propelling himself skyward. The hockey coursed rapidly through his body, accumulating at his clenched fist, which became completely engulfed in darkness. A powerful strike landed squarely on the ghost spider's chin, producing a heavy thud, as unbeknownst to Rod. A layer of shadowy hockey had also enveloped the ghost spider's jaw. Rod's eyes gleamed with determination as he swiftly retreated from the ghost spider's slicing strike, only to spring back into action, the flowing hockey resembling a curtain of black flames that danced around his form. Clang, clang, clang. Rod's eyes sparkled as he unleashed a flurry of punches, clashing violently with the ghost spider's twin blades, creating a symphony of sharp sounds. With each assault, Rod enveloped his fists entirely in hockey to amplify his offensive power. When evasion was impossible, he relied on his observation hockey to anticipate the enemy's strikes, gathering all his hockey to fortify his defense. When engaging in combat with hockey, if one lacks an adequate total amount, the average fighter would typically allocate their hockey primarily for attack, neglecting defense. In contrast, a master of hockey possesses enough to envelop their entire being, forming a 360-degree impenetrable barrier. Regardless of whether they attack or defend, their approach is flawless. However, this strategy has its drawbacks. The total amount of hockey is finite. If evenly distributed throughout the body, it inevitably dilutes the intensity of the hockey. This may suffice against ordinary foes, but against a skilled adversary, fully covering oneself in hockey could lead to self-destruction. True masters can adapt during battle, adjusting their hockey distribution according to the situation, a feat that demands exceptional skill in hockey manipulation. Even such veterans would not resort to Rod's extreme method of concentrating all his hockey in one place. Achieving that requires absolute control over the battlefield, as a moment's lapse could lead to utter defeat. Rod's ability to execute such audacious maneuvers relied entirely on his formidable observation hockey. Having awakened and honed his observation hockey since childhood, Rod had not yet reached the level of foreseeing the future, yet he had developed it to a profound degree that allowed him to accurately predict his opponent's actions during combat, enabling such a daring fighting style. Indeed, as he felt the hockey flowing freely throughout his body, a broader smile spread across Rod's face. The continuous use of observation hockey kept his nerves taut, leaving no room for complacency. Meanwhile, the enhancement of his armament hockey invigorated his spirit. Allowing hockey to flow freely according to his will, he could adjust its distribution throughout his body in response to the ebb and flow of battle. Leveraging the power of observation hockey, he could instantaneously switch between offense and defense, maximizing the utilization of every ounce of hockey. This characteristic resembled the essence of none, though still embroiled in combat. Rod found himself lost in thought. Through relentless fighting and daily refinement, he honed his hockey. This was practice. Releasing hockey to envelop his body was binding. Letting hockey flow freely within him and distributing it in varying proportions under different circumstances was fluidity. Consolidating vast amounts of hockey together enhanced both offensive and defensive capabilities. If that is the case, though his mind was awash with chaotic thoughts, Rod's rhythm of attack remained undisturbed. His observation hockey continued to accurately predict the ghost spider's assault patterns. While the flow of armament hockey became increasingly seamless, there was no reason to doubt the possibility of projecting hockey outward. Bang! Rod's obsidian fist collided fiercely with the ghost spider's strike once more. The hockey coursing through him flowed rapidly, his frenzied attacks resembling a torrent of flames against the ghost spider's fierce visage, dark as a bottomless pit. As the battle progressed, the ghost spider's murderous intent intensified. This red-haired youth before him was rapidly growing stronger in the heat of combat. At the onset of their confrontation, the opponent had merely been a raw boy with a robust physique, unable to fully harness his potential. Now, however, he had developed into a formidable force worthy of respect. Even in the latter half of the Grand Line, he could thrive with ease. Why does such a pirate always emerge in abundance? Why must there always be those who obstruct the pursuit of justice? A flash of steel reflected light on a Rod's head, and upon seeing the boy's crimson locks, the ghost spider's mind momentarily conjured another figure. The same red hair, the same youthful vigor, possessed of tremendous power. Could this boy before him grow to become the next red-haired Shanks? A flaw, a spark of brilliance flickered in Rod's eyes as hockey surged wildly throughout his body. Coalescing in his arm, I can project hockey outward. With an outward thrust, I shall tear apart my enemy's technique from afar. This technique shall be called tearing void. As Rod's fist swung forth, the hockey accumulated upon it erupted like a shockwave. Directed at the ghost spider with all its might, an unseen force striking him squarely in the chest before he could react. In the next instant, Rod's fist crashed heavily against the ghost spider's chest. Boom! The ghost spider's body was sent hurtling backward, blood spraying forth. He was propelled by Rod's punch, his form becoming a blur as he smashed through several structures. But he has mastered the projection of hockey so swiftly. A thought flashed through his mind as he felt the searing pain emanating from his chest. The ghost spider's expression grew increasingly sinister, even exhibiting signs of internal damage. This adversary, rising to his feet. The ghost spider swung his longsword fiercely, generating a violent gust that scattered the dust around him. If I allow you to continue growing, you will undoubtedly become an even greater evil. In the name of justice, I shall eliminate you here and now. The ghost spider's gaze towards Rod was laden with a chilling, murderous intent. This young boy had already grasped such advanced hockey techniques at such a tender age. Wielding immense power, given time, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat to the Navy. What concerned the ghost spider most was Rod's terrifying capacity for learning. After merely 2 battles, he had mastered the technique of armament hockey and even begun to grasp higher-level applications of hockey amidst combat. Such talent was genuinely disquieting. Let's see you prove it, Navy. Rod clenched his fist in response to the ghost spider's ominous words. Not only did he feel no trace of concern, but rather, he became even more invigorated. That previous strike had allowed him to successfully unleash the potent aura, and now he was filled with an urgent desire for battle. Only through intense combat could he swiftly master such techniques. Before the ghost spider could launch an attack, Rod assumed his stance, stamping his foot and propelling himself towards the ghost spider with ferocity. As he charged forward, the dark aura, akin to a black flame, surged around him, enveloping him in an ominous, fiery embrace. Don't think you're the only one who can wield this formidable aura. Little demon. The pitch-black aura enveloped the ghost spider completely, his long black hair dancing wildly. Yet he refrained from wielding any weapons. Instead, it intertwined with the flowing aura, enveloping his form. Life returns to the demon warrior. The muscles of the ghost spider surged with newfound power as more strength was extracted. Enhanced by the hair, manipulated by the life-returning force, creating a dual layer of power, he swung his long sword with both hands, thrusting it fiercely towards the oncoming Rod. Boom! Before Rod's fist could even connect with the ghost spider's long sword, 2 invisible forces clashed violently in the air, generating a fierce shockwave that radiated outward, ruffling Rod's flowing red hair. This is the feeling. You truly are strong, Navy, as he sensed the force emanating from his opponent. Rod's fighting spirit intensified, igniting him completely. He hadn't expected that a mere vice admiral, who had scant mention in the original text, would possess such formidable strength. However, this was precisely what he desired. As my sharpening stone. Let us battle. Surely no one has noticed me. Not far from the polar, Gray lurked stealthily within the trees, observing the 2 battlefields ahead, his expression fraught with concern. Earlier, when he returned from procuring supplies with Nia and the others, he had thought that since they had not yet set sail, he might as well stroll along the shore. After all, once they set out to sea, it would be many days until they returned, and he had grown weary of gazing at the endless ocean. With a rare opportunity to be on land, he was anxious about being chased by the Navy, leaving him no time to leisurely explore. Thus he could only meander through the trees along the shore for solace. His dismay. Upon arriving, he found that a battle had already erupted. I knew it. The Navy has caught up with us. This pirate life is such a hassle, he lamented. constantly pursued by the Navy at sea. Never a moment's peace. I have no time to conduct my research. Gray scratched his head, his already disheveled hair becoming even more chaotic. It seems like they are not my match. Even someone as weak as Gray could discern the dire situation on that battlefield. Nia was utterly suppressed by her foe, her attacks failing to land. Yet for some inexplicable reason, her opponent refrained from swiftly defeating her, engaging her in a dance instead. Does he enjoy toying with his prey? Now he is being toyed with instead? Gray nodded, shifting his gaze towards Rod's direction. I told you not to train like that. Rod is simply making a mockery of himself. That fool has been in a state of severe injury. How could he possibly stand against the enemy? Observing Rod, who was barely managing to cope with assistance from Beepo, Gray couldn't help but sighed, I hope he won't be caught here. Honestly, I'm just a scientist. Scientist? Yes, who are you? Gray spun around abruptly. The Navy. A squad of sailors clad in white uniforms stood not far behind Gray, gripping their long rifles tightly, their eyes fixed on him, glinting ominously. You are, the leading Navy officer stepped forward, gazing intently at Gray. This is bad. I've been discovered. Panic surged within Gray, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Now, with Nia and Rod preoccupied and Beepo aiding Rod against the enemy's assault, Rod and Neiru had yet to return. As for Pecan and Shachi, he had witnessed their retreating figures, presumably in search of her OD. No one can assist me. Am I destined to be captured? Will I spend my life in prison? Is it impelled down? I've heard that those in prison, they're the most vicious criminals. They won't tear me apart. Will they? No. I still have so much research to conduct. You are a scientist, right? Seeing Gray frozen in place. The Navy officer stepped closer, the gun barrel nearly touching Gray's face. Feeling the cold touch against his face, Gray's complexion turned pale, his heart racing uncontrollably. Although he was an expert in weaponry, having designed firearms far superior to the Navy's standard equipment for Neiru, having a gun pointed at his face felt entirely different from the usual research conditions. I'm done for. Idiot, you're too close. I've told you to maintain respect for scientists. Another Navy soldier advanced, slapping the 1-2 close to Gray on the head. Then placing both hands on Gray's shoulders with a serious expression, I am Lieutenant Gilbert Gallen of the Navy headquarters. I sincerely apologize for my subordinate's rudeness. Gray felt as though the hands on his shoulders were pincers, gripping him tightly, nearly lifting him off the ground. Clearly, this guy is the weaker one. Whatever, I'm about to be captured. I shouldn't concern myself with his rudeness. May I ask if you're a scientist? The pain in his shoulders and the sensation of weightlessness brought Gray's intellect back momentarily. Now that I think about it, they've been using honorifics since earlier, right? Ahem, yes, I am the genius scientist, Thomas Gray. A sudden spark of inspiration struck Gray as he feigned a cough, then unceremoniously shook off the Navy's hands. Don't get so close to me, you fool. My sincerest apologies. Lieutenant Gilbert Gallen released Gray's shoulders, showing no sign of anger at Gray's attitude. Instead, a flicker of delight crossed his eyes. Disheveled attire, unkempt hair, deep dark circles under his eyes, and an unapproachable demeanor. This was quintessentially scientific. Dr. Thomas, if I may be so bold, what brings you to this lawless shark island? Although he was unsure why, it seemed these Navy personnel held a notable respect for scientists. However, that was sufficient for Gray to know. Humph, Gray scoffed. Isn't it obvious? It's for my research. Some special materials can only be procured here. It's all your fault. Navy, knowing full well this is a lawless land, why not clean it up? If you weren't controlling the flow of those special materials, they wouldn't be so hard to find elsewhere. Such matters are beyond the influence of a soldier like me. Lieutenant Gilbert scratched his head, appearing quite innocent. However, this time, we have come to Shark Island under the command of Vice Admiral Ghost Spider to eradicate the darkness that lurks here. In the future, Shark Island will be a place protected by justice. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, Gray had heard of his illustrious name, an absolute hawkish leader who upheld unwavering justice, a vice admiral for over 20 years. I wonder if Rod can manage. A hint of worry flashed through Gray's mind, yet he maintained a calm facade, nodding slightly. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, I have indeed heard of his reputation. I hope your words hold true. So, what is it you wish to do by stopping me? Even the Navy cannot apprehend someone without cause. You misunderstand. We do not intend to capture you. Lieutenant Gilbert hurriedly waved his hands, hesitating as if unsure how to communicate further. Scientists are generally difficult to converse with. In truth, although they accompanied Vice Admiral Ghost Spider to Shark Island, they were not directly under his command, but rather part of a special team belonging to Rear Admiral Staloberry. They had previously followed Rear Admiral Staloberry to the North Sea for a mission, but due to some subsequent matters needing attention, they remained in the North Sea. Coincidentally, when Vice Admiral Ghost Spider was returning to the Navy headquarters, they boarded his warship to return with him. The Rear Admiral they followed, Staloberry, had always been a close subordinate of Admiral Kizaru, as subordinates of Vice Admiral Staloberry. They naturally fell under the command of Admiral Kizaru. Several months prior, they had received directives from their superiors to pay close attention to civilian scientists, treating any encountered individuals with utmost courtesy and, ideally, inviting them to join the Navy, according to whispers circulating. This was a request made by the renowned genius scientist Dr. Vegapunk, who is said to be 5 centuries ahead of human technology. After all, the Navy's scientific division, led by Admiral Kizaru, was a special task force directly accountable to him. While the true capabilities of the scientist before them remained uncertain, it was certainly worth a try. It was known that the last individual who successfully recruited a scientist was immediately promoted and transferred to the scientific division. Who could deny that the Navy scientific unit was the most coveted position? With light workloads, ample vacation, and generous remuneration, we simply wish to extend an invitation for you to join the Navy. After a moment's hesitation, Gilbert Guerin spoke directly. Join the Navy? Gray exclaimed, his voice rising in pitch. I understand you may feel joining the Navy would impose limitations. However, there are numerous advantages to being part of it. Surprised by Gray's intense reaction, Gilbert hastily sought to reassure him, attempting to persuade him further. The Navy is backed by the world government, equipped with the most comprehensive research facilities to support your various projects. There is also abundant funding available, alleviating any concerns about research expenses, and no matter what specialized materials you require, the Navy can procure them to facilitate your scientific endeavors. With each word Gilbert uttered, Gray's eyes sparkled a bit more, as if he could already envision the bright future being painted before him. Moreover, we have the world's greatest scientist, Vegapunk. You could join Dr. Vegapunk's laboratory and collaborate with him on cutting-edge technologies. Sensing Gray's wavering interest, Gilbert pressed on, further enticing him. Every scientist would undoubtedly harbor admiration for Dr. Vegapunk, yearning to conduct research alongside him. However, upon hearing the name Vegapunk, Gray suddenly froze. The excitement in his eyes swiftly faded as he snapped back to reality from the dreamlike scenario Gilbert had conjured. I will consider it. What happened? Why the sudden calmness? Observing Gray's return to a placid demeanor, Gilbert was filled with confusion. He had felt certain that Gray was completely captivated by the vision he had described. So why did mentioning Dr. Vegapunk cause him to regain his composure? After scrutinizing Gray once more, a flash of insight struck Gilbert. I see. He is an exceptionally arrogant scientist. He is unwilling to join Dr. Vegapunk's team, desiring instead to share an equal standing with him. Convinced he had deciphered Gray's mindset, Gilbert's heart swelled with excitement. While it was evident that this scientist named Thomas Gray could never match Dr. Vegapunk's caliber, he must possess a considerable level of research proficiency. Given his arrogance, I shall be promoted as well. This singular thought consumed Gilbert's mind. Bowing slightly in a gesture of respect, he then raised his gaze to meet Gray's. His expression earnest. Dr. Thomas, regardless of your decision, please grant us an opportunity. At the very least, allow us to show you our warship, which is equipped with the latest technology. As a scientist, you must have heard of our new Navy vessels capable of traversing the Calm Belt. Home to the Sea Kings. Gray's mind raced. To navigate the Calm Belt, 2 significant challenges must be overcome. First, how to evade the formidable attacks of the Sea Kings. Second, how to sail in the absence of wind. While the latter was manageable, his own skill sufficed, albeit not for extended periods. He had no strategy for avoiding the Sea King's assaults. If I were to learn their techniques, could I upgrade the polar bear and freely traverse the Calm Belt as well? This is not merely for my own thirst for knowledge. It's for our polar bear. After repeating this mantra to himself twice, Gray regarded Gilbert with an air of haughty genius. Lead the way. I wish to see the remarkable technologies possessed by your navy. Seeing Gray's demeanor, Gilbert felt no anger. Instead, his spirits soared. This is the spirit. Please, follow us. With a wave of his hand, he signaled 2 Navy soldiers to lead the way. Accompanying Gray as they headed toward the coastline, "Oh, not worry. Those pirates will soon be apprehended. If fortune favors us, perhaps we might even see them aboard our warship again." Noticing Gray's gaze drift toward 2 battle scenes, Gilbert spoke reassuringly. "We mustn't frighten away the scientists we've worked so hard to find. I understand." Stealing a glance at Law, who was engaged in combat alongside Beppo, Gray then turned his attention to Nia, who was relatively closer. "Go for it. Purple-haired lady," Gray suddenly called out, cheering for those in battle. Gilbert glanced at Nia in her orange sports attire, and then at Neo, who bore a striking resemblance to her. Clad in dark formal wear, shaking his head slightly, it appears he is indeed a scientist focused solely on research. He cannot even discern gender. Though Mr. Neo is undeniably quite handsome, Dr. Thomas, you are mistaken, though they may appear similar. Mr. Onist is indeed male. "Ah, is that so? I didn't even notice." Gray chuckled, quickly winking at Neo when their eyes met. "Surely you noticed me. Remember to save me later," Gray signaled furiously. "Are your eyes feeling unwell?" "Dr. Thomas, perhaps the dust kicked up over there is troubling you. Let us depart swiftly." Gilbert, not giving it much thought, led Gray away from the battlefield, heading toward the northern coast where their warship was anchored. "Caught?" Nia pondered, receiving Gray's conveyed message. However, his demeanor did not seem indicative of capture. Rather, it appeared more like an invitation. Observing the formation of soldiers parting the way ahead, accompanying Gray while providing escort from behind, Nia felt a sense of strangeness. Did the Navy perhaps misunderstand something? They seemed rather distracted during battle. Neo swiftly closed in on Nia, his hands forming a flower-like pose before her. As hockey surged, Neo's arms trembled, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent Nia flying. Feel the force of armament hockey through your very body. This little brat is no longer adorable. Watching her brother, both familiar and foreign, Nia pressed her lips together, a strange feeling swelling within her, partly comforted, yet tinged with bitterness. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. Regaining her composure, Nia executed a graceful flip in mid-air, landing deftly before launching herself towards Neo. Her fists aimed at him with fierce determination. She had begun to master the powers of her devil fruit, and the bloodthirst that once consumed her during battle had waned. Now, her focus shifted to fully harnessing the capabilities of her devil fruit and swiftly mastering the techniques of the Navy's 6 styles. "This is our warship, a marvel of the Navy's most advanced technology, armed with formidable firepower." Gazing at the colossal vessel before him, Gray trembled with excitement. "This is the warship I have always dreamed of constructing." Unlike any Navy vessel he had seen before, its sheer size was enough to dwarf all others, not to mention the countless turrets lining its hull. Should this terrifying warship unleash its full might, it could undoubtedly obliterate an entire island. Noticing Gray's ecstatic shivering, Gilbert smiled subtly, feeling that everything was falling perfectly into place. "Allow me to guide you on a tour. Let us proceed." Gray nodded quickly, eager to follow his companion aboard the warship. Gilbert Gallen diligently guided Gray through the vessel, half in exaggeration and half in pride, as he expounded upon the ship's formidable firepower. "This is the core power zone of the warship, an essential reliance that enables our vessel to traverse the windless zones." Finally, leading Gray down to the lower deck, Gilbert Gallen pointed towards a door and addressed him. Having been utterly captivated by the ship's immense firepower, Gray suddenly recalled the secrets he had intended to explore. "This area is not for casual entry." Lieutenant Gilbert Gallen, a burly middle-aged man in a deep blue jumpsuit, sat at the door. Addressing Gilbert Gallen without any pleasantries upon seeing the two approach, and cause for concern, "Mr. Luca, Dr. Thomas is a scientist who has already decided to join us," Gilbert Gallen stated, his gaze fixed intently on Gray. Noticing his lack of rebuttal, only a slight nod, which filled him with joy, settled then. Promotion is within reach. A scientist? Luca regarded Gray with suspicion. Disheveled hair, careless attire, and pronounced dark circles under his eyes certainly gave him the appearance of a scientist. However, the truth needed verification. Contemplating this, Luca casually extracted 2 sheets of paper from the pile beneath him and handed them to Gray. Then tell me, what is depicted on this blueprint? Gray accepted the papers from Luca, furrowing his brow slightly. Dr. Thomas, Mr. Luca is not trying to be difficult. Gilbert Gallen interjected hastily, concerned that Gray's thoughts might jeopardize his promotion plans. Mr. Luca is the ship's mechanical expert. During our voyage, his maintenance team is responsible for the upkeep and repairs of the warship. This is a critical core power zone, which is why Mr. Luca Gray extended his hand to halt Gilbert Gallen's incessant chatter. What a remarkable design! By utilizing turbine boost, it enhances power output, allowing it to unleash over 3 times the power for the same consumption. That explains it. Otherwise, relying solely on traditional power designs would render it impossible for such a colossal warship to navigate freely across the seas. You understand this? Luca's expression shifted as he witnessed Gray articulate the principles of power operation after merely glancing at the schematics. He promptly rose, unable to contain his respect. I asked there more. Unfazed by Luca's change in demeanor, Gray naturally extended his hand. All right here. Luca moved a stool for Gray to sit on and placed all relevant blueprints beside him. Adopting an attitude that was even more respectful than Gilbert Gallen's at 42, Luca had spent 20 years in the Navy overseeing ship maintenance. Yet beyond mere mechanical work, he yearned to engage in research and design. It was not solely Gilbert Gallen who aspired for advancement. He, Luca, desired progress as well. Meanwhile, on the battlefield in the Northern District, Boss Rod, Pachin, and Shachi arrived in the Northern District to find Rod battling the Ghost Spider. The dark aura emanating from Rod surged like flowing fire, clashing with the Ghost Spider in a display of terrifying might. Their attacks. But didn't T collide, did they? Pachin rubbed his eyes, seemingly incredulous that Rod's fist did not meet the Ghost Spider slashes. Yet waves of horrifying shockwaves radiated outward from the two, creating gusts of air. Although unsure of the situation, he felt an undeniable sense of awe. Boss Rod is magnificent. Shachi nodded repeatedly in agreement. Neiru, take them back to the ship. After dodging another attack from the Ghost Spider, Rod called out to Neiru from a distance. Damn pirates! The Ghost Spider glared darkly at Rod. After such an extended battle, not only had he failed to capture Rod, but even the naval soldiers he had brought with him had been entirely decimated. Understood. Neiru nodded, saying little more, then kicked the 2 bound individuals he had stacked at his feet towards Pachin and Shachi. What is this? Pachin instinctively reached out to catch the person Neiru had kicked their way, his face filled with confusion that a devil fruit user. Upon hearing Neiru's words, Pachin's expression brightened, as if he could already see new devil fruits beckoning to them. He and Shachi each grabbed one. Following Neiru eagerly back to the polar bear, they asked for Boss Rod. There was no need to worry about him. Let us go, Janos. Neiru called out to Janos, who stood nearby. Puffing smoke, surrounded by fallen naval soldiers. Aside from the Ghost Spider's first mate, the rest had been dealt with by him, a new comrade. Pachin glanced at Janos. He appeared quite formidable, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Janos was enveloped in smoke, and Pachin could only catch a glimpse of his lightly glowing red eyes through the haze. His clothes had become tattered rags, stubbornly clinging to him, stained with blood. However, there was not a single visible wound on Janos' body. He defeated so many naval soldiers without a scratch. Observing the fallen naval men around Janos, Pachin felt a chill of astonishment. Woof, woof, woof. A dog barking. In Pachin's astonished gaze, a small white dog emerged from the pocket of Janos' shirt, licking his face. The contrast was striking. One moment, Janos appeared as a cold and powerful warrior. The next, he transformed into a gentle and sensitive man. Really, this feels a bit hasty. Rubbing the little dog's head, Janos' eyes radiated warmth as he took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled slowly. However, adventuring alongside individuals like you doesn't seem too bad. Removing the cigarette from his mouth and extinguishing it against his hand, Janos clapped his hands and glanced at Rod, who was confronting the Ghost Spider. Please don't let anyone take you out right after I join. Captain, so cool. Watching Janos extinguish the cigarette in such a unique manner, Pachin and Shachi's eyes sparkled. It was that effortless, natural, yet strikingly handsome demeanor. No way. We won't lose. As they all prepare to head towards the shoreline, Rod let out a hearty laugh, his voice filled with bravado. 10 minutes. Let us finish this battle. Neiru glanced back at Rod, nodding slightly, then swiftly led the group towards the shore. 10 minutes to end the battle. The ghost spider sneered in rage, gripping his weapon tightly, charging towards Rod with even greater ferocity than before, his aura intensifying and concentrating upon his weapon as he swung it down at Rod with all his might. "You getting desperate, little brat. You're anxious," Rod countered, blocking the ghost spider's strike with his fist. Feeling the overwhelming might of the attack that surpassed its previous intensity, he smirked slightly. At this stage of the battle, the opponent can no longer hold back. If they suddenly unleash a greater power than before, it only indicates that their aura is diminished elsewhere. Generally speaking, a user of Haki would not expend all their strength in an attack, but would retain some to envelop their body. For even with rigorous training, human bodies have limits. Only Haki can withstand Haki. Rod had managed to contend with the ghost spider thus far thanks to his solid foundation, remarkable comprehension, and swift mastery of advanced Haki skills, allowing him to stand against the foe. Additionally, his mastery of observation Haki had reached an exceptionally profound level. Although he has yet to achieve the ability to foresee the future, he is not far from it. Coupled with his exceptionally fluid mastery of Haki, he is able to predict his opponent's moves during the battle with the ghost spider, adapting the rhythm of the fight to allocate all his Haki towards either offense or defense. After their recent skirmish, Rod could clearly ascertain that the ghost spider's observation Haki was inferior to his own. However, in a bid to surpass Rod in offense, the ghost spider resorted to an equally extreme fighting style, completely abandoning defense and channeling all his Haki into his attacks. Impatience breeds mistakes. His defeat is inevitable. Rod firmly believed this, yet he did not rush to exploit his opponent's vulnerabilities. Mastery of Haki has no shortcuts, no quick fixes. It can only be honed through a series of battles, gradually enhancing one's spirit and augmenting the power of Haki. The elite vice admiral, the ghost spider, presents a rare challenge. After colliding fists once more and feeling the sharp pain radiating from his knuckles, as well as the destructive force coursing through his arm, Rod could scarcely contain his manic laughter. At last, he felt that familiar sting of injury, though his resilient body would quickly recover from such minor wounds. They were indeed harming him. With a resounding thud, Rod's fist swung out again, the violent impact reverberating throughout the town. As the force diminished, sensing the weakening power from across the way, Rod furrowed his brow. "No, I have become stronger. After a long interval, that which cannot kill me only serves to make me stronger. This golden opportunity is manifesting once more." Though Rod jestingly referred to this ability as sit-ups, it is, in truth, a far more formidable power than the standard fare of the protagonist. Its activation does not require a process akin to doing sit-ups. Even amid battle, it can come into play. The conditions for this ability to trigger are threefold. Firstly, Rod must sustain injury. Secondly, he must not be killed. And thirdly, he must recover from the damage taken. As long as all three conditions are met simultaneously, Rod's body will grow significantly stronger, and this enhancement is holistic. Strength, speed, agility, defense, endurance. Every aspect related to the physical form will become more formidable, representing a fundamental leap in his corporeal essence. Therefore, I must temper my strength, allowing him to inflict wounds that are painful yet not fatal. Rod slightly reined in his power, hoping the ghost spider could cause him greater harm. His desire for progress was overwhelming. Alas, solely relying on his own training was no longer sufficient to bolster his physical prowess. Only through this means could he continue to grow stronger. Yet, I am still not strong enough, whether it be Kaido or Big Mom. Their physical defenses seemingly exceed my own, as evidenced by their portrayals in the original work. Let me set a modest goal, to become the ultimate being across land, sea, and sky. Rod restrained his strength while continuing his frenzied battle with the ghost spider, relishing the bittersweet sensation of pain coupled with joy. Each time his body grew stronger, he would synchronize his strength and Haki with the rhythm of the ghost spider's attacks, gradually tempering his own might. His power and Haki waned, observing the decline in Rod's strength and Haki. The ghost spider could not help but display a flicker of delight. Fortunately, he had only recently set sail and lacked experience in substantial battles, having made the error of mismanaging his stamina during the fight. He was already beginning to tire. Otherwise, he might truly find it challenging to subdue Rod. The force emanating from his opponent continued to wane. With each exchange, the ghost spider sensed the shift in power. He was nearing his limit. A glint of determination flashed in the ghost spider's eyes. Typically, the Navy does not execute pirates who have committed minor offenses on the spot. Rather, they capture them alive and transport them to the underwater prison. However, for a remarkable talent like this one, it is best to eradicate him here and now. Following another collision with Rod, the ghost spider suddenly accelerated, unleashing all his strength in an explosive display. The long swords in his hands danced, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages, as Haki surged through the blades, carving out streaks of what appeared to be crimson flames. Crimson Flame Phantom Slash through his observation Haki. Rod sensed that the ghost spider's strike was far beyond the ordinary, in an instant. He too intensified his power, unleashing the accumulated Haki, along with a powerful punch, inflict damage upon himself through the ghost spider's onslaught. To activate his ability did not mean he intended to endure his opponent's ultimate move without resistance. Boom! Rod staggered back a few steps, a look of astonishment crossing the ghost spider's face. Hadn't he already weakened? How could he still harbor such formidable strength? Rod stumbled, retreating several paces, his left hand pressed against his right arm. His face etched with defiance. I shall not be defeated. Witnessing Rod's resolve, the ghost spider temporarily set aside his doubts. A final surge, perhaps futile. The outcome of this battle is already determined. On the shoreline, the battle did not cease with the arrival of Neiru and his companions. For alongside them had come a naval warship. Damn it, why has a warship suddenly appeared? Rod's expression darkened as he gazed at the vessel that loomed at the coast. In comparison, the Polar Star appeared diminutive, especially with the ship's cannons, all of which were now trained on the Polar Star. Let us fire the cannons. Pekan and Shachi raised their hands and swiftly made their way to the cannon firing platform of the Polar Star, preparing to calibrate. The firepower is on an entirely different level. Scanning the warship, Rod estimated that it boasted at least 100 cannons. The firepower of the Polar Star could not hope to contend with such might. Neiru activated his observation Haki to its fullest, sweeping across the battlefield, and his mind quickly grasped the situation. Since childhood, he had possessed a unique perceptive ability, enabling him to clearly sense relevant information within a certain radius. After sharing this with Rod explained that this power was known as observation Haki and that he was a natural user of it. However, what Neiru could perceive through his observation Haki differed from Rod's description. Once Rod successfully mastered observation Haki, the two confirmed this distinction. Neiru's perception extended beyond mere surroundings or sensing attacks. He could anticipate his opponent's next moves, gauge the strength of living beings, and discern the location and quantity of objects beyond his field of vision. Beyond these, he could sense even more elusive phenomena. It was an enigmatic sensation that he could only describe as information. For his unique form of observation Haki, Rod had given it a special name, dubbing it Reading the Air, which seemed quite fitting. Just like now, with his observation Haki fully activated, he quickly deduced from the various feedback he received that Nia's battle did not require assistance. Rather than a fight, it resembled a live teaching session. Thus, he need not worry excessively. Rod, focus on recovering your strength quickly. Genos, I must ask you to hold off this enemy. Spare me. I've only just joined and already have to fight continuously. Though he grumbled, Genos gently set down the little dog Chi-Chi, patted its head, and instructed it to seek refuge in the cabin. He then unfurled his coat, drawing forth a one-handed is life. As a pirate, truly this exhilarating? Genos wielded the axe with one hand, pointing it at the man before him. While I'd like to say we could simply stand here and do nothing, I suspect you won't agree to that. No choice then. Let us engage in combat. A flurry of strikes. In the next moment, Gula appeared before Genos, a multitude of hands flashing, and blood blossomed across Genos's chest. Genos, upon witnessing their newly joined comrade pierce through, Beepo let out a startled cry, and Rod, who had been seated and focused on recovering his stamina, sprang to his feet, Such a level of combat is hardly suitable for a pirate. It would be better for you to stay home." With a single strike, Gula had dispatched Genos, shaking off his hands with an expression of calm indifference. "What are you prattling on about? The battle has only just begun." A hand clasped Gul's shoulder, prompting Genos to turn his face. Against the backdrop of mottled bloodstains, his countenance appeared strikingly terrifying. In an instant, Genos's axe swept through the air, narrowly evaded by Gul at the last possible moment, leaving only a shallow wound. How could he still fight on, despite sustaining such grievous injuries? Gul glanced at his own lacerated arm before shifting his gaze back to Genos, his words abruptly faltering. "What your wound?" It was indeed true that he had pierced the opponent's chest, as evidenced by the blood pooling on the ground. Yet where was Genos's injury? Staring at Genos's exposed chest, unscathed and unmarred, Gul found himself in a state of bewilderment. Genos's attire had been tattered in the prior skirmish, and Gul could distinctly see that there were no traces of wounds on his opponent's body. However, the blood lingering on his fingers still bore a hint of warmth. Undoubtedly, the previous assault had indeed penetrated Genos's chest, the user of a devil fruit ability, perhaps possessing an extraordinary regenerative capacity from a paramecia type, or some other unique devil fruit. Thoughts raced through his mind as Gul maintained a stoic expression. Nevertheless, judging by that last strike, his opponent's strength did not seem formidable. One more hit should suffice to utterly vanquish him. First, we must confine these two individuals within a fish tank and keep a vigilant watch over them. Neiru commanded Pekin and Shaki to secure Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine inside the aquarium, as they would require Law's powers for the ensuing battle. It was imperative to allow him to regain his strength swiftly. Thus, these two were not beheaded by Law. Instead, Pekin and Shaki kept them submerged in water, leaving only their heads above the surface to ensure they could breathe. After all, they were devil fruit users, especially that explosive-haired one. Should he regain his abilities at such a critical juncture, it would undoubtedly be a source of considerable concern. What about the battleship's cannon fire? Complying with Neiru's orders, Pekin and Shaki placed the two individuals in the fish tank, casting anxious glances toward the nearby warship. The densely packed, ominous cannon muzzles appeared poised to unleash a barrage of shells at any moment. "Our men are still on this side. They shouldn't recklessly fire upon us," Law, while hastily recuperating, interjected. However, that may not hold true shortly. Neiru observed the battleship that had ceased its advance not far away. He then entered a cabin at the bow of the ship, revealing a cart brimming with an assortment of firearms and ammunition. This was the mobile armory he had previously requested from Gray. Without further regard for the ongoing confrontation between Genos and Nia, Neiru meticulously organized the weapons. Law had a more pressing task at hand and needed to conserve his energy. If the enemy initiated bombardment, it would fall upon him to intercept it on the opposing battleship. Major Keel peered through his binoculars, scrutinizing the situation aboard the Polar. The female Nia was a target specifically designated for capture by the Onist family. And now Mr. Gul and Mr. Neo were engaged in combat not far from the enemy's pirate vessel. However, it was peculiar that he did not see the others they had brought along. The infamous Black Gun Neiru and the Death Surgeon-Law were both aboard. Yet the only one absent was their captain, the Mad Blade Rod. Was he battling on the island? Tilting his head slightly, he gazed toward the northern side of Tiger Shark Island. Since earlier, a terrifying commotion had been reverberating from that direction, palpable even from a distance, as though two giants were locked in combat. The Mad Blade Rod was managing to hold his ground against the subordinates of the Spider Devil for such an extended duration. Major Keel mused silently. Such strength should have already secured a place in the Grand Line. However, Impelled Down also lies within the Grand Line. So in terms of outcome, there is little difference. Lowering his binoculars, Major Keel issued orders to those beside him. Keep a close watch on the enemy's pirate ship. The moment they prepare to set sail, open fire with full force. Startled by Major Keel's command, the nearby Navy personnel hesitated momentarily. But Mr. Gul and Mr. Neo are still over there. They are important figures from a world government allied nation. Are you questioning my orders? Major Keel coldly regarded the speaking Navy member. We are subordinates of the Spider Devil, representatives of the righteous Navy. Those who hesitate do not deserve to be here. If we allow evil to escape the sea due to a moment's indecision, Can you bear the consequences of such folly? Captivated by Major Keel's menacing gaze, the Navy personnel instinctively took 2 steps back. Should the enemy show any inclination to set sail, we will unleash a full barrage. All for the sake of justice. For justice. Did I just hear something? In the battleship's power control room, Gray, who had been engrossed in research, felt a stir within his heart and turned to Lieutenant Gallen beside him. He sensed the battleship's movement, likely indicating they had spotted the enemy's pirate ship and were preparing to advance in that direction. Unlike Gray, who was absorbed in his blueprints, Lieutenant Gallen had remained attentive to the battleship situation. The 2 warships had been maintaining close communication via Den Mushy, and it seemed they had just received notification from Major Keel. Oh, that Esset, Gray thought, though his face betrayed none of his urgency. He wondered if Nia had grasped his intentions. He hoped they wouldn't hastily flee, leaving him stranded aboard the battleship. He had no desire to join the Navy. Dr. Thomas's recent modifications, what were their underlying principles? Luca tugged at his beard, scrutinizing the transmission device before him, his brow furrowed. After studying the blueprints, Dr. Thomas had even compared them with the actual equipment in the power room, despite this being his first encounter with such devices and machinery. He could articulate their various functions with remarkable precision, filling Luca with admiration. Truly, a scientist, so different from a mere repairman like himself. However, upon examining the transmission device, Dr. Thomas noted that some issues existed. This battleship's transmission equipment had indeed malfunctioned earlier, yet Luca had repaired it according to the blueprints and his own experience. The test run following the repairs had posed no issues whatsoever. So, where exactly lay the problem? Had he misunderstood something? He had adhered strictly to the blueprints, so there should have been no complications. Why, then, had the test run been even smoother after Dr. Thomas's modifications? Nearly matching the initial performance of the equipment, akin to being brand new. Was this the prowess of a top-tier scientist? Lucas stared intently at the transmission device, altered by Gray, wrestling with his thoughts. His admiration for Gray only deepening. What to do? Gray remained unaware of Luca's admiration. His mind was consumed with anxiety. If he dashed to the deck now, he might allow those aboard the Polar to see him. However, conversely, he risked being recognized by the Navy. It was not surprising that the earlier Navy personnel had not recognized him, as he bore no bounty. After boarding the battleship, he had kept his hat pulled low, deliberately avoiding revealing his face. Moreover, under Lieutenant Gallen's leadership, most individuals would not pay him undue attention. Yet Gray dared not gamble that the Navy personnel on both warships would not recognize him. If someone possessed more detailed intelligence and identified him, it would spell disaster. He was currently aboard a Navy warship. What should he do now? You should be nearly recovered, right, Law? Observing Genos holding Ghoul at bay, Neiru turned to Law and I'm ready. Of course, Law affirmed, rising to his feet. The surgery fruit is an exceptionally unique fruit. While it grants overwhelmingly powerful abilities, it also demands far greater stamina than typical fruits. Especially when the room is activated, the consumption of physical strength feels like an endless abyss. However, thanks to Torode, Luo had begun that rather absurd training alongside them several years ago. Although it may appear to be a frivolous method of training, the enhancement of physical strength it provided is undeniably genuine, which is why Luo has persisted in it. Not to mention that in previous years, Torode often returned to him battered and bruised, seeking treatment, which further compelled Luo to utilize his fruit abilities more frequently. The result of all this was that Luo now possessed a more abundant reserve of physical strength, a swifter recovery rate, and a more refined mastery of his fruit abilities. As room expanded, Luo's palm slightly opened, and a pale blue circle rapidly spread, nearly enveloping the entire island. Found it. Utilizing his fruit ability, Luo immediately detected the presence of Torode, who was engaged in combat with the Ghost Spider in the Northern District, as well as the aura of Gray on another warship further away. Could it be that he is imprisoned? Luo silently pondered as he sensed Gray's location. Previously, during the battle with Gura, he had indeed noticed Gray being taken away by a group of Navy soldiers. However, at that time, he was preoccupied with dealing with Gura and did not perceive Gray as being captured, thus refraining from taking immediate action. Nevertheless, he now had sufficient physical strength to bring him back. In an instant, Luo's ability activated, and the next moment, Gray, who had been conversing with Luca in the engine room of the warship, suddenly appeared on the deck of the Polar Star. "Where's Dr. Thomas?" Mid-sentence, Luca turned around and was taken aback to find Gray's figure vanished, letting out a startled exclamation. Gazing at the wine bottles that now occupied Gray's previous position, Captain Garand and Luca exchanged glances, both seemingly hearing the sound of shattered dreams. This must be the power of a devil fruit. Could it be the work of those pirates? Damn it, I need to check this out. With that thought, Captain Garand could no longer sit still and rushed onto the deck. Could it be that those pirates have set their sights on Dr. Thomas's abilities? They must not bombard now. I need to ensure I retrieve Dr. Thomas first. As he rushed through the warship, Garand fervently repeated this in his mind, fearing that Major Keel's bombardment would also sink Dr. Thomas. This was his hope for promotion. Rescued. In a flash, Gray suddenly found himself on the Polar Star, initially taken aback, before bursting into cheers and tightly embracing Beepo beside him. "How did you end up on the warship?" "Quite the capable one. Escaping from the Navy." Pecan and Shachi patted Gray on the shoulder, teasing him loudly, "Don't say such ambiguous things. You're scaring me to death. What about Torode?" Ignoring the banter from those nearby, Luo turned his gaze to Neiru. "We need to wait a bit longer." Sensing the ongoing battle with Torode, Neiru gestured for Luo to hold on. Torode must have already felt the release of Luo's abilities just now. Furthermore, when they had departed earlier, Torode had clearly indicated the time, 10 minutes. And now, there is still time remaining, 1.5 minutes. Nairu's observation haki seemed to catch sight of something amusing, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "In 1.5 minutes, we will pull Torode back. We are preparing to set sail." In the northern district, sensing Luo's sudden release of power, which quickly receded, Torode instantly understood, "It seems they are all ready." "Then, I too can bring this to an end. You little brat, you are nearing your limit." The ghost spider continued to fight with Torode. Perceiving Torode's dwindling strength and haki, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. "Die, ghost spider, I must say, you have performed admirably. I am quite satisfied." Torode's movements suddenly grew rapid, evading the ghost spider's intensified slash and retreating a few steps to create distance. Was your previous fatigue merely an act? Observing the suddenly revitalized Torode, a thought flickered through Ghost Spider's mind, shrouding his eyes in shadow. "And oh way, I truly am fatigued." Torode waved his hand dismissively, feigning exhaustion that it is immensely challenging to control one's strength and haki. Maintaining a level slightly weaker than yours, yet not to the extent of being instantly overwhelmed. Especially considering your treacherous fighting style, which occasionally erupts unexpectedly, forcing me to adjust my power while putting on a performance. I trust you understand my predicament now. Watching the smile on the young man's face not far away, Ghost Spider felt an inferno of rage igniting within him. However, indeed, thanks to you, I feel my strength has significantly increased, both in my mastery of my own power and in the application of haki. Thus, Torode reflected with a subtle sense of appreciation. Ghost Spider could be considered his mentor. Perhaps this is the unique nature of the pirate world. Every opponent is a master. It has me eagerly anticipating the next adversary. "You are rather conceited, little brat." The flames of fury burned brightly within, yet did not entirely consume Ghost Spider's reason. Instead, they rendered him calm. "Come, feel the fruits of your own teaching. Ghost Spider." Haki surged from Torode's body, instantly enveloping him. Boom! The ground beneath his feet crumbled as a flash of red-black light appeared, propelling Torode directly before Ghost Spider, his fist clenched and haki swirling around it. Before the fist could descend, a terrifying shockwave slammed into Ghost Spider. Simultaneously, an invisible force penetrated the haki he had enveloped himself in, wreaking havoc within. What incredible speed! This was the first thought that flashed through Ghost Spider's mind. He had no time to respond before Torode's attack struck him, the speed markedly superior to their previous exchanges. Such formidable haki! The hastily conjured haki was swiftly overwhelmed by Torode's in terms of both quantity and technique. His haki was far superior compared to when their battle first commenced. Such tremendous power! Following the impact of the haki, Torode's fist finally collided with Ghost Spider's chest, the terrifying force causing his bones to shatter instantly. First, the destruction from the armed hockey's impact, followed by Torode's powerful punch to the chest, sent Ghost Spider's eyes rolling back, nearly rendering him unconscious from the sudden blow. "I will take your weapon." Sensing Ghost Spider's brief moment of vulnerability with his keen observation hockey, a glimmer of light flashed in Torode's eyes as he seized the two swords tightly gripped in Ghost Spider's hands and delivered a swift kick, sending him flying. Life returns, secured, grasping Ghost Spider's longsword. A flicker of joy illuminated Torode's eyes. "Oh, and my Hannah Jo." Without the time to savor the intricacies of Life Returns, as the time drew near, Torode hastily searched the battlefield for the fine knife he had just claimed. His first fine blade. During the previous fight, his weapon had been knocked away by Ghost Spider, and he had subsequently switched to his preferred martial arts. As a result, it seemed he could no longer locate it now. Damn, the battle was too intense. Who knows where it ended up buried? Torode and Ghost Spider's clash had destroyed countless structures. Even the ground bore the scars of their conflict, and in an instant, Torode found himself unable to locate it. Suddenly, a pale blue light spread forth. Wait! Before Torode could finish his sentence, Luo's ability activated, instantaneously transporting him to the polar star. "I haven't found my Hannah Jo." Torode's words were interrupted by the knife Neiru suddenly handed him. "Hannah Jo, I thought you might not need it in the subsequent battles, so I brought it back for you while leaving." "Truly, you are remarkable, Neiru." Happily accepting Huajo, Rod held 3 knives in his hands, unable to part with them. "Have you snatched someone else's weapons again? You truly have a penchant for mischief." Noticing the other 2 knives in Rod's grasp, Gula could not help but speak up. "These are my spoils of war." "The opposing captain has returned, which means Admiral Ghost Spider has been defeated." Gula stepped back a few paces, subtly scrutinizing Rod, who had appeared on the ship. Sensing Gula's gaze, Rod suddenly turned and smiled at him. "You must be Nia's father." The voice suddenly rang in Gula's ears, causing his pupils to constrict and his muscles to tense instantly. "Rest assured, I mean you no harm." Rod threw his arm around Gula's shoulder, feeling the tension radiating from him, and laughed heartily, as though they were old friends reunited after a long separation. "However, Nia has her own life. She is not an appendage of the family, nor a mere tool for you to fulfill your dreams. She is my companion, entrusted with my aspirations. Her life should be governed by her own will. I cannot move. I am utterly paralyzed." Cold sweat trickled down Gula's forehead. This youth beside him resembled a beast clad in human skin. Compared to the self-healing monster he had just faced, this boy was an unequivocal creature of terror. Having overseen military intelligence in the Dawson Kingdom for over a decade, Gula had encountered many formidable individuals. Yet, among all those he had met, none had ever exerted such an overwhelming sense of pressure upon him. Such a pirate. Even the 7 warlords of the sea could not convey such an aura. Perhaps Gula's mind raced, and a faint smile crept onto his face. Out of course, she is free. After speaking, Gula's thoughts gradually became clearer. However, she is still my daughter, and I worry she might stray down the wrong path, becoming a pirate by mistake, and who knows when she might lose her life at sea. But since she has a reliable group of companions like you, I can rest easy." Saying this, Gula naturally extricated himself from Rod's embrace and glanced towards Nia, who had ceased her battle with Neo the moment Rod arrived. "Nia, seeing you grow up so healthily and find such an excellent group of companions brings me great comfort. Child, I want you to know that regardless of the choices you make, your family will always stand as your steadfast support. Forge ahead bravely." Observing her father, who spoke with genuine warmth and heartfelt words, Nia's expression remained unchanged. Applause echoed. "Well said." Rod clapped vigorously, then gestured for Nia to board the ship promptly. "However, we must take our leave." Gula showed no embarrassment, instead joining Neo as they watched Rod and his crew prepare to set sail. That on the warship, the opposing side was preparing to depart. The naval soldiers on lookout immediately reported to Major Gill upon witnessing Rod's actions. "Then prepare to fire." Upon receiving the soldiers' report, Major Gill maintained his composure and promptly issued the order. "Wait." Lieutenant Gallen's urgent voice reached Major Gill through the transponder snail. "Please check if there is a golden-haired individual in a white lab coat on the pirate ship across from us." "That is Dr. Thomas, a scientist I invited who has agreed to join the Navy. He has been captured by pirates, and we need to rescue him." Initially indifferent, Major Gill picked up his telescope to scan the opposing ship upon hearing the mention of the scientist. He had heard rumors from the Navy Scientific Division, and even if it were not for promotions, an outstanding scientist was a rare talent worth the time to confirm. After all, the warship they were on, capable of traversing the doldrums, was a technological marvel of the Navy's Scientific Division. Golden hair, white lab coat. Indeed, does he look disheveled with messy hair? Yes, as expected, Dr. Thomas has indeed been captured by that group of pirates. Major Gill, please ensure his rescue. He is an exceptional scientist who will greatly assist the Navy in upholding justice. Watching the situation on the opposing ship while listening to Lieutenant Gallen's voice, Major Gill's expression darkened. That white bear must be a member of the Rod Pirates. And those two individuals wearing hats, although they do not have bounties, seem to be part of the Rod Pirates as well. The Dr. Thomas mentioned by Lieutenant Gallen is currently embracing and laughing with them. "Are you an imbecile, Lieutenant Gallen?" Major Gill lowered the telescope, directing a peculiar gaze at the transponder snail, seemingly wanting to see the foolish face of Lieutenant Gallen on the other end. "That individual is a member of the Rod Pirates. Everyone," ignoring Lieutenant Gallen on the other end, Major Gill called out decisively, "Fire!" Boom! The cannons aboard the warship erupted instantly, unleashing a torrent of cannonballs toward the Polar Star. This level of bombardment, watching the dense barrage of cannonballs, Genos' expression tightened. Such a quantity is impossible to counter. Even if I survived the bombardment, it would be difficult for Chi-Chi. Rod seized Wajo, which he had just reinserted into his waist, while Nyla picked up the black gun. "Leave it to me." Before Rod and Nyla could inflict effective damage in this battle, Luo intervened. In the next moment, a pale, blue circle expanded. Room cut. With a gentle wave of the demon's cry in Luo's hand, all incoming cannonballs were sliced in half. Then came a command stick. Luo's fingers raised slightly. All the cannonballs were cleaved apart. Witnessing the instantaneous dismemberment of the cannonballs, the soldiers on the warship stared wide-eyed. "A devil fruit user," Major Gill, gazing at Luo through his telescope, gritted his teeth and said, "It is precisely because of the incessant emergence of pirates like this that the seas cannot remain tranquil. Only by driving every last one of these pirates away can we bring lasting peace to this ocean. This is the justice I uphold. Everyone, prepare for the second round of bombardment," steadying his mind. Major Gill issued another order. In the next moment, the warship suddenly trembled. "What is happening? We can't stabilize it. Be careful. The cannonballs are rolling in." The naval soldiers responsible for loading and firing the cannonballs panicked and shouted, "This is absurd. Everyone, hold on to something." Amidst the terrified gazes of the soldiers remaining on the deck, the warship was lifted by an invisible force, tilting at a 45-degree angle and suspending in midair. "Has it stopped? We are saved." Those who reacted swiftly and clung to fixed objects were filled with relief, gazing at their colleagues plunging into the sea, their emotions complex. The enemy's attack cannot be limited to just this. Looking at the azure surface below, a flicker of dread crossed Major Gill's mind. If the warship were to fall from such a height. "Everyone, hold tight," Major Gill shouted loudly, then saw the sea growing nearer. Boom! The massive warship plummeted, crashing into the ocean, accompanied by the screams and struggles of naval soldiers, creating a colossal wave. Amidst the surging tide, the Polar Star swiftly sailed away from the shore. Rod rested one hand on the ship's railing, exhaling deeply. "Don't force yourself if you can't handle it, Rod." Observing the unmistakable fatigue on Rod's face, Rod teased, "It's just this much. How could I possibly falter?" Straining to maintain an upright posture, Luo feigned indifference. "So, will that warship be entrusted to you as well?" In the distance, another warship was swiftly approaching the coastline. As he gazed at the distant vessel, Luo's complexion paled. His stamina had long since been depleted. Both Gray and Rod had previously been far removed from the Polar Star, and retrieving the two of them would necessitate a considerable expansion of Rune's domain, which would exact a tremendous toll on their physical resources. Not to mention, he had just strained himself to deal with a warship. "Do not worry. They won't catch up," Gray interjected before Luo could respond. Upon hearing this, everyone shifted their gaze towards him. He, Gray wore a mischievous grin under the scrutiny of the onlookers. They initially regarded me as a scientist, hoping to enlist me in the Navy. Wait, you are a scientist, aren't you? Nia pointed out sharply that, indeed, I am a scientist, Gray replied, realization dawning upon him before he continued. I accompanied that naval lieutenant into their core power chamber and even viewed the complete schematics of a warship. Suddenly halting mid-sentence, Gray's smile gradually faded as he thumped his chest in despair. My warship schematics. I completely forgot to bring them back. Get to the point, you fool. Nia's iron fist interrupted Gray's impending ramble. My apologies, Gray said, clutching his head as he rose to recount his tale. In summary, I enhanced the Navy's warship propulsion system, restoring it to peak condition, even surpassing its original performance. That I now have serious doubts that you have not infiltrated the Navy, and that you are not. In fact, a spy dispatched to our ship, Nia remarked, her fingers cracking ominously as her gaze scrutinized Gray. That explains why this warship is so swift. Meanwhile, aboard the distant warship, Lieutenant Gallen exclaimed, we are moving at an incredible speed. I recall that this warship did not achieve such velocity upon its launch. What could be the cause? The influence of the currents. Lieutenant Gallen felt the warship's speed had dramatically increased, his eyes sparkling with renewed hope. Indeed, Dr. Thomas remains loyal to the Navy. Although others were unaware of the reason, Lieutenant Gallen, having witnessed everything, understood that it was Dr. Thomas's enhancements in the power chamber that had revitalized the vessel, endowing it with a speed greater than it had possessed when brand new. Rest assured, Dr. Thomas, with unwavering resolve, Lieutenant Gallen fixed his gaze upon the pirate ship ahead, feeling the weight of justice glow brightly upon his shoulders. I shall rescue you. In the propulsion chamber beneath the warship, Lucas stared in astonishment at the frantically operating machinery. While the situation had not been apparent before, the warship's activation made him acutely aware of Dr. Thomas's remarkable prowess. Just a minor enhancement to the propulsion system had led to such a monumental increase in overall operational capability. He now held a firmer belief that Dr. Thomas was indeed a great scientist. Yet, something felt amiss. Luca tugged at his clothing, realizing that he was drenched in sweat. The temperature here seemed excessively high. Wait, don't act yet. Hearing a dangerous voice nearby, Gray's expression changed, and he quickly reached out to halt Nia. Typically, the constraints on technological advancement stem not from clever designs, but rather from material limitations. Often we conceive intricate designs and fantastical ideas, yet transforming these concepts into reality poses significant challenges, primarily due to material constraints. Get to the point. Nia shot him a disapproving glare. Shrinking back, Gray ceased his lengthy discourse. In simple terms, I made improvements to their designs. However, the existing materials are utterly inadequate to withstand the enhanced power. This means that while the modified equipment can temporarily unleash superior performance, it also subjects the machinery to greater strain. Should the load exceed the material's limits, it will completely fail. Initially, Luca only heard a faint sound, barely noticeable amidst the machinery's operation. However, a series of increasing noises soon erupted from various parts of the equipment. Simultaneously, the temperature in the chamber soared in that moment. Luca fully grasped the gravity of the situation. It was beyond his control now. With such a severe malfunction in the equipment he was responsible for, he would surely face punishment. Cracks visibly formed across the machine's components. Suddenly, a part was violently ejected, hurtling through the air and grazing Luca's cheek with terrifying force. Blood sprayed from his face. Feeling the warmth, he instinctively bolted through the door, racing towards the deck. I will deal with the consequences later. For now, my life is paramount. Boom! Just moments after Luca fled, the warship, which had been charging forward, came to a sudden halt amid a cacophony of explosions. Quite impressive, Nia remarked, observing the plumes of black smoke rising from the now stationary warship as she patted Gray's shoulder in commendation. I too have taken down a warship. Luo's expression darkened. In any case, we have successfully completed the resupply. Now, let us head straight towards the Grand Line. Without propulsion, the warship stood no chance of catching up to the Polar Star by mere sail. Rod clapped his hands, and as everyone's attention converged on him, he raised his fist in triumph. to celebrate our imminent entry into the Grand Line and the addition of new comrades. Let us hold a feast. Oh, chef, I need a chef. Moments later, Rod gazed at the array of food before him, his face etched with bitterness. Having failed to find a chef, they were left with only the dishes recorded in Gray's automated cooking machine for their banquet. Honestly, how can none of you have a chef? Janos handed a piece of fried chicken to Cece, casting an incredulous glance at Rod. What kind of pirate crew have I joined? A chef is crucial while sailing the seas, especially on the Grand Line. The chef must meticulously calculate food consumption aboard the ship, ensuring ample provisions for the voyage and maintaining the crew's nutritional intake to prevent ailments such as scurvy. Let me step in, Janos said. Observing Cece enjoy her meal, that he stood up, removed his trench coat, and rolled up his sleeves. Wait, you can cook? Rod looked at Janos in surprise, and the others shared equally incredulous expressions. What kind of look is that? It's perfectly normal to know how to cook when living alone. Not for me. I can't cook at all. Nia shook her head. Apologies, but the three of us, including Bear, cannot cook. Babe was stated on behalf of Rod and the others that I have an automated cooking machine. Why would I need to cook? Gray glanced at the now unappetizing food in his hands, nonchalantly setting it aside to await Janos's feast. That I can cook, but that he grown tired of my dishes. Pekin raised his hand, yet still struggled to connect Janos with the art of cooking. The impression this new addition left on him was far too profound. Regardless of the invincible demeanor he displayed while lying amidst a circle of Navy personnel earlier, or the monstrous characteristics he exhibited during the recent battle with Gula, Pagine found it impossible to envision him in the act of cooking. Shachi's mouth was stuffed with food. To clarify, I can only prepare barbecue dishes, as he spoke. Janos swiftly set up the barbecue grill and deftly began to handle the ingredients. Wow, incredible. Such exquisite knife skills. The onlookers gathered around Janos, captivated by his fluid movements, exclaiming in awe. A faint smile graced Janos's lips, and his actions became even more nimble. Delicious, tasty, amazing, Janos. The compliments from his companions filled his ears, and the smile on Janos's face grew ever more radiant. However, as time passed and the ingredients dwindled, Janos's smile began to fade. I must say, he paused his grilling to slowly exhale a smoke ring. Casting a glance at Rod, who was still voraciously consuming food, did I your stomach a bottomless pit? Half an hour ago, everyone else had already eaten their fill, yet Rod continued to indulge, making it impossible for Janos to keep pace with his insatiable appetite, even with his extraordinary grilling speed. I couldn't help myself. Rod chuckled sheepishly. In his hand, he clutched a long sword he had seized from the ghost spider, thanks to the unique ability bestowed upon him by his knighthood. Rod had begun to grasp the essence of life restoration and had recently experimented with it by consuming copious amounts of food. Life restoration is a special ability cultivated after honing one's physique to its limits and mastering the Navy's 6 styles. Through this ability, one can freely control their body, hair, and internal organs. That it is a means of completely mastering one's body and energy conversion, a profound state of being. The ghost spider, whom Rod had just battled, was an adept practitioner of this skill. While wielding the weapon commonly used by the ghost spider, Rod was able to tap into years of experience and replicate it within himself. Utilizing this experiential version of life restoration, Rod swiftly digested the substantial amount of food he had just consumed, controlling the energy derived from it to gradually heal the minor injuries he had sustained during the earlier combat. However, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. The matter of skill is another topic altogether. Janos glanced at Rod's still flat stomach, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his eyes. I am uncertain how the previous rations were calculated, but if your meals consist of such quantities, I fear our ship's provisions may not suffice for our journey through the Grand Line. Rest assured, it's merely due to having recently endured a fierce battle that I've eaten a tad more. Sensing Janos's intrigue, Rod generously explained as for why my stomach remains unchanged despite my excessive intake. It is due to an ability known as life restoration. While controlling my body, I can enhance my digestive capacity and rapidly recover my strength and injuries. The eyes of the others brightened in unison. However, I have only begun to grasp it. Once I fully master it, I shall teach you all. Yet, to learn this technique, one must first push their body beyond the limits of an ordinary human. Speaking of which, we haven't had a formal introduction yet. Rod threw an arm around Genos' shoulder. This is our new companion, Genos. Is that all? Nia looked at Rod. Rod turned to Genos. That it seems he hasn't shared much about himself either. Perhaps you should introduce yourself. Genos scratched his head, looking at the group before him. Although they had only known each other for a brief time, it felt as though they were long-time friends. Is this the feeling of camaraderie? It appears quite pleasant. I am Genos, a Zoan-type devil fruit user, capable of transforming into a zombie. My dream is to lead a peaceful life. This is my partner. Cece, woof woof. Genos lifted the little white dog, who was enjoying its meal, to greet everyone. A peaceful life, such a simple yet arduous dream. Rod mused. I am Rod, the captain of this ship, and the one who bears your dreams. Sailing the seas alongside you, Neiru, navigator and sharpshooter. Neiru flashed Genos a friendly smile. This new ally was a steady and dependable companion, calm and substantial like the ocean. I am Ro, the ship's doctor, after indulging in a hearty meal. Ro, having regained some strength, extended his hand to Genos, and the two exchanged a friendly handshake. Although it was rather impolite, he couldn't help but wish to examine Genos' physique, that terrifyingly remarkable recovery ability I witnessed during the earlier battle. Your gaze is as if you wish to lay me on an operating table. Ro's scrutiny sent chills down Genos' spine. I doubt such an opportunity will arise, considering your recovery capabilities are far too potent. Genos smiled without responding. Ever since he consumed that devil fruit, he had not once visited a doctor. I am Nia, an animal-type black fruit user. Nia's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she regarded Genos. Your fruit must be of the mythical Zoan type. Such a formidable recovery ability. Perhaps, if time permits, we could engage in a spar. I have yet to battle against a mythical Zoan user. Genos' expression stiffened slightly. He preferred sleeping over fighting. I am Peijin. Shachi, I have long wanted to say that the way you extinguished your cigarette on your hand was incredibly cool. Indeed. And your trench coat, so stylish. Where did you purchase it? I want one too. Darn it, I've consistently suggested to Captain Rod that we should have matching outfits to look more impressive. Imagine all of us donning identical long coats on stage. How splendid that would be. My trench coat is custom-made, filled with my secret weapons. Genos' eyes glimmered as he picked up his coat to showcase it to Peijin and Shachi. And bears. We need bears too. Babe was squeezed in. Eyeing Genos' displayed coat. I am Babe, your senior. Yes, I understand. Babe was senpai. Responding amiably, Genos reached out to ruffle Babe's head. The fluffy texture felt even softer than Cece's. Woof! Sensing something, Cece looked up and barked twice. Wow, so many weapons. Gray leaned in, observing the various weapons hanging inside Genos' coat. However, I don't see any firearms. Do you not prefer using guns in combat? After Genos shifted his gaze to him, Gray introduced himself. I am Thomas Gray, the ship's scientist. I noticed that you carry primarily cold weapons. Within Genos' coat hung mostly short swords, daggers, and axes, with only one revolver, which appeared more ornamental than functional. I find cold weapons to be more practical than firearms. Genos explained. The firearms he had encountered were still in the flintlock stage, which not only lacked significant firepower, but also proved inconvenient for reloading. Thus, it was more effective to charge in a battle with cold weapons. After all, given his unique abilities, he had little fear of injury. I cannot agree with that. Firearms reign supreme in warfare. Gray's expression grew serious in an instant. Yes, that's so. Perhaps firearms are not suited for me. How is that possible? Gray exclaimed as he firmly grasped Genos. As a scientist, I am determined to create a weapon that will meet your satisfaction. Given that the Rod Pirates had yet to establish a solid foundation and were unable to fulfill their dream of constructing a battleship, the only contribution Gray could make as a scientist was to ensure that his companions aboard the ship were equipped with formidable weapons. He was resolute in his mission to create a weapon that would earn Genos' admiration. Next, he said, reaching out to accept the item that Nia tossed over, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. That IT was a snail phone and a slim booklet. This is from NIOAS. She mentioned her brother. Nia attempted to mask her emotions, but the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her true feelings. Unlike her father, the bond between father and daughter was almost non-existent. But her connection with Neo was profound, both in the past and present. This snail phone could facilitate communication with him. Normally, he would not utilize it, but in extraordinary circumstances, he would reach out to them through IT as the one currently wielding significant influence over the Onest family's intelligence network. Neo naturally possessed information far superior to that of the drifting rod pirates. I glanced through that booklet earlier, and it is an explanation of the Navy's 6 styles, such a rare treasure. Holding the manual on the 6 styles without opening it, Rod gazed at Nia. While it seemed that those at sea were well-versed in the Navy's 6 styles, possessing a complete manual was indeed a rarity, as it encapsulated the battle techniques cultivated by the Navy over the years. What a considerate brother! You must be worried about your lack of strength. He tossed the manual back to Nia. You should keep it for your training. You need to enhance your skills swiftly, as being left behind by your younger brother is a rather unpleasant experience. How annoying, Nia replied, accepting the manual and casting a glance at the familiar handwriting before handing it back to Rod. Both you and Neiru are far more talented than I am. Once you learn it, teach me. That would expedite my training significantly. Nia regarded Rod earnestly. Moreover, once you both master it, I will feel much safer. Then I shall begin my study, Rod conceded, accepting the 6 styles training manual from Nia. With the techniques documented within this manual, it should not take long for him to fully grasp the art of life return. Rest assured, I will take great care of this notebook and return it to you in pristine condition after reading it as such matters unfolded. Nia turned away somewhat awkwardly, a gentle light flickering in her eyes. At Tiger Shark Island, where's the medic? Hurry, we have injured. Are there any bandages left? I need a hemostatic agent, quickly. Major Keel, a naval soldier, looked at the pallid Major Keel, worry etched across his face. What are the casualties? Severe injuries to 46, light injuries to 267, and 37 missing. In this context, missing almost equates to death. I see. Major Keel nodded, flames of determination igniting in his eyes. We must eradicate these pirates. Had they already managed to escape? Suddenly, a voice resonated from above, followed by a tall figure descending from the sky, landing before Major Keel. Clad in a pink feather coat and purple sunglasses, an overwhelming aura of malice surrounded him. Cold sweat trickled down Major Keel's forehead. The 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, each syllable of the name was punctuated with an unmistakable dread in Major Keel's eyes. What brings you here? Although the warlords were under the direct control of the world government, they appeared to be allies of the Navy, yet they were a group of powerful and arrogant individuals, entirely unconcerned with the Navy's plight. Moreover, given the world government's nature, even if the Navy were to be eliminated by the warlords, there would be no repercussions for the latter. In fact, many naval officers had perished at the hands of the warlords, both during their time as pirates and after their ascension to warlord status. Doflamingo, in particular, was notorious for his penchant for toying with the Navy. Doflamingo lowered his head slightly, surveying the naval officer before him. Upon arriving at Tiger Shark Island, he had witnessed the aftermath of battle, and this officer appeared to be the highest-ranking survivor among the Navy, which was why he inquired about the situation. However, how dare a mere major speak to him in such a tone? Doflamingo's fingers twitched slightly. It seemed he had been absent from the stage for too long, and far too many people no longer regarded him with the respect he deserved. Whether it was the pirate crew Rod commanded or the Navy, with a swift motion, nearly invisible threads shot from Doflamingo's fingertips. What are you doing? It's me, Sergeant Giroux. I can't control my body. Get away. No, why? Why can't I control my body? A naval soldier, who had been administering aid to the injured, suddenly drew his weapon, aiming it at a comrade, and mercilessly struck down. Amidst the soldiers' wails and the cacophony of gunfire, the scene transformed into a hellscape. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, Major Keel felt a chill run through his limbs. It was Doflamingo's doing. Anger boiled within Major Keel as he glared at Doflamingo, his rage nearly consuming him. Yet he could only watch helplessly as the scene unfolded, unable to move a muscle. Fu. Doflamingo casually perched upon a stone, observing the spectacle he had orchestrated, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Now, Can you answer my question? His gaze fell upon the naval officer, his voice dripping with malice. Or do you wish to watch this performance for a while longer? Was it merely for this? Major Keel's heart turned to ice, feeling as though he was plummeting into an abyss. Was it truly just because he had not answered Doflamingo's question directly that he so callously toyed with the lives and dignity of the soldiers? What did he consider life to be? If you were referring to the Rod Pirates, they departed a mere quarter of an hour ago. Major Keel clenched his jaw, straining to suppress his emotions. How utterly useless, Doflamingo remarked, unable to contain his response even though he had anticipated this answer. In truth, he had prepared himself for the likelihood of not catching up to them during his journey from Horgastown. This Rod pirate crew was unlike any other. They were not impulsive or thoughtless like typical pirates, but rather possessed clear objectives and plans, reminiscent of his former self, since they had skillfully evaded Horgastown. They would not grant him the opportunity to pursue them easily. However, he had not anticipated that, even with the Ghost Spider leading the way, they would remain elusive, failing to be captured or even delayed. It seemed that Rod had indeed found a formidable group of companions. Doflamingo sat upon the stone, his fingers unconsciously tapping against his thigh, the sunglasses obscuring his thoughts. Shall we continue the pursuit? Casting a glance at the panting buffalo, Doflamingo dismissed the idea. Relying solely on buffalo would likely prove insufficient to catch up. Moreover, since they had completed resupply at Tiger Shark Island, they would undoubtedly head straight for Reverse Mountain and enter the Grand Line without further stops. Even if they urgently summoned their ships now, catching up would be impossible. What a pathetic navy! 2 warships utterly destroyed. Upon entering the Grand Line, tracking them became increasingly arduous, even if one were to ascertain the routes they traversed. It would be of little consequence. Given their astuteness, it is certain they would not adhere to a linear path, thus evading any discernible patterns in their movements. Well then, until we meet again in Shambadi. Law. The rhythmic tapping of Doflamingo's fingers came to an abrupt halt. I hope that by then, you will bring me a delightful surprise, Law. A violent surge of air erupted, forcefully propelling the previously stationary Captain Kyle into the air. My body can move. Suspended mid-air, Captain Kyle suddenly felt his limbs regain their mobility, a look of joy crossing his face as he immediately turned his gaze towards the source of the explosive wind. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, you truly find yourself in a precarious situation. Ghost Spider. Rising abruptly, Doflamingo shielded Buffalo and Baby, 5 behind him, throwing a punch that met Ghost Spider's fist, the feathers of his coat rustling in the gale. To be reduced to such disarray by a mere novice who has just set sail, you are making me question the might of your Navy's justice. A sidelong glance at the severely wounded Navy soldiers revealed no flicker of emotion in Ghost Spider's eyes. You dare strike recklessly at the Navy. Are you seeking to have your Shichibukai title revoked? Doflamingo. The pressure emanating from him remained formidable as Ghost Spider inquired in a low tone, if that is the case. I might as well apprehend you directly. Foo. You truly have the audacity to say that. If you can achieve it, then give it a try. How perilous indeed. Amidst the ruins of Tiger Shark Island's northern district, a stone suddenly trembled twice before a petite figure emerged from the debris. Originally tasked with merely investigating recent events in the Dawson Kingdom, she had not anticipated uncovering such significant news. This was a diminutive girl with short, light blue hair tied back with a camouflage headband. Moreover, her vest and cargo pants were both of the same camouflage pattern that moment. She was engrossed in examining an image-transmitting snail. A gleeful smile adorning her face as she occasionally emitted suspicious giggles. I've struck gold, Martha exclaimed, gazing at the photograph she had captured, her elation nearly compelling her to roll on the ground. This was first-hand news, and selling it to Morgans would surely fetch a handsome price. She was an information broker, one who only pursued intelligence that piqued her interest and trusted only what she had witnessed with her own eyes. Due to this characteristic, she had gained a modest reputation in the industry, as she consistently provided the most accurate and original information. Recently, the esteemed Oneist family in the underground information sector had begun to adjust their strategies. Concurrently, there had been requests for intelligence regarding the succession of the throne in the Dawson Kingdom. Sensing a connection between these two developments, and with genuine interest in the matter, she had traveled from the Grand Line to the North Sea, directly arriving at the renowned Tiger Shark Island. Little did she know, before she could investigate the Dawson Kingdom, she was treated to a splendid spectacle. Hey, eagerly, she pulled out a transponder snail and skillfully dialed a number. As the call connected, Martha wasted no time in speaking directly. This time, you're going to have to shell out big, Morgans. Ha ha ha. But information on the Dawson Kingdom won't fetch much. A hearty laugh resonated from the transponder snail. As the king of news, Morgans was arguably one of the most influential figures in the world of information. Having been a reliable partner providing high-quality news for him, he was aware that Martha had recently taken on the task of investigating the Dawson Kingdom. However, the shift of a single-world government-affiliated kingdom's throne was hardly a major scoop. The public typically showed little interest in such matters in this era of great piracy ignited by Pirate King Roger. What captivated people's attention were tales of pirates, the Dawson Kingdom. That kind of information no longer holds my interest. Martha's voice brimmed with excitement. You should take a look at the photos I'm sending you. They will undoubtedly satisfy you. Oh, I must. A sudden gasp came from the transponder snail. The one who was sent flying is none other than Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, right? Exactly, seeing Morgan's taken aback by her information. A radiant smile spread across Martha's face. Upon further review of recent intelligence, the pirate who defeated Ghost Spider had only made his debut a month ago. Not only that, but prior to this, they had also attacked Spadamiles, taking down Gladius of the Don Quixote family. To have triumphed over formidable adversaries so swiftly after their debut, there was no doubt he was this year's rising star. A major scoop. This is indeed a major scoop. On the other end, Morgans was unable to conceal his exhilaration. Hurry, send me more photos. To acquire additional images isn't merely a matter of words that I know. We shall adhere to our usual terms. No, these are photos I risked my life to capture. Martha's eyes gleamed with the shape of berries. I require 5 times the payment. You greedy woman, speak. Morgans winced at the thought. I want 5 times. You are asking for far too much. I believe he is worth that price. Not only is it law, but they also have other members who can undoubtedly be classified as supernova-level pirates. Damn it. Morgans gritted his teeth. The thought of paying 5 times the price truly pained him. Suddenly, the sounds of a fierce battle erupted from afar, causing Martha's smile to wane slightly, a glint of red light flashing in her eyes. What is this? Sensing the 2 powerful auras by the coast, a smile reemerged on Martha's face. Today is indeed my lucky day, although she had narrowly avoided being caught in the crossfire of their battle. Remaining hidden in the ruins until Ghost Spider departed, the opportunity to capture those thrilling photographs made it worthwhile. Little did she expect that while negotiating the price for her photos, another major event would unfold. From the aura, one of the individuals was undoubtedly Ghost Spider, while the other, capable of engaging him, was certainly a significant figure. I must hang up now. I will contact you later. With that thought, Martha lost her desire to haggle further with Morgans, leaving him with a parting remark before abruptly ending the call. Wait. On the other end, Morgans was taken aback by Martha's words. 0.5 times it is. Before he could finish, the call was terminated, gazing at the transponder snail. Morgans was momentarily stunned. Could it be that she found another buyer? Impossible. These are freshly captured photographs. I'm the king of news. No one can acquire this information faster than I can. Nevertheless, gather all information regarding law. All of it. Morgans commanded his assistant loudly. Even though he had previously been merely an ordinary rookie pirate, this pirate named Law had captured his attention. It was evident that this new pirate would provide him with a plethora of captivating news in the near future. On the other side, after hanging up, Martha tucked the transponder snail into her pants and placed the image-transmitting snail into a small pocket on her vest, ensuring she could capture the scenes at a moment's notice. Let me see what splendid occurrences await. Tightening her boots, Martha swiftly ran toward the coast. This distance should suffice. Having caught sight of the coastal situation with the naked eye, Martha halted her steps. A slight tremor coursing through her body as she spotted a familiar figure by the shore. Now this is indeed a major scoop. Lifting the telescope that hung around her neck, Martha confirmed once more, her heart brimming with excitement. The 7 warlords, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, engaged in combat with the Marine Admiral, Spider. Suppressing her fervent emotions, Martha lowered the telescope and pressed her body to the ground, almost instantly melding with her surroundings. Thus, she cautiously crept closer. Tiger Shark Island, the western coast. Having suffered the ravages of 2 consecutive battles, the place bore no resemblance to its former self. The small hills by the coast were reduced to mere heaps of rubble, and the once lush forest had been reduced to mere stumps, as if they had all been severed in an instant. It was only after the naval vessels had completely departed that, after a considerable time, Martha cautiously emerged from a pile of debris. That was terrifying. After multiple confirmations, Martha exhaled deeply. Patting her, she possessed a paramecia-type devil fruit, the ability to disguise herself. After utilizing her power, she could blend into her environment like a chameleon, achieving a flawless camouflage. Until her abilities were seen through, she would be unconsciously overlooked by others. However, once her disguise was pierced, her ability would become ineffective if she donned attire that harmonized more closely with her surroundings. Her camouflage would be significantly enhanced. Thus, she typically wore clothes adorned with camouflage patterns. Nevertheless, it was all worth it. Clutching her den mushi, she raised it high, her face radiating with uncontainable excitement. This was it. I must contact Morgan's promptly. With this thought, Martha stowed away her den mushi and retrieved her communication den mushi from her pants. Just 5 times, as soon as the call connected. Martha heard Morgan's eager voice. With a slight smirk, Martha refrained from hastily agreeing. That was the previous price. Don't get too greedy. Observing that this woman seemed intent on raising the price, Morgan's felt a tightening in his chest. During the brief time since their last exchange, he had perused all available intelligence regarding Rod in the company archives. Pitifully scarce. After all, he was merely a rookie pirate newly launched into the sea, who had never stirred any waves prior. However, the other members of their crew, whether it be Nia or the Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law, had garnered some noteworthy intelligence. Yet the more he learned, the more curious he became about Rod. The fact that he could recruit such individuals spoke volumes of his extraordinary nature. Still, even so, a 5-fold price was more than sufficient. No, you're overthinking it. I'm not one to be blinded by money or to go back on my word. Martha shook her finger, a hint of modesty gracing her features. If one disregarded her eyes that had entirely transformed into the shape of berries, it would have been even more convincing that no, you are indeed one who is blinded by money. Observing the image of Martha portrayed by the den mushi, Morgan's mused inwardly. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. This woman showed no intent to raise the price further. That was a relief. I have captured other significant intelligence. More important intelligence. Morgan's could hardly believe it. A vice admiral from Marine headquarters clashing with the 7 warlords. What do you think of such a photograph? Yeah. Upon hearing the news, Martha revealed. Morgan's first paused in surprise before bursting into hearty laughter. A major scoop. This was indeed a monumental story. What kind of waves would erupt in the seas from the clash between the largest violent organization under the world government, Marine headquarters, and the warlords nurtured by the world government itself? Just imagining it sent shivers through me. The 7 warlord system was established by the world government in response to the increasingly rampant pirate forces. A policy fraught with controversy since its inception. There were numerous dissenting voices, both within the Marines and among the allied nations of the world government. Yet, for the sake of balancing power on the seas, this policy continued to be implemented. What changes might this conflict bring to the enforcement of the warlord system? After all, as of now, the so-called 7 warlords were not at full capacity. I'll take it. Morgan's declared resolutely. For these 2 pieces of intelligence, I will pay the 5-fold price. Truly worthy of the title of News King. Delight radiated from Martha's face. That I shall send you all the detailed information shortly. You must expedite your pace. This is set to be tomorrow's front-page headline. After hanging up the den mushi, Martha fiercely shook her fist. Should I pursue them? A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Such a pirate crew would certainly continue to stir the waters. As long as I follow in their wake, there will likely be a steady stream of explosive news, and a continuous flow of sensational news represents an endless stream of wealth. With this thought, Martha unconsciously parted her lips, saliva nearly spilling forth. It was decided. With a firm fist, a glimmer of determination flashed in Martha's eyes. I've got you in my sights. Pirate Rod. Young master, in the sky. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and Baby 5 rode on the back of Buffalo, who was flying them toward Holgestown as a user of the spin fruit. Buffalo lacked formidable combat strength and often served merely as a supporting member. Baby 5 cast a worried glance at Doflamingo, who held a special significance for her. Having been nurtured since childhood, this was the first time she had witnessed such an expression on the young master's face. Has Law truly betrayed the family? Although Law had left the family years ago, Doflamingo had retained his position as a top executive, never officially declaring him a traitor. Undoubtedly, that boy was no longer our family. Doflamingo's eyes, obscured by sunglasses, concealed his inner turmoil. I shall never tolerate a traitor to the family, nor one who harms my kin. Memories from years past flashed in his mind, leaving Doflamingo with a complex expression. He recalled their first encounter, the boy bursting into the Don Quixote family's stronghold with a bomb in hand, demanding to join the family. From the very first glance, Doflamingo recognized a reflection of his younger self in that boy. Both had lost everything. Both harbored thoughts of world destruction. Yet that once promising youth ultimately chose the path of opposition. Why betray the family? Why betray oneself? Why harm one's own kin? The more he pondered these questions, the more the flames of fury surged within Doflamingo. Veins bulging on his forehead, emanating a powerful malevolence that caused Baby 5 and Buffalo beneath him to tremble involuntarily. Scenes flickered in Doflamingo's mind. His father, smiling as he was slain, and his brother, similarly smiling, as he met the same fate. Why must you force me to turn against my dearest family again? The Grand Line, Marine forded as the doors to the conference room swung open. A stream of Marines entered. What a grand affair. Even the Criminal Investigation Bureau is in attendance. Upon seeing the assembled individuals, a Marine officer couldn't help but comment. After all, it was a pirate crew that had defeated Admiral Spider and destroyed 2 warships. Another Marine adjusted his hat, a flicker of seriousness crossing his eyes. Today's newcomers are indeed formidable. They've stirred quite a commotion so soon after setting sail that it even provoked Doflamingo. Haven't they, the 7 warlords? It is said that Admiral Spider also clashed with Doflamingo. Hush! A naval officer silenced his colleague beside him. Due to the news published by Morgans, the naval headquarters have been rife with unrest these past few days. And the already contentious Shichibukai system was once again thrust into discussion. It was wise for them to tread carefully. What a reckless bunch they are! Understanding his colleague's sentiment, the naval officer deftly redirected the conversation back to the pirates. However, they were indeed a perilous lot. Indeed, if it were up to me, we should swiftly drive them into the New World. The naval officer speaking shook his head, clearly skeptical of the Navy's prospects. Gentlemen, as the naval generals took their seats, a green-haired officer wearing sunglasses, Lieutenant Brandnew, approached the front with a stack of documents, casting his gaze upon the assembly of distinguished figures below. Although he was merely a lieutenant from the naval headquarters, he exhibited no signs of trepidation before the assembly of naval officers. I trust you are all aware of the pirates we are here to discuss today. One by one, he displayed several photographs on the whiteboard before him. Looking up at his fellow officers, the newly emerged pirate crew, the Rod Pirates, they had launched an attack on the territories under the Shichibukai's jurisdiction shortly after setting sail, and had even eliminated Gladius, a user of the bomb fruit, who was previously valued at a bounty of 31 million berries, belonging to the Don Quixote family. Following that, members of the Rod Pirates had bested Rear Admiral Bastille, Colonel Drake, and Colonel Barrow, as well as Commander Genai. While we had already issued a bounty on them, just 2 days ago, they committed yet another audacious act by assaulting Tiger Shark Island, nearly reducing the entire isle to ruins, and repelling Vice Admiral Shiragain, while also destroying 2 naval ships. Taking into account their myriad offenses and their audacious demeanor, we must update their bounty. With a resounding clap, Brandnew affixed the newly revised bounty notices onto the whiteboard, surveying the gathered naval officers beneath him. Hiss! Upon seeing the updated bounties, the officers below could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Such a high bounty! After all, they had repelled Vice Admiral Shiragain. Though it was termed as a repulsion, the naval officers present were acutely aware that Vice Admiral Shiragain had been defeated in a one-on-one duel against that red-haired youth. Remembering this fact, The previously vocal officer fell silent. The rest of them were no mere pushovers either. All elite. Do they share a similar piratical style as the red-haired crew? Speaking of which, he is indeed red-haired. If it weren't for the discrepancy in age, I might genuinely suspect a familial connection. Have they even changed their title? This is unavoidable. After all, this individual is not merely a swordsman that if the title leads to misinterpretations among others, it could impede our efforts to apprehend them. True enough, the naval officers below began to murmur amongst themselves, yet not a single one voiced dissent regarding the issued bounty. Observing this, Brand-New tapped the whiteboard. If there are no objections, we shall circulate this bounty across the seas. With a chorus of agreement, the new bounty for the Rod Pirates was officially confirmed and would be disseminated by the messenger birds the following day. Meanwhile, in another small room within the naval headquarters, Vice Admiral Shiragain truly lost to the opposing party in a one-on-one battle. A burly man with purple hair tilted his head slightly. In that case, it seems accurate. After a moment's hesitation, Bastille, now donning a new horn mask, spoke up. Vice Admiral Shiragain was reluctant to discuss the matter. However, in light of subsequent events, it appeared that Vice Admiral Shiragain had not sustained significant injuries. Nonetheless, that young scoundrel managed to escape following his duel with Vice Admiral Shiragain, a fact that could not be disputed. The purple-haired man took a slow sip from the cup of tea before him. His right hand was a prosthetic, yet it exhibited considerable dexterity. Having faced him, what do you think about this young pirate? On the table before them lay several bounty notices, with the topmost prominently displaying the new bounty for Rod. Quite peculiar. After a moment's consideration, Bastille finally responded. When I encountered him previously, he did not exhibit any particularly outstanding traits. Whether in combat experience or techniques, he seemed rather immature. Reflecting on his earlier battle with Rod, Bastille continued slowly. However, his physical prowess is remarkably formidable. This is rather strange. Typically, one who possesses such a level of physicality must have undergone considerable combat refinement. Their combat skills should not be so inexperienced. Moreover, what concerns me most is his astonishing rate of growth. When we encountered him at Spada Miles, he merely glanced at the technique and learned the Soru, subsequently mastering it during our encounter, seamlessly integrating it into his own combat style. Furthermore, as previously mentioned, he is not a pure swordsman. I am quite certain that during our fight, he had yet to step into the realm of a swordsman, merely exhibiting exceptional swordsmanship. However, according to the intelligence relayed from Tiger Shark Island, it is unequivocal that he displayed the prowess of a swordsman there. The purple-haired man paused momentarily. Not only that, but during our battle, he did not demonstrate the power of Busashoka Haki. He only possessed a commendable level of Kenbunshika Haki. Yet, during his confrontation with Vice Admiral Shiragain, he not only mastered Busashoka Haki, but also matched Vice Admiral Shiragain blow for blow. Either he concealed his true abilities during our fight, or he learned Busashoka Haki and grasped its profound techniques within a matter of mere days. Regardless of which scenario it is, this pirate is extraordinarily dangerous. The once defeated officer, Rear Admiral Bastille, provided an astute assessment that in any case, I have a premonition that this young scoundrel will become a significant threat to the Navy. That cannot be. A composed, resonant voice interjected as the purple-haired man picked up the bounty notice from the table. I will take action. In the North Blue, the winds today are rather boisterous. Rod stood on the small balcony of the second floor, reveling in the refreshing sea breeze that brushed against him, feeling a surge of joy within. This marked the third day since their departure from Tiger Shark Island, within Nia's manual of youthful training. The principles of mastering the 6 naval techniques were meticulously documented, alongside numerous key points and personal insights. The knight's unwavering resolve in the face of bare-handed combat remained unchanged when Rod grasped the long sword seized from Vice Admiral Shiragain. That weapon transformed entirely to suit his form. The inherent characteristics of the weapon, along with its former owner's various techniques, were laid bare before Rod without reservation. Consequently, the concept of life restoration no longer held any secrets for Rod. Within just 2 days, he had mastered all 6 techniques through their synthesis. Furthermore, he began to discern the essence of the Rokushiki technique, which gathers the entirety of one's strength and unleashes it as a shockwave in an instant. The Roquogan. It seemed that with a few more days of practice, he would achieve preliminary mastery. Finally willing to part with the sword you seized, Nia teased as she observed Rod emerging from his room empty-handed. Ever since she had handed Rod the training manual provided by Nia 2 days prior, he had been deeply engrossed in his studies. Although the results appeared promising, Rod occasionally stepped out of his room to experiment with the 6 techniques aboard the ship. Nevertheless, almost every time, he clutched the long sword he had appropriated from the naval officer. Brandishing it in front of everyone, it was as if he were incessantly emphasizing that he had defeated a seasoned naval vice admiral and seized his personal weapon. Has the novelty worn off? I suppose so, Rod replied nonchalantly, brushing off the topic as it was inconvenient to discuss the matter of his newfound abilities. Typical of men. Once the novelty fades, they lose interest. Do not overanalyze. Rod crossed his arms, interrupting Nia's precarious topic of discussion. If we were to speak of the pursuit of novelty, it is indeed a fitting sentiment. Indeed, I confess I am one to favor the new over the old. Nia nodded with a certain nonchalance. Neiru, how much longer until we reach Upside Down Mountain? Choosing to divert the conversation, Rod turned to Neiru and inquired that we should arrive in approximately an hour. Neiru replied, casting a glance at the sky, which was ablaze with sunshine devoid of any clouds. The weather today is delightful, which is certainly good news. After all, our numbers are rather limited, and I must admit, I would be somewhat apprehensive if we were to encounter inclement weather. Although I do not subscribe to the notion of fate, it seems our fortune has been rather favorable. That said, Rod, what can you tell me about the strength of Vice Admiral Ghost Spider? Shortly after Rod exited the room, Luo emerged from his infirmary. Noticing Rod had stepped out of his contemplative state, Luo could no longer contain his curiosity. The previous day's newspaper chronicled their tumultuous escapade at Tiger Shark Island. Alongside their exploits, another significant headline captured attention. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider of the Navy engages in a fierce battle with 7 warlords on Quixote, Doflamingo. Upon seeing the newspaper, Luo realized that shortly after their departure from Tiger Shark Island, Doflamingo had indeed arrived there. It appears Rod's earlier assessment was correct. Following the defeat of Gladius, Doflamingo could not resist making his way directly from the Grand Line. Had they lingered at Tiger Shark Island a while longer, they might have crossed paths with him. However, what Luo was more eager to ascertain was another matter. The battle between Doflamingo and that vice admiral ended inconclusively. Does this not imply that their strengths are relatively comparable? Furthermore, Rod had triumphed in his one-on-one confrontation with that vice admiral. While the outcome of battles cannot be merely inferred through such simplistic calculations, as a multitude of factors can influence the results, be they limitations of the battleground, the state of the combatants, or the intricate interactions between their devil fruit abilities. Nevertheless, Luo was keen to uncover the true strength of that vice admiral who battled Doflamingo without an outcome. Very formidable, Rod pondered momentarily before offering a fair appraisal. Although I had the upper hand in that confrontation, it does not necessarily indicate that my opponent was weaker. The reason he was sent flying was primarily due to my consistent adjustment of my rhythm during our engagement, which led him to perceive that my stamina was waning. Thus, when I unleashed my full power in an instant, it was not surprising that he was caught off guard. However, he likely sustained no significant injuries. Had it not been for you, Luo, using your abilities to transport me back to the ship, our battle might have continued as a seasoned vice admiral and an unwavering hawkish leader within the Navy. Ghost Spider's strength is beyond question. Nonetheless, if we were to engage again, I am confident I would emerge victorious. Rod clenched his fist, brimming with self-assurance. You are more curious about Doflamingo's strength, are you not? Rod patted Luo on the shoulder. Fear not. Even if that flamingo were to appear before me now, I would send him flying with a single punch. Who is worried? Luo tightened his grip unconsciously around the arm of his weapon. Ghost cried, if given the chance, I would much prefer to defeat him myself. Then you must train diligently. I had almost forgotten about this for the past couple of days. Rest assured, I now have the time and will ensure your training is rigorous. Observing the smile on Rod's face, Luo felt his heart involuntarily constrict. If possible, even a methodical approach to cultivation would suffice. Captain Rod. Pekin and Shachi suddenly squeezed Luo aside, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they turned toward Rod. Those two ability users, shall we retrieve their fruits now? Retrieve the fruits? Genos, who had been languishing on a deck chair alongside Chi-Chi, perked up at the mention. Have you not dealt with them yet? Upon hearing Pekin's words, Rod was momentarily taken aback, having assumed the two were already dispatched. Not yet. However, we have surrounded them with fruit, Neiru explained. Given the limited supplies on board, we have only provided them with a bit of water over the past few days to conserve food. To be honest, considering their severe injuries, I was quite concerned they might unexpectedly perish. I could see this. Nyla glanced at Genos, who lay there like a salted fish. When we first boarded, Nia had expressed a desire to spar with Genos. But upon discovering the deck chairs, he seemed to have taken root, spending most days either napping or fishing. What kind of devil are you? Why not grant them a swift end? Such matters, of course. Await the captain's command. Let us hasten to provide them with a quick resolution. Stepping into the storage room beneath the deck, Rod gazed upon the two submerged in the fish tank and could not help but remark. As both of them are devil fruit users, and one of them possesses the notoriously troublesome bomb fruit ability, precautions must be taken to prevent any mishaps. Thus, Pekin and the others adhered to the old method, fully submerging their bodies in seawater, leaving only half of their heads above water for breathing. After being soaked for 2 days, the sight of their sorry state had begun to unsettle Rod. Well then, I shall commence. Rod maintained a calm demeanor. Setting aside his identity as a doctor, the horrors he had witnessed in his youth far surpassed the scene before him. What exactly are you about to do? Genos followed them inside, observing the circle of spectators and the barely concealed excitement on their faces, a twinge of anxiety creeping into his heart. He felt as though he was on the verge of witnessing something monumental. When a devil fruit user perishes, their fruit ability randomly remanifests in the sea. Standing beside Genos, Nia offered clarification. Although this fellow is far too lethargic to engage in combat, he is nonetheless a comrade. We are currently attempting to grasp this pattern, transforming the random into the predictable. Upon hearing Nia's words, Genos felt his breath hitch, his gaze fixated on the unfolding spectacle. The usual protocol, a mat. Rod gestured toward Ms. Valentine's Day. Compared to the bomb fruit, the potential of the kilo fruit is exceedingly limited, to say nothing of the Don Quixote family, which boasts a ton fruit user with far greater growth potential and upper limits. Room. Isolation room. Rod adeptly activated his ability, swiftly resolving Ms. Valentine's Day. It failed, he remarked, shaking his head after 5 minutes of waiting, observing the fruits around him without any sign of change. Yet he did not feel particularly disheartened. After all, it was merely a mat. The focus now lies on the bomb fruit. You are at odds with Baroque Works. The boss will not spare you. Mr. Five had awakened at some point, his already grievously injured state exacerbated by 2 to 3 days of hunger, leaving him utterly weakened. Crocodile, do you think I fear him? Crocodile, the warlord of the sea, that hero of Alabasta? What connection does he have with Baroque Works? Observing the flicker of confusion in Mr. Five's eyes, Rod suddenly slapped his forehead. My apologies. I forgot that you Baroque Works members are unaware of who the boss truly is. Not wishing to engage in further banter, Rod gestured for Luo to eliminate the opponent. He held no interest in Mr. Five, but was keen on his fruit. Mr. Five barely managed to utter a sound before Rod swiftly dealt with him. In the next moment, amidst the anxious gazes of the onlookers, a fruit suddenly transformed. It worked. Rod, elated, lifted a fruit adorned with peculiar patterns and exclaimed loudly to his companions, I told you the mat is indeed useful. My theory is effective. Observing the jubilant Rod, Neiru smiled and promptly instructed Pekan and Shaki to dispose of the bodies of the 2 men. The success was astonishing as he gazed at the devil fruit cradled in Rod's hands. A wave of intense shock surged within Genos. As a wielder of a devil fruit, particularly one of the rare mythical Zoan types, Genos had always harbored a sense of pride. He required no effort. With the mere power of the devil fruit, he possessed immense strength, astonishing defense, and remarkable regenerative abilities. Relying on such capabilities, especially his extraordinary recovery, he could outlast even far stronger opponents, just as others on Tiger Shark Island described him. He was a monster, Thus, Genos had long maintained a somewhat languid demeanor, desiring only a tranquil life. However, at this moment, he realized how narrow-minded he had truly been. Compared to him, they were more akin to monsters. Looking at his companions before him, a smile suddenly graced Genos' face. Perhaps he ought to embrace a more monstrous side of himself. "Hey," Genos called out to Nia. "If you have time, how about we spar?" Noticing the surprise on Nia's face, Genos slightly averted his gaze. "What a delightful proposition. Now we have 2 fruits on the deck." Rod unveiled both devil fruits, placing them before him. The bomb fruit grants the ability to make oneself and anything touched expand and explode, while the blast fruit allows one to transform any part of their body into a bomb. "How will you two choose?" Rod inquired, turning to his 2 companions, having been comrades for several years. Rod was well aware of their capabilities. After years of rigorous training, their bodies had become formidable. Even now, if thrown into the Grand Line, they could carve out a name for themselves, with such robust physiques as a foundation. Consuming the fruits would swiftly translate into power. Moreover, the growth potential of these 2 fruits was not low. With a bit of training, they could significantly enhance their abilities. "They sound quite similar," Pekin mused, stroking his chin as he gazed at the 2 fruits. "Indeed, isn't a bomb just an explosion?" Shaki rubbed his cheeks, contemplating the 2 fruits with hesitation. "Fool, they are entirely different," Gray, who had been watching from the side, couldn't help but interject, elucidating the distinctions between the 2. That the paramecia-type devil fruits also have various classifications. The bomb fruit is about expanding and exploding, which can be considered a superpower, akin to Whitebeard's quake fruit, whereas the blast fruit transforms oneself into a bomb, likely categorizing it as a superhuman type, similar to Diamond Jaws from the Whitebeard pirates. "You seem quite knowledgeable. I thought you only crafted weaponry," Rod remarked, astonished by Gray's understanding. This level of comprehension regarding devil fruits was not typical of a mere scientist from the North Sea. However, everyone harbors their own secrets, as long as they sincerely regard themselves as comrades aboard the ship. "That suffices. What nonsense. I am an all-capable scientist," Gray retorted, somewhat disgruntled at so. "How will you 2 choose?" The bomb fruit seems slightly more powerful, Pekin reflected, recalling the impressive battle of Gladius during their time in Spadamiles. "In that case, I shall choose the blast fruit." Pekin seized the blast fruit and took a hearty bite. It was undeniably unpalatable. Gritting his teeth against the unpleasant taste, Pekin opened his mouth wide and stuffed the entire devil fruit into it. After all, this was a fruit procured by Captain Rod for them. Not a morsel could be wasted. Observing Pekin's actions, the others who had previously consumed devil fruits exchanged peculiar glances, vividly remembering the taste from their own experiences. Honestly, Shaki was a moment too slow, watching as Pekin consumed the blast fruit. "You should have eaten the bomb fruit. It's of the same type as Whitebeard's." "Quit your rambling," Pekin retorted, shoving the bomb fruit into Shaki's mouth. "So disgusting." After consuming the devil fruits, they quickly felt transformations within their bodies. "You 2 should familiarize yourselves with the powers of these fruits. Soon we shall enter the Grand Line." Rod nodded as he watched Pekin and Shaki consume the fruits. Since setting sail, his strength had grown remarkably, particularly with the further development of his unique abilities, rapidly enhancing his combat prowess. He worried whether his longtime companions could keep pace with him. Now that these 2 comrades had consumed commendable fruits, their well-trained bodies should soon unlock the powers of the fruits, integrating them into their combat styles. The combination of the bomb fruit and the blast fruit would surely make a spectacular debut. "Speaking of which, I've been meaning to ask," Gray turned to Rod, "shouldn't we recruit more sailors? With just a few of us, the ship will be overwhelmed. Of course, you are the captain. You call the shots." As for ordinary sailors, if the opportunity arose, they would recruit, but certainly not in the North Sea. Rod recalled that they still had to take turns cleaning the cabins and deck. A.S. captain. He was no exception. He yearned for some deckhands to assist. Naturally, it would be even better to have some striking female nurses on board. Reflecting on the nurses from Whitebeard's ship, Rod contemplated quietly. However, most sailors in the North Sea would struggle to keep pace with their journey. Remembering the battles they had faced since setting sail, everyone nodded in agreement. From the underlings of the 7 warlords to rear admirals and vice admirals of the Navy headquarters, The foes they had encountered were likely entities that pirates in the North Sea would never dare confront in their lifetimes. Let's discuss that once we reach the Grand Line, we should be able to recruit some stronger sailors there that we're there. As they spoke, Neiru pointed ahead. The group looked up to see a towering red wall of rock reaching into the clouds. No matter how many times one gazed upon it, it remained awe-inspiring. Observing the red line before him, Rod spoke with a tone filled with wonder. The highest peak in his previous world was just over 8,000 meters and was merely a mountain with a gradual slope. Yet this red line, standing at 10,000 meters, encircling the planet and splitting it in two, was a sheer cliff. Just gazing at this boundless, towering red line stirred an indescribable sense of awe from deep within. "What a spectacle!" Nia exclaimed, pointing to a crevice in the red wall. "Are we supposed to climb through there?" There a canal appeared, faintly visible from their distance, resembling a slight fissure on the red line. Although she had heard of it before, witnessing the passage to the Grand Line firsthand was still astonishing. After all, this was a landmass over 10,000 meters high. What tremendous force could enable their ship to ascend? Surely, it is the might of nature. Neiru placed both hands on the helm, adjusting the ship's course. Due to the currents, once they entered the canal, the ship would swiftly approach the red line, that if the ship's course is not properly adjusted, one may find themselves colliding with the red Earth continent before they even realize it, leading to the tragic fate of shipwreck and loss of life. At least half of the pirates aspiring to enter the Grand Line have met their demise at this very juncture. This underscores the vital importance of navigators when traversing the vast seas. With a resounding thud, a barrel of wine was brought forth by Beppo, placed before the assembly, a ritual, indeed. In response to the eager gazes of the crowd, Beppo animatedly waved his arms. Such a ceremony exists. Before embarking on the Grand Line, crew members are to declare their dreams. Of course, this is a most exhilarating affair, an absolute romance. Pecan and Shachi were particularly electrified. Embracing Beppo as they danced with joy, this is undoubtedly essential. Rod glanced at his companions, all eyes fixed upon him, and stepped onto the wine barrel with a firm resolve I shall become the mightiest person in the world. It seemed that having entered the correct course, even the sea breeze grew wild, tousling Rod's vibrant red hair, rendering him a picture of reckless exuberance. I will serve as Rod's right hand, aiding him in his ascension. Neiru followed suit, placing his foot on the barrel, his tone calm, yet resolute. Allah stepped up, but suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Initially, his only goal was to eliminate Don Quixote Doflamingo and avenge Corazon. Yet, the rapid growth of his companions seemed almost too swift and formidable. In light of Rod's aspirations, such a goal hardly qualifies as a dream. It is merely a task to be accomplished. So, what lies beyond the defeat of Doflamingo? I yearn to uncover the truth of this world. A fleeting image of Corazon's smile crossed Law's mind, their fates intertwined by the name he bore. What, then, is the will of D? Corazon, I shall traverse the Grand Line, experiencing all manner of novel adventures, Nia declared loudly, perhaps too overcome with emotion, as black ears sprouted from her head unbeknownst to her. I aspire to construct an invincible battleship, even mightier than the ancient vessel, the Pluton. Gray's dreams remained unshaken that I wish to remain with everyone, and to return to my homeland for a visit. Of course, I will assist Captain Rod in accomplishing great deeds. Simultaneously, I seek to become a renowned pirate. Pecan and Shachi stepped onto the barrel together, exuding youthful vigor. As for me, after aiding Rod in his ascent, I yearn for a tranquil life. Janos glanced at Rod, pondering that becoming the mightiest person in the world is far more challenging than simply becoming the pirate king. However, it could be rather splendid. With this thought, Janos too stepped onto the barrel. Compared to his previous lethargy, he now appeared remarkably spirited. Woof woof, the little white dog CC leapt onto the barrel, barking a few times in excitement. Then, let us set forth. Towards the Grand Line, though the sails had been furled, the ship's speed continued to increase, propelled by the currents as the Polar Star raced towards the red Earth continent, cutting through the waves en route to the Grand Line. How fast! With Neiru, a master navigator, and Gray, the scientist who crafted the Polar Star, Rod and his crew entered the ascending canal with ease. Upon officially entering the canal, The polar star surged forward, carrying them swiftly towards the mountaintop. As the sea breeze whipped past their ears and the clouds enveloped them, a wave of exhilaration surged within Rod's heart. Only upon entering the Grand Line did they truly step onto the stage. "We've reached the summit," Nia exclaimed, and the polar star suddenly burst forth. After a brief moment of suspension in the air, it landed in another canal. This is the passageway connecting the other three seas. From above, Rod gazed out, clearly perceiving the currents from the four seas converging at the summit of the upside-down mountain. If ships for various seas were to arrive simultaneously at the peak, catastrophe would surely ensue. A sudden thought crossed Rod's mind. The polar star swiftly descended the mountain, propelled by the currents and gravity, inducing a sensation of weightlessness among the crew. Boom! A resounding voice echoed in their ears. "What is that sound? It feels distant yet so clear. What could have produced it? Surely it cannot be a sea king. It's a whale," Rod and Neiru exclaimed in unison. Rod knew from the storyline that a whale named Laboon awaited its companions at the entrance to the Grand Line. Neiru, on the other hand, simply sensed its presence due to his heightened observation abilities. "Hoist the sails. We need to slow down." The crew quickly lowered the sails, and under Neiru's guidance, the polar star decelerated. "It's merely a whale. We can take it out with the main cannon on the polar star." Gray stood at the bow, eager to fire. The polar star had yet to fire a shot since its launch. "Are you sure?" Neiru looked at Gray with a quizzical expression. "Absolutely. Just a mere sea beast. One shot will suffice." Gray's words trailed off as he gaped at the whale before them, rather than a whale. It resembled a small island. The part of its head visible above the water looked like a tiny island, completely obscuring their view. With the firepower of the polar star, a full barrage would likely only result in superficial damage. "Remarkable." Nia's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the colossal whale. "This is the Grand Line, merely entering the Grand Line, and they have already encountered this hitherto unheard-of gigantic whale. Truly, the Grand Line is brimming with surprises and mysteries." Fortunately, Neiru had timely perceived the situation and reduced their speed. Rod also stood up, cradling his weapon, the ghost cry. Had they charged down from the summit and collided with this whale, the polar star would have been obliterated in an instant. But why is there an island whale at the entrance to the Grand Line? Countless ships must meet their demise by colliding with it daily, just like that pirate ship over there. The polar star gradually decelerated under Neiru's control, finally coming to a safe stop at the edge of the strait. However, the pirate crew that had arrived before them evidently lacked a navigator of Neiru's caliber, failing to detect the impending danger. Beside the polar star lay a dilapidated pirate ship. Its bow had been smashed to pieces, the mast was inexplicably broken, and even the hull was damaged, with a group of pirates busily attempting repairs. Yet, it seemed that the ship had weathered too many storms. Even though the crew was doing their utmost to patch it up, Gray could tell that the vessel was beyond salvation, in its current state. Even if it could be made seaworthy again, a single larger wave would spell disaster. "Let us disembark and rest for a bit. Recording the compass readings will take some time." Rod stretched and was the first to leap off the ship. Though he had now become a pirate, he still preferred solid ground. Feeling the firm earth beneath his feet, a sense of reassurance washed over him. "There's nothing here, right?" Glancing at the barren twin gorges, Janos reclined once more. "Compass readings? What's that?" Following Rod off the ship, Nia asked curiously. "Haven't you always yearned for the Grand Line? How can you not know this?" Rod looked at Nia with mild astonishment. "In the Grand Line, the magnetic fields are chaotic, rendering ordinary compasses ineffective to go navigate forward. One must rely on a log post that I noticed that Neiru has a few permanent pointers. ISNT that where you originally intended to go." Gray set down the ladder and hurried down from the ship, feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity with the long-lost earth beneath his feet. No, it was merely a spoils taken from the Don Quixote family in the Navy. "What on earth is a permanent pointer? How come you all know about it?" Nia was astonished. Even Gray was so knowledgeable about the Grand Line. As a scientist, it is only reasonable for me to possess a broader understanding. Meanwhile, not far from Rod and the others, aboard a pirate ship, a curse escaped the lips of Bogman. "Why is there such a colossal whale here?" "It's an island whale, Captain Bogman," a young woman quietly reminded him. With her sleek black hair cascading down and a pair of black glasses obscuring much of her face, she appeared less like a pirate and more akin to a corporate employee. They hailed from the West Sea, driven by ambitious desires to dominate the Grand Line and become the next pirate king. Who would have guessed that upon entering the Grand Line, a whale of such enormous proportions would shatter their dreams? Who could have anticipated an island whale blocking the entrance just below Reverse Mountain? I don't care what kind of whale it is. Bogman was nearly on the verge of erupting. This is the entrance to the Grand Line. Twin Cape, and aside from an old man guarding the lighthouse, there wasn't a soul in sight. Even attempts to repair their pirate ship were futile. The black-haired woman took a step back in silence, reevaluating her thoughts. Initially, she had merely wished to leverage their access to the Grand Line. Now that their ship was destroyed, perhaps this was an opportunity for her to detach. With that in mind, her gaze shifted to the pirate ship that had come to a halt not far away. Earlier, while preoccupied with the ship's repairs below, their sails had been furled, concealing their insignia and leaving their identities shrouded in mystery. Could she use them to continue sailing to the next island? Joining and then departing had been her modus operandi for years. Captain, a crew member approached Bogman, trembling slightly as he shifted his fierce gaze toward him. Summoning his courage, he pointed at the nearby polar star. Their ship is intact. Bogman turned to regard the polar star, narrowing his eyes. Sensing the shift in his captain's expression, the crew member quickly added, "I just saw that there were only a few people on board, and they don't look very strong." Why should I worry about that? With his furrowed brow relaxing, Bogman lightly patted the crew member's head. "I am Bogman, the Great Blade, with a bounty of 58 million berries. Bring a few of them with me. I'll take their ship. You there, kid?" A gruff voice suddenly boomed, followed by several burly figures advancing toward Rod and his companions. "You're lucky. Your ship is in relatively good condition." The leader, towering nearly 3 meters tall, wielded a massive cutlass, his bulging muscles exuding a palpable sense of intimidation. "However, I have my eyes set on your ship. Have your crew disembark, or else." He swung his cutlass down sharply, the weighty blade striking the ground and causing a tremor, a vast crack spreading from the point of impact. "I'll personally toss you all into the sea." A flicker of peculiarity flashed in Nia's eyes at Obi, threatened by fellow pirates. Rod raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the group before him. They were unfamiliar, mere run-of-the-mill pirates. However, sensing a concealed gaze, he peered past the imposing figure, his expression shifting to one of surprise that on the ground not far behind the giant, an odd hand sprouted, an eye glaring intently at Rod. When their gazes met, the eye flickered with shock before dissolving into petals. On the pirate ship behind, the black-haired woman widened her eyes, feeling her heart momentarily stall. That it was this pirate. Known for her expertise in gathering intelligence, she instantly recognized Rod's identity. Moreover, he had detected her presence in an instant. He was indeed a formidable character. That gaze he had just cast. He was aware of her identity. What a peculiar twist of fate. Reflecting on the eye that had transformed into petals, a flicker of inscrutable meaning crossed Rod's gaze. "A user of the flower fruit? Nico Robin? Are you stunned?" Bogman's impatience grew as he observed the red-haired youth murmuring to himself. He had encountered many such pirate brats who recklessly charged into the sea, only to be struck dumb in the presence of true pirates. How dare these insignificant fish speak so brazenly before them? Nia cast a disdainful glance at the pirates before her. Insignificant fish? Bogman's eye twitched. Ever since he had cleaved a naval colonel in half with a single blow, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. "I am Bogman, the Great Blade, with a bounty of 58 million berries." Without further ado, Bogman swung his cutlass, intent on cleaving the woman who had spoken earlier. Bang! A fist unexpectedly shot out, colliding with Bogman's cutlass. "It would be best not to disturb our captain, given the caliber of these insignificant foes." Pecan, one hand grasping his hat's brim, felt a thrill coursing through him. Perfect timing to test my new abilities. How infuriating. He had been a step too late. With no worthy opponent in sight, Shachi redirected his focus toward the remaining pirates, and no longer paying attention to the adversaries intercepted by Pecan and Shachi. Rod altered his course toward the pirate ship. Nico Robin was aboard. Nia's eyes glimmered with uncertainty before being replaced by excitement. After defeating the enemies, they would naturally seize their treasures. Surely, any pirate capable of reaching the Grand Line must possess some riches. Treasure! Treasure! Following closely behind Rod, Nia was nearly bursting with joy. You don't particularly like money, do you, Rodan? Walking alongside Nia. Couldn't he help but speak up. This isn't about money. Your perspective is too mundane. Nia shook her head, her eyes shining brightly. It's the joy of seeking treasures and reaping rewards. Rod also shook his head, utterly confounded by her thoughts. What are you all planning to do? The crew members left behind on the pirate ship glanced at their captain and officers, who were being mercilessly beaten, then at Rod and his group approaching slowly, trepidation coursing through them. The only sound responding to the pirate crew was Rod's slow and steady footsteps. As he and his companions drew nearer, the pirates tightened their grips on their weapons, yet their bodies involuntarily retreated step by step, yielding a path for Rod and his group. You were secretly observing me just now. Passing through the pirate crew, Rod approached the black-haired woman. Despite the glasses intended to conceal her identity, he recognized her immediately. I apologize for the intrusion. Under Rod's gaze, she momentarily faltered, then quickly regained her composure. A smile gracing her face. Now, what would it take for you to forgive me? You certainly know how to read the room. Rod regarded her with mild curiosity. As a newcomer with a bounty of merely 71 million berries. It was puzzling how he had garnered such respect. That my bounty is not yet higher than yours. Nico Robin, upon hearing her name, a flicker of panic crossed Robin's eyes, though she maintained her composure. It seems you haven't seen the latest newspaper. Robin maintained a subtle smile on her lips. You have indeed become a notorious pirate with a bounty of 2.1 billion berries. Has your bounty increased? Rod was momentarily taken aback, as they had not received the latest newspaper since crossing Reverse Mountain. Of course, it is not just you. The bounties of several others have also seen a rise. As she spoke, Robin's gaze inadvertently swept over the battle occurring on the shore. The two combatants were also members of Rod's pirate crew, yet they bore no bounty, even among those unrecognized by bounty. There existed the capability to defeat Bogman, who had a bounty of 58 million berries. This pirate crew is even more formidable than what is reported in the papers. We can discuss the topic of bounties later. I must apologize for my earlier indiscretion and eavesdropping, Robin thought quickly. Here at Twin Cape, there is nothing to conceal oneself. Moreover, even within a town, escaping from their grasp would be nearly impossible. So, how about I join your ranks? If one cannot prevail, one must join. This had always been her way. Be by any means necessary. She struggled in this dark world, seeking a glimmer of hope. A professional smile graced Robin's face as she made her self-recommendation. I consider myself somewhat capable, particularly adept in the realm of information gathering. An excellent proposal. Rod nodded. He had intended to recruit her. After all, she was one of the few remaining individuals capable of deciphering the true history. Although the process was rather effortless, and her sincerity was somewhat uncertain, once she boarded his ship, she would inevitably become one of his own. Now, for your first task, help us relocate all the valuables from this vessel. Naturally, let us leave the water and food for them. After all, I am not a demon. To be honest, Captain Rod, I only joined them temporarily before entering the Grand Line. However, due to my talent in information gathering, I held a certain status on board. Robin led Rod naturally toward the hold, where they store their plunder. This is where they keep the spoils of war, but the more valuable items should be in the captain's quarters above. Allow me to take you there. Rod followed Robin as they ascended to the captain's quarters, leaving Nia, Ro, and Beepo to sort through the treasures in the hold. This what Rod meant by recruiting more crew after arriving in the Grand Line. Nia was momentarily taken aback as she watched Rod enter the captain's quarters with Robin. Is he truly this casual about it? Do not worry. Ro merely glanced over before returning to his task of organizing the hold. It appeared their financial situation was not particularly favorable, as the hold contained little of value. Rod would not make mistakes in such matters. What did you find? Moments later, Rod and Robin emerged from the captain's quarters. Rod holding a small box and looking quite satisfied. This is utterly unacceptable. Nia kicked the items strewn on the floor. They were nothing of worth, and bringing them back would only waste space. Next, Rod tossed the box in his hand to NIA.S. "So much money," Nia exclaimed in surprise as she opened the box. This bogman, the captain, was the type to hoard all wealth for himself. Robin explained from the side. They had finished looting. It was time to return. After glancing at the items collected by his crew, Rod led the way down the ship towards the polar bear. Nia joyfully followed behind Rod with the small box. While Ro and Beepo carried the 2 boxes they had gathered, so we're transporting these boxes back to our pirate ship. Are we, gentlemen? Robin looked at Ro and Beepo, offering a gentle smile. "Do you need assistance?" "No need." Ro remained somewhat wary of this woman who had swiftly shifted her allegiance. Point 2 gentlemen of the medical profession. I am also a ship's doctor. Beepo felt a fondness blooming in his heart for this woman who had just become their companion. Though you're a newcomer, you seem rather fragile. Allow us, as your seniors, to handle such matters. You are quite adorable, Mr. Bear Doctor. Robin smiled slightly at the fluffy white bear. Beepo blushed at the compliment, bashfully rubbing his head. Even more adorable. Robin's eyes narrowed with delight. Captain Rod. Just as Rod stepped off the pirate ship, Pekin and Shachi rushed aside. "It seems your skills have improved nicely. Of course. We are waiting to make a grand impression. Next time, it must be a resounding bounty. If we remain unrecognized, that old man Wolf will surely mock us behind our backs. There will be opportunities for that." Rod nodded in satisfaction at the sight of the unconscious pirates piled nearby. What a cacophony! A voice suddenly boomed, followed by the appearance of a robust old man with a red flower atop his head, his hair graying, striding toward them from the lighthouse. What a disrespectful bunch of brats. "My apologies." Beepo immediately bowed his head in apology. "Do not be so timid. Beepo." Pekin gave Beepo a hearty pat on the back. "Why so fierce? Are you looking for a fight, old man?" "A fight?" The newcomer frowned slightly, his stern expression causing Pekin's heart to race. "People could die." "Die?" Pekin's expression turned serious. Determination etched in his gaze as he leaned forward, adopting a fighting stance. Such a display would not intimidate him. He had resolved to achieve great things alongside Captain Rod, long since prepared to set aside concerns of life and death. "I will not perish here." Yes. It is I who will die. So it is you who will die." Then, Pekin's carefully crafted bravado crumbled in an instant. "Honestly, if that is the case, do not frighten people." "Who are you?" Sheathing his fighting stance, Pekin addressed the old man before him. "It is customary to introduce oneself before inquiring about another's name. Is it not? To that end, I am called Colokas, the lighthouse keeper at Twin Cape, 67 years old, a Gemini, and of blood type AB. Without waiting for Pekin to speak, Colokas introduced himself. "You are quite an irritating old fellow." Perhaps due to the consumption of the bomb fruit, Pekin felt his temper rising. He felt like a bomb on the verge of detonation. "You are pirates who have just arrived in the Grand Line, aren't you?" Casting a glance at Rod and his crew, Colokas remained unfazed. "You are indeed lively, having arrived and already made such a mess." The fruit abilities of Pekin and Shachi dictated that their combat style would always be explosive. "We sincerely apologize for disturbing you. Allow us to treat you to a meal." Rod flashed a smile at Colokas. After all, he was the ship's doctor of the Pirate King. How delightful! Observing Rod's smile, Ro felt a slight tremor in his heart. Whenever he wore such a smile, it meant he had ulterior motives. "Pekin, go see what food remains with that pirate crew. Bring some down. And also, bring their chef over." What an amusing young lad. Moments later, everyone gathered around a table laden with an array of delicious dishes, unable to suppress their salivation. How long had it been since they had feasted upon such exquisite cuisine? Gazing at the spread before them, a flicker of desire ignited in Rod's heart. This chef's skills seemed quite impressive. No, perhaps it's best to let it go, after casting a glance at the stout, short-legged, thick-necked figure of the bearded chef, who was busily cooking at the stove. Rod dispelled the thought. This cook was clearly not someone to be trifled with, and it was certainly not due to his appearance. Well then, Rod raised his glass to celebrate their successful entry into the Grand Line, the addition of new comrades, and the meeting of new friends. Cheers! Cheers! Observing Rod and his group indulging in food and drink, the bound-up swordman Bojman seethed inwardly. Everything they were consuming had been taken from his own ship. Even a chef was from there. Speaking of which, what was the story with that whale? After a few rounds of drinks, Nia could no longer contain her curiosity. While everyone was drinking, she noticed that Colokas frequently cast glances toward the gigantic whale. His name is Laboon. Colokas set down his cup and began to recount the tale of Laboon. This was a giant island whale that had followed a pirate crew into the Grand Line from the West Sea 50 years ago. Due to the perils of the Grand Line, he was left behind at Twin Cape, with the understanding that his companions would return to retrieve him after their journey. Yet, 50 years had passed, and Laboon had still not seen his friends. Thus, day after day, he rammed against the Red Line, yearning to return to the West Sea and reunite with his comrades. What a poignant tale. After hearing Laboon's story, Genos lit a cigarette, a flicker of tenderness crossing his eyes. Woof woof, perhaps understanding the story, Cece jumped into Genos's arms and barked a few times, licking his face that if he continued to ram the Red Line like this, he would surely perish, extinguishing the cigarette with his bare hands. Genos stood up and walked toward Laboon. What was he planning to do? Nia watched Genos's retreating figure, puzzled. Rod seemed to have an inkling, reclining in his chair as he observed Genos approaching Laboon. Some say that to move on from one relationship, the best way is to immerse oneself in another. What a glitch! Oh dear, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Captain. Nia and Robin both chimed in, exchanging glances that bore an inexplicable sense of synchronicity. Don't go putting words in my mouth. That's not what I said. Rod waved his hand in denial that I was merely commenting on what Genos intended to do. Hey, Laboon, Genos called out as he approached the whale. Let us make a pact. Our captain will undoubtedly surpass the Pirate King and become the greatest on these seas. We will circle the Grand Line and return here to reunite with you. Until we make that journey and return, you must cease your ramming against the Red Line. Laboon's eyes flickered as he regarded Genos, yet he showed no reaction. This approach won't work. Rod burst into laughter, rising to pat Genos on the shoulder. Let me impart a lesson, Genos. Rod extended his fist out on these seas. If you want others to heed your words, the first step is to compel them to listen. With a sudden leap, Rod soared into the air, appearing directly above Laboon. Boom! His tightly clenched fist came crashing down upon Laboon's head. The unexpected blow made Laboon cry out, his body swaying violently as his massive head swung toward Rod with tremendous force. As he soared through the air, Rod pivoted, utilizing an invisible wave of energy to maneuver gracefully, evading Laboon's charge. Following that, another heavy punch landed on Laboon's head. This is utterly absurd. Witnessing Rod unleash a flurry of blows upon Laboon, the onlookers were left agape that, in comparison to Laboon's colossal size, Rod seemed minuscule. Yet it was this diminutive figure who was delivering a thorough thrashing to Laboon. This guy must be a monster. Bound up, the swordman Bojman watched Rod's exaggerated fighting style, beads of sweat trickling down his face. Such mastery of the Navy's Rokushiki. Colokas raised his cup to take a sip, although the clash between Rod and Laboon appeared to be quite tumultuous. He could sense that Rod was holding back. Moreover, compared to the injuries Laboon sustained from ramming the Red Line daily, Rod's punches were negligible. More than their battle, what truly piqued his interest was Rod's adeptness with the Rokushiki techniques. A remarkable newcomer indeed. That should suffice. Rod delivered another punch, sending Laboon crashing into the depths of the sea, his feet propelling him through the air as he maintained his levitation. Accompanied by a massive wave. Laboon surged up from the ocean floor, his scarred head charging fiercely at Rod. Stop. Instead of evading Laboon's charge with Jeppo, Rod extended both hands, channeling his haki as it surged forth, meeting Laboon's oncoming force head-on. His haki is so formidable. Colokas paused slightly, a flicker of unspoken meaning in his eyes. Young yet powerful, he was unlike the typical pirate who only sought plunder. This is what you wish to see. Wasn't it, Roger? Laboon gazed at the small human before him, halting his assault. The mere outstretched hands of this man had effortlessly thwarted his full-force charge, akin to the unyielding Red Line. Instinctively, Laboon recognized that this human was far stronger than he. Your comrades have neither abandoned you nor perished. Meeting Laboon's gaze, Rod spoke earnestly. Laboon froze in place. They merely lost their way in the Grand Line. Let us make a pact. I will traverse the Grand Line to seek out your companions. Before we circle back to this spot, you must refrain from further ramming the red line." Laboon stared blankly at the man before him, tears suddenly welling in his eyes. "Oh." This time, Laboon emitted sounds of joy. "Did you see that?" After resolving matters with Laboon, Rod returned to the shore and patted Genos' shoulder. "Now, that is effective persuasion." Glancing at Laboon, who was joyfully calling out along the shoreline, Genos shook his head. "Well, I suppose it counts as persuasion that, at least the outcome is favorable. However, are his comrades truly still alive?" Genos inquired. The others turned to Rod, with a glimmer of anticipation in Coloca's eyes. "Who knows? Perhaps. Brooke is likely in the Devil's Triangle by now." Rod shrugged, "But we will undoubtedly circle back." Coloca shook his head, downing the remainder of his drink. Hope for the survival of the Rumbar pirates. It was indeed a bit too greedy. Nevertheless, this was acceptable. At the very least, Laboon would no longer ram the red line. After indulging in food and drink, Rod and his companions returned to the Polar Bear and hoisted the sails. "Farewell, Laboon. Wait for our return. Kuma will miss you. Woof, woof, woof." As they waved goodbye to the increasingly distant Laboon and the Twin Cape Lighthouse, the group bid their farewell. "How was the harvest, Ro?" Rod inquired, glancing at Ro, who held several books. "Remarkable." Ro lifted his gaze from his notes, admiration evident on his face. "I never imagined Mr. Coloca's possessed such incredible medical skills. Of course, after all, he was once the ship's doctor aboard the Pirate King's vessel." "The Pirate King?" The group gasped in astonishment. The seemingly unremarkable old gentleman is, in fact, a legendary figure. Has it not been to Lavdru? Incredible. How vexing. I should have inquired about the true nature of the One Piece. Yet, the thrill lies in the quest for discovery. Upon hearing Coloca's identity, a wave of excitement surged through the crew, with many wishing fervently to turn the ship around. Speaking of which, this must be the record pointer. After a brief discussion, the conversation shifted back to their own course. Nia pointed to a pointer situated at the helm and asked through, "Indeed, and just to be safe, I have another one on me." "How marvelous. Look, the pointer's direction has changed. It's the ocean current." Neiru calmly adjusted the helm, realigning the ship's course. The climate, ocean currents, and magnetic fields of the Grand Line are notoriously chaotic. Thus, even with a record pointer, one must remain vigilant in their adjustments, lest they inadvertently stray from their path. What a fascinating route. In the Grand Line, one can only trust the direction indicated by the pointer. I just heard Kuroka's mention that the Grand Line comprises 7 distinct routes. "Where are we headed now?" "Whiskey Peak." What a peculiar name. Does that island possess any special significance? Of course. Rod leaned against the railing. "The Baroque Works, do you remember? The organization that stole from CC?" "Woof woof." CC chimed in. "Baroque Works?" Robin interjected. The plan to join Rod's pirate crew has proceeded too smoothly, leaving her with a sense of unease. Unlike those pirate crews that indiscriminately recruit members, they clearly follow an elite path. One can tell from the camaraderie among the crew that they are likely long-time companions. How is it that no one harbors any suspicion or wariness towards someone like her, who has temporarily joined from another pirate crew? Though filled with doubts, Robin endeavored to showcase her abilities that I know that it is a secret criminal organization, and the members refer to each other by code names, that it seems this organization also engages in bounty hunting. As Whiskey Peak is one of the 7 starting islands of the Grand Line, it is undoubtedly a place they would not overlook. Impressive. Rod gave Robin a thumbs up. Soon, Neiru will have someone to share the burden. In addition to being the navigator and sharpshooter, Neiru also handles intelligence. The situation is as Robin described. Baroque Works actually dared to attack our companions on Tiger Shark Island, and that time, I hadn't yet joined you. Janos added that I will not forgive anyone who lays a hand on my comrades. Rod pretended not to hear Janos's words. The assailants have already been dealt with, and even the fruits have been consumed by Pekin. Janos continued. Our primary objective is Whiskey Peak, to dismantle Baroque Works' outpost there. An outpost? They must be quite wealthy. Nia quickly grasped the implication that, of course, the wealth they have plundered rightfully belongs to us. So this is the crux of the matter. Janos realized that I see the island. The weather on the Grand Line is notoriously unpredictable. After enduring a tempest, scorching sun, towering waves, and hail, Neiru keenly sensed that the climate had stabilized. Only around the islands does the weather tend to stabilize in the Grand Line. Indeed, as the climate settled, the silhouette of an island emerged in their view. From a distance, it appeared as a colossal cactus-like island. Whiskey Peak, Neiru's observation hockey spread out, surveying the island situation. Just as Rod had stated, it is a small town brimming with bounty hunters. What should we do? Neiru turned to Rod. Should we act immediately? Of course, this island is filled with bounty hunters who scrape by on the edge of a blade, and it also serves as a base for Baroque Works. Rod felt no psychological pressure in confronting them. We are pirates, after all. It is absurd that we have yet to engage in a proper heist since setting sail. We did seize quite a bit at Spider Miles, didn't we? That was plunder, Rod emphasized. Plunder and robbery are entirely different matters. You are the captain. The decision rests with you. Aro did not continue to counter Rod's words, merely allowing a hint of a smile to flicker in his eyes. Although they had set sail under the banner of piracy, they were not akin to those lowly brigands who would stoop to prey upon ordinary folk. They were, after all, among the countless souls who have endured suffering in this world and would never inflict the same anguish upon others simply because they had suffered themselves. However, since it is a town controlled by a criminal organization, it matters not. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. Welcome to Welcome Town, Whiskey Peak. Welcome to the Grand Line. Ah, how dashing, truly valiant warriors of the sea. As the polar bear glided along the river towards Whiskey Peak, a wave of fervent cheers erupted from both banks of the river, where a seemingly endless crowd gathered, waving flowers and flags in a jubilant welcome to the arrival of the polar bear. Such enthusiasm! Is this truly the Grand Line? Pirates receiving such a warm reception. Feeling the warmth of the people on both sides, Gray excitedly waved at the shore, feeling as though he were being welcomed by adoring fans. They must be in awe of my talents. Amidst the cheers, the polar bear gently docked. Ahem, welcome. Just as the polar bear dropped anchor, a burly man in his 40s stepped forward to greet the crew. My name is Arakanmu, and I am the mayor here. Whiskey Peak is a town renowned for its flourishing winemaking and music, and hospitality is our tradition that we take pride in our exquisite wines, which are as boundless as the ocean. Please allow us to host a banquet in your honor. Might you do us the honor of attending? What do you think? Rod turned to Neiru, although he was aware that Whiskey Peak was a haven for bounty hunters and a base for Baroque Works. It was still necessary for Neiru to confirm. Above 90, I would say. Neiru pondered briefly before looking at the man claiming to be the mayor. May I ask, are you affiliated with Baroque Works? Upon hearing Neiru's sudden inquiry, Arakanmu's expression shifted and the townspeople behind him appeared somewhat uneasy. Confirmed, 100. Through his observation hockey, Neiru arrived at the final conclusion and nodded at Rod. A banquet? A welcoming feast. Rod stepped forward. Gazing intently at Arakanmu, I prefer to conduct matters in my own way. Therefore, surrender all your treasures and fine wines, or we shall help ourselves. This, faced with Rod's menacing demeanor, Arakanmu was momentarily taken aback. Why are these pirates not following the expected protocol? Generally, even pirates would first join in the banquet under such circumstances. Especially for those newly entering the Grand Line, they would typically seize the opportunity to indulge in a feast before anything else. Even the more astute pirates would merely attempt to gather some information during the banquet. Of course, those pirate crews invariably found themselves transformed into bounties thereafter. Let us go straight in, as Arakanmu remained silent. The townsfolk behind him abruptly tore away their disguises, each pulling out weapons from unknown sources, their faces contorted into sinister grins. How unfortunate. I had intended to extend a warm welcome to you. Arakanmu gently shook his head. Since you refuse to appreciate my hospitality, let us proceed directly to violence. Observing Arakanmu's unwavering composure, Rod felt a flicker of confusion cross his face as he pointed to himself. Do you not recognize me? Although my encounter with Laboon had led to the loss of newspapers and bounty notices regarding the Bogman pirates in the sea, preventing me from seeing the latest bounty. According to Robin, I am now a notorious pirate with a bounty of 210 million berries. Who, among this rabble, has granted them the audacity to engage a pirate with such a substantial bounty? We are bounty hunters. How could we be ignorant of our prey? Arakanmu's expression remained unchanged. Crazy Blade Rod, bounty of 71 million berries. Black Gun Neiru, bounty of 44 million berries. Death Surge in Trafalgar Law, bounty of 42 million berries. And Lady Nia, bounty of 28 million berries. Ilikamu's gaze skimmed over Bepo, choosing not to speak further. It appears they have not encountered the latest bounties. The information on these bounty hunters is quite outdated. Rob began to piece together some understanding, albeit limited. Even based on the previous bounties, these hunters should still hesitate to act. Kuma has a bounty too? Ah, my apologies. Compared to the bounty, selling him directly might yield a greater profit. You scoundrels! Oh, Bepo, you seem to have grown braver. As a newly established pirate crew venturing into the Grand Line, you are quite impressive. Under ordinary circumstances, we would likely hesitate to confront a crew such as yours. Ilikamu slightly raised his head. However, it seems you are simply unfortunate. Lord Daz Bonis. Ilikamu turned to regard a burly man standing not far away. He was a bald man whose well-developed muscles strained against his clothing, exuding an air of competence. Unlike the others bristling with hostility, he stood quietly, scrutinizing Rod and his companions with keen eyes. The boss has decreed that should you possess accomplishments to match, you shall be directly appointed as Mr. 1. Whether it be Crazy Blade Rod with a bounty of 71 million berries or the cumulative bounty of 185 million berries, both serve as testament to your prowess. The unfortunate envoy is present and shall accurately report all that is witnessed to the boss. Very well. Daz Bonis slowly approached Rod and his group, his gaze imbued with tranquility. Daz Bonis, upon seeing the man before her, Robin couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Do you know him?" Nia turned her head to glance at Robin. "He appears quite formidable. I feel a surge of excitement. He hails from the West Sea like myself, and is renowned as a killer." Robin quietly explained to Nia. "Are you a swordsman?" Daz Bonis inquired, glancing at the flower-patterned sword at Rod's waist. "I suppose so," Rod replied, his interest piqued by the imposing figure before him, silent and composed, and considering his history of following Crocodile into prison and escaping. He may possess a degree of loyalty, quite impressive. A swordsman cannot hope to defeat me. Your fate is already sealed. Daz Bonis extended his arms, which instantaneously transformed into sharp blades. I am a blade man, having consumed the quick-slash fruit, enabling me to convert any part of my body into blades as sharp as steel. Therefore, a swordsman cannot inflict harm upon me. One moment, please. Genos suddenly stepped forward, standing beside Rod. You are from Baroque Works, correct? I just heard you mention Mr. 1. Drawing a one-handed axe from his belongings, Genos fixed a steely gaze upon Daz Bonis. Strictly speaking, I have merely received an invitation to join. Although uncertain of the intentions behind this individual's appearance, Daz Bonis spoke nonetheless. I suppose that qualifies. Genos turned to Rod. The scoundrel who stole from Cece shall not escape so easily. Can I take care of him? Captain, of course. Rod's lips curled into a faint smile. This companion he had recruited on Tiger Shark Island possessed an almost monstrous fruit ability and formidable strength, yet paradoxically exhibited a rather lackadaisical demeanor. Seeing him actively seek battle brought Rod, and axes futile, Daz Bonis remarked, glancing at the weapon in Genos's grasp. Unless you can slice through steel, you shall not harm me. How can one know without attempting? Since you are courting death, Daz Bonis's body lunged forward, his blade-like arms cleaving down toward Genos with ferocity. I shall eliminate you first, and then deal with your captain. The clash of Genos's axe against Daz Bonis's assault erupted in a violent cacophony, the resulting shockwave shattering the ground around them. Master the slash. With the attack thwarted, Daz Bonis's expression remained unchanged as he raised his hand, fingers morphing into blades, and swung down toward Genos, drawing another axe from his waist to block Daz Bonis's blow. Genos braced himself, wielding both axes, his eyes fixed on his opponent. Quite formidable. This adversary is entirely different from the explosive man I fought previously. He is on an entirely different level, and I fear I may not be his match. Casting a glance at the already cracked axe, Genos's expression remained stoic. If one life cannot defeat him, then I shall use two. If two lives still fall short, I shall use 3, 4, or even countless lives. Regardless, I will vanquish my foe. Destruction slash. Daz Bonis surged forward, appearing before Genos in an instant, his crossed arms swinging violently, unleashing a torrent of slashes that instantaneously raked across Genos's body. With a splatter, numerous wounds erupted across Genos's chest, blood gushing forth, splattering onto Daz Bonis's face. It is over. Who declared it finished? Through the gaping wounds in his chest, one could almost glimpse Genos's pulsing innards. Yet there was not a trace of fear upon his face. As if the injury had not befallen him at all, as Daz Bonis approached, Genos swung his axe down upon his head with ferocity. Futile! When the axe blade struck Daz Bonis, it produced a resounding clang of metal on metal. I'm a quick-slash fruit user. I can transform my entire body into blades. Not only can my fists and feet become blades, but even my insides are as resilient as steel. Your axe cannot harm me. Raising his gaze, Daz Bonis observed Genos's writhing organs, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes. T.O. endures such grievous wounds while retaining a fighting spirit. I acknowledge you. However, I shall not spare you. That would be an affront to your will, and I shall grant you the respect you deserve. Daz Bonis's hands came together, his palms and fingers transforming into blades, aimed directly at Genos. Foam daisy slash. A violent slash erupted from his palms, a terrifying force coupled with immense cutting power, simultaneously crashing into Genos, sending his body hurtling through the air. Boom! Genos collided forcefully with a nearby building, the ensuing slash obliterating the structure and burying him beneath the debris. The battle has concluded. Now it is your turn. You possess a loyal subordinate, albeit one with rather limited strength. After sending Genos flying, Daz Bonis turned to face Rod. The previous skirmish could be considered a warm-up. Now he intended to swiftly eliminate them all. First and foremost, that individual is not merely a subordinate, but my comrade. Rod cast a dispassionate glance at Daz Bonis, his expression betraying no sign of concern. Furthermore, your battle is not yet concluded. Allow me to remind you that his strength is formidable. HM, Daz Bonis's expression shifted slightly as he looked toward the ruins not far away. The sound of footsteps emerged from the swirling smoke. And to Daz Bonis's astonishment, Genos reappeared before him. The warm-up is over. Genos was covered in a mixture of blood and dirt, his clothes tattered, and the axe in his hand was riddled with nicks. Yet his bare chest bore no scars whatsoever. Well then, let the slaughter commence. A monster indeed. Observing the crimson gleam in Genos's eyes, a thought flickered through Daz Bonis's mind. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the man's innards writhing. And now, not a single trace of injury remained. What manner of devil fruit user is this? However, a human can be killed. If once is insufficient, then twice, thrice, or even countless times. There exists no one in this world who cannot be slain. This is the resolve of the assassin, Daz Bonis. With a sudden extension of his arms, countless blades manifested upon his limbs, spinning rapidly. Shatter him. The sight of a seemingly inconsequential member of the Rod Pirates holding Daz Bonis at bay caused a flicker of alarm to cross Elicum's face. The unfolding situation had surpassed his expectations. Should we press on? The bounty hunters exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting their uncertainty. Relying solely on their numbers, they had no hope of subduing the notorious pirate with a bounty of 71 million berries. Pikun, Shachi, I leave these matters to you. Casting a glance at the bounty hunters before him, Rod addressed Pikun and Shachi. Aside from Daz Bonis, there was no one else among these bounty hunters worth his attention. No problem, they were brimming with enthusiasm. Pikun and Shachi cracked their knuckles, a glimmer of excitement crossing their faces. This should earn us a bounty, right? You two need to rein it in a bit and not destroy everything valuable. Nia couldn't help but interject, eyeing the two dangerous-looking individuals. Never mind. Let us go search for treasure. Still feeling uneasy about the duo, Nia grabbed Robin and Beepo and dashed toward the town's interior. Robin, Beepo, we are off on a treasure hunt. If that is the case, there is no need to hold back. Pikun and Shachi exchanged glances, their faces breaking into dangerous smiles. The bounty hunters, who had been observing them, suddenly felt a chill at the sight of those smiles. Bang! Boom! The next moment, amidst the cries of agony, terrifying roars echoed throughout Whiskey Peak. How impoverished! Nia exclaimed as she rummaged through two chests before her. After all, it was a town bustling with bounty hunters, and a stronghold of the Baroque works. She had expected to find a fortune. Who would have thought, after searching for a while, they would only uncover a little over 10 million berries? This was only because Robin had discovered several hidden treasure chests in various obscure corners that aren't they a criminal organization. Why is there only this paltry sum? You mentioned earlier that the Baroque Works is Crocodile's faction. Right, they are also one of the 7 warlords of the sea. When we raided Doflamingo's base, we at least secured over 100 million. Why is Crocodile so destitute? Crocodile, Doflamingo, upon hearing the names uttered by Nia. Robin's expression shifted. Both are figures standing at the pinnacle of piracy, the 7 warlords of the sea. What sort of pirate crew have I joined, knowing full well that the Baroque Works are Crocodile's forces and yet deliberately provoking them? Moreover, they had previously antagonized Doflamingo. Is it too late to disembark now? It's already too late, Neiru suddenly replied with a chuckle. Mind reading? Robin felt a jolt of alarm within. It is not mind reading or anything of the sort. Neiru spoke again. Is it not mind reading? This is the power of Kinbunshiko Haki. Neiru explained to Robin. Observing her uneased, he sensed that this newly joined companion harbored profound anxiety, not solely due to the knowledge of their entanglement with 2 warlords of the sea. Even prior to that, her heart had been laden with unease. It was not merely a result of being a newcomer. It was a deeper, buried apprehension within her. Neiru recalled the information he had on her. The Devil's Child, Nico Robin, a mere 8 years old with a bounty of 79 million berries. It seems this companion bears an unspeakable past. Much like road I will teach you how to use it later. However, whether you can learn it will depend on you. A gentle smile appeared on Neiru's face, exuding a calming aura that made Robin feel slightly more at ease. It's quite difficult to learn. Nia nodded in affirmation that I still can't grasp it. However, there is no need to worry. Since Rod has invited you to join, you are now one of us. Regardless of the enemies we face, we will confront them together. Robin gazed blankly at the red-haired boy before her. He possessed the same hair and eye color as Captain Rod. Yet unlike Rod's piercing gaze, this boy's eyes were remarkably tranquil, resembling a placid lake, causing her to involuntarily relax. Furthermore, his deep-set eyes seemed to see right through her. Were his words laced with deeper meaning? Could this be what Saul referred to as comrades willing to protect me? The image of Saul flashed through her mind, and she could almost hear his laughter echoing in her ears. Yet in the next instant, Saul's figure was instantaneously frozen, his laughter drowned out by the din of cannon fire and cries of anguish. No, Robin's body involuntarily trembled slightly. Was she frightened by Genos's fighting style? Nia waved her hand in front of Robin's face. I never anticipated this guy would fight so recklessly, watching Genos fiercely battling Daz Bonis. Nia furrowed her brow. Moreover, this fighting style is utterly chaotic. It's even more reckless than those two. Are you referring to us? Pekin pointed to his own face. Let me clarify. Our fighting is not chaotic. It is splendid. Indeed, it is a magnificent explosion. Explosion is art. Casting a glance at the town utterly devastated by their battle, Nia found it impossible to associate such a scene with art. However, regarding Genos' situation, their fight must be nearing its conclusion. Everyone turned their gaze toward the two still engaged in combat. The moon had somehow risen high in the sky. From the afternoon until midnight, these two had been locked in battle for over 10 hours. Annihilation slash! Daz Bonis swung his arms with great force. Yet he could no longer unleash the powerful strikes he had at the beginning. Genos raised the remaining half of his axe handle to block Daz Bonis' attack. A smile crept across his face. It seems you have lost. Feeling the force transmitted through his hands, Genos' expression brightened. This battle had been the most brutal he had ever experienced. Countless times had his body been pierced, and his organs damaged. Nevertheless, the victor was still he. Gripping the axe handle tightly, Genos raised it high and then brought it crashing down onto Daz Bonis' head. Bang! This time, the sound produced was no longer the sharp clang of metal striking metal. Daz Bonis merely felt a jolt in his head, and his vision blurred. Damn it! With a sudden unsteadiness beneath his feet, Daz Bonis exerted every ounce of strength to prevent himself from collapsing. He had exhausted his physical energy. Even the stamina required to utilize his devil fruit abilities had waned. I have lost. This was the final thought that flickered through Daz Bonis's mind. Daha. Genos gazed at his opponent, who had lost consciousness yet still stood upright, and a hint of admiration glimmered in his eyes. Truly a commendable adversary. Genos tore a ragged piece from his tattered clothing and wiped the blood from his face. He then bent down and retrieved a cigarette from the pocket of his discarded coat, lighting it with ease. The grievances between myself and the Baroque works have now come to a close. This flavor is delightful. Wow. The previous fellow was not exaggerating. The liquor here is indeed exquisite. Truly, it has a robust character. The beer is remarkably refreshing. Finally, I am savoring something delectable. Robin, you are indeed reliable, until we find a dedicated chef. The kitchen shall be entrusted to you. No problem. It is rare for you to enjoy my cooking. Splendid. In the distance, Daz Bonis faintly heard a cacophony of sounds. Aromatic scents wafted uncontrollably into his nostrils, igniting a fierce hunger within him. Awake now. Care to join me for a bite? Noticing Daz Bonis stirring, Genos approached with a platter of meat in hand. What is this? As his consciousness gradually returned, Daz Bonis recalled the events that had transpired. He seemed to have exhausted himself during the battle. His body ached all over, yet he sustained no serious injuries, merely a depletion of strength. What a monstrous fighting style, relying solely on inhuman recovery to wear me down completely. However, only a monster could engage in battle in such a manner. Rising to his feet, Daz Bonis observed the group nearby, indulging in a feast. The iconic cactus-like peaks in the distance indicated they were still at Whiskey Peak. Surrounding that band of pirates were stacks of fine spirits sourced from Whiskey Peak. Indeed, as they claimed, festivities, gourmet food, and exquisite wine were theirs to enjoy in their own fashion. Casting aside his myriad thoughts, Daz Bonis followed Genos to where Rod and the others were gathered and sat down, ravenously consuming the food laid before him. With each mouthful, he could distinctly feel his strength returning. The energy sapped by the battle was being replenished as the rapidly digested food provided a continuous source of vitality. After a moment, Daz Bonis set down his plate, wiped his mouth, and maintained a facade of calm. He swept his gaze across Rod and his companions, momentarily pausing on Genos, before finally resting on her. It was you who saved me. Indeed. What is it that you desire? I am capable of killing for you. Upon hearing Daz Bonis's words, Rod smiled lightly. If I truly had someone I wished to eliminate, I would do it myself. How about joining my crew? A person of your caliber deserves a brighter future. Organizations like Baroque Works are far too trivial. Daz Bonis fell into a brief silence. He harbored no deep feelings for Baroque Works. He was merely a killer who, having grown weary of the mundane missions in the West Sea, had embarked on the Grand Line upon receiving an invitation for Baroque Works, seeking a glimpse of a world unlike his own. Strictly speaking, he was not yet a formal member of Baroque Works. However, even though he had just been spared a life and aided, it did not imply he was obliged to join them. Defeat me. After a moment of contemplation, Daz Bonis stood, fixing Rod with a calm, yet resolute gaze. Use your absolute power to defeat me fair and square. If you accomplish that, you shall join my pirate crew. Correct? As long as you defeat me honorably, you will become my captain. Daz Bonis regarded Rod, harboring doubts about whether Rod, with a mere bounty of 71 million berries, could best him in direct combat. You have just emerged from battle. Are you up for it? Rod rose, observing the steadfast expression of the man before him. I merely experienced a depletion of strength. The implication was clear. He had not sustained significant harm. Rod cast a brief glance at Genos and confirmed the determination evident in his eyes. Daz Bonis repeatedly emphasized fair and square, suggesting he was quite dissatisfied with the outcome of their recent skirmish. However, if this could ignite Genos's fighting spirit, it would not be without merit. Let me confirm, should I defeat you, you will join us, correct? Rod nodded affirmatively. I shall never go back on my word. Then, that is settled. Rod clenched his fist tightly, producing a resounding blast of air. The recording pointer had reached maximum capacity. After we finish eating, we shall prepare to set sail, as we cannot afford to wait for your awakening. Are you implying that I will be knocked unconscious? Having fully regained his strength, Daz Bonis felt he was in peak condition. Absolutely. Boom. With a powerful stomp, Rod propelled himself forward, a tempestuous wind accompanying his charge as he appeared before Daz Bonis in an instant. So fast, there was scarcely time for any effective counterattack. Daz Bonis could only push his devil fruit powers to their utmost limit in that fleeting moment. Slash. This was a purely defensive maneuver, allowing his body to attain the hardness of steel, even rendering his internal organs as resilient as iron. This would be an impenetrable defense. Six Styles' ultimate technique. Six Kings gun. Without employing hockey, Rod unleashed the full potential of the Six Styles he had been studying in recent days. All his strength coiled together, and at the instant Rod's fist was unleashed, it erupted forth with tremendous force. Bam! A heavy punch struck Daz Bonis squarely in the chest, the overwhelming power lifting him off the ground. As Rod's fist made contact, a fierce shockwave followed, crashing into Daz Bonis's chest. The terrifying force of the punch, coupled with the violent shockwave, struck him simultaneously. Under the influence of the devil fruit's power, his body, harder than steel, was breached in an instant by Rod. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Daz Bonis's pupils dulled, a pallor washing over him. It seems I may have overdone it slightly. Thud! Daz Bonis's body was sent flying into the air before plummeting downward. He is still alive. Rod stepped forward, feeling the carotid artery in Daz Bonis's neck. But we must perform surgery promptly. I may have been a bit too forceful. Noticing the concerned gazes of his comrades, Rod felt a twinge of guilt. You go prepare for Bonis's surgery. Beepo, assist Rod. We'll take this opportunity to load these barrels of liquor onto the ship. All of it? All of it. Why do we need so much liquor? It's excessive. It will be useful. Hurry, we'll be setting off soon. Beepo hoisted Daz Bonis onto his back and followed Rod into the infirmary, while the others busied themselves ferrying barrel after barrel of fine spirits onto the ship. After a brief period, the emergency treatment in the operating room was completed, as was the transport of liquor by Rod and his crew. Standing at the ship's railing, gazing at the chaotic scene of Whiskey Town, Rod waved his hand. Let us set sail. An unfamiliar ceiling. When Daz Bonis opened his eyes once more, he was greeted by an unknown ceiling. In the next moment, an excruciating pain emanating from his chest jolted his thoughts back to reality. How formidable! There was not a shred of resistance within him. This what it means to be a true powerhouse. A wielder of the cut fruit, endowed with a strength surpassing that of steel, was shattered by a mere punch from the opponent. Daz Bonis stared wide-eyed at the ceiling, lost in thought. You're awake. The door swung open abruptly, revealing a white bear standing in the doorway. Gazing at the wide-eyed and motionless Daz Bonis, I am Beepo. Please have something to eat. Beepo placed a tray of food at Daz Bonis's bedside, even unconscious for 2 days. Who are you? I am Beepo, your senior. Beepo pointed at himself and addressed Daz Bonis. You should show me some respect. Understood, Senior Beepo. Daz Bonis struggled to sit up, lifting the food that Beepo had placed on the bedside and taking small bites. Observing the other's courteous demeanor, Beepo scratched his head. If you can move after finishing your meal, come out for a stroll. Nella mentioned we should reach the next island in about an hour. After leaving that remark, Beepo closed the door and exited, leaving Daz Bonis alone with the faint sound of his own chewing. Perhaps becoming a pirate, I senti, such a bad choice after all. The agonizing pain in his chest continued to remind Daz Bonis of the vast chasm separating him from true strength. If I were to join them, I too could attain such power. The food on the tray had been consumed, and Daz Bonis stared at his hands, momentarily lost in thought. Back in the West Blue, he felt his hands could crush any foe and sever all obstacles in his path. However, upon arriving at the Grand Line, reality delivered a harsh lesson. His strength was still lacking. On the deck of the Polar Bear, this my new bounty notice? Rod gazed at the bounty poster before him, veins bulging at his temples, his eyes twitching. The day after leaving Whiskey Peak, they finally received the latest newspaper delivered by a newsbird, which contained the new bounty notices. 10 million berries, truly worthy of Captain Rod. Upon seeing the new bounty, Pekin quickly expressed his admiration. Indeed, and this photo is quite dashing, perfectly capturing Captain Rod's essence. Shocky chimed in, nodding repeatedly at Rod's bounty. Just don't let me find out which Navy officer gave me that nickname. Rod glared at his bounty poster, A surge of anger igniting within him. Blue-eyed Rod is indeed rather conventional. Yet pirate titles are often derived from physical characteristics. Even the four emperors bear such unremarkable names as Red-Haired or Whitebeard. Nia glanced at Rod's bounty, then at his furious expression, perplexed by his indignation. But you are indeed red-haired. Had there not been a four-emperor already bearing that title, perhaps your nickname would have been red-haired as well. That world's greatest swordsman of the seven warlords, Hawk my Hawk, has a title quite similar to yours, Ro added. They simply could not comprehend. Rod stared at his bounty notice, a torrent of rage with nowhere to vent. The mere thought of others addressing him as Blue-eyed Rod sent a murderous impulse coursing through him. Our bounties have increased as well. Neiru picked up the remaining bounty notices. Black Gun Nella. Bounty of 82 million berries, likely due to his defeat of the deputy of the Spider Demon. Death Sergeant Trafalgar Law. Bounty of 81 million berries, which Nella surmised was primarily due to his destruction of the warship. Though a portion may also stem from his unique fruit ability, undoubtedly the Navy has realized he possesses the Ope No Me. Lady Nia, bounty of 38 million berries. Notably, her bounty notice lacks the capture, a live symbol. Now, just like the others, indicating no distinction between life or death. Zombie Man Genos, bounty of 58 million berries. His notice features a blood-soaked photo of him wielding an axe, exuding an aura of menace. In the previous battle at Shark Island, he not only eliminated numerous Baroque Works members, but also a significant number of Navy personnel, which explains the high bounty on his first notice. Beepo, with a bounty of 500 berries, has more than doubled. And the evil scientist, Thomas Gray, with a bounty of 47 million berries. Why does Gray even have a bounty? Pecan and Shocky exclaimed indignantly, pointing at Gray's bounty notice. This fellow has evidently not engaged in any notable battles, yet he is awarded such a high bounty on his first notice. This is terrible. Gray felt no joy whatsoever. Only trepidation filled his heart. He was merely a researcher. Why would he be targeted for a bounty? And such a high one at that. Don't be upset. You two are also featured on the bounty notice. Beepo offered insincerely. Trying to console Pekin and Shocky. On Gray's bounty notice was a photo of him dancing with Pekin and Shocky, perhaps poorly cropped, revealing half of their faces. Not like this, in a certain maritime area of the Grand Line. A massive warship glided across the surface of the sea. Report. A communications officer dashed onto the deck, running up to the imposing figure of Admiral Zephyr, standing at the front of the ship. Admiral Zephyr, we've just received intelligence that the Rod pirates have obliterated Whiskey Town and have departed. I've already stated that I am no longer an admiral. Zephyr turned to face the communications officer. I recall that on the route leading from Whiskey Peak, the second island should be the next one, the ancient island, Little Garden. A blue-haired girl standing beside Zephyr spoke up that we possess a permanent pointer to that island. The magnetic field there takes a year to stabilize, so they won't be leaving anytime soon. That we have ample time to do not be careless. Ein. Having defeated Vice Admiral Spider, do you believe this crew of pirates can be judged by normal standards? Zephyr turned to look at his disciple. Since we have a permanent pointer to that location, it is possible that they also possess other permanent pointers. Never expect your adversary to act in the manner you anticipate. Zephyr patted Ein's shoulder, then turned to instruct the remaining soldiers. Set sail for Little Garden at full speed. For now, this is our most probable opportunity to capture them. Zephyr looked at Ein. Imparting wisdom point 3 years prior, during a certain incident, only Ein and Ben survived, and these two had remained by his side throughout the years. For the solitary Zephyr, these last two disciples were akin to family. Little Garden, we have arrived. Before them lay an ancient island steeped in primal energy. Does this island possess any unique traits? Rod inquired of Rod. They had certainly attracted the Navy's attention with their antics at Whiskey Peak. Under such circumstances, it was highly probable the Navy would await them on the next island from Whiskey Peak, which was the very island before them. They held several permanent pointers and could navigate without the risk of encountering the Navy. Rod must have had other reasons for choosing to head to this island. Under Nella's command, the polar bear docked along the shore as Pecan and Shocky lowered the anchor to secure the vessel. If we are to speak of unique traits, Rod gazed intently towards the heart of the island. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted in the ears of the onlookers. Was this a volcanic eruption? Rod turned his attention to the center of the island. Boom! Following the initial rumble, another deafening sound echoed, seemingly originating from a great distance, yet resonating with an overwhelming intensity that reverberated in everyone's ears. If there were anything remarkable about this island, aside from its well-preserved primordial ecosystem, it would undoubtedly be this. Two giants have been engaged in battle for a century. A century? The crowd stood momentarily stunned. So, these noises were the result of their conflict? Pekin and Shachi exchanged a glance. The magnitude of the sounds was even greater than when they unleashed their full firepower. Are they your targets? Rod inquired of Rod. Indeed, I have a keen interest in these two giants, Rod affirmed with a nod. More precisely, he was fascinated by the weapons wielded by these giants, and even more so by the skills they possessed. Those were the legendary techniques passed down from the giant kingdom of Elbaf. Particularly the Elbaf spear, renowned even among the four emperors, including Charlotte Linlin. The giant clan? A flicker of nostalgia crossed Robin's eyes. They were kin of Saul. However, before that, the ancient island, I find it quite intriguing, Robin remarked, her gaze sweeping over the island before her, a glimmer of curiosity sparking in her eyes. With such a place named the ancient island, could there still be remnants of the past? A well-preserved primordial island was something that piqued her interest as well. Gray cast a conflicted glance towards the dense woods. He wasn't particularly captivated by the giants. Rather, he was more intrigued by the possibility of extinct creatures that might still exist on this island. Nonetheless, it was somewhat unsettling. If giants inhabited this island, surely other predatory creatures would as well. We'll accompany you. Pekin and Shachi flanked Gray, determined to explore the island with him. Beppo, and I will join you. Let us see if there are any unique herbs on this island. Then I shall accompany Robin, as there are indeed some rather fierce animals here. Neiru approached Robin, offering her a gentle smile. I will stay behind to watch the ship. Bonis is not in a position to move for now. Yano surveyed the surroundings before lifting Cece into his arms. I'll take Cece for a stroll nearby. Then I shall stay with Rod, Nia said, her interest in the giants evident. Very well. Let us each pursue our paths and return here before nightfall. By the way, Rod, what are giants like? Nia inquired impatiently as they traversed through the lush woods. They are essentially larger versions of humans, came Rod's reply. That was rather unhelpful, she retorted. Your question was inherently trivial. Wait. Rod abruptly halted, taking a deep sniff of the air. What is it? Nia asked, her senses sharpening. The commotion of the giants' battle had quieted. Could they have discovered their presence? Do you smell something delicious? Huh, it's food. Rod inhaled deeply again, nodding affirmatively. Food? Nia tilted her head quizzically. Could it be the giants' cuisine? This way. Rod instructed, not answering Nia's question as he turned in a different direction. Are we not going to find the giants? They will not flee far, Rod replied, following the enticing aroma wafting through the air. As they progressed, Nia too began to detect a remarkably rich scent. It was the aroma of food. Indeed, parting the underbrush, Rod's eyes fell upon a steaming cauldron, its contents bubbling and exuding an irresistible fragrance. It's food. Nia dashed to the pot's edge, inhaling the aroma with rapture, her face alight with ecstasy. Just the scent alone was enough to lift her spirits, gazing greedily at the pot that radiated such enticing aromas. Rod soon diverted his attention to assess the surroundings. Compared to the food before him, he was far more interested in discovering the creator of such delectable dishes. An improvised stone hearth had been assembled, with scattered rocks serving as makeshift tables and benches, revealing traces of food preparation. It was exceedingly rudimentary. Moreover, no seasonings were in sight. Thus, was this aroma solely the fragrance of the food itself? How splendid! It was a human. A voice of delight rang out, prompting Rod to swiftly turn. What an exaggerated proportion! That was the first thought that crossed Rod's mind. Before him stood a girl with a cascade of beautiful pink hair. Her eyes a rare shade of pink as well, and her delicate features reminiscent of a meticulously crafted doll. Yet, her figure was strikingly disproportionate to her adorable face. The girl was not tall, perhaps even petite, yet she was extraordinarily prominent. What a sight to behold! Nia cast a glance at the girl's chest, then looked down at herself. Suddenly, the food before her seemed less appealing. How wonderful. I finally see a human again, the girl exclaimed, tears shimmering in her eyes as she lunged towards Rod. Slap. Rod firmly pressed his hand atop the girl's head, halting her advance, and nonchalantly ruffled her hair. Just as he suspected, her fluffy pink locks were as soft as they appeared. Let us converse civilly. No need for physicality. Are you really a man? Nia shot Rod a peculiar look. Even she felt a flutter of affection for such a cute girl. Wishing to embrace her. How rude of Rod to grip her head so roughly. My apologies, the girl paused, rubbing her head before gazing up at Rod, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears. That I'm sorry. The petite girl gazed up at Rod, her eyes sparkling with moisture. Ahem. Rod cleared his throat awkwardly. Could you clarify the situation? This island should be uninhabited. That I apologize. It has been so long since I encountered another human that I became overly excited. The girl admitted bashfully, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. How adorable. Nia's eyes gleamed with admiration. My name is Menina, a culinary enthusiast journeying through the Grand Line. Menina lifted her gaze to Rod once more, her eyes shining with excitement. I came to this ancient island 6 months ago upon hearing tales of its many ingredients that had gone extinct in the outside world. Yes, she spoke. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm and joy. The legends were true. There are indeed countless extinct ingredients here. Rainbow mushrooms, red fox fruits, peach fragrance leaves. These rare spices are just the beginning. Even extinct animals can be found. However, Menina's expression suddenly darkened. I have yet to taste any of these delectable delights. Each time I gather ingredients and prepare a lavish feast, a terrifying thud sound reverberates, as if some ferocious beast is approaching. I become frightened and hide away, only to emerge later to find my food devoured. How tragic, how pitiable. I just want to hug her, Nia thought, her heart aching for Menina. The aroma indeed hinted at exquisite flavors. Upon hearing Menina's description, Rod felt a vague sense of suspicion arise within him that, in truth, I've already gathered the necessary ingredients and had long intended to leave this island. However, for reasons unknown, my log pose seems to be malfunctioning, showing no response at all, and it still does not point towards the next island. Menina gazed at Rod with eager anticipation. Can you take me away? It's not that your log pose is broken. It's due to this island. The magnetic force here requires a year to fully charge. That a year? Menina exclaimed, her expression one of despondency. But we possess a permanent pointer, allowing us to depart at any time. That's wonderful. However, there's a colossal sea beast lurking around the perimeter of this island that devours any departing vessels. Does that mean we would be trapped here indefinitely? Nonetheless, I am confident in my ability to fend it off. That's great. Observing the fluctuations of Menina's emotions, shifting from despair to excitement, Nia couldn't help but kick Rod lightly. How cruel, although watching the transformation of her expression is quite amusing. Come aboard my ship and accompany me. Thank you so much. Menina deeply bowed, trembling slightly under the influence of gravity and inertia. Join my pirate crew. You're pirates? Menina's eyes widened as she looked at Rod and Nia. Aren't you? Rod replied, looking back at her. That implies you haven't been at sea for long. According to the customary practices of the world government, once you choose to set sail, you will inevitably become a pirate sooner or later. Is that so? Menina tilted her head. Absolutely. And you wish to traverse the Grand Line, correct? This sea is unpredictable, filled with various unique climates and all manner of nefarious individuals. It is impossible to venture far alone. I see. Menina nodded earnestly. Very well then, I shall join you. Excellent. Rod extended his hand, ruffling Menina's hair affectionately. Feeling the warmth of his hand on her head, Menina momentarily lost her focus. We have other companions as well, whom I will introduce to you later. The food is nearly ready. Let us hold a small banquet for the three of us. Before Menina could react, Rod had already seated himself, fixated on the bubbling cauldron before him. Can we eat now? Just a moment. Speaking of food, Menina quickly regained her composure, glancing at the ingredients boiling in the pot. The colorful cloud mushrooms, while delicious, are toxic and require a prolonged cooking time. Menina pointed at the vibrant mushrooms swirling in the pot. Moreover, the longer they are cooked, the more their savory essence is released. However, once the aroma reaches its peak, it must be consumed within 10 minutes, or else it becomes quite unpalatable. I see. Rod found the food before him exceedingly delectable, causing his mouth to water incessantly. It's ready. It seemed to be the moment Menina had mentioned, as Rod perceived the dish before him shimmering with an ethereal glow. Delicious, unable to contain his eagerness, he took a bite, immediately erupting in a chorus of satisfaction. An indescribable burst of flavor exploded in his mouth, instantly overwhelming all his thoughts. So exquisite. After tasting a morsel, Menina's eyes glistened with tears. It has been half a year since I discovered these exquisite ingredients. I finally get to savor this delightful dish that I made with my own hands. Hot, hot. Nia blew forcefully on the food in her bowl, feeling increasingly anxious as she observed Rod and Menina's exaggerated reactions. Another bowl. Rod and Menina simultaneously reached for the ladle. Slow down. Wait for me. Nia exclaimed in a panic. So satisfying. Nia lay back on the ground, patting her belly. She had devoured at least 10 bowls. I never expected someone so petite could eat so much. Nia covered her protruding belly, propping herself up slightly to look at Menina. The latter still retained her shape, curves in all the right places. Where does it all go? Menina scratched her head, somewhat embarrassed. In fact, I have another dream that I have never shared with anyone before. But now that we are partners, we should reveal our dreams to one another, right? A faint blush tinged her cheeks as she spoke with a hint of shyness. Since childhood, I've had a hearty appetite and possessed greater strength than my peers. By the time I was 10, I was already the strongest person in my town, surpassing even the fishermen who frequently set sail. However, as my strength grew, so did my appetite. While most girls are satisfied with just one bowl, and even adult men only require 2 or 3 bowls, I find myself consuming portions meant for dozens. Although my family cares deeply for me and ensures I'm never hungry, it still troubles me. The townsfolk are friendly, often laughingly remarking on my good appetite and robust health, saying I will surely become an impressive individual one day. However, it is simply not the same. I am different from everyone else. Menina shook her head slightly, seemingly distressed by her uniqueness, but suddenly her eyes sparkled with inspiration. Thus, I aspire to create a dish that condenses the essence of food into a singular form. That way, even someone with an appetite as prodigious as mine could sustain themselves on a portion equivalent to that of an ordinary person. You truly are adorably naive. Nia extended her hand to ruffle Menina's hair. It seems your hometown is quite peaceful. Nia gazed at a cloud drifting across the horizon. Your appetite and strength are not things to be ashamed of. Your uniqueness is a testament to your talents. Only those who have experienced it can comprehend what it means to possess a strong body on this vast ocean. Rod observed the bewilderment on Menina's face and couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate she was to have been born in such a blissful place. Surely a land free from conflict, where the people live in peace and prosperity. That I support your dream, but I certainly do not endorse the notion of wanting to become like everyone else. My support is simply for you, as a partner, to bravely pursue your own dreams. Moreover, if your idea truly comes to fruition, it would be akin to a super ration. Perhaps we could call it Bingley Angwin? Bingley Angwin? Don't mind it. Rod waved his hand dismissively. However, although you may not fully grasp this concept yet, you should have begun to feel it. If you did not possess extraordinary physical capabilities, you would not have been able to survive alone on this island for so long. Furthermore, if your physical prowess were to increase, you would no longer need to fear potential beast attacks and could easily enjoy the delicious meals you meticulously prepare. Menina blinked in realization. It does seem that way. Gagabababa! A resounding laughter suddenly echoed around them. It's a giant. Nia swiftly moved to shield Menina, her body tense as she glanced at the giant that had appeared without notice from her vantage point. She could only see the giant's enormous face, a visage far larger than her entire form, adorned with an exaggerated grin and a yellow beard reminiscent of a broom. At last, I have found you. The little girl who makes delicious food. The giant gazed with enormous eyes at Menina. Has today's food already been consumed? What a pity, for I truly relish the dishes you prepare. Gabba, gabba, gabba. It appears it was all devoured by you. My apologies. Your cooking is simply too delectable for me to resist. However, I also prepared some roasted meat that I intended to offer you. Yet, every time I sought your presence, I could only find the food that was ready. What a pity, Jiayang. Rod offered a moment of silence for Menina. Indeed, today is a splendid day. I have finally encountered you along with other rare guests. Do join me at my abode. The giant's gaze finally settled upon Rod and Nia, that I shall treat you splendidly. The meat is ready. Partake. The giant gestured toward the skewers of meat he had roasted. How could one possibly eat that? Nia couldn't help but murmur, observing the meat pieces that were several times larger than herself. Just moments ago, they had followed the giant, named Bellamy, back to what he referred to as his home, which was merely a cleared patch of land. And on their way back, Nia had witnessed the terrifying combat prowess of the giant. Despite his colossal size, he exhibited agility that was entirely incongruous, capable of executing various remarkably intricate movements. No matter how massive the beast, it was but a trivial matter before him. The skewers before them originated from a particularly stubborn Tyrannosaurus rex. Well then, I shall not hold back. Rod seized a skewer that was significantly larger than himself and began to devour it rapidly. Thank you. Glancing at the giant before her, Menina also began to enjoy the roasted meat. Though the meat was larger than herself, she lifted it with ease. This roast is exquisite. Rod, savoring the meal, couldn't help but give Bellamy a thumbs up. Gabba gabba gabba. I'm glad you enjoy it. It has been ages since I last saw humans. Bring me another serving, Uncle Bellamy. In the midst of his words, Rod finished the skewer in his hand. What an amusing sight. You appear rather diminutive, yet you possess remarkable appetite. Bellamy handed Rod another skewer. You're quite impressive, young Rod. I wish we could share a drink together, but alas, the island's supply of alcohol has long been consumed. Gabba gabba gabba. As for beverages, our ship is replete with them. Rod set down the skewer. With his nascent ability to return life, he could swiftly decompose and absorb the food he had consumed. By his estimation, he could probably digest an entire dinosaur. I shall fetch the wine. Let us host a feast. Gabba, gabba, gabba. I am already looking forward to it. It has been far too long since I enjoyed fine wine. Bellamy could not contain his hearty laughter. A resounding boom echoed once more. The time has come. Bellamy rose, grasping his axe. That I am off to duel. We shall drink merrily upon my return. A duel? Nia, having lost her appetite, inquired curiously. In our giant kingdom of Elbaf, we have a custom. Should disputes arise and neither party yield, we submit to the judgment of the god of Elbaf. The god of Elbaf eternally protects the righteous, ensuring their survival. I too have found myself in conflict. This island is our arena, where the righteous shall emerge victorious and endure. Thus, the might of one's fist determines what is right. Nia interjected, casting a glance at Rod. This notion resonated with Rod's philosophy. Gabba, gabba, gabba. Our battles have persisted for a century. To this day, no victor has emerged. At some point, we began to perceive the eruption of the central volcano as the signal to commence our duels. Now, the signal has been given. I am off, young Rod. Bellamy grasped his axe and rushed toward the battlefield. With a thunderous roar, a violent tremor followed, as a terrifying shockwave threatened to uproot the trees. Incredible! Nia observed the two giants battling from a distance. Despite the considerable space between them, her body instinctively reacted, her black ears quivering uncontrollably, her pupils involuntarily constricting. This was instinct, feeling the hairs on her neck stand on end. Nia's lips curled into a slight, dangerous smile. This was her body reacting to the presence of a formidable foe. Her body craved battle. Such battle. Nia remained entranced, watching the clash between the two giants. Their combat lacked any flamboyant techniques, relying solely on perilous, lethal strikes. It was a style honed through countless life and death encounters, devoid of any superfluous moves. How impressive! Rod marveled at the weapons wielded by the giants. I desire that. The martial arts passed down from Elbaf must possess extraordinary merits, not to mention the ultimate moves wielded by the giants, such as the Elbaf spear capable of piercing the ocean. Baku. Boom! The shield in the giant's hands collided with each other's heads, simultaneously. .70533 battle, 70,533 draw. Both giants fell to the ground. Gabba, gabba, gabba! Dongli, I have encountered some fascinating friends who have brought fine wine. Keek. Bioloki, do share some with me. It has been ages since I had a drink. Why not host a banquet together? Rod called out from a nearby rock, maintaining a level with him. Remarkable, young Rod, Bioloki exclaimed, noticing Rod's unexpected presence on their battlefield, bursting into laughter. Though he was serious during his fight with Dongli, Rod had managed to appear unnoticed, demonstrating exceptional prowess. Keek. Is this what you refer to as friends? Bioloki, gabba. Indeed. These are the companions I've just met. I also have several comrades on this island. Let's hold a banquet together tonight. Gabba. Splendid. A pirate's feast. It has been over a century since the last one. Indeed. Let us feast. I shall hunt a creature serve as the main course for tonight. Gabba. Of course, allow me to handle it. Hunting is my forte. Hold on, you two, as the two giants prepared to argue over whose prey would be larger. Rod quickly interjected. None of my companions are giants. Any ordinary quarry will suffice. Gabba. Then I shall hunt a triceratops. Its meat is particularly tender. Keek. I shall seek a Tyrannosaurus rex. It offers more chew. I will return to the ship to fetch the wine. It seemed their captain had orchestrated the evening's arrangements. Listening to their brief conversation, Nia wrapped her arms around Menina. Tonight, it's your turn to showcase your skills. Rest assured, watching the departing giants' figures, Menina felt invigorated. Those giants certainly appear to be hearty eaters, and Captain Rod seemed to possess quite the appetite as well. However, I will not be outdone. I will undoubtedly prepare a feast to satisfy everyone. As night fell, the bonfire blazed brightly. Cheers! The enormous wine barrel appeared diminutive in Bioloki's hands, akin to a small cup. What a long-awaited fine wine. It is truly delightful. Beside Bioloki and Dongli lay a pile of empty barrels. The food was equally delicious. As Dongli stuffed a gigantic piece of roasted meat into his mouth, he gave Menina a thumbs up. What an extraordinary young girl. She has managed to prepare such a substantial amount of food all on her own. Aha! Menina, equally clutching a colossal chunk of roasted meat, exclaimed, the dinosaur meat is absolutely delicious. Gobble. Observing Menina, who was voraciously devouring a piece of meat larger than herself, Dongli and Brokey exchanged glances and erupted into hearty laughter. Surely, she must be our chef. Truly marvelous. You are destined to be our chef. You are nothing short of a goddess, radiating a divine aura. Bear expressed his admiration. Tasting the delectable food, Gray, Peking, Shaki, and Beepo gathered around Menina, showering her with compliments. On the other side, Ro and Neiru, though less animated, displayed their fondness for Minina's culinary creations through their swift consumption. Oh, delicious. Robin savored the exquisite dishes in silence, and gazing at her companions. A rare sense of tranquility enveloped her heart. As her gaze fell upon the two giants, a flicker of complex emotion flashed in her eyes, recalling her giant friend. Is it merely my illusion? Daz Bonis pondered as he looked at the food in his bowl, feeling as though he recovered more swiftly than usual after indulging in the meal. What's wrong? Genos turned to Daz Bonis. Oh, it's nothing, Daz Bonis replied, shaking his head as he filled his bowl again. This is simply too delicious. I never expected the flame mushroom to taste this good. Genos picked up a mushroom, fiery red like flames, and tossed it into his mouth, savoring the explosion of flavor that erupted in his mouth, his eyes gently closing in bliss. He had previously come across records claiming that the flame mushroom was exceptionally delectable, and out of curiosity, he had tried it. However, aside from suffering poisoning and spitting blood, he had felt no trace of its purported flavor. It was only after tasting the properly prepared flame mushroom that Genos realized the accounts were accurate. It was merely his lack of skill that had led to his previous misfortune. By the way, don't you gentlemen plan to return to Elbaf? Uncle Brokey, Uncle Dongli, clinking his cup with the barrel of the other. Rod downed his drink in one go. Gobble. Our duel has yet to determine a victor. Brokey let out a joyful laugh upon hearing this. Indeed, there's only one permanent pointer back to Elbaf, and only the victor may return with honor. Dongli chimed in, sharing a knowing look with Brokey before both burst into hearty laughter. During their battles, the two exchanged lethal blows without mercy, targeting each other's vital points. Yet, in moments devoid of conflict, they could sit together, joyfully conversing. After all, they had been comrades for over a century. But is this truly all right? Rod pondered as he looked at the two. You two were the captains of the giant warrior pirate crew that stirred up storms at sea a century ago, weren't you? The mention of the giant warrior pirate crew caught Robin's attention. Lifting her head, she had heard that they were captured by the Navy about 100 years ago. Donnelly and Brokey simultaneously set down their barrels. Their battles on this island had persisted for nearly a century. This meant that shortly after they remained here to duel, the giant warrior pirate crew was captured. What happened afterward remains unknown. Meeting the gaze of the two giants, Robin shook her head. She had only read about it in books and had not deliberately sought to unearth that history. However, there were quite a number of giant vice admirals in the Navy now. One wonders if there's a connection to that history. There is, Rod interjected, placing his cup down and revealing the little-known information to the group. After the capture of the giant warrior pirate crew, the Navy originally intended to execute them all. However, a certain individual intervened, believing that executing the crew would inevitably incite conflict between the giant race and the world government. Persuaded by her, the world government refrained from carrying out the executions. Gobble, 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 what an incredible person! Brokey exclaimed, taking a hearty swig of his drink. Incredible person? No. In truth, this was merely a performance staged by the world government in collusion with that woman, Sister Galmelo. Through this grand act, Galmelo gained the trust of Elbaf and subsequently recruited a number of giant warriors for the world government. Even to this day, numerous giant generals exist within the world government ranks. Moreover, there seems to be a saying that you two have already been captured by the world government. And to rescue you, your former comrades are still stationed at the gates of the world government. Damn it, Brokey and Donnelly could no longer enjoy their drinks in peace. The scoundrels of the world government. Furthermore, Rod continued that Sister Galmelo, after that incident, earned the friendship of the giant race and established a home for lambs in Elbaf, dedicated to adopting children to sell to the world government. And a few decades ago, one of the children she adopted caused a grave disaster in Elbaf, destroying a giant village and killing an elder of the giant race, Yorelu, Elder Yorelu. In a fit of emotion, Brokey's grip on his barrel tightened, causing it to explode. It seems we can no longer continue our duels like this. Donnelly glanced at Brokey. I never imagined so much had transpired. Then let us have our final duel tomorrow. Their gazes locked in determination. The victor shall live on, return to Elbaf, and restore the giant warrior pirate crew, rescuing our comrades from the clutches of the world government. That suits me perfectly. Uncles, Rod interjected, breaking their intense stare. To be frank, aside from being a pirate, I have a penchant for collecting the weapons of strong individuals. This may be a bit forward, but might I see your weapons? To withstand nearly a century of combat. The forging techniques of the giants are truly remarkable. He savored the food. Gray's ears perked up, instantly catching the essence of Rod's words, and he squeezed over to Rod's side, gazing at the two giants. Many of his designs were sound in theory, but hindered by material limitations. Realizing this, he acknowledged that these two giants had fought on the island for nearly a century, enduring over 70,000 fierce battles. And yet their weapons were still functional, a truly astonishing feat perhaps. From their weapons, he could uncover some clues to support his designs for super materials. Gobble, 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 you wish to see our weapons? Brokey said, picking up his axe, the blade marred with numerous cracks and nicks. Here you go. Brokey handed his axe to Rod. This axe has accompanied me for over 100 years and is nearing the end of its duty. Mine as well. Donnelly offered his long sword to Rod, which, like Brokey's axe, was riddled with chips and cracks. After tomorrow's duel, regardless of who wins, my weapon shall be yours. You have a fondness for collecting the weapons of strong individuals, and to be recognized as a strong ally by friends is indeed a fine thing. Mine too. After accompanying me through my final duel tomorrow, it shall also be yours. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Then I shall graciously accept. You two are truly generous friends. Rod extended his hand to receive the weapons offered by the two individuals. In stark contrast to his own physique, these weapons appeared almost absurdly oversized, and he could barely manage to grip them. Yet, in that fleeting moment when the weapons landed in his grasp, Rod's knightly instincts surged forth, allowing him to seize complete dominion over both arms. Instantly, a myriad of combat techniques flickered through Rod's mind. These were two distinct styles of fighting, entirely different from the swordsmanship he had previously mastered. They stripped away all superfluous intricacies, embodying the essence of the most straightforward and direct forms of combat. Truly, what an astonishing experience of battle! As he extracted his thoughts from the vast expanse of martial knowledge, Rod gently set down the two weapons, his eyes brimming with awe. These arms had borne witness to countless battles over the years, and the combat techniques he could glean from them far surpassed anything he had encountered before. This was not something that could be absorbed in a mere moment. Therefore, let me, as a friend, witness your duel tomorrow. The next day, with a thunderous roar, the central volcano erupted, prompting Dongli and Baroque to rise simultaneously, grasping their respective weapons. This shall be our final duel, under the watchful gaze of the god of Elbaf. In the presence of friends, come, Dongli. Victory shall belong to me, Baroque. A tremendous clash erupted as their weapons collided, producing a sound more deafening than the volcanic explosion, with a terrifying shockwave radiating outward from their battleground. We are going to be blown away. Rod and his companion stood on a large rock some distance away, observing the battle. As the powerful gust surged, Gray's body began to lift off the ground, threatening to be swept away. Casting a glance at Gray, Robin swiftly activated his abilities, extending several hands to catch him. Saved? Thank you, Gray exclaimed, relieved that he had not fallen, and he patted his chest in a flurry of gratitude towards Robin. Why do you insist on watching the battle up close when you could simply remain below? Nia remarked, glancing at Gray, who was crouched down, clinging tightly to the ground, somewhat exasperated. What do you know? This is the spirit of scientific inquiry, Gray replied, fixated on the two giants engaged in combat not far away. Last night, he had conducted a brief study of these two weapons belonging to the giant race. Unlike ordinary arms, they seem to contain some unique minerals that significantly enhance the metal's overall properties. Perhaps this was the very reason why the weapons of the giants were so formidable. Regardless, he yearned to witness firsthand the performance of such weapons in battle. However, the ferocity of their combat was undeniably perilous. Neiru also focused intently on the unfolding battle, activating his observation haki to its fullest extent, determined not to miss a single detail. This was an exceptional opportunity for learning that, in terms of both combat experience and technique, these two giants were the mightiest he had ever encountered. Furthermore, although the giants possessed enormous stature and fought with grandiose movements that might suggest a brutish style, in reality, their combat was not devoid of finesse and subtlety. Do not worry. Once the battle concludes, I will attend to their wounds immediately, Rod reassured, his expression calm, though the fingers gripping his weapon. Ghost Cry turned slightly pale. He was once again reminded of the chasm that lay between their strengths. He was not yet strong enough. In the vicinity of the little garden, An addressed his teacher, Zephyr, saying, I have heard that two giants have been dueling on Little Garden for over a century. The shadow of the island was already visible in the distance as Ein spoke to his teacher, who stood at the helm of the ship. Indeed, such a phenomenon exists. Zephyr nodded slightly. Are they pirates as well? Indeed, they were bounty hunted for 100 million berries a century ago. Then why has the Navy never captured them? Ein queried, perplexed, looking towards Zephyr. The pirates are right there, and the Navy is well aware of their presence. Yet, 100 years have passed, and the pirates remain, with the Navy still cognizant of their existence. Zephyr did not respond to his disciple's question, but instead gazed deeply at the approaching island. Why is that? Why, despite knowing the pirates are right here, has there been no military action to apprehend them? Is it fear of retaliation from the giant race? Or concern over the inability to recruit giant soldiers from Elbaf? Ultimately, these are merely matters of consideration for the higher-ups. However, can such deliberations justify turning a blind eye to the situation at hand? Can they simply neglect the existence of these pirates? If that is the case, how can one reconcile such an action with the justice they are meant to uphold? Zephyr's gaze grew resolute, his fists clenching tightly. Then let me be the one to capture them, with another tremendous clash of their full might. Baroque and Dongli struck simultaneously, sending each other staggering backward. Their techniques are unbreakable. Rod whispered as he observed the titanic struggle before him. These two giants, both hailing from Elbath, had undergone identical training since childhood. Even after setting sail, they remained the captains of the giant warrior pirate crew.